Rubbing his dry eyes, he closed the laptop and stood up, feeling his legs tingle with numbness. The dim room plunged into darkness, the only light being the blinking indicator of the air conditioner. Fighting through the numbness, he walked to the window and pulled the curtain open. The dawn light had already dispelled the night's gloom, sunlight spilling into the room. "Ah, another all-nighter. I swear I won't stay up tonight." Chu Mo yawned, stretched his stiff neck, then turned off the air conditioner and pushed open the door. Though it was still early morning, the air already felt ignited, bringing only heat and restlessness to the body and mind. Chu Mo splashed cold water on his face, the coolness bringing some clarity to his drowsy mind. Chu Mo knew all too well that staying up all night was bad for his health. Every time he woke up from an all-nighter, the exhaustion and regret made him want to punch his past self. Yet every night when he stayed up, that strange alertness and confidence made him forget who he was. So whenever possible, he would go out to buy breakfast after an all-nighter, then come home and catch up on sleep. Chu Mo thought he was a genius. How could staying up late be harmful? He grinned and slicked back his hair with wet hands, admiring himself in the mirror. Chu Mo ran his wet hands through his hair and struck a confident pose in front of the mirror. Though there was a hint of narcissism, Chu Mo's looks were indeed impressive, the delicate, handsome type among boys. A clear face, slender limbs, and fair skin. From a distance, strangers might mistake him for a somewhat handsome girl, except that this girl had a rather flat chest. After washing up, Chu Mo pushed open the bathroom door and walked to the coffee table in the living room. He bent down, picked up the box containing gloves, and deftly slipped on a pair of PE gloves. Looking at the gloves on his hands, Chu Mo couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't know this was the real world, he would think his life was a novel written by a mischievous author. Ever since he could remember, whenever his hand touched a woman's skin, within 10 minutes, he would transform from the inside out into a girl. But fortunately, after 12 hours, he would revert to his original body. Was that reasonable? Not at all. Thanks to his parents' help, he had managed to keep this secret safe so far. As long as he wore gloves, this strange condition barely affected his daily life. And thanks to his parents' foresight, he had legal identity documents for both his male and female forms. His male name was Chu Mo and his female name was Chu Mo. Same pronunciation to prevent him from mixing them up. But whenever he thought of his 9 years of compulsory education, those unbearable memories, his mouth twitched involuntarily. The first half of the month he attended school as a boy, the second half he went to his sister's girls' school as a girl and attended classes with her. He lived this bizarre life for 9 years. It was a miracle he didn't develop a split personality. Fortunately, everything was resolved when he entered high school. The Chu family agreed to tell outsiders that the female Chu Mo had gone abroad to study and would only return occasionally. With that, the issue of his female identity was settled. Chu Mo successfully completed high school as a male and together with his sister was admitted to the local Qingqing University. Chu Mo checked his belongings, earphones, phone, spare gloves. Satisfied, he opened the front door. Chu Mo walked out of the residential complex, took a deep breath, and slowly headed toward the breakfast street near his home. He put on his earphones, music flowing into his ears, and his weary steps from the all-nighter became a bit lighter. Chu Mo's only thought was to buy breakfast quickly and go home to crash. Since the breakfast street was only 2 blocks away from the villa area, he arrived soon. Chu Mo raised an eyebrow. So many college students buying breakfast. From their tired, yet still innocent-looking eyes, he could tell they were kindred spirits. He concluded they were all night owls like him. After all, if you see college students eating breakfast at 6 in the morning, they must have pulled an all-nighter. Chu Mo didn't dawdle. He quickly bought breakfast for the whole family. Since most items were already prepared, he just grabbed them and paid. He pulled out his phone to remotely turn on the air conditioner, then started walking home. Thinking of his soft, comfortable bed and the room cooled to 18°C, he quickened his pace. Who wouldn't love cranking the AC to the lowest in summer and sleeping cozy under a blanket? He then went to wake his sister Chu Yun. Chu Yun, still deep in sleep, suddenly felt someone shaking her shoulders violently. She opened her eyes, glaring at her brother. Chu Yun sat up, giving her brother a resentful look. Chu Mo grinned, saying nothing, but his expression showed he was teasing her. Chu Mo yawned, as if to prove his point, then left the room. Chu Yun rolled her eyes and ran her hand through her messy hair, while Chu Mo wore a smug grin. As the saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. Chu Yun felt that the day she would get back at her brother was not far off. Chu Mo stopped teasing her and told her to go back to sleep, mentioning that he had bought breakfast. He yawned again and left the room quietly. The room fell silent. Chu Yun stared at the closed door, not going back to sleep, as if waiting for something. Chu Mo didn't go straight back to his room. Instead, he pressed his ear against the door, listening carefully. Hearing no sound, he assumed she was asleep. A smirk spread across his face as he slowly turned the door handle. The moment he pushed the door open, his smile froze. There sat Chu Yun, wide awake, staring straight at him. Chu Mo awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing she had outsmarted him. He quickly retreated. He closed the door swiftly, while Chu Yun muttered under her breath, though a smile played on her lips. Chu Yun watched the quickly closed door, complaining on the surface, but unable to hide the smile at the corners of her mouth. Sleep, sleep. After breakfast, Chu Mo casually pulled out a napkin to wipe his mouth, then drew the curtains closed in the room. He dove onto the bed with a flying leap, the mattress squeaking crisply. Wrapping the blanket around himself, Chu Mo rolled back and forth on the bed, cocooning himself tightly. Feeling the cool air from the air conditioner, Chu Mo couldn't help but sigh. What is life? This is life. Is the true meaning of life about studying hard, working hard, and making money? No, the true meaning of life should be eating, drinking, and having fun. The so-called studying hard, working hard, and creating value in life are nothing but self-hypnosis. After all, if you indulge in pleasure, enjoy life, love fine wine and freedom when you are young, then, when you grow old, you will find that you have basically no regrets. Although she was a lifelong singleton, that didn't stop her from enjoying life. Sleepiness gradually welled up, and Chu Mo felt her eyelids grow heavy. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. Wake up, Chu Mo, time for dinner. In her sleep, Chu Mo suddenly heard her sister's voice, and a sense of crisis arose. Chu Mo's eyes flew open, and she felt a gust of wind rushing straight at her face. I'm done for, she thought, and closed her eyes instinctively. With a loud bang, the long pillow Chu Mo, usually hugged to sleep, made firm, intimate contact with her face. Okay, no more fooling around. Get up. Watching Chu Mo play along by turning her head and sticking out her tongue, pretending to be dead, Chu Yun burst out laughing. Oh, our little Ritterney is finally awake. And Mom, this is the modern young person's lifestyle. You need to keep up with the times. Walking to the dining table, Chu Mo gave an awkward smile to her mother, but instead of sitting down immediately, she went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Her gaze flickered between the cola and the large carton of milk. Chu Mo was torn. Though she wanted cola, she knew she'd get a lecture. Forget it, I'll choose milk. After thinking for a moment, Chu Mo finally reached for the already open large carton of milk from the refrigerator. Picking up the cups hanging upside down on the cup rack, hers and Chu Yun's, Chu Mo unscrewed the milk cap and poured milk into each. After putting the milk carton back in the fridge, Chu Mo opened the microwave and placed Chu Yun's cup of milk inside. Setting the heat to high after about 10 seconds, Chu Mo opened the microwave again and took out Chu Yun's cup. Why is yours cold and mine warm? It's so hot out, I want cold too. Returning to the dining table, Chu Mo handed the cup of milk to Chu Yun. Oh, girls shouldn't drink such cold drinks. It's bad for your health. With that, Chu Mo, whether intentionally or not, raised the cup in her hand, took a big gulp, and set it aside. With a face full of dark lines, Chu Yun stared at the smug Chu Mo, then quickly reached out and swapped her cup with Chu Mo's milk. Hey, you're drinking from my cup. Chu Mo looked at Chu Yun, who had snatched her cup with some resignation. All right, let's eat. With so many dishes, can't you two just shut up? Liang Jie placed a chicken leg into each of Chu Mo's and Chu Yun's bowls. Yes, my dear mother. I'm not like some disobedient person here. With that, Chu Mo shot a challenging look at Chu Yun. TCH, childish. How old are you still pulling this? Chu Yun pouted, but didn't say anything more. What? Why are you looking at me? You want me to give you a chicken leg too? Dream on, you old fool. Get it yourself. Liang Jie looked at Chu Rong sitting beside her first, tilted her head, and smiled at him, then instantly retracted her smile and rolled her eyes. How old are you still pulling this? Honey, the most kind-hearted honey in the world. Stop. You're always so unserious. The kids are still here. Eat. Looking at her husband, Liang Jie finally picked up a chicken leg and placed it in Chu Rong's bowl. Oh, it's fine. You didn't see anything, right? Chu Rong asked Chu Mo, and Chu Yun sitting across from him. I see. Alipay received 2,000 yuan too. I saw nothing, and I heard nothing. Before Chu Mo could finish her sentence, she felt her phone vibrate in her pocket, then heard the heavenly sound of a payment receipt. Chu Mo and Chu Yun were long accustomed to their parents flirting. Compared to other parents who kept a straight face all day to maintain parental authority, Chu Mo preferred her parents' way of interacting. She thought that if she ever got married, the way she and her partner got along would definitely rival her dad's. After dinner, Chu Mo didn't rush back to her room. Instead, she flopped onto the sofa and played with her phone. She called it post-meal exercise. But soon Chu Mo regretted not going back to her room to enjoy the air conditioning instead of lying on the sofa looking at her phone. Look at your face. You haven't been using the skincare products I bought for you, have you? Oh, mama boy. Why do I need such meticulous skincare? Just washing my face with water is enough. I really don't want to use all those essences, lotions, and eye creams. As a genuine male, how could he possibly use those things? Chu Mo muttered while sitting up. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. He felt that in a few minutes he would lose something important. So now he'd better be ready to bolt at any moment. Who said that? I remember I gave birth to 2 girls. Okay, you're my mom. Everything you say is right. Halfway through his words, Chu Mo gradually realized something was off. What did his mom just say? Did he hear that right? Chu Mo suddenly stood up, instinctively wanting to run, but felt a weight on his right leg. He looked down and met Chu Yun's eyes. Chu Yun, he It's over. My reputation is about to be ruined. Chu Mo placed his last hope on his father, who was sitting on the nearby sofa watching videos. Maybe you should. You go ahead. I saw nothing, I heard nothing. Originally, when Chu Rong saw his son's pleading look, his heart softened, and he wanted to speak up for him. But before he could say a word, he heard his wife's threatening tone. Chu Rong glanced at his wife, then at Chu Mo. He decisively turned sideways, opened his phone, and silently turned up the volume. Better to sacrifice a friend than oneself. The sky is big, the earth is big, but the wife is the biggest. The wife is the best, the wife is a treasure. Lose her, and it's hard to find. The wife is the whole world. If you lose a child, you can still have another, but if you lose a wife, you're done for. Chu Mo, so you will be like them, abandon me, will you? Watching her mother's hand reaching for her, and Chu Yun clinging tightly, Chu Mo closed her eyes in despair. You are my biological mother, you truly are. Which mother would trap her own son like this? But it seemed no one else had this strange constitution of mine either. Chu Mo reconsidered and realized it did make sense. After all, whose son would share such a peculiar constitution? So it was my fault. No, impossible. It is not I who is wrong, but the world. Gazing at the two before him, Chu Mo suddenly felt a profound doubt about this world. Who would have thought that after guarding against all external threats, the danger came from within the family? He never imagined that becoming Chu Mo again would lead to this situation. Why did he suddenly feel that his future was shrouded in gloom? He pulled out his phone to check the time. It was only 6 in the evening, meaning he had to wait until 6 the next morning to revert to his male form. Oh my old Chum, look, my God, oh listen my dear sister. What I mean is I think our whole family should take this rare opportunity to go for a stroll. Oh my God, how clever I am. Chu Mo. You make me sick. Shameless. Hearing his sister's affected mocking tone, Chu Mo was momentarily speechless. Is this good? No, it is not. He was completely trapped now. If he had just changed and stayed home waiting to revert tomorrow, it would have been fine. But he never expected his sister to pull this stunt. Mom, you won't agree, right? Yes. Fine, I surrender. Chu Mo helplessly raised his hands in surrender. If this were an anime world, he imagined his mother's eyes would probably be sparkling with stars by now. As for his father, Chu Mo had completely lost all hope. For when Chu Yun proposed this idea, his mother merely glanced at him, and he immediately rushed to the entrance to put on his shoes. While he was all about being self-aware, Chu Mo had always felt that he and Chu Yun were afterthoughts to their father. Now it seemed largely true. Then you go put on your shoes. I'll change my clothes. Seeing the eager looks from his mother and sister, Chu Mo helplessly pursed his lips. As an ancient Chinese saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Chu Mo felt it was best to surrender now, lest his sister come up with some other mischief later. A simple walk outside was something Chu Mo could accept. Due to transforming into Chu Mo, his figure had noticeably shrunk, appearing much smaller than when he was Chu Mo. This caused his already loose loungewear to slip off one shoulder, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. Sighing, Chu Mo walked back to his room. After closing the door, he was cautious enough to lock it. After all, being careful never hurt. He knew his sister all too well. Chu Yun was absolutely capable of sneaking into ambush or provoke him while he changed. Walking to the innermost wardrobe in the bedroom, Chu Mo reached out and opened the door. Gazing at the colorful array of clothes inside, he casually picked a white t-shirt and a pair of black pants. Then he took a pair of gray briefs from a storage box in the wardrobe. Well, that would do. Nodding at the clothes in his hand, he was about to close the wardrobe door. Wait, I almost forgot to wear this. It had been a while since he last became Chu Mo, and he had nearly forgotten about this. Chu Mo paused, then opened another storage box on the other side of the wardrobe and took out a white bra. Since it was a white t-shirt, wearing other colors underneath would be too obvious. Especially when wet with sweat, it would be very noticeable. Chu Mo did not want to accidentally give others a free show. He had also deliberately chosen a t-shirt with small sleeves that fit snugly around the arms. As for shirts with large sleeves, he never wore them out, only as loungewear. Wearing loose sleeves always attracted unwelcome glances. Chu Mo was all too aware of this. Click, click. The doorknob suddenly turned. But because Chu Mo had locked it, the door did not open from outside. Hey, where is the trust between us, my dear sister? We are both girls now, what are you afraid of? Sister, you have to believe me. I am definitely not. Pa. I am definitely a good person, a very good person. Just as Chu Mo had stripped off his loungewear top and bottom, Chu Yun's voice came from outside the door. Watching the frantic doorknob, Chu Mo breathed a sigh of relief, glad he had been cautious. Otherwise, he would have been in real trouble today. Although Chu Mo could easily subdue Chu Yun with one hand right now, he was Chu Mo. What did Chu Mo have to do with Chu Mo? Nothing at all. Though the inner self was the same in terms of physical strength and legal identity, he and Chu Mo were two different people. There is no trust between us siblings. Click. The door opened. Chu Mo stood quietly staring at Chu Yun, who was standing in front of the door. Well, I will just watch you perform. Seeing Chu Mo dressed, Chu Yun instinctively took half a step back. Now it was her turn to be in trouble. Chu Mo reached out, grabbed Chu Yun, and pulled her in front of him. Then he repeatedly pinched and kneaded her face. Chu Yun's face twisted in his hands. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. Being so violent will make you unmarriageable. And right now it is sisters, not siblings, my dear good sister. Chu Yun broke free from Chu Mo's hands and looked at him with a face full of grievance. I will draw a circle to curse you. You. Chu Mo, hearing this, was about to punish Chu Yun again. After all, when he was Chu Mo, though they were siblings, he always had to consider the differences between men and women. Since Chu Yun herself said they were sisters, now he ought to properly discuss. No pa. Educate Chu Yun. This time he would settle old and new scores with Chu Yun. Mom, help. Sensing danger, Chu Yun did not give Chu Mo a chance and immediately ran behind Liang Jia for protection. All right, girls should act like girls. Look at the two of you, so mischievous. Come, my good daughter, let me tie your hair. Going out with such messy hair is not something a girl would do. Seeing Chu Yun and Chu Mo fussing around her, Liang Jia smiled, took Chu Mo's hand, and pulled him close. Look at you, your hair is so messy. You should have combed it before going out. Liang Jia lovingly stroked Chu Mo's head and took a hair tie from her pocket. Watching this scene of maternal affection and filial piety, Chu Rong, standing nearby, suddenly felt something was off. Something was not right. As the head of the family, why did he feel so insignificant? It was like writing a novel. All the other characters got detailed descriptions, but when it came to him, only a few words were brushed over. But perhaps he was overthinking. After all, this was the real world, so such a situation could not occur. Yet if his own son could turn into a daughter, then it was also plausible that this world was a novel. Chu Rong felt he had touched upon the truth of the world. By the time everyone was ready to go out, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Under the setting sun's glow, the dusky rays painted the clouds a light veil of white gauze stained with sunset hues, with scattered stars dotting the twilight. Is that Xiao Mo? Have you returned from abroad? Hello, Uncle Ding. I came back last night, just for a few days. Before they had even left the residential complex, a voice came from beside them. Chu Mo turned to see that it was Uncle Ding, who lived in the villa behind theirs. Uncle Ding had only one child, Ding Yun, who was the same age as Chu Mo and Chu Yun. Technically, Ding Yun could be considered their childhood friend. The three of them had known each other since kindergarten. Ever since kindergarten, Ding Yun often came to their house to play. Especially during middle school, he practically lived at their place. However, since Chu Mo, the female version, had announced she was studying abroad, Ding Yun's visits had decreased significantly. He had always suspected that kid had ulterior motives when looking at him back then. Now it seemed his intentions were impure. But thankfully he had his eyes on Chu Mo, not Chu Yun. Otherwise he would have to have a serious talk with him. After all, he was 100% sure that Ding Yun would never be able to take him away. But Chu Yun, what if right? What if while he was not paying attention, that brat Ding Yun managed to steal her away? As for the bug that Chu Mo would disappear whenever Chu Mo appeared. It seemed that apart from his own family, everyone else automatically ignored this issue. As if an invisible force was helping to make things that were inconsistent with common sense less noticeable. Where is your brother? Is he still sleeping? I saw him go out to buy you breakfast this morning when I was exercising. I bet he stayed up all night again with my good-for-nothing son. Whenever his worthless son was mentioned, Ding Zheng became furious. He never left the house, always cooped up inside. At least Chu Mo, after staying up all night, knew to buy breakfast for his family. But his own son, he just slept and ate and slept. That's right, Uncle Ding. My brother is sleeping like a log right now. No matter how I called him, he wouldn't wake up. Unlike my sister, who went to bed early and woke up early while abroad, kept exercising, and never drank soda. Right, sister? Chu Yun turned to look at Chu Mo, standing beside her. This was what they called killing with praise. And her sister could not say anything. As for whether Chu Mo would retaliate at night, she would worry about that later. After all, the last time she had such an opportunity was the last time. Ah, yes. With Uncle Ding present, Chu Mo forced a smile. How did the conversation end up turning to him? Ah, Xiao Mo is such a good girl. Old Chu, how did you raise such a wonderful daughter? Ah, enough said. Come visit your uncle sometime. With that, Ding Zheng waved at them and walked home. Judging by his demeanor, Ding Yun was probably in for a scolding. Watching Ding Zheng disappear from sight, Chu Mo turned to look at Chu Yun beside him, revealing a sinisterly sweet smile. Now, Chu Yun, don't be afraid. Breathe. Feeling dizzy is normal. Chu Mo put his right arm around Chu Yun's shoulder and pulled her close. Hey sister, what are you doing? I was talking about Chu Mo. What does he have to do with you, Chu Mo? Right. Isn't that what you always say? Chu Yun tilted her head, looking at the seething Chu Mo beside her, showing no fear. Anyway, going home tonight, she was doomed. Getting in trouble once was the same as getting in trouble twice, so why not maximize the opportunities? It was like a buffet. Pay once, die countless times. After all, the struggle between her and her brother had been going on for ages. Well, from this perspective, she was indeed a thrifty and budget-conscious good girl. Phew, I'm dead tired. As the door swung open, Chu Mo and Chu Yun, having changed into their slippers, exhibited an unusual synchronicity. Almost in unison they lunged toward the same sofa in the living room. The air conditioner in the living room had already been turned on remotely via Chu Mo's phone on the way back. Hey, can't you pick another sofa to lie on? Chu Yun, you're burning up. It was me who got here first. If anyone should move, it's you. I'm not budging. You? Fine, I don't have the energy to argue with you. I'll settle this with you later. What was supposed to be a casual stroll to digest their meal somehow turned into a slow jog, nearly costing Chu Mo half his life. You two, the moment you come back, you blast the AC. Be careful not to catch a cold. Here, wipe your faces. Looking at the two lying motionless on the sofa, Liang Jia shook her head helplessly. She poured warm water into a basin, dropped in disposable compressed towels, then wrung them out. Finally, like flipping a pancake, she spread the towels and slapped them onto the faces of Chu Mo and Chu Yun. It's fine, I'm young. Chu Mo grinned while wiping his sweat-soaked forehead with the warm towel. If you stubborn girl, when you get sick you won't be so tough. Don't come crying mom when you're stuck in bed. I won't take care of you then. Liang Jia reached out and tapped Chu Mo's forehead, then smoothed the strands of hair plastered to his skin by the water. Impossible. When it's time to call mom, I'll still call her. After all, there's no place like home and no one like mom. With that, Chu Mo let out a long sigh, stood up, and glanced down at Chu Yun, who was still sprawled on the sofa, completely defenseless. Chu Mo's gaze darted between Chu Yun and his own hand. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. He took a deep breath as if making a final decision. In the end, Chu Mo couldn't resist the temptation and stretched out his treacherous hand toward Chu Yun. Smack! Ow, wow, wow, wow. With a crisp slap, Chu Yun, who had been lifeless on the sofa, instantly twisted into a writhing worm. A howl reminiscent of Tomcat's scream escaped her mouth. That's more like it. Satisfied, Chu Mo walked to the trash can and tossed the disposable towel in. I'm parched. Time for some happy water. Chu Yun, want some cola? I'll pour you a glass. As he thought, Chu Mo habitually reached for the hem of his shirt. Just the AC wasn't enough. Don't think pouring me a cola. What? What are you doing? I'm not that kind of person. Since Chu Yun was facing away from Chu Mo, she didn't notice his action at first. When she turned around, she saw Chu Mo already gripping the hem of his shirt, lifting it more than halfway. A large expanse of fair skin was exposed. What's the big deal? In summer I always dress like this at home. Okay, my bad. Before he finished speaking, Chu Mo's hand froze mid-lift. He was Chu Mo now. Thinking back to his own behavior, Chu Mo felt that only one word could describe his current mood. One word: 6. Fortunately, every room in the house had its own bathroom, and his parents had already gone back to their room. Otherwise, this would have been supremely embarrassing. Before Chu Yun could say anything else, Chu Mo fled back to his room. Who knew what that girl would do next? Better to make a run for it. Ah, my dear sister is so hygienic. What's the idiom? Oh right, face planting on the ground. Chu Yun, watching Chu Mo retreat to his room, felt a pang of regret. She should have taken a photo first. Just thinking about the scene moments ago made the corners of Chu Yun's mouth twitch upward. But her smile vanished quickly as a beep sounded. The living room AC had turned off. Chu Mo, having escaped to his room, swiftly shut the door and turned on his own AC. And to prevent Chu Yun downstairs from catching a cold, he thoughtfully turned off the living room AC. Forget it. Shower. Don't dwell on it. Chu Mo shook his head, trying to shake off the awkward scene from his mind. But the effort was futile. The human brain is strange. The more you try not to think about something, the more it loops in your mind. Chu Mo felt that because of this incident, even after he died, Chu Yun would visit his grave just to mock him. With that thought, he headed toward the bathroom. Just as he opened the bathroom door and was about to undress, a thought struck him. He silently retreated to his bedroom door and locked it. Even with the door locked, Chu Mo felt it wasn't secure enough. He retrieved the key to his room from the drawer and inserted it into the doorknob, turning it. Knowing his sister well, he was certain that as soon as she heard the sound of water from his room, she would seize the opportunity. She would definitely, without a doubt, come and try to open his door. With everything prepared, Chu Mo finally closed the bathroom door in peace. He peeled off his clothes one by one, revealing a wide expanse of fair skin. Slender shoulders, a narrow waist, a lithe figure. It was truly as smooth as lard and as white as snow. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chu Mo's heart remained completely calm. Come on, this was his own body. How could he possibly be interested in it? Although from a mental perspective he was a girl, a boy, that didn't mean he would be attracted to his own body. Being interested in oneself meant either narcissism or perversion. Clearly he was a normal person. Click, click. As expected, within 3 minutes, Chu Yun appeared outside Chu Mo's door. Is there no trust between us, sister? Chu Yun tried the doorknob and found it locked. But she wasn't worried. As the saying goes, the higher the law, the mightier the trick. This time she had specifically dug out the spare key to her sister's room. Hearing Chu Yun's voice, Chu Mo ignored her, calmly rinsing the shampoo from his hair. He squeezed some conditioner into his palm and applied it to the ends of his hair. Although he had never been interested in these bottles and jars, his mother's years of nagging had left an impression. Things like don't put conditioner on the roots, and other skincare and haircare tips. Chu Mo estimated he had heard them at least 1,000 times. When he was Chu Mo, the previous identity, using body wash as shampoo was perfectly fine. But now he was Chu Mo, so he might as well be a bit more meticulous. The skincare products his mother bought him, might as well use them. You'll regret this, dear sister. Seeing that Chu Mo didn't even acknowledge her, Chu Yun pulled the key to his room from her pocket, inserted it into the lock, and gave it a gentle twist. And then, nothing. She looked at the key in her hand, then at the door. Somehow she felt utterly outsmarted by her sister on every level. Realizing the door wouldn't open, Chu Yun had no choice but to return to her own room. Boring. Final shower first too. But should she lock her door? Chu Yun stared at her own door, hesitating. Having done too many mischievous things, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Her sister wouldn't do something like that, would she? Probably, right? Staring at the doorknob to her room, Chu Yun fell into deep thought. Oh, this is bliss. There is simply nothing more satisfying than a cold cola after a shower on a sweltering summer day. Wrapping her hair in a drying towel, Chu Mo applied eye cream while sitting down at her computer desk. Ring, ring, ring. My. Chu Mo, who had just turned on her laptop, glanced curiously at the phone beside the desk that was vibrating incessantly. It wasn't even the usual time for gaming. Why the urgency today? She picked up the phone from the desk and lit up the screen. Fingerprint verification failed. Face recognition failed. 2 pop-up windows appeared on the phone in succession. Chu Mo helplessly covered her face with her hand. Great, she had almost forgotten that she was now Chu Mo and could only unlock it with a password. After entering the password, Chu Mo reached the phone's home screen. Chu Mo tapped the icon and entered the chat page with Ding Yun. Ding Yun, your sister is back. Ding Yun, why didn't you tell me? Ding Yun, when will you bring Chu Mo out for a meal? Ding Yun, Chu Mo. Watching the messages from Ding Yun, the corner of Chu Mo's mouth twitched slightly. This kid has ulterior motives. I treat you as a bro, yet you want to take me home to warm your bed. To make matters worse, he even misspelled her own name. Although most likely the fault of the input method's auto-suggestions. Chu Mo wasn't in a hurry to reply to Ding Yun, but instead opened the drawer of her computer desk and took out another white phone. After all, if you're going to act, you might as well go all the way. How could 2 people share the same phone? Such an obvious flaw, she wouldn't make such a mistake. To be honest, she rather regretted giving Ding Yun Chu Mo's social media account. The kid always had free time and liked to send her messages out of the blue. It left her in a dilemma, whether to reply or not. Fortunately, both her accounts were linked, allowing her to see in real time whether Ding Yun or others had sent her any messages. Now taking out this phone was simply because she didn't want to keep switching between her accounts. It was far too troublesome. Chu Mo, yeah. Ding Yun, you agreed. Chu Mo, get lost. Looking at the chat history with Ding Yun, Chu Mo didn't even feel like saying another word to him. Actually, this was already quite restrained for Chu Mo. Let's put ourselves in someone else's shoes for a moment. What would you do if your close friend suddenly told you he wanted to have a sweet romance with you? Would you really say, "Oh darling, I've liked you for so long too"? Any normal person would at least give him a super invincible spiraling 360-degree flying kick, considering that lenient. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The white phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. Chu Mo turned her head and found Ding Yun had initiated a video call to her. Chu Mo raised an eyebrow, unsure whether to answer or not. It wouldn't be right to just hang up directly. Without even guessing, Chu Mo knew Ding Yun calling via video definitely meant trouble. But based on her understanding of Ding Yun, if she deliberately ignored his call, making the system mark it as unanswered. Then in just a few seconds, Chu Yun's phone would ring, and she would lose control of the video situation. Forget it, she should just answer. After much deliberation, Chu Mo finally chose to accept Ding Yun's video call. However, she obviously couldn't video chat in the current room. She should go to Chu Yun's room instead. Thinking of this, Chu Mo stood up, opened the door, and quickly walked toward Chu Yun's room. Click. Before Chu Yun, who was lying on the bed eating chips and scrolling through her phone, could react, Chu Mo quickly entered and sat down on the bed. Chu Mo had already walked quickly to Chu Yun's bedside, plopped down on it, and casually snatched the blanket off Chu Yun's feet. My. Watching Chu Mo's smooth and fluid actions, Chu Yun couldn't immediately process what was happening. What on earth was going on? What? Want a bite? Chu Yun, who had already opened her mouth to put a chip and stopped her action. Then she hesitantly looked at Chu Mo and handed her the chip that was almost fully inside her mouth. Be good, don't cause trouble. Go play somewhere else. Adults are talking, kids shouldn't interrupt. Chu Mo perfunctorily patted Chu Yun's head and then answered Ding Yun's call. Seeing the video connection established, Ding Yun suddenly got excited. He had originally thought Chu Mo was busy and hadn't seen the call and was about to ring Chu Yun later. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. Chu Mo's sister clearly still had him in her heart. Is your brother nearby? Oh, Chu Yun is here too. Hello. Just to be safe, Ding Yun felt it was wise to gather some information first. My brother isn't here. What's up? Looking at Ding Yun acting shifty on the video, Chu Mo felt somewhat speechless. Hearing that Chu Mo wasn't around, Ding Yun on the other end of the video visibly relaxed. Although he had done nothing wrong and merely wanted to video call Chu Mo, he always felt as though he were about to get caught seducing a girl if Chu Mo were nearby. When are you free? How about we go out for a meal? I absolutely mean nothing else by it. You can bring Chu Yun too. Ding Yun suddenly felt his words might be misinterpreted and quickly added another sentence. What did he mean by bringing Chu Yun too? You little rascal, your scheming is practically slapping me in the face. Chu Mo watched Ding Yun on the video with a deadpan expression but kept smiling. What about my brother? Even though Ding Yun clearly implied not bringing Chu Mo, that is herself, Chu Mo wanted to ask anyway. Hey, just playing, just wanting to embarrass him. Let's see how he responds. Your brother. Well, your brother can skip it. Every time I mention you, your brother acts like his mouth is coated with laxative. Ding Yun hesitated for a moment, and then like a faucet turning on began venting to Chu Mo and Chu Yun with added embellishments. Yeah. Oh, is that so? I'll definitely talk to my brother later and tell him not to bully you. Chu Mo's smile grew even brighter as she nodded and replied, that won't be necessary. As the older brother yielding to the younger brother is only natural. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Ding Yun, who had been speaking with enthusiasm, instantly lost his momentum. Although he knew Chu Mo meant well, if Chu Mo found out that Ding Yun not only secretly asked his sister out for a meal, but also badmouthed him behind his back, then Ding Yun had no doubt Chu Mo would storm over to his house immediately to settle things in person. Of course, he definitely wasn't afraid. As an older brother. Before he could finish, Ding Yun suddenly noticed Chu Mo on the video looking up at something beside her. Ah, brother, you're here. Beep. The video was hung up at light speed by Ding Yun. This was absolutely not because he was afraid of Chu Mo. It was simply because he hadn't been the big brother for many years now. Watching the video call get hung up instantly, Chu Mo took a deep breath and silently counted to herself. Don't be angry, don't be angry. As Ding Yun's best godfather, indulging his son's antics is acceptable. She needed to show her son her vast and magnanimous paternal love. Alright, decided. Tomorrow after waking up, she would go straight to Ding Yun's house and let him experience the taste of being disciplined by paternal love. After all, there's a saying, when a father sees his son hasn't cooled off, yet he pulls out the leather belt. Why is this bed shaking? Chu Mo had only been focused on the phone call, and just now noticed that Chu Yun's bed was trembling violently. Chu Mo then turned her gaze toward Chu Yun beside her. She had been so absorbed in talking to Ding Yun that she hadn't paid much attention to what Chu Yun was doing. Watching Chu Yun, who had buried her face in the pillow and was convulsing wildly, Chu Mo glanced at his own hand, then back at his sister writhing and flailing on the bed. Without a second thought, Chu Mo reached out his wicked hands toward Chu Yun. Placing each hand on either side of her belly, he gently pressed. Chu Yun, who had merely been squirming on the bed, instantly sprang into motion like a fish yanked ashore, thrashing about frantically. Ha ha ha, stop. Tickling me. I've been professionally trained. Ha ha ha. No matter how funny it is, I won't laugh. Ha. Unless I can't help it, ha ha ha. Under Chu Mo's relentless assault, Chu Yun remained stubbornly defiant, holding her ground. She would rather jump off this building than yield to her sister today. Ha ha ha, your little mouth is smeared with. Ha ha, glycerin enema, ha ha. Oh come on, I refuse to believe I can't handle you today. Seeing Chu Yun breathless, yet still obstinate, Chu Mo decisively abandoned the ticklish spots on her sides. Instead, he locked her thighs with his body. Everything jade, only harms oneself. A short videos truly should be watched less. Extending the index finger of his right hand, Chu Mo gently traced across the sole of Chu Yun's foot. Ha 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 there. Don't. Despicable. Ha ha. Then Chu Yun's body writhed even more wildly on the bed, the effect remarkable. As Chu Yun's brother Chu Mo was all too familiar with her weak points. Are you wrong? No, ha ha. I'll give you one more chance. Are you wrong? Ha ha ha, I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Will you dare do it again? Yes, I will. My. Ha ha. I won't dare, I won't dare. Chu Mo ultimately won this battle, for the older ginger is indeed spicier. Although Chu Mo was only 4 minutes older than Chu Yun because their mother gave birth to him at 1157 p.m., Chu Yun's birth date fell one day later. Their mother said that during her pregnancy, she had sought out a fortune teller. When she heard the prediction that both children would be girls, she generously gave the fortune teller a red envelope of 200 yuan. Unexpectedly, after delivery, she discovered it was a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. She was quite upset for a while. But later, after discovering her own peculiar constitution, she stopped complaining. After all, it somewhat fulfilled her wish. Alright, no more fooling around. I'm going to play games. Chu Mo glanced at Chu Yun, who had finally stopped laughing, sprawled on the bed with a dazed look, gasping for air, as if she had lost all purpose in life. He reached out again and poked Chu Yun's waist. Only after seeing her come back to life and writhe frantically on the bed did he leave her room with satisfaction. Back in his own room, Chu Mo sat down at his computer desk and opened the small gaming group chat he shared with Ding Yun and Steel Teammates Underpants. Yes, you read that correctly. The other person is called Steel Teammate Underpants, which is of course just a screen name. After all, who would have such a strange name in real life? Steel Teammate Underpants was an online friend Chu Mo and Ding Yun had met while gaming. They hit it off instantly, feeling as if they had met too late, and added each other as friends after the game. Since then, their little trio was officially formed. However, for some reason, this friend always communicated with them via text. Usually Chu Mo and Ding Yun would voice chat while gaming, while he would keep his mic off listening in and typing in the game or group chat. Although Chu Mo and Ding Yun were curious about why this friend never used voice, they never asked. After all, everyone has their reasons. Asking would only make things awkward. Calculating the time, he had known Steel Teammate Underpants for over 5 years. But neither he nor Ding Yun had ever inquired about his personal life, so they didn't even know his name. When on voice chat, they affectionately called him Bro Underpants. As for whether Bro Underpants could be a girl, Chu Mo and Ding Yun had speculated at first. But after seeing his typed arguments with opponents, they deemed it impossible. After all, they had never seen a girl swear so fiercely and creatively. Even when the three of them blamed each other, Chu Mo and Ding Yun combined couldn't out-argue him. Most importantly, he never used profanity. After launching the game accelerator, Chu Mo started the game. Then he initiated a group voice call in the 3-person chat. Ding ding. Ding Yun and Bro Underpants quickly joined the call. Hello, can you hear me? Ding Yun tested his microphone as usual. After experiencing multiple microphone failures or forgetting to unmute after being muted, leading to long monologues that no one heard, Ding Yun had developed this habit. Chu Mo, I can hear you. Steel Teammate Underpants, I can hear you. Ding Yun 6, you're isolating me, right? Looking at the voice chat, Ding Yun noticed that even Chu Mo had muted his mic today. Alright, playing this game, huh? Both of you are just messing around. Seeing Ding Yun's message, Chu Mo was about to type a retort when he saw Bro Underpants had already sent a reply. Bro Underpants was always consistent. Steel Teammate Underpants, no, actually you're the one isolating us too. The minority obeys the majority, so you're the one in the wrong. Chu Mo, hurry up and get in the game. Finhai Kwangsu has created a room. After replying, Chu Mo placed his phone on the desk and created the game room. After sending the invitation, Chu Mo quietly waited for Ding Yun and the other to join. Your friend Steel Teammate Underpants has joined the room. Your friend Shijuani has joined the room. Seeing both of them join, Chu Mo directly clicked the start button. I'll play the number 1 position today. You two just cover me from behind. Sitting at his computer desk, Ding Yun smirked, his eyes revealing 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts sarcasm, and 4 parts nonchalance. Hearing Ding Yun's confident words, Chu Mo's fingers flew across the keyboard, quickly sending a message. Finhai Kwangsu, babe, be careful not to get killed by bots. Steel Teammate Underpants, thy skills now like a 3-year-old child, now like an 80-year-old man, truly astonish all. Seeing Bro Underpants' remark, Chu Mo burst out laughing. Say more if you can, love seeing it. When it comes to roasting people, no one beats Bro Underpants. Don't believe me? We'll drop right into a fight, and I'll show you how we break out. Ding Yun didn't pay much attention to Chu Mo and Bro Underpants' comments. After all, a true strong man must have the demeanor of a strong man. He could just laugh off such slander. But as everyone knows, recklessly setting up flags never ends well. For example, someone tells his girlfriend, don't worry, I'll come back and marry you after the war, and then dies within 2 days. Or someone says, I'll quit after this one last job, and the result is predictable. He dies too. So unless you think you have plot armor, never set up flags carelessly. Damn, where's the gun? No gun. Big brother, don't kill me. Help. Clearly Ding Yun had no plot armor. The confident smile on his lips gradually faded. But as everyone knows, smiles follow the law of conservation. If Ding Yun couldn't laugh, what did that have to do with Chu Mo? Listening to Ding Yun's heart-wrenching screams, Chu Mo's grin grew wider. Found a gun. You're done, you little bastard. Chu Mo, who was fighting someone else, suddenly heard Ding Yun shout, followed by the sound of a character falling in the game. Did Ding Yun actually pull it off? Chu Mo was stunned, then glanced at the health bar in the lower left corner to discover that Ding Yun hadn't counter-killed. He had been knocked down and finished off. Ding Yun's skill level was always so reassuringly consistent. By the way, brother Quacha, which city are you in? Chu Mo and I are from Qingcheng. Ding Yun, who was watching Chu Mo's perspective while lying dead, suddenly asked. He always had to find some topics to chat about, otherwise it would be too boring. After all, if you weren't truly bad, who would want to be a lying dog? If you're bad, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, just don't play. Steel Teammates Underpants, what a coincidence. I'm from Qingcheng too. Huh. Chu Mo, who was controlling the character, was startled, not expecting brother Quacha to also be from Qingcheng. To find a like-minded online friend among the vast sea of people, and one who is local. If that isn't fate, what is? Could it be peach blossoms? No way, how could that be? Brother Quacha in reality is either a carefree guy who is well trusted by everyone, or a reserved weirdo with glasses looking like a scholar. Definitely not a girl, that's for sure. Of course, if it really were a girl then. Then he couldn't do anything about it, but it's unlikely. Damn, you're from Qingqing too. Then how about we have an offline meetup sometime? Ding Yun was stunned. Brother Quacha was actually from Qingqing. He wondered if Brother Quacha had a sister. Hiss. Something's off. Why was his first thought whether Brother Quacha had a sister? Could he really be a siscon? In ancient times there was Chao Amon who loved others' wives. Now there is Ding Yun who loves others' sisters. A siscon powerhouse, terrifying indeed. An offline meetup. Hearing Ding Yun's proposal, someone who was sitting cross-legged in their gaming chair was startled. With their left hand, they twirled a strand of hair, pondering for a moment. Slender fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard. Now let's zoom out and take a look at Brother Quacha's true appearance, to see whether they are a long-haired femboy or a genuine girl. While due to the worlds while placing a mosaic on Brother Quacha, the author is currently unable to depict their appearance. Please explore the area ahead later. Let's move on to the main storyline. Steal teammates' underpants. Okay, how about tomorrow? We'll meet at the pedestrian street. Chu Mo, sure, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Let's meet at KFC on the pedestrian street. Seeing that Brother Quacha agreed, Chu Mo had no reason to refuse. It just so happened that after he finished educating Ding Yun tomorrow, he could take a taxi with him to the pedestrian street. Unfortunately, he had to wake up early tomorrow, so he would have to let Chu Yun off for today. After thinking it over, Chu Mo finally decided to postpone the plan to discipline Chu Yun. Opening his phone, he turned off the alarms that were set to ring every half hour. Originally, he had planned to wait until Chu Yun fell asleep, then wake her up every half hour to correct her bad habit of going to bed early and waking up early. Now it seemed the plan would have to be postponed to tomorrow. What a caring older brother-sister, he was concerned about his younger sister's physical and mental health. Which older sibling would be so concerned about their younger sister's living habits? And he deserved to treat himself to a glass of iced cola. Achoo ach. Chu Yun, who was scrolling through videos, suddenly sneezed twice and a half, but the last sneeze just wouldn't come out. Rubbing her nose, Chu Yun was a little puzzled. She hadn't set the air conditioner very low, so why was she sneezing? It must be her sister thinking about something bad. Based on her understanding of her sister, she must be thinking of some crazy torture method, like waking her up every half hour. As long as nothing else changed her sister's mind today, she would definitely carry out her plan once she fell asleep. I'll just stay up all night tonight. See what you can do. As long as I'm awake, my sister won't have a chance to take advantage of me. I'm such a clever little one. Chu Mo, of course, had no idea about Chu Yun's thoughts. When a person is focused on something, time flies by, and the same goes for gaming. Time always passes without one noticing. Chu Mo, how about we call it a day? Putting down the mouse, Chu Mo yawned. Glancing at the time, it was now 1:30 a.m. Chu Mo calculated the time in his mind. From his home to the pedestrian street, it would take half an hour by taxi. That meant he should wake up at 8:30 at the latest. If he went to sleep now, he would still have 7 hours of sleep to rest. Ding Yun, okay, I'll log off now. Steal teammates' underpants, okay, bye? See you tomorrow. Turning off the computer, Chu Mo stood up, removed the towel from his head, and tossed it into the laundry basket in the bathroom. He wondered what Brother Quacha really looked like. To be honest, Chu Mo was quite looking forward to tomorrow's meetup. He wondered if Brother Quacha was the type of person who had a huge contrast between online and offline. Some socially anxious people are full of dirty talk online, but once they meet offline, they shrink into a corner and say nothing. But based on his feelings, Brother Quacha shouldn't be that type. From his interactions with Brother Quacha, Chu Mo felt that Brother Quacha was the kind of person who was sunny and cheerful, yet also thoughtful and delicate. Forget it, he wouldn't think about it. He would know the answer tomorrow. Guessing now is useless. Time to sleep. With that, Chu Mo turned off the light and burrowed into the blankets. The room instantly plunged into darkness, but the darkness didn't last long. Chu Mo lit up his phone screen. Unlocking his phone, he entered the alarm page. He had been so busy canceling alarms that he almost forgot to set an alarm for waking up tomorrow. 810, 820, 825, 830, perfect. Satisfied, Chu Mo nodded. With so many alarms set, he shouldn't oversleep tomorrow. Alright. Sleep. Chu Mo opened an audiobook app, randomly picked a collection of horror stories, plugged his phone into charge, and placed it by his pillow. Yes, unless he was extremely tired or too lazy to open his phone, Chu Mo usually fell asleep listening to horror stories or other types of audiobooks. The room fell into darkness again. Why do I feel like I need to go to the bathroom again? Only 3 minutes had passed, and Chu Mo, who had already closed his eyes, opened them again. Although he only felt a slight urge to urinate, Chu Mo always felt that if he didn't go, he wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. In the end, he chose to get up and go to the bathroom to relieve his physiological needs. Almost forgot to bring my phone. Chu Mo, who had already reached the bathroom, turned back to get his phone. There was no help for it. In the past, it was spouses who were inseparable, now it's phones. With a phone in hand, you have everything. Without a phone, you have nothing. Whoosh. Walking out of the bathroom, Chu Mo let out a long breath. Going to sleep tonight was really a bumpy ride. Lying back in bed, Chu Mo felt completely awake, So he opened his phone and started scrolling through videos. Time passed, and his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Finally, at 2:30 m, he drifted into a sweet dream. But Chu Mo forgot one thing: any electronic device without power is just a brick. She had forgotten to charge her phone, and now it had only 3 battery left. The night was deep and the city lights flickered like distant fireflies, growing dimmer and dimmer. Occasionally scattered cars passed by on distant streets heading nowhere. Hey, where is everyone? I'm so sleepy. Chu Yun, half lying in bed, scrolling through her phone and occasionally glancing at the door, let out a painful wail. Son thief, wake up, your father is here. My. Chu Mo opened his eyes groggily. Had he heard Ding Yun's voice? Was he still half asleep? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Chu Mo glanced around and quickly spotted Ding Yun standing at the foot of his bed. What are you doing here? Up this early? Chu Mo gazed at Ding Yun with drowsy eyes, genuinely puzzled. That was odd. How could this guy possibly rise earlier than him? He casually picked up his phone and pressed the power button, but the screen remained pitch black, displaying only a blinking battery icon. Chu Mo froze, suddenly remembering he had forgotten to charge his phone after using the bathroom the night before. No wonder the alarm hadn't gone off. He had calculated everything except his phone running out of power. It's still early 9:15. Ding Yun looked at Chu Mo with some exasperation. Since their families were close and both households had smart locks that could be opened via fingerprint or password, it was generally Chu Mo who would come to his house to wake him up whenever they went out together. He hadn't expected it to be his turn to wake Chu Mo this time. Unfortunately, he had only seen uncle and aunt, but not Chu Mo. She was most likely sleeping with Chu Yun, leaving Ding Yun with no recourse. Although everyone was quite familiar with one another, entering someone's bedroom while they slept was rather presumptuous. Besides, his primary objective today was simply to wake Chu Mo, so Ding Yun was not overly disappointed. After all, proximity often brings opportunity, and he would have plenty of chances to meet Chu Mo in the future. Fortunately, he had been thoughtful enough the night before to set an alarm for 8:30. Otherwise, both Chu Mo and he would have missed their meetup today. With their sleep quality, neither would likely wake before afternoon, if at all. Moreover, both of them frequently pulled all-nighters, so their families had grown accustomed to their daytime naps. It was even less likely that anyone would go to wake them. How would brothers Kwacha view him and Chu Mo in such a situation? After all, he was the one who had proposed the meetup. If the other party arrived and they stood him up, that would truly be unacceptable. Honestly, it was not that he feared brothers Kwacha would wait long, but rather that brothers Kwacha was incredibly vicious when cursing. Sometimes during their heated exchanges, even speaking aloud could not match brothers Kwacha's typing prowess. On second thought, why did Chu Mo seem to carry a faint fragrance? Was it merely his imagination? 9:15. Go on, get out, I need to change my clothes. Hearing the time, Chu Mo's eyebrows rose slightly. Fortunately, Ding Yun had come to call him. Otherwise, he would have missed their first meeting with brothers Kwacha. With that, Chu Mo pushed and dragged Ding Yun out of his room. Hey, we're both guys, what's there to be embarrassed about? Don't tell me you've got some secret you're hiding. Ding Yun asked confusedly as he was pushed out of the room. Why push him out just to change? He had seen him before. But Chu Mo did not respond. The only answer was the sound of the door closing with a bang. Then again, did Chu Mo really have that faint fragrance? Ding Yun sniffed hard, trying to catch any trace of it in the air. But he quickly realized something was off. This behavior was too inappropriate. Was he some kind of pervert? He was not a dog. If Chu Mo saw this, his reputation would be utterly ruined. If this really came to light, Ding Yun estimated he would never hear the end of it from Chu Mo. Let's go, I'm ready. As Ding Yun was lost in thought outside the door, Chu Mo emerged, already fresh-faced and dressed to go out. So fast. Ding Yun froze, suddenly feeling guilty for no reason as he looked at Chu Mo's face. Let's go, what are you staring for? You call the car. Chu Mo frowned, slightly puzzled by Ding Yun's strange behavior. Something seemed off about him today. Oh, let's go then. Shaken from his reverie, Ding Yun pulled out his phone and hailed a ride online. At the building entrance, Chu Mo put on a pair of PE gloves as usual. Ding Yun did not comment on Chu Mo's actions. He had long since grown accustomed to this quirk. After all, seeing something unusual once makes it seem strange, but repeated exposure makes it ordinary. It was merely a slight cleanliness obsession, nothing serious. Could his childhood friend truly have some peculiar constitution triggered by hand contact? That was impossible. They had known each other since childhood. Unless his own intelligence was flawed, he should have noticed any anomalies long ago. Let's go, the car has arrived at the gate. Ding Yun glanced at his phone and reminded him. Although they lived in a villa complex, the property management had collected all residents' phone numbers for convenience. As long as the driver provided the order and the passenger's phone number to the guard for verification, the car could be granted access to the homeowner's doorstep. All right. Chu Mo nodded, slung his crossbody bag over his shoulder, and headed out with Ding Yun. The driver had also pulled up to Chu Mo's doorstep just then. Good grandson, you know to open the door for your grandpa. As soon as Ding Yun opened the taxi door, Chu Mo elbowed him aside. Taking care of his grandson is only natural. Ding Yun immediately retorted. There was no way he would accept such a generational downgrade. Once a grandson, always a grandson. After closing the taxi door and verifying the driver's identity, the car set off. Phew, glad we made it in time. Chu Mo casually pulled out a power bank from his crossbody bag and began charging his phone. Modern phones featured fast charging, so by the time he had finished washing up, his phone already had sufficient power. All thanks to me. In a bit we'll see. Brothers Kwacha. Mid-sentence, Ding Yun paused and glanced at the driver, who was focused on the road. Only then did he lean close to Chu Mo and speak in a hushed tone. Using that online handle in public was genuinely embarrassing. Yeah, we should definitely ask for his real name. Chu Mo nodded. Male friendships forged online were oddly fascinating in this way. As long as the other party did not voluntarily reveal their name, people generally referred to each other by their online aliases. It was like one man asking another, "Do you know my name?" And the other replying, "Aren't you called Tyrannosaurus Warrior? What do you think he looks like? Why are you looking at me like that?" Chu Mo turned to Ding Yun only to find him staring at him with a peculiar gaze. What was this kid looking at? Was there something on him? He had seemed off since earlier. Feeling uncomfortable under Ding Yun's gaze, Chu Mo slowly shifted toward his own side of the car. To his surprise, Ding Yun followed his movement. Then to Chu Mo's astonishment, Ding Yun leaned in close and took a deep breath. "Chu Mo, are you crazy?" Chu Mo stared in horror. Had Ding Yun rejected by Chu Mo decided to shift his affections to him instead. Although getting close to him meant getting close to Chu Mo, that did not justify such behavior. "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation." Chu Mo crossed his arms over his shoulders, guarding himself and waiting for Ding Yun to provide a sensible answer. But Chu Mo had a bad feeling, as if something bizarre was about to come out of Ding Yun's mouth. Watching Chu Mo's wary expression, Ding Yun fell silent for a moment, searching his mind for the most appropriate wording. "Bro, you smell so good." "What a..." "Chu Mo, what on earth are you saying?" Hearing these words, Chu Mo froze for a moment, then slowly shuffled his body toward the door, attempting to create as much distance as possible from Ding Yun. His mind was racing with an avalanche of indignation. A man may be known by his face, but not by his heart. Who would have thought his close friend of many years was such a person? "You daring demon. I can see at a glance that you are no ordinary man. Behold my great divine dragon." No, you've misunderstood me. You really do smell good. I mean, spit, spit, spit. You really are a pervert." Chu Mo gazed at Ding Yun beside him in sheer terror. This guy was indeed a creature to be feared. He had unknowingly been good friends with a creep for so many years. Clearly he had misjudged him entirely. Thinking this, Chu Mo silently inched himself closer to the car door once more. "Wait, let me explain." I won't listen. You're just a turtle reciting scriptures." Chu Mo raised both hands before him. One hand rolled like a spindle, while the other raised its middle finger slowly. By now Chu Mo had already come to his senses. Ding Yun likely just caught the scent of his skincare products. As for some natural body fragrance, that was absolutely out of the question. For one thing, even if he were still Chu Mo, or even if he had become Chu Mo's alter ego, he could never produce such a fragrance. As for those young girls on the street whose presence seems to carry a sweet scent, Chu Mo believed it was simply that they had been thoroughly marinated by body wash, shampoo, and various cosmetics and skincare products. In some cases, it wasn't even about being marinated. It was that the shampoo and body wash hadn't been rinsed off properly, and the sweat simply dissolved the residue back onto their skin. But then again, as Ding Yun's very best friend, how could he forgive him so easily? He had to extract some compensation, didn't he? After all, Ding Yun was his dearest comrade, his brother in arms. Yes, exactly. And that meant extra payment. Wait, why was he only making things worse for himself? Seeing Chu Mo's reactions, Ding Yun sighed and pressed his palm to his forehead in exasperation. He wished he could slap himself across the face. He had truly lost his mind just now. "You wouldn't want anyone to find out about today, would you, mister?" "Ding Yun." Chu Mo tilted his head slightly and flashed Ding Yun a brilliant smile. Gulp. Seeing Chu Mo smile, Ding Yun swallowed hard and nodded reluctantly. Why did Chu Mo look more like the pervert now? He was the one who... Ugh, spit, spit, spit. He was not the pervert here. "I won't ask for much. Just pay for my meal when we eat later." "Fine." Hearing Chu Mo's terms, Ding Yun breathed a great sigh of relief. He had somehow imagined Chu Mo demanding something far more bizarre. It was only a meal. He could easily afford that. More importantly, he could reimburse the cost to his old man once he got home. All things considered, he wasn't really losing out. Now that's what I call a good son. Come here, let Dad give you a hug." Seeing Ding Yun agree, Chu Mo nodded with satisfaction and stretched out his arms as if to embrace him. "Go to hell. Of course, if you were a girl, I wouldn't mind." With that, Ding Yun swatted Chu Mo's hand away. He studied Chu Mo up and down. Honestly, if Chu Mo really were a girl, he wouldn't look bad at all. Staring at Chu Mo, Ding Yun let his imagination run wild. A bit petite, smaller frame, longer hair, softer features. That would be practically Chu Mo herself. Indeed, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Author Watson, you've spotted the blind spot. This guy was clearly thinking inappropriate thoughts again. Chu Mo was far too familiar with that distant, unfocused look on Ding Yun's face. Pouting slightly, Chu Mo ignored him and leaned his head against the car window, pulling out his phone to browse. By Chu Mo's estimate, they should arrive at the pedestrian street in just a little while. Exit on the right. Thank you for riding with us. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye. All right, thank you. The ride was smooth, and the taxi even arrived a few minutes earlier than usual at the pedestrian street. Closing the door, Chu Mo checked his phone. 950. Right on time. The KFC was right at the entrance of the pedestrian street. It would take him at most 2 minutes to walk there. He wondered if Pant's brother had arrived yet. Thinking of this, Chu Mo opened the chat group and quickly typed on his phone. Chu Mo, we've reached the entrance of the pedestrian street. Stealing teammates' pants, I'm at the window seat over here at KFC. Stealing teammates' pants photo. JPG. Stealing teammates' pants video. MP4. Pants' brother always replied with his usual speed. Less than a minute after Chu Mo sent his message, Pants' brother's reply had already arrived. Looking at the messages from Pants' brother, Chu Mo waved at Ding Yun. Let's go, Pants' brother is here. Okay, go. Let us unveil the mysterious veil, the mysterious pants of Pants' brother. Ding Yun cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. He had almost slipped and said the wrong word. Why did he feel like he was increasingly drifting toward perverted territory lately? He had nearly said veil instead of pants. Was he truly developing a latent talent for being a creep? Chu Mo glanced sideways at Ding Yun, but said nothing. He simply maintained a comfortable distance from him. Who is this? I don't know him. Where did this creep come from? Officer, please arrest him immediately. Phew, that feels refreshing. The air conditioning at KFC was as reliable as ever. The moment Chu Mo pushed open the door, a wave of coolness swept from his head to his toes. Due to the holiday, the interior of KFC was slightly crowded, and every so often the sharp cries of children would echo through the air. Chu Mo and Ding Yun pulled out their phones and opened the photo and video Pants' brother had sent, carefully comparing them. Judging by the angle of the video and the number of tables, it should be that one. Obviously that one. So fast. Chu Mo cast a suspicious glance at Ding Yun, then followed the direction of his finger to look. From right to left at the third table by the window, there was a young man with a long hairstyle wearing a baseball cap and gold-rimmed glasses, idly scrolling through videos on his phone, clearly waiting for someone. Are you sure? Hey, trust me. How about this? I'll go first, alright. Hey, wait a minute, it seems. Never mind. Before Chu Mo could finish his sentence, Ding Yun had already rushed eagerly toward the young man. If Ding Yun was determined to throw himself into danger, Chu Mo could do nothing to stop him. The video had shown this young man's back, so how could he possibly be Pants' brother? Good words are wasted on the stubborn. Hello, I'm here. I didn't expect you to look so refined. Ding Yun pulled out a chair and sat beside the young man. Although this Pants' brother looked a bit different from his imagination, it wasn't a big issue. After all, he was here for a meetup, not to find a boyfriend. Babe, you're not bad looking yourself. The young man put down his phone and looked at Ding Yun, casually draping his right arm over Ding Yun's left thigh. Huh, you're quite flirty. Watching the young man's actions beside him, Ding Yun couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He must be overthinking things. As for this form of greeting, it was actually rather common between close male friends. Ding Yun had originally expected Pants' brother to be somewhat reserved in person, but judging by now, Pants' brother seemed quite outgoing. Then he shouldn't fall behind either. With that thought, Ding Yun mimicked the gesture and placed his own hand on the young man's thigh, even giving it a light squeeze. Where was Chu Mo? Ding Yun had already made contact, so why hadn't he arrived yet? Due to the crowded shop, Ding Yun couldn't spot Chu Mo anywhere. Maybe he went to the restroom. Ding Yun scratched his head, not particularly worried. After all, Chu Mo was a grown man. Would someone really kidnap him? He had already found Pants' brother. He simply needed to wait here for him. Baby, what are you looking for? Hey baby, you smell so good. What had he just heard? Ding Yun's hand resting on the young man's thigh went rigid. His entire body tensed, and he quietly withdrew his hand from the young man's leg. The situation seemed off. He might have actually made a mistake. Ding Yun stiffly turned his head, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. He wasn't looking for a boyfriend, but the young man beside him apparently was. This was disastrous. He had shamelessly touched the guy's leg earlier, and now the guy must have misunderstood. It seemed he was drifting further down the path of perversion. What a cruel twist of fate mocking him so. Of course, Chu Mo was oblivious to Ding Yun's predicament. Or was he? Seeing Ding Yun and the young man in the cap chatting so intimately, even touching each other's thighs, Chu Mo naturally wouldn't disturb Ding Yun's romantic opportunity. Even if Chu Mo knew, he wouldn't care. After all, Ding Yun had brought this upon himself, so he would have to reap the consequences. Who told him not to listen to advice? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the table. Chu Mo, phone in hand, counted the tables while ignoring Ding Yun's pleading gaze. He quickly located the table from the video. Putting away his phone, Chu Mo looked up at the person sitting at the table scrolling through videos. A girl. This was unexpected. Staring at the girl before him, Chu Mo was stunned for a moment. The girl before him wore a white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her features exuding an air of scholarly elegance. She didn't look at all like the foul-mouthed, aggressive Kutcha brother he had been chatting with online. Uncertain, Chu Mo took out his phone again, opened the video sent by Kutcha brother, and compared carefully. Could it really be Kutcha brother? Let me guess, you're Chu Mo, right? A clear, crisp voice cut through the noise, reaching Chu Mo's ears. Well, that confirmed it. This really was Kutcha brother. Chu Mo pulled out a chair and sat down, placing his crossbody bag aside. Yayer. Looking at the girl across from him, Chu Mo ultimately couldn't bring himself to say those 3 words. It was too awkward. He didn't even know her real name. He couldn't just call her Kutcha brother in public, could he? That would definitely make him look like a pervert. Let's start over. My name is Qian He. Qian as in thousand, He as in crane. Hello, Chu Mo. Qian He smiled at the slightly nervous Chu Mo, taking the initiative to break the awkward silence. Hello, It's quite a surprise. Chu Mo pursed his lips, looking at Qian He across the table with restraint, never daring to meet her eyes. If he had simply met a girl he'd never seen or interacted with before, Chu Mo wouldn't have been so nervous. But Qian He was different. She was his Kutcha brother. After all, who doesn't enjoy a bit of banter with their close friend during a game voice chat, right? A little over the line is normal, isn't it? Sometimes when bored, he would even flirt with Qian He in the group chat. Things like, hey baby, you there? And you don't love me anymore were the basics. Occasionally he would send weird, cheesy pickup lines he'd seen on TikTok. For example, baby, everyone tells me not to gamble, but loving you is the biggest gamble I've ever taken. The worst part was that Qian He always replied to him. That was really bad. If Qian He were a guy, Chu Mo wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But Chu Mo never expected that Kutcha brother would be a girl. And not just any girl. One who looked like the type to be a top student, emotionally stable, and exuding a scholarly aura. This was as shocking as finding out your best buddy suddenly turned into a girl. So strictly speaking, would this count as sexual harassment? Why do you wear gloves when you go out? Qian He suddenly noticed the plastic gloves on Chu Mo's hands and asked curiously. Well, I have a slight germophobia. Chu Mo had lost count of how many times he'd answered that question. Oh, I see. Dingyun didn't come with you. Without pressing further on the glove issue, Qian He asked about Dingyun. Logically, Dingyun and Chu Mo lived in the same villa complex. Since Chu Mo was here, Dingyun should have come too. Oh, he just found his true love here. The one sitting outside is him. With that, Chu Mo turned and pointed out Dingyun's location to Qian He. If Qian He hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about Dingyun. True love. Following Chu Mo's finger, Qian He saw Dingyun and another person cuddling. But Dingyun looked reluctant. And the person in the cap seemed to be a guy too. Qian He glanced at Chu Mo's meaningful smile, then at the struggling Dingyun. Qian He seemed to catch on, so she decisively raised her phone. Click. Chu Mo, who was watching the show, was startled and looked at Qian He across the table. Nice, got it. Huh. What's wrong? Aren't you taking a picture? That's not like you. Don't you usually send Dingyun's memes in the group chat? Seeing Chu Mo look at her, Qian He tilted her head, slightly grinned, and revealed a small canine tooth. Send me a copy later. Chu Mo gave Qian He a knowing smile. Only now did he truly relax. After all, if the girl was so at ease and open, there was no reason for him as a guy to be nervous. Just act normal, and everyone can have a good time together. Of course, everyone clearly didn't include Dingyun at the moment. Right now, Dingyun was frantically figuring out how to escape this awkward situation. His brain was about to overheat. I'm going to the bathroom. Dingyun coughed twice, then spoke to the young man beside him. Surely he couldn't be stopped from going to the bathroom. As long as he could get out of the guy's sight, there was still a glimmer of hope. If not, Dingyun could already foresee his tragic future. Damn, Chu Mo not coming to help him. Without even guessing, Dingyun knew that Chu Mo must be somewhere in a corner taking pictures and watching him make a fool of himself. Want me to go with you, baby? No, not necessary. You wait for me here. Hearing the guy's words, Dingyun felt his legs go weak. If this guy really came with him to the bathroom. Dingyun used his imagination to picture that scene. His hair stood on end. He must never let such a heavily censored situation happen, he thought to himself. Alright baby, I'll wait for you here. Fortunately, the guy didn't insist, giving Dingyun a chance to catch his breath. As soon as he heard the guy agree, Dingyun immediately stood up and rushed to the restroom. Even though the guy next to him gave his but a quick pinch, Dingyun couldn't care less. He had only one thought now, run. Did you get it? Chu Mo turned to Qian He, who was holding up her phone, and asked. This kind of fun wasn't something you saw every day. He could tease Dingyun about this for the rest of his life. You bet. Qian He raised her right hand and made a peace sign at Chu Mo. Ding ding ding. Both Chu Mo's and Qian He's phones buzzed with a message notification. Obviously, Dingyun had successfully escaped and was contacting them. Chu Mo and Qian He opened the chat. Dingyun's messages popped up one after another. Dingyun, you guys should come out. Dingyun, I'm scared. Dingyun, come quick, he's starting to look for me. Chu Mo and Qian He exchanged glances and burst out laughing. Let's go, cool. Qian He. Chu Mo stood up and put his crossbody bag back on. That was close. He'd been calling her Kutcha brother for years, and almost slipped up. Let's go. Qian he nodded, and picked up her crossbody bag, the same model as Chu Mo's. Only Chu Mo's was black, while Qian he's was white. Does this count as a couple's item? Qian he teased Chu Mo. Back when Chu Mo bought this bag, he had taken a photo and posted it in the group chat. She thought it looked nice and specifically asked Chu Mo for the link to buy the same one. Oh well, I guess not. Chu Mo shook his head. It was just the same model. A couple's item would only count if they wore it as a couple. He and Qian he were definitely bros. Or could they be sisters? You're finally out. Come on, let's go. Ding Yun's palms were drenched in cold sweat, his mind in utter chaos. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind: run as far away as possible. What's the rush? This is... Chu Mo had just walked out of KFC, raising his hand to introduce Qian, he's standing behind him, when suddenly Ding Yun grabbed his wrist. Before Chu Mo could even react, Ding Yun had already swooped down and dragged him away. Chu Mo, what can I say, man? It wasn't his fault at all. Everyone had witnessed how Ding Yun had yanked him along. He hadn't even managed to utter a single word. Moi. Qian he was clearly caught off guard by the sudden scene. She brushed the bangs from her forehead behind her ear, watching as Chu Mo and Ding Yun sprinted away from her. Qian he tilted her head slightly and covered her mouth with her hand, letting out a soft laugh. Today's meetup was quite entertaining after all. Huff, huff, huff. We should be safe here. Spreading his arms wide, Ding Yun bent slightly forward, gazing up at the sky as he gulped down deep breaths of air, fresh despite the mixture of car exhaust and the smoky aroma of street food stalls. Is this what surviving a narrow escape feels like? By the way, what were you going to tell me earlier? Where's Quacha brother? Ding Yun asked, glancing at Chu Mo, who was typing on his phone. He had been in such a hurry that he seemed to have completely forgotten about Quacha brother. But the person trailing behind Chu Mo appeared to be a girl. There was absolutely no way it could have been him. If that had been Quacha brother, Ding Yun would never have stood a chance of winning over Chu Mo in his entire life. When he saw Quacha brother later, he would definitely have to apologize. He had had no choice. Hadn't fled, his reputation might have been ruined that day. Young people these days were quite wild, Ding Yun thought. He always felt like he couldn't keep up with the times. The guy had even pointed at his own lips, asking for a kiss. Fortunately, he had mostly been quite clever, and through his persistent efforts had managed to talk his way out of it. Putting his phone away, Chu Mo glanced at Ding Yun beside him with arms spread wide and rolled his eyes helplessly. Are you seriously trying to recreate the Shawshank Redemption right now? Someone as simple-minded as Ding Yun, obviously, even if cured, would still drool. The girl who was following me just now is actually Quacha brother. I've already shared my location with her. She'll be here soon. Her name is Qian, so don't get it wrong. What? So Quacha brother is this quiet-looking girl. Hearing this, Ding Yun was struck like lightning. Was this what people called a contrast online? It was hard to imagine that the person who had thoroughly roasted him online was actually a woman. Ding Yun simply couldn't connect the two images of her, though honestly that wasn't even the most crucial point for him. Could he possibly retract those words he had just said? Why was his luck so terrible? Was he destined to never win over Chu Mo? No, I refuse to believe it. Perhaps he should start by getting closer to Chu Mo first. As Chu Mo's older brother, he must know plenty about Chu Mo. That is to say, he needed to win over Chu Mo first, or rather his future brother-in-law. Of course, Chu Mo had no idea what was running through Ding Yun's mind. Gazing back toward the direction from which he and Ding Yun had run, a white figure soon appeared in Chu Mo's vision. Over here, over here. Coming. Once she spotted Chu Mo, Qian, he jogged over and soon reached his side. Hello Ding Yun, nice to meet you. Hello. Qian, he Chu Mo already told me your name. Looking at Qian, he standing beside Chu Mo, Ding Yun scratched his head sheepishly. He had truly embarrassed himself today. On his very first offline meetup, he had caused such a scene, which truly affected his real life. Hello bro, do you want to buy a flower for the pretty sister next to you? A clear child's voice suddenly reached everyone's ears, and Chu Mo suddenly felt his sleeve being tugged. Following the sound, he saw a little girl in a mint green dress standing beside him. She held a variety of flowers in her hands, and was likely the florist's daughter on the pedestrian street here to help out during her summer vacation. They're not expensive bro, just 5 yuan per flower. Seeing that Chu Mo had noticed her, and had not dismissed or rejected her like others, the little girl became even more eager to promote her flowers. Since Ding Yun was standing to the front left of Chu Mo, and Qian, he was on his right, the girl standing in front of Chu Mo perfectly separated the two. Why did he feel like he was being left out again? Ding Yun awkwardly touched his nose. But from this perspective, Chu Mo and Qian, he actually made quite a pair. Ding Yun silently stepped aside and watched quietly. Little one, this pretty sister is my good friend, not my girlfriend, you know. Chu Mo bent down, gently ruffled the little girl's hair, and calmly explained, seeming unfazed by the girl's words. Well, yes, seeming at least. Though Chu Mo appeared composed inwardly, he was panicking. Sneaking a glance at Qian, he beside him, and seeing her expression unchanged, Chu Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, bro. It's all my fault. I just thought someone as charming, handsome, elegant, and extraordinary as you, and with a sister beside you as stunning as a blooming flower, I took the liberty of assuming you two were dating. Listening to the endless stream of complimentary words pouring from the little girl's mouth, Ding Yun's eyes gradually widened. Kids these days were so articulate. He was almost tempted himself. Why, definitely buy. For these words alone, he had to buy 1 flower, no 10 flowers. And exactly one of each of the 10 colors. Then give me 10. Chu Mo forcibly restrained his grin, which had nearly split his face back to normal. Alright, that's 50 yuan in total. Since both you and your sister look so nice, I'll give you a discount, 40 yuan. Saying this, the little girl held out her QR code to Chu Mo. Got it, paid you already. Taking the flowers from the girl, Chu Mo turned his head to look at Qian, he standing beside him. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds onto Qian, he complimenting her white dress. A breeze swept through her dark hair, swaying with the wind, lifting the hem of her skirt, and captivating Chu Mo's eyes. These flowers are for you. For me. I'll just take one. Qian, he smiled at Chu Mo as she handed over the bouquet, gently plucking a single ice blue white rose chamomile from the bunch and holding it in her hand. Since the little girl sold each flower individually, every bloom was wrapped in transparent plastic, making it quite convenient to hold. Ahem, well, I hate to interrupt, but shouldn't we consider what to eat? Ding Yun walked over to them and asked. He hadn't had a single drop of water or food since last night, and after the KFC incident earlier, he felt like he could devour an entire cow. Alright, how about we go eat? KFC, they said in unison. Chu Mo and Qian, he exchanged a glance, their lips curling up simultaneously as they shouted the 3 words together. Please, just let that matter rest. Ding Yun raised his clasped hands above his head. Going to KFC now would be worse than death itself. Just kidding. I remember there's a new barbecue place on the other side of the pedestrian street. Let's go there. Chu Mo, seeing Ding Yun's constipated expression, reached out and patted his shoulder. Sure, I'd love that. Whatever you say. Ding Yun agreed without hesitation. Anything was fine as long as it wasn't KFC. Qian, he nodded. She wasn't particularly picky about food. Alright then, let's go to that barbecue place. Seeing both agreed, Chu Mo led the way. On both sides of the pedestrian street lay an artificial lake, so to reach the other side, they had to cross a wooden bridge. Since the lake was stocked with many koi, children often stood on the bridge during holidays, tossing bread or fish feed into the water. Welcome. 3 guests. Chu Mo and the others soon arrived at the restaurant entrance. Before Chu Mo could even reach out to push open the glass door of the barbecue place, the welcoming hostess inside had already warmly pulled it open for them. Since it was summer vacation and already dinner time, the barbecue restaurant was quite crowded. The aroma of grilled meat filled the air. Do you have a small private room for 4? Chu Mo looked around and asked the hostess. Yes, please follow me. You can order by scanning the QR code. If you need anything else, press this button on the table and we'll come right away. Enjoy your meal. After smoothly explaining everything, the hostess left the room to attend to other guests. The private room was furnished like the main area, 2 long sofas, a table, and a grill. Naturally, Chu Mo chose to sit next to Ding Yun. After all, the flower buying was just a little episode of she and Qian. He weren't actually a couple, so why would they sit together? The barbecue restaurant served food quickly, and soon all the dishes they ordered were laid out on the table. Chu Mo took the initiative to pick up the tongs and place slices of marinated meat onto the grill. The moment the meat touched the grill, it sizzled, and the fragrant aroma of fat quickly spread through the room. By the way, Qian, why do you never use voice chat when we play games? Opening a can of cola, Chu Mo took a sip and looked at Qian, he sitting across from her. Ding Yun nodded in agreement. Chu Mo had asked exactly what he wanted to know. Well, I just don't like voice chat. No other reason. Qian, he took a sip of the restaurant's complimentary tea and replied. Huh. Chu Mo's mouth fell open in surprise at Qian's answer. Chu Mo had imagined countless reasons, but never expected such a straightforward answer. Speaking of which, when I was at KFC, were you two hiding behind me laughing and taking photos? Thinking back to his earlier experience at KFC, Ding Yun couldn't help but shudder. That incident would be a lifelong trauma. If I said I didn't take any, would you believe me? Chu Mo flipped the meat and looked at Ding Yun beside her. Definitely not. Ding Yun blurted out. What did it mean to be true friends? True friends were those who would unhesitatingly lend a hand in a crisis. But in everyday life, they would seize any opportunity to screw each other over. That's what real friends were like. Then why ask? Chu Mo raised her middle finger at Ding Yun. The meat's ready. Let's eat. Thanks. Chu Mo picked up some grilled meat and placed it on Qianhe's plate. Qianhe thanked her. Don't mention it. We're bro. Sis. We're good friends. Seeing Qianhe being so polite, Chu Mo waved her hand. Why be so formal? Though it was their first meeting in real life, they had known each other online for 5 years. Chu Mo picked up some more grilled meat, and under Ding Yun's expectant gaze, placed it on her own plate. Then, as his anticipation grew more anxious, she picked up the last few slices from the grill. Thanks. Ding Yun watched as the tongs in Chu Mo's hand approached his plate, and he imitated Qian, he saying thank you. Under Ding Yun's watchful eyes the tongs were already directly above his plate. But suddenly Chu Mo changed direction and placed the last few slices onto her own plate. Ding Yun's mind suddenly flashed a line from a song. So many regrets, so many expectations, do you know? Grill your own if you want to eat. Grill my foot. I'll just snatch it, he. As soon as Chu Mo finished speaking, Ding Yun reached his chopsticks into her plate, quickly grabbing several large pieces of meat. Hey young man, you have no martial ethics. Sneak attack. Take this. Tornado destroys parking lot. Crow takes the plane. Chu Mo immediately dropped her chopsticks and wrestled with Ding Yun. Watching Chu Mo and Ding Yun tangled together inseparable, Qian, he silently set her phone to silent mode and slowly raised it. A perfect opportunity for making more meme stickers. So full. Want to stroll around the pedestrian street a bit more. After downing the last gulp of cola, Chu Mo slumped back on the sofa contentedly patting her now bloated belly. Sure. Qian, he pulled out a pack of small wet wipes from her bag, took out 2 and handed them to Chu Mo and Ding Yun. Thanks. Much appreciated. Chu Mo took the wipe from Qian, he dabbed the grease off her lips, and stood up. Let's go. I want to buy some snacks to take home for my little sister. Chu Mo suddenly thought of Chu Yun, who was still at home. But her sister had woken up even later than her today. She was still asleep when Chu Mo left. What was she doing last night? But she was probably awake by now, unless her sister had a sudden impulse and pulled an all-nighter like her. It's so hot this damn weather. Walking down the street, Chu Mo began to miss the air conditioning in her room. It was noon, the hottest time of the day. Chu Mo kept fanning herself with a small advertising fan she had just gotten from a person handing out flyers on the street. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, it was useless. When the heat reached a certain level, even the wind from the fan was hot. Her hands were already sticking to her gloves because of the sweat. Seeing Chu Mo frantically waving the fan, Qian, he standing beside her, opened her crossbody bag. Bang! Qian, he opened her portable umbrella, gradually leaning toward Chu Mo and deliberately tilted the umbrella toward her side. The large swath of scorching sunlight was blocked by Qian He's umbrella, and Chu Mo's restless mood calmed down at that moment. But wasn't this a bit too close? Looking at Qian, he who was so near, Chu Mo's walking posture became stiff. Her left hand, which had been swaying with her steps, now pressed tightly against her trouser leg. Chu Mo silently moved in the opposite direction, trying to keep a certain distance from Qian He. Perhaps due to the sun, her usually fair cheeks flushed with color. You can come closer, it's fine. Qian He spoke to Chu Mo, who was tense, a bit shy, and trying to keep distance. It's okay, this is already good enough. Chu Mo shook her head. After all, there was a difference between men and women. Although she and Qian He had known each other online for 5 years, that was no reason to take advantage. Having a girl hold the umbrella for her was already embarrassing enough. Wait, dude, what had I missed? If I didn't know that Qian He and Chu Mo were just online friends, and that Chu Mo only found out today that Qian He was a girl, I would have thought they had secretly been dating for 5 years. In the eyes of someone unaware, they looked like a perfect couple. Ding Yun, walking behind them, looked at Chu Mo and Qian He sharing the same umbrella, then at his own empty side, and couldn't help but sigh. Truly, comparing people only makes one angry. Fortune-telling, fortune-telling. I can predict the past and future, know astronomy and geography, help with childbirth, cure infertility. Come and get your fortune told. There's a fortune teller. Ding Yun fixed his gaze on a stall not far away. An old Taoist priest in a yellow robe sat cross-legged by the roadside, with a small blackboard in front of him, constantly hawking. Should I go and ask about my romantic fate? What, you're interested? These are all scams. You're a grown-up still believing in this stuff. Chu Mo looked at Ding Yun, who was eager to try, and felt a bit speechless. The principles behind these fortune tellers have long been figured out. It's just the Barnum effect in psychology, also called the horoscope effect. It's just that people often think these vague descriptions accurately reveal their own characteristics. You've said a lot, I trust you. Hearing Chu Mo's explanation, Ding Yun nodded repeatedly. As for whether Ding Yun really understood, Chu Mo had no idea. But seeing Ding Yun still eager, Chu Mo guessed that he hadn't taken her words to heart at all. If you insist on having your fortune told, then let me do it. If I'm accurate, you give me $20. If I'm wrong, I'll give you 100 deal. Chu Mo turned to look at Ding Yun behind her and spoke. As the saying goes, one should keep profits within the family. Better to give the money to me than to someone else. Oh, you have the skill too. Ding Yun handed his left hand to Chu Mo with interest. As for whether Chu Mo's prediction was accurate, that was up to him to decide. He was determined to get that $100 today. Seeing Ding Yun's expression of having her figured out, Chu Mo smiled slightly and began her performance. Chu Mo's left thumb kept touching her other fingers as she muttered under her breath. Your mother is a woman and your father is a man. Right? Your mother and father got married on the same day, didn't they? Right, that's absolutely right. They didn't invite you to their wedding, did they? Oh my, you're so accurate. You take your father's surname right. Right, master, you're a true master. Ding Yun slapped his thigh and applauded, then looked at Chu Mo and slowly spoke. But master, by revealing so much heavenly secret to me, won't you suffer retribution? Like getting hit by a car, when you go out choking on water, struck by lightning in the rain, or electrocuted by a computer. Dingyun grinned at Chu Mo. How could he say she was wrong about those things? Would his father share his surname with him? Wouldn't that be turning the world upside down? Young man, come have your fortune told. It's free if I'm wrong. The old Taoist sitting by the roadside seemed to hear the commotion and waved at the three of them, signaling them to come over. Maybe we should give it a try, since we're here anyway. Dingyun glanced at Chu Mo, then at the old Taoist waving at him. All right, suit yourself. Chu Mo shrugged and decided to let Dingyun do as he pleased. Spending a little money for a bit of happiness was fine. I go first. Dingyun scampered over to the old Taoist stall and plopped down on the stool in front of it. Young man, what would you like to know? The old Taoist looked at Dingyun sitting in front of him and asked. Just tell me about my romantic fate. Dingyun answered without hesitation. Our romantic fate, young man. It seems you have someone on your mind. The old Taoist picked up Dingyun's left hand and scrutinized it with a smile. This palm line. The old Taoist looked up at Dingyun with a strange expression. For some reason Dingyun felt there was a hint of disdain in that look. He must be overthinking. The person this young man likes seems to be male one moment and female the next. Could this be what the new disciples in the sect call bisexuality? In other words, this young man is into both men and women. Tisk, young people really do live it up. With that thought, the old Taoist let go of Dingyun's hand and subtly wiped it on his robe. What do you think, master? Dingyun asked with a hint of anticipation. Young man, most people in this world who seek fortune-telling actually want not the correct answer, but the answer they desire in their hearts. Young man, your romantic relationship must be going through rough times, mustn't it? And you probably have to endure the odd glances of others. But I believe you only need to follow your own heart without caring too much about others' gazes. The old Taoist pondered for a moment, then finally offered an objective assessment and encouragement for his divination result that Dingyun was attracted to both men and women. After all, people like this are generally not fully accepted by today's society. However, there was another sentence the old Taoist did not utter. That was concerning Dingyun's relationship. It would never bear fruit, or rather it would never even begin. In the end, it was merely the young man's unrequited longing. Master, your words are truly accurate. After hearing the old Taoist, Dingyun was deeply moved. His feelings for Chu Mo had indeed never been smooth, and he still had to get past Chu Mo's elder sister Chu Mo. After all, Chu Mo was ultimately Chu Mo's younger sister. If he really made a move on Chu Mo, how would Chu Mo view him? That was the question Dingyun had always worried about. Physiognomy, fortune-telling, shoe repair, key cutting. Chu Mo paid no attention to the conversation between Dingyun and the old Taoist, but instead looked at the sign propped on the ground. Seeing the words shoe repair and key cutting, Chu Mo was taken aback. The business scope was quite broad indeed, spanning a wide range. Do you two want a reading? If it's not accurate, there's no charge. After Dingyun took out his phone and paid, the old Taoist turned to Chu Mo and Qian He. Do you want a reading? Chu Mo turned to look at Qian He beside her. Sure, I'll go first. So saying, Qian He handed the umbrella handle to Chu Mo, straightened her dress, and sat down on the small stool before the stall. What do you want to have calculated, young lady? The old Taoist, looking at Qian He sitting before him, asked. Today he would show these young people that his lifelong learning was not what they called psychology, a tool to deceive and swindle money. Calculate my marriage fate for me too. Qian He thought for a moment and said. Another one asking about marriage. The old Taoist was not too surprised. Most people who came for fortune-telling nowadays asked about marriage, career, or studies, while fewer asked about health than before. Qian He extended her right hand and spread it before the old Taoist. Judging by the palm lines, the destined one for this young lady has already appeared. But the two of you are still just ordinary friends. The old Taoist nodded and was about to speak when his eyebrows twitched slightly. What was going on? Why was the person this young lady loved also alternating between male and female? Could it be that he was getting old and senile? Never mind, let's first tell the young lady what he had initially calculated. Your marriage destiny has arrived, or just let it take its course. The old Taoist did not comfort Qian He as he had comforted Dingyun. After all, Dingyun's relationship was ultimately impossible. But this young lady's marriage destiny seemed tailor-made by heaven itself. Young man, let me also calculate your marriage fate for free. Young lady, don't pay, yet let me first finish with this young man. The old Taoist waved his hand at Qian He, signaling her not to pay just yet. He wanted to try again. If his calculation also showed that this young man's beloved was alternating between male and female, then he might truly be getting old. If that were the case, he might as well return to the Taoist temple early and stop misleading people in this mundane world. How come when it came to him, they directly asked him to calculate marriage fate without even asking? But since it was free, he didn't need to dwell on this issue. Taking off his glove, Chu Mo extended his left hand. Oh, it seems my state was off just now, affecting my divination. Holding Chu Mo's hand, the old Taoist let out a long sigh of relief. This time, it was finally correct. The old Taoist's gaze swept back and forth between Chu Mo and Qian He, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Far away in the sky, close before the eyes. Let me, an old man, add a little fuel to the fire of your marriage fate. But everything has its ordained fate, so his appearance here to calculate their marriage was also destined. Could it be that he himself was just a part of their marriage fate's play? The old Taoist crooked his finger at Chu Mo, signaling him to come closer. Leaning close to Chu Mo's ear, the old Taoist told him what he had divined about his marriage fate. Oh, this. You must be joking. After hearing the old Taoist's words, Chu Mo was stunned for a moment, then looked at Qian He standing beside him. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Qian He looked at Chu Mo with some confusion, curious about what the Taoist had said to him. Though she stood right beside Chu Mo, the noise of the pedestrian street was too loud for her to hear clearly. The moment Chu Mo's eyes met Qian He's, he immediately averted his gaze, feeling as if his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Originally, he should have had a clear conscience toward Qian He, but the old Taoist's words had indeed unsettled his Tao heart. All right, young lady, that will be two. Before he could finish, the old Taoist's expression changed slightly, as if he couldn't believe what he saw on Chu Mo's hand. How could this be? Was he truly losing his mind? He looked at Chu Mo, then at his hand. He had been so focused on whether the young man's beloved was of the correct gender that he had overlooked this. This time it had switched. This was clearly a proper young man. How could he turn into a young lady? Enough, it was ultimately his own lack of skill. He might as well return to the Taoist temple. Forget it, young lady, consider this one on me. Waving his hand at Qian He, the old Taoist, looking somewhat dejected, began to pack up his stall. He also folded the small stool and step by step merged into the flow of people until his figure was no longer visible. Maybe that Taoist really has some skill. Watching the old Taoist's receding figure, Chu Mo felt that he indeed possessed genuine knowledge. But his own situation was too peculiar, which caused the Taoist to doubt his own abilities instead. Chu Mo, so what did that fortune teller tell you? Ding Yun, who had been silent all along, suddenly asked. Wanna know? Chu Mo put his glove back on and looked at Ding Yun. Uh-huh. Ding Yun nodded, looking at Chu Mo with eager anticipation. Beg me. Please, please. Ding Yun didn't hesitate at all and spoke immediately. It was just a matter of losing face. For the sake of gossip, he could endure it. But Chu Mo's next sentence completely shattered Ding Yun's composure. Even if you beg me, I won't tell you. A single dog doesn't deserve to know. Chu Mo looked at Ding Yun, who was full of anticipation, and spoke slowly, word by word. You? 9-inch. Ding Yun made a 6 gesture toward Chu Mo, then flipped it 180 degrees. This move was truly turned upside down. Bro, don't say it anymore. I'm completely broken down. My corpse feels uncomfortable. Wait, aren't you also without a girlfriend? Ding Yun then realized that Chu Mo was just like him. A single dog who had been solo since birth. So why did he have the right to call himself a single dog? Yeah, but does that stop me from mocking you? Oh, come on, seriously. Is there really someone who stays home playing games all day, watching anime at night, and fantasizing about a sweet romance? I'm wrong, stop talking. Ding Yun quickly raised his hands in surrender. How could Chu Mo's 36 degrees Celsius mouth utter such icy words? Watching the two bickering, Qian He did not join in. She merely stood quietly to the side, her eyes full of smiles as she gazed at the pair before her. All right, enough fooling around. Let's buy some food and head back. Same time tonight, everyone get online on time. Chu Mo pulled out his phone to check the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In another half hour, it would be 2:30. All right, let's go. Okay. Ding Yun and Qian He nodded. After buying some barbecue and a variety of snacks at the pedestrian street, Chu Mo and the group arrived at the designated taxi pickup point on the street. I see you next time. Qian He, bye. Goodbye. I had a great time today. Hailing a taxi casually, Chu Mo and Ding Yun opened the door and got in. Chu Mo and Ding Yun waved goodbye to Qian He. The car slowly started moving, and everything began to recede into the distance, including Qian He's figure. Chu Mo rested his head against the window, peering through the gap in the front seats at the car's rearview mirror. Qian He's silhouette kept shrinking in the mirror until it was no longer visible. For some reason, Chu Mo felt a hollow emptiness in his heart. The car quickly arrived at the destination. After paying the driver, Chu Mo and Ding Yun got out. I'll come to your place after dinner to hang out. Chu Mo soon reached his doorstep. Looking back at Ding Yun, he said, All right, is Chu Mo coming? Ding Yun's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, What are you thinking? No way. Chu Mo shot Ding Yun a glare and pressed his thumb against the fingerprint scanner on the door handle. Oh, then you come. Hearing that Chu Mo wasn't coming, Ding Yun instantly deflated. What? Not welcome? Welcome, very welcome indeed. Ding Yun replied weakly. Seeing Ding Yun's expression, Chu Mo gave him the middle finger and then closed the door. You're back? What made you willing to go out today? Arriving at the entrance, Chu Mo took off his shoes and slipped into a pair of black slippers. Liang Jie, who was eating watermelon on the sofa, turned to look at Chu Mo at the entrance. Her son, who usually never left the house except to buy breakfast, had actually gone out today. Liang Jia seemed to catch a whiff of gossip. Could her son have gone on a date with some girl? It's just meeting an online friend offline with Ding Yun. Seeing his mother's expression, Chu Mo instantly knew she was eager for gossip. But what gossip could there be? He and Qian were perfectly innocent. Nothing was going on. What's her name? Is she pretty? Where does she live? How old is she? What's her personality like? Liang Jia suddenly became excited. Something was definitely up. Knowing her son, if the online friend he met were a guy, he would never have just said an online friend. Oh, it's just someone I've known online for a few years. Mom, you're interrogating like a police check. We're perfectly innocent, don't overthink it. Chu Mo said as he took off his gloves and tossed them into the trash can beside him. Oh, Mom's just asking, caring about my good son. After all, love never tells you when it will arrive. Maybe it's a single glance, maybe an ordinary greeting, or perhaps holding an umbrella to shield you from the scorching sun. Anything is possible. Watching Chu Mo walk to the refrigerator, open it, and casually take out a can of cola, Liang Jia spoke. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Mo, who was drinking cola, was startled by his mother's words and choked on the drink. Mom, everyone else's parents tell them not to date early, but you're the opposite. Chu Mo grabbed a tissue to wipe the cola off his hand, then turned to look at Liang Jia on the sofa. Early dating. You're in college now. It's time to find a girlfriend. In college, it's about feelings. In society, it's not that simple anymore. Liang Jia earnestly advised Chu Mo, who seemed unfazed. In this materialistic society, even on campus, the pure and beautiful feelings of the past are rare to see. Modern relationships are like fast food. Even when two people are together, the status is often unequal, with one party unconditionally bearing the other's unreasonable demands. Alright, I get it. Chu Mo nodded as he walked toward the staircase. Hey, you kid. Fine, go on. People can't be taught by words, only experience teaches. Liang Jia turned her attention back to the TV. Chu Yun, look what your brother brought you to eat. Huh, still sleeping. Did this girl really stay up all night? Is she sick? Chu Mo pushed open Chu Yun's door carrying the food, only to find her room pitch black. In the dim room, Chu Yun was sprawled out on the bed, the blanket kicked onto the floor. Chu Mo picked up the blanket, covered her again, and then reached out to check her temperature. But just a few centimeters from her forehead, he stopped. Good thing. I almost forgot I wasn't wearing gloves. He quickly withdrew his hand, thought for a moment, and decided to wake her up first. Chu Yun, time to get up. Chu Yun, wake up. He called several times, but Chu Yun just turned over and fell back into a deep sleep. Chu Mo's mouth twitched slightly. He had to reach out and shake her through the blanket. What's wrong? Chu Yun opened her eyes groggily. When did I fall asleep? What time is it now? Seeing Chu Yun with sleepy eyes, disheveled hair, and a vacant stare, Chu Mo reached over and turned on the light in her room. Instantly, a shrill scream came from Chu Yun. My eyes. When one stays in a dark place for too long, exposure to light can cause intense irritation to the eyes. And so it was with Chu Yun at that moment. Her eyes blinked and squinted uncontrollably, as if struck by a spasm. Chu Mo took out the small table board that Chu Yun usually used for watching her laptop in bed, unfolded it, and placed it on her bed. He set the snacks in his hand, and the cola he had just taken from the fridge, onto Chu Yun's table board. Chu Mo simply watched her quietly, and after a long while Chu Yun's eyes finally adjusted fully to the light in the room. Why didn't you come last night? Chu Yun stared at Chu Mo, who was eating skewers at a leisurely pace, with a look of grievance. Why didn't I come? Chu Mo looked at Chu Yun with utter bewilderment, as if to say, my dear subject, what makes you say that? Exactly. Given your petty nitpicking and narrow-minded nature, I thought you would have come to get back at me yesterday. Chu Yun opened the cola Chu Mo had placed on the table board, took a sip, and spoke. In your eyes, am I really that kind of person? Chu Mo placed the used skewer into the bag beside him. He hadn't expected his own sister to see him that way, but then again, she wasn't entirely wrong. To Chu Yun, he really was petty nitpicking and narrow-minded. Originally intending to let the matter rest and shelve his plan, Chu Mo silently pulled out his phone. He reactivated all the alarms he had previously turned off. Isn't that the truth? Chu Yun picked up a chicken leg and gnawed on it as she spoke. Fine, you're absolutely right. Chu Mo took a sip of cola and nodded. Seeing her brother's nonchalant attitude, Chu Yun suddenly regretted her words. Why couldn't she keep her mouth shut? Well, tonight she was definitely going to suffer. Alright, eat up. After dinner, I'm going to Ding Yun's place. Wanna come? Chu Mo finished the last of his cola, tossed the can into the trash bag, and asked. Sure, I've got nothing to do at home anyway. Chu Yun nodded in agreement. After all, staying home only meant air conditioning, scrolling through her phone, and watching videos. What difference did it make where she scrolled? Fine, eat up. Having received Chu Yun's answer, Chu Mo stood up and left her room. Having slept too late last night, he was already starting to feel drowsy. Since there was still plenty of time before dinner, he decided to go back to his room for a nap. Pushing open his own door, Chu Mo turned on the air conditioner and drew the curtains. The once bright room was instantly plunged into darkness. Stripping off his clothes, Chu Mo collapsed onto the bed like a lump of mud. So comfortable. Wrapping the blanket around himself, he pulled out his phone and started an audiobook. Lulled by the sound of the story, Chu Mo soon fell into a deep sleep. Time slipped away imperceptibly, and soon it was 6 in the evening. I'm going to Ding Yun's place with Chu Yun later. After putting the dishes into the dishwasher, Chu Mo looked at his mother, who was washing a cloth by the kitchen sink, and spoke. Sure, go ahead. Liang Jin nodded. Of course, she agreed. Chu Mo was no longer a child, and she couldn't really control where he went anymore. Let's go, Chu Yun. Walking out of the kitchen, Chu Mo called out to Chu Yun, who was lying motionless on the sofa. Oh, coming. Chu Yun sprang up like a fish leaping, but apparently lost her balance, and plopped back down heavily onto the sofa. Chu Mo helplessly rubbed his forehead. She was old enough to know better, yet still so reckless. Ignoring Chu Yun, Chu Mo first put on his gloves, then took his shoes from the rack. After changing into his shoes, he opened the front door. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Chu Yun rushed over to Chu Mo's side, quickly grabbed her shoes from the rack, and put them on. Once Chu Yun was ready, Chu Mo headed toward Ding Yun's house. Ding dong. Chu Mo pressed the doorbell, then placed his hand on the fingerprint scanner. Indeed, because the two families were so close, Chu Mo's fingerprint was registered in Ding Yun's door lock. Ringing the bell was just a courtesy to alert those inside. Pushing the door open, Chu Mo and Chu Yun easily found their own slippers from the rack. Hello, Auntie. Chu Mo and Chu Yun are here. Ding Yun is playing on the computer in the study. Your Uncle Ding just went out for a walk. The Ding family had probably just finished dinner as Ding Yun's mother was wiping the dining table with a rag. Hearing the commotion, Ding Yun opened the study door and came out. Seeing that it was Chu Mo and Chu Yun, Ding Yun waved at them, signaling them to follow him to the study. But Chu Mo wasn't about to let Ding Yun have his way. Ding Yun watched as Chu Mo walked over to his mother and took the rag from her hand. Seeing this, Ding Yun sensed trouble. This was aimed at him. Here, Annie, let me do it. You take a rest. This little task is nothing for me. Chu Mo took the rag from Ding Yun's mother and began wiping the dining table. Oh, how thoughtful of you, Chu Mo. Ding Yun's mother beamed as she watched him help, then turned her gaze to Ding Yun. Whoa, I'm doomed. Ding Yun silently averted his eyes, trying to avoid any eye contact with his mother. It's nothing, Andy. Oh, Auntie, you look younger every day. Really? Thank you, you sweet talker. Since Ding Yun's mother had already wiped most of the table, Chu Mo finished quickly. Looking up at Ding Yun's mother, Chu Mo offered a few more compliments. Watching the heartwarming scene of Chu Mo chatting amiably with his mother, a picture of filial harmony, Ding Yun thought, oh no, I've become the outsider. What brings you over today, eh? Ding Yun's mother asked. I just finished helping my mom with the housework, took out the trash, and thought I'd drop by to see you. Oh, you're so thoughtful. Ding Yun's mother smiled at Chu Mo, then turned to Ding Yun. Look at Chu Mo, so responsible. And you never help with the housework. All you do is sleep or play games. Ding Yun, what can I say, man? Glancing at Chu Mo, then at his mother, Ding Yun realized that Chu Mo most likely knew about the words he had exchanged with Chu Mo the day before. He had probably planned to torment him in the morning, but slept in, so he changed it to now. Don't be angry, Andy. Anger is bad for your health. Chu Mo added timely. Oh, you're such a good kid. I wish you were my son. Auntie, I am your son. Watching this scene, Ding Yun silently turned to look at Chu Yun beside him. Seeing Ding Yun look at her, Chu Yun just shook her head. Dunno. She was just here for the ride. Who knew her brother would pull this stunt? Fine, so you're pulling this on me, huh? After enduring the torment from his mother, Ding Yun fled to the study, as if escaping. Closing the study door behind him, Ding Yun grabbed Chu Mo by the shoulders and shook him fiercely. You're truly my brother, aren't you? You seize every opportunity to throw me under the bus. Chu Yun was right. You're indeed petty. Ding Yun continued shaking Chu Mo's body as he spoke. Chu Yun, who had been watching the drama unfold from the sidelines, felt the smile on her lips freeze instantly. How did the gossip suddenly turn on her? Chu Yun stiffly turned her head away, avoiding Chu Mo's gaze. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Don't look at me. I'm just an ordinary girl passing by. Settle scores, vent grievances, just don't drag me into it. It's no big deal. Chu Mo grinned at Ding Yun. If brothers aren't meant to be used, then what are they for? Keep them as bed warmers or wives. From a certain perspective, Ding Yun actually seemed to be thinking that way. Forget it, it's not like this is the first time you've set me up. After shaking Chu Mo for a while, Ding Yun's anger mostly subsided. He walked to the computer desk, turned on the computer, and fetched 2 plastic stools from the side. What do we play? Once the 3 were seated, Ding Yun turned to ask Chu Mo. That question stumped Chu Mo. Yes, what exactly should they play? The main game they currently played, though labeled a multiplayer game, still required 2 separate computers. They couldn't exactly start a single-player mode and have one person control the mouse while the other handles the keyboard, could they? Given the lack of synergy between him and Ding Yun, that was out of the question. Chu Mo was quite self-aware about their coordination. So these two haven't even decided what they want to play. Chu Yun held her phone, watching the pair stare at each other in bewilderment. It had nothing to do with her anyway. For her, it was just a change of scenery for scrolling through her phone. How about we play that? Suddenly Ding Yun's eyes lit up as he looked at Chu Mo. That a Chu Mo was taken aback, not catching what Ding Yun meant by that. Oh, come on, you know that thing. Ding Yun seemed a bit impatient, repeating himself. Oh, you mean that thing? A flash of inspiration struck Chu Mo, and he finally figured out what Ding Yun was referring to. So what exactly is that? Chu Yun looked utterly confused at the two. What on earth were they talking about? She couldn't understand a single word. Could Riddlers just get out of Qingsheng already? Chu Yun put down her phone and pulled her stool closer to the duo. She was determined to see what kind of stunt they would pull. If they were up to something improper, she would definitely tattle to Annie and her mother. Ding Yun's fingers flew across the keyboard, quickly typing a few digits into the browser. Since Chu Yun wasn't sitting very close to the monitor, she couldn't see clearly. This only made her more curious. Could they be? No, she was right here. With that thought, Chu Yun silently inched closer to the pair, but due to the screen's glare she still couldn't make out much. Well, she was just preventing them from doing anything weird or inappropriate. Nothing more, nothing less. Yes, that was it. Why is there an age verification? After opening the website, Ding Yun clicked around with the mouse, then suddenly spoke up. Just verify it or it's no big deal. Still need to check if you're a minor. Wow, that's something. Though Chu Yun pretended to be absorbed in her phone, her attention was already fixed on the screen in front of Chu Mo and Ding Yun. Okay, done. Wait, why does it need flash? Why is playing a game so difficult these days, eh? Ding Yun grumbled at the message on the screen, but continued anyway. Flash. Sounds familiar. Where have I heard that before? Chu Yun racked her brains for a moment, but eventually gave up. Finally, it's ready. Come on, pick one. The excited voices of Chu Mo and Ding Yun reached Chu Yun's ears. Chu Yun sprang to her feet and walked behind the two. She leaned in to peek at the screen. The colorful display before her eyes. Chu Yun stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, unable to recover for a long time. This is just unfair. Picking on the innocent, are you? That's all it was. What's wrong, Chu Yun? Want to play too? Chu Mo turned to look at his sister. If she wanted to, he would give up his seat. No, I'll just watch. Go ahead. Chu Yun took a deep breath to calm herself, then shook her head and returned to her chair. Sitting back down, Chu Yun watched the two, deeply absorbed in their game, with a complicated expression. She finally understood what that was. Playing a 4,399 minigame. They could have just said so. Instead, they kept going on about that and that thing. It was just a platform for casual games, but the way they talked about it, she thought it was something else. At that thought, Chu Yun covered her face with her hands. No, I want to die. At least no one will ever know what was going through my mind. A knock came at the study door, and then Ding Yun's mother entered carrying a fruit platter with peeled and sliced fruits. Kids, have some fruit. Auntie left it here for you. Thank you, Auntie. Auntie, you worked hard. Mom, I want an apple. Peel me one, please. Ding Yun said, while still operating the keyboard. Peel you an apple? I'll peel you instead. Ding Yun's mother tapped him on the head, half annoyed. Then she turned to Chu Mo and Ding Yun with a smile. Have fun, kids. If you want anything, just tell Auntie. After saying that, she turned to leave. But as if she hadn't vented enough, she gave Ding Yun's head another tap. All you ever do is play games. Having said that, Ding Yun's mother seemed satisfied and left the study. By the way, Chu Mo, I've been meaning to tell you something. Just as Chu Mo was enjoying the game, Ding Yun's voice came from beside him. What's the matter? Are you finally going to admit that I'm your son? Chu Mo kept his eyes fixed on the screen, his fingers tapping incessantly on the keyboard, paying little attention to what Ding Yun had actually said. No, I'm serious. Ding Yun's fingers continued to tap on the keyboard. Okay, what do you want to say? You're not thinking that since you can't beat me, you're trying to distract me, are you? Chu Mo replied nonchalantly. What serious matter could Ding Yun possibly have to discuss with him? What do you think of me? Ding Yun stopped typing, turned his head, and looked at Chu Mo sitting beside him. Tap. A crisp sound rang out as Chu Mo's finger pressed hard on the keyboard. He stared at Ding Yun beside him with a shocked expression. Chu Yun, who had been scrolling through her phone and was on the verge of dozing off, suddenly perked up. Oh my Jesus, my God, my goodness, look what I just heard. Ding Yun asked his own brother what he thought of him. Oh my heavens, I bet this is going to be very interesting. What did you say? Chu Mo's pupils contracted sharply, and his gaze at Ding Yun was filled with caution. What is this guy up to? Why would he suddenly say such a thing? Could it be that he's been exposed? That's impossible. How could he know that he is Chu Mo? It shouldn't be. If he knew he was Chu Mo, how could he be acting like this? Shouldn't it be something like, Chu Mo, you wouldn't want others to know that you can turn into a girl, would you? You already know. Chu Mo asked tentatively, although he was quite confident in Ding Yun's intelligence. He believed that Ding Yun would never in his life suspect that he and Chu Mo were the same person. But what if he caught some clue that Chu Mo himself wasn't aware of? What do I know? No, listen to me, don't misunderstand. Upon hearing Chu Mo's words, Ding Yun paused for a moment. Was he supposed to know something? Few good thing he doesn't know? Seeing Ding Yun's reaction, Chu Mo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't that matter. But since it wasn't that, what else did Ding Yun want to tell him? Alright, go ahead. Chu Mo looked at Ding Yun with some curiosity, waiting for him to speak. As long as it wasn't that everything else was fine. How thrilling. This is way more exciting than watching a TV drama. Chu Yun tried to minimize her presence, silently watching Chu Mo and Ding Yun. Actually, I've always liked Chu Mo. Ding Yun stared at Chu Mo for a long time, then finally mustered the courage to say what was in his heart. After listening to the old Taoist today, he had been thinking about this. If he never had the courage to pursue Chu Mo, then as time passed, Chu Mo would eventually fall in love with someone, and he would be powerless to do anything about it. He could only watch from afar silently, giving an insignificant like to the daily posts she shared on her social media. They would go from acquaintance to love, and although there might be friction along the way, they would ultimately overcome it all and walk down the aisle. He could only stand below the stage watching the girl he once loved most marry the one she loved. In the end, he would go from being her childhood playmate to an online friend, gradually drifting away from her life. Is this what he really wanted? No, he didn't want that. He wanted to face his feelings bravely, even if this love was ultimately doomed to fail. That's why he had said these words to Chu Mo today. By himself, it was impossible to win Chu Mo's favor. So he needed to seek Chu Mo's help. As Chu Mo's brother, Chu Mo surely knew many of her little habits. Oh, is that all? Chu Mo looked at Ding Yun calmly, having thought he was going to say something earth-shattering. And it turned out to be just this. With his little thoughts, anyone with half a brain could see that he had a thing for Chu Mo. Huh, right? Shouldn't you be at least a little surprised? Ding Yun had imagined countless outcomes, but he had never expected this. It was even less of a reaction than when he had misunderstood him earlier. I think about your sister 24 hours, 1440 minutes, 86400 seconds a day. As he spoke, Ding Yun stretched out his hand and pointed casually in a direction. Whether it was a coincidence or some mysterious force influencing reality, Ding Yun's hand happened to point at Chu Yun, who was enjoying the drama on the sidelines. Chu Yun, how did the drama shift to her? Chu Yun's eyes gradually widened. She extended her left hand, pointing her index finger at her own face, and looked at Chu Mo and Ding Yun with a stunned expression. Me? Huh. Chu Mo's eyes narrowed. If this kid dared to lay a hand on Chu Yun, he wouldn't be leaving this door so easily today. Although it was most likely a mistake, Chu Mo didn't let his guard down. An accident. Ding Yun looked at Chu Yun apologetically. He really didn't mean it that way. So you think I should be surprised? Even someone like Chu Yun knows you like Chu Mo. Do you think I wouldn't notice? Chu Mo crossed his legs and looked at Ding Yun beside him. He might as well seize this opportunity to make Ding Yun give up once and for all. Huh, what do you mean by even someone like me? Chu Yun frowned slightly, looking at her brother with a hint of grievance. She was quite clever, okay? Oh, I see. Was I that obvious? Ding Yun seemed surprised that Chu Mo would say that. He rubbed his nose awkwardly. You're way too obvious, okay? Chu Mo rolled his eyes at Ding Yun. He didn't know if Ding Yun was lucky or unlucky. His first love turned out to be Chu Mo. If it were any other girl with a bit of malice, she could easily lead him around by the nose like a dog. It wasn't that Ding Yun was stupid or a simp. On the contrary, Chu Mo thought Ding Yun was a passionate and steadfast person. So you agree? Seeing Chu Mo's reaction, Ding Yun thought he had probably agreed, and the joy on his face was obvious. Impossible. I advise you to give up hope. Chu Mo had no intention of being lenient. He cut off the conversation completely. When it came to feelings, the best way was to cut the Gordian knot and completely block Ding Yun's thoughts. Why? We've known each other for so many years. Don't you trust me? Ding Yun asked in bewilderment. He couldn't understand why Chu Mo was so absolute, not leaving him even a shred of hope. It's precisely because we've known each other for so long that you can't pursue Chu Mo. Chu Mo, usually eloquent, found himself at a loss for words. Then tell me why. Ding Yun furrowed his brows, looking at Chu Mo beside him with confusion. He truly couldn't understand what Chu Mo was thinking. Because I? For what reason, you say? For Chu Mo, I would change anything. Ding Yun and Chu Mo locked eyes, the atmosphere in the room growing increasingly oppressive. Chu Yun silently put away her phone. Something seemed off. Was her older brother about to reveal her greatest secret? Should she intervene? But Chu Yun was overthinking it. Chu Mo was not one to act on impulse without careful consideration. I know you're anxious, but please stay calm and listen to me, Ding Yun. The reason I haven't encouraged you to pursue Chu Mo is because Chu Mo, she likes girls. After much deliberation, Chu Mo ultimately chose to sacrifice Chu Mo's reputation slightly. From a certain perspective, he hadn't actually lied. Chu Mo was himself, and he was Chu Mo. Though their appearances differed, their inner selves were one and the same. Chu Mo believed that sacrificing Chu Mo's modest reputation to help Ding Yun abandon his fantasies and embrace a new future was quite a worthwhile exchange. Sacrifice the small self to save the greater self. Wow, this was too shocking. Chu Yun never expected her brother to say such a thing. However, saying it this way wasn't entirely incorrect. But for Ding Yun, this was truly a devastating blow. How could he possibly change simply because Chu Mo liked girls? Was he supposed to fly to Thailand in return as Chu Mo's sister? Even if Ding Yun agreed, her parents certainly wouldn't approve. They had raised their son for nearly 20 years, and suddenly he told them he wanted to go to Thailand for a minor surgery. Would you agree? The fact that uncle and aunt didn't break Ding Yun's legs was already being generous. Chu Yun picked up a slice of watermelon from the fruit plate Ding Yun's mother had provided and popped it into her mouth. Truly eating melon, watching the drama unfold. Since her brother had perfectly resolved this issue, she no longer needed to worry about him revealing her secret. All she needed to do now was sit quietly and enjoy the show. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Ding Yun felt as though struck by lightning. His mind was filled only with those words Chu Mo had just spoken, leaving him at a loss for what to say. The entire room fell into an unsettling silence, broken only by the hum of the computer fan and the sound of Chu Yun eating watermelon. Chu Mo likes girls. Those words echoed endlessly in Ding Yun's mind like a haunting melody. How could Chu Mo like girls? What was he to do? He couldn't even meet the most basic requirement of gender. Or perhaps he should just. Ding Yun's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Seated nearby, Chu Mo watched as the previously despondent Ding Yun slowly lowered his head, a sinister smile forming on his face. This doesn't bode well. That lad better not do something foolish. If he really went through with it, the guilt would be enormous. Uncle and aunt only have this one child. Don't let him come to harm. Ding Yun, you're a good person. Realizing this, Chu Mo quickly interrupted Ding Yun's train of thought. If he let the boy keep going down this path, he feared Ding Yun might truly lose himself to obsession. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Ding Yun paused. Had he just been given the friend zone card by Chu Mo? Chu Mo merely happened to walk into your heart at the moment your romantic feelings first awakened. The same would have occurred with anyone else. Listen to me. This is how it is, and this is what you should do. Looking at the dazed Ding Yun, Chu Mo spoke. This time he would see it through and properly guide Ding Yun. Love was the cruelest force in the world, and ultimately Ding Yun would need to make his own choice. As Chu Mo had said, Chu Mo had simply happened to enter Ding Yun's heart at the very moment his youthful affections first stirred. One could say Chu Mo was that pure luminous white moonlight in Ding Yun's heart, but this affection would never receive a response. Chu Mo had only passed through Ding Yun's world, leaving behind fleeting memories, yet Ding Yun had filled his entire youth with her. The power of a white moonlight lies in the fact that even if she appeared before him, now she could never compare to the one in his heart. Chu Mo would ultimately exist forever in Ding Yun's heart, becoming that lingering moonlight he could gaze upon but never attain. Perhaps everyone harbors a white moonlight of their own within their heart. But Chu Mo did not have such troubles, for he was both Chu Mo and Chu Mo. He understood one thing clearly: never be deceived by a girl's appearance or words. One day you might encounter a girl who seems gentle, delicate, and soft-spoken. But that may only be an outward facade. In private, her actions could be entirely contrary to your perception. And such cases were not uncommon. So Chu Mo had simply sealed his heart with cement. As long as he never opened himself to love, he would never be hurt by it. Unless one day someone came with a hammer and chiseled away the cement he had poured, breaking through to his heart. Otherwise, Chu Mo felt he would never fall in love with anyone in this lifetime. I've said all I need to. Now it's up to you to think things over. Let's go, Chu Yun. It's getting late. We should head home. Chu Mo stood up after feeling he had said enough and placed a hand on Ding Yun's shoulder. All right, let's go. Chu Yun swallowed her watermelon, grabbed a few napkins from Ding Yun's desk to wipe her mouth, and walked over to Chu Mo's side. Already leaving so soon? Stay a while longer, it's fine. No need, Auntie. It's rather late. Oh, all right. Be careful on your way. Goodbye, Auntie. Bye, Auntie. Chu Mo and Chu Yun left the study, waved to Ding Yun's mother, who was watching TV and snacking in the living room, opened the front door, and departed from Ding Yun's home. Brother, if Ding Yun can't forget Chu Mo, what will he do? Walking along the road, Chu Yun suddenly turned her head to look at Chu Mo beside her. Then he should remember it well. Some people you may never forget in this lifetime. This is the first flutter of youth, and perhaps the last. To gain it is my fortune, to lose it is my destiny. Humans are such strange creatures. Perhaps that saying is truly correct. A person will be trapped for life by that which they could not obtain in their youth. Hearing Chu Yun's words, Chu Mo first glanced back at the villa behind them, then looked up at the night sky. Perhaps it was not that Ding Yun could not forget Chu Mo, but that Chu Mo had appeared precisely during Ding Yun's most passionate youth, stunning him at that time. You're back? Your mother and I were out for a walk earlier, and spotted someone selling peach nectarines on the way, so we picked some up. We've put them in the fridge for you. Help yourselves whenever you're ready. Liang Jie sat on the sofa watching a drama, while Chu Rong was seated nearby scrolling through his phone. Noticing the two of them had returned, Chu Rong turned his head and pointed toward the refrigerator. He recalled that both of these kids had a particular fondness for peach nectarines. Thank you, Daddy. You're the best. Long live Daddy. We love you, Dad. Woo. The moment Chu Yun caught wind of the peaches, she kicked off her shoes and dashed straight to the refrigerator, yanking the door open with eager hands. Chu Mo caught sight of her and shook his head in exasperation. She's old enough to know better. Shouldn't a young lady carry herself with a bit more composure? Setting his sister's discarded shoes on the rack, Chu Mo made his way over to the sofa and collapsed onto it. Grab me one as well, Chu Yun. Make sure you wash it clean for me. Chu Mo, still lounging on the sofa, pulled out his phone and slouched back further, striking the pose of a man who'd arrived just to soak up the atmosphere. What kind of sister is useless for ordering around? She's meant to be commanded, not coddled. At most, he'd warm up milk for her on chilly days or pick up treats when they caught his eye, along with the occasional article of clothing he thought would suit her. Nothing excessive. Is there any issue with that? Absolutely none whatsoever. This is simply a brother's proper care for his sister, not some indulgence toward Chu Yun. Right, exactly that. Always bossing me around. Handle it yourself. Chu Yun stuck her tongue out at Chu Mo, and though she protested, she still selected a perfectly ripe peach and headed to the kitchen to wash it. Here you go, such a lazybones. Chu Yun settled beside him and handed over the peach. Thanks a lot. Chu Mo smiled at his sister and took the peach from her. Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you both. Liang Jie, who'd been watching her drama, suddenly remembered something and spoke up. I nearly forgot about this. Hold on, let me guess. Another trip with Dad this time. Chu Mo held up his hand to signal her not to say it, yet wanting to guess first. After all, his parents made it a yearly tradition to vacation during summer breaks, usually for an entire month. The moment his mother started speaking, Chu Mo had already pieced most of it together. His mother was almost certainly planning another trip. He'd long grown accustomed to this routine, especially since his family's financial situation meant his parents had retired early. His father spent his days either fishing and enjoying tea or heading to the nearby park like any other retired gentleman to play chess with others. As for his mother, beyond preparing meals at home, she dedicated most of her time to watching dramas, chatting on the phone with her best friend, or going out shopping whenever the mood struck her. According to his mother, her best friend also had a daughter, and the two women had essentially conceived around the same time back then. They'd apparently joked about arranging a betrothal between the children if one had a boy and the other had a girl. Though it was likely just a passing jest, since both he and Chu Yun had only crossed paths with that girl a handful of times during their childhood. Later, as studies took precedence and their mothers lived on opposite sides of town, the two families drifted apart and the children rarely saw each other. Yet the bond between his mother and her best friend remained as strong as ever. Chu Mo searched through his memories, but ultimately couldn't recall the girl's face or name. That's exactly it. Your father and I are planning an overseas trip this year. We'll likely be back just as your summer vacation ends. Liang Jie nodded and added. At this point, both Chu Mo and Chu Yun had grown old enough that she wasn't worried about them causing trouble while she was away. Money wasn't a concern either. They could simply message her or their father if they needed more. However, this year would be different. Her best friend's family is joining us on the trip as well. Liang Jie continued, now getting to the real point she needed to discuss with Chu Mo and Chu Yun. Oh, and Chu Mo was puzzled by his mother's words. Why did she need to inform him about the adults' travel plans? But didn't her best friend only have a daughter, the one you all met as children? So, Chu Mo's pace of eating the peach slowed as he sensed his mother was about to reveal something significant. You guessed right. Your mother's friend is uneasy about leaving her daughter home alone. A few days from now, when we depart, she'll drop her daughter off at our place and come collect her once we return from our trip. If my memory serves correctly, your mother and I arranged a childhood betrothal for the two of you back then. Good luck with that. Liang Jie nodded at Chu Mo as if offering encouragement. Chu Mo. That was a lot to process. All he needed was a moment to catch his breath. Then, mother, which room will that girl be staying in? By then, Chu Yun had finally finished her peach and wiped her hands with a wet wipe before asking. There's still a guest room upstairs, correct? I'll tidy it up in a bit. Oh, and we should also prepare your room, my sweet daughter. What if she returns from abroad one day? Ugh. Hearing his mother's words, Chu Mo nodded. He couldn't deny the logic. If he were somehow switched with Chu Mo due to some accident, he certainly couldn't continue occupying his own room in front of the real Chu Mo. Make sure you treat her well when the time comes. Who knows, maybe the two of you will develop feelings for each other. Mother. Now don't be shy. What I'm saying is true, MMPH. Seeing his mother drift into increasingly outrageous territory, Chu Mo lunged forward and covered her mouth before she could say anything else shocking. As for his mother's talk of mutual affection, Chu Mo refused to entertain such thoughts. He'd made it clear long ago. His heart was sealed shut like concrete. He genuinely couldn't believe anyone could break through his defenses in just one summer vacation. Besides, even if he were to catch feelings, she might not reciprocate anyway. Sigh. Looks like gaming isn't happening today. Chu Mo lay on the bed, having just finished a shower, idly scrolling through his phone. He tossed the device aside and simply stared blankly at the snow-white ceiling. So quiet. So boring. After a day of frivolous fun, Chu Mo suddenly felt a hollow emptiness settle in his chest at a loss for what to do next. After everything that had just transpired, Ding Yun was probably somewhere curled up in a corner, crying his eyes out. As Chu Mo had suspected, Ding Zheng and his wife Chen Xiang were currently standing outside Ding Yun's bedroom door, staring at each other in bewilderment as they listened to the commotion drifting from within. "Wife, what's wrong with our son?" Ding Zheng was completely baffled. How had it come to this? He had only gone out for a brief walk, yet returned home to find his son locked in his room, alternating between tears and manic laughter. One moment he was babbling about how it was all fake, a cruel deception. The next he was rambling about flying abroad to Thailand, or something equally nonsensical. "I have no idea. It's been only a few minutes since Chu Mo and Chu Yun left before this happened." Chen Xiang shook her head helplessly at her husband, utterly clueless as to what had occurred. "I see now. I figured it out. I figured it out." Ha ha ha! Hearing those sudden exclamations emanate from the room again, Ding Zheng and Chen Xiang exchanged a glance. In each other's eyes they read 9 unmistakable characters. Should we just make an alt account? Naturally, Chu Mo had no idea about Ding Yun's current state of distress. Matters of the heart were not something one could truly intervene in. The only way to help would be if he could transform into someone else entirely and throw himself at Ding Yun's mercy. A scenario as impossible as it sounded. But was that even possible? Absolutely not. Only if he had lost his mind. Still, it was the only pragmatic solution. A quick severance was better than a prolonged agony. It would do Ding Yun well to have his hopes dashed sooner rather than later. Keeping him dangling in uncertainty would only breed worse resentment. With a resigned sigh, Chu Mo picked up his phone. Ding Yun was certainly out of the picture, so he might as well send a private message to Qianhe. If Qianhe was up for it, he'd play a few rounds. If not, he'd simply browse online for an anime to watch. He hadn't caught up on this year's new seasons anyway. He could watch an episode and then go wake up Chu Yun. Besides, he had nothing scheduled for tomorrow regardless. Chu Mo hadn't forgotten Chu Yun's accusation earlier today, that he was petty. He merely possessed a remarkable memory. How could that possibly equate to being narrow-minded? His heart was remarkably expansive. How could his own sister speak of him so? Sigh. It was truly heart-wrenching. "Chu Mo, are you playing tonight, Qianhe? Ding Yun has something to do today, so he's probably not coming." Chu Mo picked up his phone, opened the chat with Qianhe, and began tapping out a reply with practice speed. Buzz. Qianhe, who had been chatting with her mother, suddenly felt her phone vibrate twice in her pocket. "Qianhe, no thanks. I actually have some things to attend to here as well. Let's do it tomorrow." Pulling the phone from her pocket, she glanced at the message from Chu Mo. Holding it in one hand, Qianhe tapped the screen a few times with her thumb, and a reply flew through almost instantly. "Who was that? Could it be your little boyfriend?" Ren Hui asked regarding her daughter with playful curiosity. "No, just a regular friend. One of the 2 netizens I met in person today." Qianhe shook her head and slipped the phone back into her pocket. "Oh really? What's his name? Is he handsome? Where does he live? How old is he? What's his personality like?" Ren Hui's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of her mouth tilting upward. Had Chu Mo been present, he would have found those lines strangely familiar. "Oh mom." Qianhe pouted at her mother. Her mom was wonderful in every other regard, but this tendency to tease her was utterly exasperating. Between her and Chu Mo there was absolutely nothing untoward. "Oh, I understand. You're clear on what we discussed earlier, right?" Ren Hui watched her daughter with a warm smile, reaching out to ruffle Qianhe's hair. "I know. I won't forget. I'm not a 3-year-old child after all. That's right, my good girl. Let mommy give you a hug." With that, Ren Hui opened her arms wide with a beaming smile, aiming to draw Qianhe into an embrace. "Mom, I'm not a kid anymore." Qianhe took a quick step back, deftly dodging her mother's hug. "Ah, but you loved mommy's hugs when you were little. Don't be shy." Watching the young woman before her, Ren Hui shook her head with a touch of wistfulness. Time truly flew by too fast. It felt as though only a moment ago, Qianhe had been a little girl who would run to her side with red-rimmed eyes after feeling wrong, tugging at her clothes and begging for comforting hugs. And in the blink of an eye, she had grown into such a graceful, poised young lady. But that was all in the past, okay? Oh. Noticing the faint loneliness lingering in her mother's eyes, Qianhe's expression tightened with indecision. Clutching the hem of her shirt with both hands, she ultimately stepped forward and awkwardly, yet willingly embraced Ren Hui. "Hey, all right. I'm going back to my room now." Face burning with embarrassment, he turned and fled to her room. This was far too humiliating. Watching her daughter's retreating figure, the smile on Ren Hui's lips grew even brighter. Her girl was absolutely delightful. She wondered which lucky boy would eventually get to sweep her off her feet. "Looks like it's just anime for me tonight then." Upon seeing Qianhe's reply, Chu Mo sent back an okay emoji and tossed his phone aside. With a fluid jump from the bed, Chu Mo sprang to his feet and walked over to his computer desk, powering on the monitor with practiced ease. Potato chips, cola, instant noodles. And he could always order some barbecue on his phone later. Nice. The sheer indulgence of it all was undeniable. Arranging his snacks in orderly fashion across the desk, Chu Mo gave a satisfied nod. Woohoo, this is the life. Seated comfortably, Chu Mo cracked open the cola and took a long gulp. His right hand gripped the mouse as he navigated the computer interface. As a veteran otaku, of course, he would never dream of watching anime on that certain pink television app. Paying for a membership only to end up watching a censored version was a waste. His discovered URL was far superior. He expertly opened the site and began browsing through the listings. Soon he selected what looked like a promising new series and settled in to watch. Time slipped away unnoticed until Chu Mo's first alarm chimed precisely on schedule. Is it time already? Swiping gently across the screen, he rose from his chair and stretched his arms high. Hey, where are my slippers? Oh, did you kick them under the bed again? Bending down, Chu Mo retrieved his slippers from beneath the bed and slid his feet into them. He reached for the door handle, intending to head over to Chu Yun's room. Click. The door swung open, revealing a figure clad in pajamas with disheveled hair, standing right before Chu Mo. Moi. Evening. Why aren't you asleep yet? Chu Mo glanced at Chu Yun before him with a touch of guilt. What time was it, and why was she still up? Although he hadn't even begun his plan, why did he feel as though he'd been caught red-handed? I can't sleep. Due to pulling an all-nighter the night before and sleeping most of the day, Chu Yun had lain in bed for half a day and somehow only grew more wide awake. So she decided to pay a visit to Chu Mo's room, knowing he'd definitely be wide awake at this hour. Stepping into Chu Mo's room, Chu Yun plopped herself right onto his still warm chair. She reached for the bag of chips Chu Mo had left on his desk and started munching. Next time, buy the cucumber flavor. This one tastes bland. You really don't act like a guest, do you? Chu Mo sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, adjusted the monitor angle, and flopped onto the bed. That's because I'm not a guest, am I? I'm your dearest, most beloved little sister. She grabbed an unopened cola, twisted the cap off, and took a long drink. Drink slower. We've got barbecue later. I ordered your favorites: lamb skewers, grilled sausages, corn on the cob, and all that. Watching Chu Yun gulp down the cola, Chu Mo reminded her. And he wasn't making it up. He had ordered her portion from the very beginning. It was only that he feared she'd run and tattle to their mom. He absolutely wasn't worrying about whether she'd get hungry after he'd accidentally woken her. That was exactly it. He was absolutely incapable of spoiling his little sister. Sisters existed to be bossed around. We're having barbecue. Brother, long live you. Woohoo. Hearing this, Chu Yun perked up instantly. She was actually hungry. Oh right, I almost forgot to note in the order that the delivery driver should just leave it at the door. No need to knock or ring the bell. Chu Mo suddenly remembered and picked up his phone, opening the food delivery app to send a message to the rider. It wasn't that he feared a scolding from his parents. He simply didn't want to wake them. After all, Chu Mo's whole family were enthusiasts of seizing the day. If you didn't enjoy food, drinks, and pleasure while you were young, when would you? Wait until you were old and frail. Oh, by the way, brother, what were you planning to do just now? Chu Yun, who had been staring at her computer screen, suddenly turned her head and pinned him with an intense stare. Ugh. Nothing, I just finished watching an anime episode and wanted to stretch my legs. Chu Mo nervously rubbed his nose, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Chu Yun. Is that so? Chu Yun regarded her brother skeptically, sensing something was off. But whatever. She'd pulled countless stunts in front of him before. What was there to fear? Keep playing, keep dancing. Watching Chu Yun turn her gaze back to her screen, Chu Mo finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, his sister wasn't exactly brilliant most of the time. Buzz, buzz. His phone suddenly vibrated in his hand. Food already here. That shouldn't be possible. He'd only just placed the order. By rights, the shops would be busy at this hour and wouldn't have prepared the meal so quickly. Filled with curiosity, Chu Mo unlocked his phone. A message from Qianhe, he murmured softly, surprised that it was her who had reached out. Opening the chat window, Qianhe's messages came into view. Qianhe, are you asleep? Chu Mo, no, why? It didn't surprise Chu Mo that Qianhe was still up. After all, they had both grown accustomed to late nights. Trying to sleep early would surely be impossible for anyone like them. Who's that, brother? Surely not my future sister-in-law, is it? While Chu Mo was looking down at his phone typing a reply to Qianhe, he failed to notice that Chu Yun, who had been staring at her computer, had somehow crept up beside him without a sound. Don't talk nonsense. She's just an online friend. Glancing at Chu Yun beside him, Chu Mo explained with a calm expression. He knew that if he evaded or hesitated right now, Chu Yun would only grow more suspicious. Of course, he and Qianhe were absolutely pure in their relationship, and there was nothing to hide. Furthermore, nothing bizarre appeared in their chat history between him and Qianhe. He and Qianhe would never be anything more than they were now, and that would remain true forever. But brother, why did you send her things like, hey there, and baby? And she replied to you too. Chu Yun casually scrolled downward on Chu Mo's phone. The old chat history between Chu Mo and Qianhe instantly appeared before Chu Yun's eyes. Chu Mo? In this moment, Chu Mo's silence was deafening. Damn it, how could he have forgotten about this? Since he usually chatted with Qianhe in group conversations, his private exchanges with her were few and far between. So Chu Yun easily stumbled upon the records from a time when he didn't yet know Qianhe was a girl. Heaven and earth bore witness. Chu Mo had genuinely believed Qianhe was male back then. It was simply a casual greeting between guys and their close mates. Nothing more. Buzz buzz. Qianhe, of course, had no idea what kind of predicament Chu Mo was currently enduring. Seeing him reply, she sent another message. Qianhe, it's fine. I just couldn't sleep and wanted to chat with you a bit. No problem, just couldn't sleep. She wants to chat with you, Gidge. Reading Qianhe's reply, Chu Yun looked at her brother with a teasing, almost venomous tone. Chu Mo? Silence reigned over Chu Mo tonight. Wasn't it supposed to be Chu Yun suffering torment this evening? How had the situation completely reversed, turning into him being tormented instead? This was simply upside down, inside out. Gidge, why aren't you saying anything, Gidge? Because I guessed right, didn't I, my dear brother? Seeing her brother refuse to respond, Chu Yun became even more brazen. Even though she knew doing this would lead to a painful end for her later, the saying went, hear the truth in the morning, and you can die peacefully in the evening. Don't talk nonsense. I'm absolutely clean with her, and I didn't know she was a girl back then. We've never once spoken privately. Not even when we were gaming together, she only ever messaged us. BZE, look, she's calling right now. Should I answer and let you? Here. Chu Mo's phone vibrated violently in his hand. Before he could process what was happening, his thumb instinctively tapped the answer button. Hello. A clear feminine voice emanated from Chu Mo's phone. Could his luck really be this terrible today? He had known Qianhe for 5 years, and she had never called him before. So why did she have to call today of all days? And even if she had to call, why did it have to come at such an awkward moment? He had just finished explaining things to Chu Yun when Qianhe's call came through, making him look like a complete liar. Heaven above, are you trying to destroy me? Hey, what's up, Qianhe? With no other choice, Chu Mo steeled himself and answered the call. If he hung up directly, wouldn't that only confirm that there was something secret between him and Qianhe? Sorry, I accidentally pressed it. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble. Qianhe said apologetically. This voice call had been a pure accident. She had been lying flat on her bed, holding her phone, waiting for a reply from Chu Mo. But then she lost her grip and the phone slipped from her hand, smacking her right in the face. In her panic, she accidentally called Chu Mo. I hope I didn't cause any trouble. Chu Mo glanced at Chu Yun beside him, thought for a moment, and replied, That's good. I'm really sorry. Qianhe's apologetic voice came through the phone again. It's fine, it's fine. I was planning to chat with you anyway, so this is perfect. The moment the words left his mouth, Chu Mo regretted them. Why had he added that extra line? Now there was no way he could end this call. So what were you doing just now? Qianhe turned over, lying on her stomach, and touched her aching nose bridge as she asked. Me? I was watching an anime with my sister. Chu Mo answered truthfully, since it wasn't something worth hiding. Hello, big sister. Hearing her brother mention her, Chu Yun leaned over next to Chu Mo and politely greeted Qianhe through the phone. She had stayed quiet earlier, partly to enjoy the drama, and partly because although she and her brother often bickered and pranked each other, they both knew there had to be limits. After all, if a joke goes too far, it stops being a joke. Hello. You must be Chu Yun, right? Your brother talks about you all the time. The name Chu Yun was not unfamiliar to Qianhe. After all, she had been an online friend of Chu Mo for years. Whenever they played games or chatted, Chu Mo talked most about Chu Yun. She had told Ding Yun that Chu Mo was a siscon, but he didn't believe it. He kept saying it was just his responsibility as an older brother and that sisters were meant to be bossed around. Clearly someone whose mouth said one thing, but his actions showed another. Is that so? I bet he said a lot of bad things about me, Sister Qianhe. Tell me. Hearing this, Chu Yun glanced sideways at her brother, saw no reaction, and continued. She didn't need to guess. She knew her brother must have badmouthed her behind her back. No, he didn't. Your brother often praises you in front of us. As Qianhe spoke, a smile gradually spread across her lips. Oh, really? Sister Qianhe, you're not lying to me, are you? Hearing this, Chu Yun looked at her brother with suspicion, as if she couldn't believe he would ever praise her in front of others. If your sister Qianhe is lying to you, I think you're a jinx, a bit reckless, and you laugh like a total goof. Seeing Chu Yun staring at him, Chu Mo snorted and said, Instead of retorting, Chu Yun just smiled slyly at her brother, who was trying to act calm. If Chu Mo hadn't said that, Chu Yun would probably have thought Qianhe was just covering for him. But judging by her brother's current reaction, it seemed more likely that he had indeed praised her in front of others. Seeing Chu Yun's knowing smile, Chu Mo felt like he was punching a pillow. Your brother always talks about you. How beautiful you are, how thoughtful. Every time your name comes up, he goes on and on to me and Ding Yun about all your good qualities. He's a sharp tongue with a soft heart when it comes to you. I'm sure you've already noticed living with him for so long. I've always said he's the biggest siscon in the universe, but he never believes it. Qianhe leisurely recounted everything Chu Mo had ever said. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Chu Mo's takeout had arrived. Ahem, the food's here. You too, Chad, I'll go grab it. As if granted a reprieve, Chu Mo tossed the phone to Chu Yun like it was a live C4 bomb and fled his own room. Yeah, I've always known he's a good brother. Watching Chu Mo's retreating back, Chu Yun spoke softly. Chu Yun had always seen how much Chu Mo did for her. They might bicker constantly, but that was just their way of bonding. He opened the door and brought in the takeout, but instead of heading straight back to his room, he stood outside straining to hear what was going on inside. Maybe he should wait until his sister and Qianhe finished this topic before going in. Click. Lost in his internal struggle, Chu Mo was startled by the door suddenly opening. Brother, you got the takeout. Why are you hiding outside the door? Chu Yun, holding the phone and chatting with Qianhe, opened the door. She smiled knowingly at Chu Mo, standing in the doorway. Ahem, who said I was hiding? I just happened to reach the door when you opened it. Coughing twice, Chu Mo forced calm and walked inside, placing the barbecue on his computer desk. How did it feel like Chu Yun was the one in control today? It was completely upside down. He had to find a chance to regain the face he lost tonight. Chu Mo thought to himself, but it didn't slow his hands. Here, have some lamb skewers. Handing the skewers to Chu Yun, he picked up a sausage and started eating. Wow, thanks, brother. Are these the red willow skewers? Did you order them specially for me? Chu Yun took the skewers and took a happy bite. Don't flatter yourself. I ordered them because I wanted to eat them. You're just benefiting from my choice. Eat up. If you want more, I'll order extra. After saying the first sentence, Chu Mo took another bite of his sausage, looked at Chu Yun happily devouring the lamb skewers, and added, I'm so hungry I really want to eat too. Hearing the continuous crunching sounds from Chu Mo and Chu Yun, a wave of appetite stirred in Qianhe's stomach. She rubbed her flat little belly, torn between desires. Should she order some barbecue too? But eating late-night snacks will make me gain weight. Qianhe endlessly swiped through her phone screen, oscillating between the chat window with Chu Mo and the food delivery app. Just eat it if you want, Qianhe. You've been deliberating for so long, only to order in the end anyway. One meal won't make you gain much weight, it's fine. Just order it, and exercise more tomorrow. Hearing Qianhe's soft muttering, Chu Mo tossed his finished skewer into the trash and spoke up. When it came to ordering late-night snacks, Chu Mo was far from a novice. Unless you could guarantee falling asleep within 5 minutes, no matter how late it was, the delivery would inevitably appear at your doorstep. Chu Mo's words echoed in Qianhe's ears like a demon's whisper, soon shattering her last line of defense. He ultimately placed an order for barbecue on the delivery app. Brother. Yes, what's wrong? Noticing Chu Yun had muted her phone's microphone, Chu Mo looked at her curiously. Was this girl plotting something again? Did you deliberately tempt Sister Qianhe into eating late-night snacks, hoping she'll gain weight, so you can pursue her more easily? I think your little head must be overheated. Looking at his younger sister, Chu Mo momentarily at a loss for words. Who knew what bizarre notions filled his sister's mind all day long? Was he really that kind of person? Setting aside whether he and Qianhe were purely platonic. Even if he truly harbored feelings for Qianhe, he would pursue her through genuine personal charm, never resorting to such despicable tactics. If he were to pursue someone, he would undoubtedly provide meticulous care and attention. For instance, bringing her delicious food whenever he found it, milk tea, and the like, definitely. If she got hungry at night, he'd order late-night snacks. If she was thirsty, he'd buy drinks. Taking her out to movies, occasionally sharing meals, and sometimes even arranging afternoon tea wouldn't be unreasonable. Of course, all of this existed only in Chu Mo's imagination, as he remained a proud bachelor to this day. These romantic plans had never been put into practice and most likely would never be. Yet something about this plan felt slightly off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Never mind, he'd continue enjoying his barbecue. After all, with no woman in his heart, his swordsmanship would naturally reach divine heights. Women only hinder the speed of his blade. Unfortunately, Ding Yun had yet to grasp this truth. Gripping the mouse, Chu Mo gently clicked, and the anime he had paused resumed playing. Hello, delivery. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 your delivery is left at the door. Hearing the delivery rider's knock, he hurried toward the entrance. Hadn't she noted not to knock and just leave it at the door? Why was he still knocking? Fortunately, after 2 knocks, the rider left the delivery and departed. Tap, tap. The soft sound echoed as Qianhe's delicate fair feet met the floor. Reaching the entrance, she cautiously extended her hand toward the door handle. Phew, bringing the delivery inside, he carefully closed the door. Though she knew her mother wouldn't mind her ordering late-night snacks, in fact her mother would likely join her in eating, it still felt a bit sneaky. After all, her mother was a night owl, just like her. Perhaps her mother was currently debating whether to order takeout too. But for some reason he felt a guilty conscience. Wait, weren't these barbecue orders supposed to come in round containers? Would they even fit? Borrowing the light from her room, he lifted the delivery bag to inspect it. Unfortunately, the thermal insulation layer made it hard to see clearly. Just as he was wondering if the rider had delivered the wrong order, a soft click echoed. The living room lights suddenly turned on. Rin Hui appeared before her eyes. Their gazes met. He glanced at the delivery in her hand, then at her mother, and comprehension dawned on her. Ah, you caught me. I was hoping to secretly enjoy this alone. Rin Hui smiled warmly at her daughter. What was there to hide? This was her own daughter after all. Do you want some? I'll go get a bowl from the kitchen and share with you. Rin Hui walked over to Qian. He took the malatang she had ordered and asked, "No need, my delivery should arrive soon." Qian he shook her head. Standing at the entrance, she could already hear the motorcycle approaching outside. Opening the door as expected, the delivery rider was retrieving her order from the thermal box on his motorcycle. "Thank you." Receiving the barbecue from the rider Qian, he thanked him and closed the door once more. "Let's eat in my room, Mom." Qian he looked at her mother and said partly, because she might not finish it all anyway. Closing the door, Qian he and Rin Hui placed their deliveries on the table. Moi. Rin Hui's peripheral vision caught sight of Qian he's phone on the bed. "Oh, is my darling daughter chatting on the phone with her boyfriend? Is it that young man you met today? Hey young man, want to see photos of Qian he as a child?" Since she had rushed to grab the delivery earlier, Qian he hadn't brought her phone and had left it on the bed with the screen still lit. That's why Rin Hui immediately spotted the chat window with Chu Mo. "Mom, what are you saying? There's nothing between us." Hearing her mother's outrageous remarks, Qian he's face flushed red instantly. She immediately pounced onto the bed and hastily ended the call with Chu Mo. She worried her mother might say something inappropriate for Chu Mo to hear. Though Qian he was telling the truth, her actions seemed rather like ringing a bell while trying to steal a pot. Beep. Watching the call disconnected at light speed, Chu Mo helplessly shook his head. But why did Qian he's mother's tone and way of speaking feel so familiar? He had sensed a strange familiarity while listening to Qian he's mother speak. Only now did Chu Mo realize. The tone, the manner of expression, it was remarkably similar to his own mother's. If his mother and Qian he's mother had known each other, the two would surely have become inseparable best friends. Author a prophet here, knife me, knife me. Still, Chu Mo really wanted to see photos of Qian he as a child. Sunrise and sunset time always flowed swiftly, as if blinking an eye morning had arrived. Brother, walk slower, I can't go on. Chu Yinyan tugging at the back of Chu Mo's clothes, trudging along sluggishly. If she had known this, she wouldn't have followed her brother out to buy breakfast. Wouldn't it have been better to wait at home? Chu Yun felt that if she closed her eyes for just a moment longer, she would fall asleep, standing up. As a young person of the new era, where has your vigor gone? Charge forward, Chu Yun. Compared to Chu Yun's listlessness, Chu Mo appeared far more energetic. Though Chu Mo spoke of charging, his steps ultimately slowed down. 2 red bean buns, 2 meat buns, 4 tea eggs, 4 cups of soy milk. All to go correct. At the familiar stall before Chu Mo could even speak, the vendor had already recognized him. "Yes, that's right. Thank you, payment sent." Chu Mo nodded, took the breakfast from the vendor's hands, and turned to look at Chu Yun behind him. This girl. Chu Mo discovered that Chu Yun had quietly closed her eyes sometime, without him noticing. Caught between amusement and exasperation, he reached out and gave her shoulder a gentle shake. Oh, it's done. Chu Yun shook her head, forcing herself to stay awake and look at Chu Mo. She would never stay up late again. That feeling was truly unbearable. Though nighttime was genuinely delightful, she simply couldn't hold on any longer. She had no idea how her brother managed it. "Yes, got it. Let's go home and sleep." Chu Mo nodded. Though not as extreme as Chu Yun, he was feeling somewhat sleepy himself. Buzz, buzz. The phone in Chu Mo's pocket suddenly rang. Who would call this early? Curious, Chu Mo took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. After a moment's thought, Chu Mo ultimately chose to answer. It wouldn't take much of his time, and it might be something important. "Hello, may I ask if you are teacher Mao Air?" "Yes, that's me. What is it?" Upon hearing the name Cat Air from the other end, Chu Mo decisively switched off the speakerphone, retrieved a Bluetooth earpiece from its case, and put it on. But this was clearly locking the stable door after the horse had bolted. Chu Yun, who had been listlessly standing beside him, suddenly brightened up at these words. Her spirits instantly revived. Mention this matter, and she was wide awake. Chu Yun seemed to recall something, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she looked at Chu Mo. She still had photos of her brother from back then on her phone. Chu Yun sidled up to Chu Mo, fished out the earpiece case from his pocket, and put on the other earpiece. Chu Mo cast a resigned glance at her, but said nothing. After all, the most important thing now was to hear what this convention staff member wanted from him. Could it be that they wanted him to cosplay again? He remembered making it very clear last time that he would definitely not participate in this year's convention. He hadn't even planned to go last year, but under the organizers' repeated invitations, Chu Mo found it hard to refuse and eventually agreed to participate once more. And what happened? Chu Mo cast a resentful glance at Chu Yun beside him. Just his luck to run into this girl among all those special guests, regular cosplayers, and other anime enthusiasts, and that despite the heavy makeup he had on. Yet Chu Yun had somehow managed to recognize him at a single glance among that sea of people. Recognizing him was bad enough, but she took photos. Taking photos was bad enough, but she posted them in the family group chat. Posting in the family group chat was bad enough, but she bought 2 tickets for their parents. The outcome was self-evident. Chu Mo still cringed at the memory of that scene. A single moment of extroversion had truly earned him a lifetime of introversion. As for why he had started attending this convention and become a regular cosplayer, the story went back a long way. Back then he was in the middle of his rebellious phase and a hardcore anime fan, coupled with his parents' educational philosophy, which was akin to so-called happy education. So when Chu Mo proposed to Liang Jie that he wanted to purchase a few cosplay costumes, Liang Jie not only didn't object, but even hired a professional designer to tailor-make several sets for him. And on top of that, with a momentary lapse of judgment emboldened by his own decent looks, he chose all-female character costumes. Naturally, Liang Jie was delighted to agree to Chu Mo's request, so she was fully aware of his being a cosplayer. However, under Chu Mo's strong insistence and protest, Liang Jie only got to see his cosplay a few times when he tried on the costumes. She had wanted to go to the convention to cheer him on in person, but since her son didn't want that, she never brought it up again. With Liang Jie's help, everything that followed was almost like a natural progression. Thanks to Chu Mo's striking good looks, tailor-made costumes, and the fact that it was a small local convention with few attendees. So when the meticulously dressed Chu Mo made his entrance, he immediately captured the attention of everyone present. After the convention ended, the organizer approached him asking for his social media account and phone number. They invited him to become their regular cosplayer, promising to assign a dedicated designer for his costumes. For Chu Mo at that time, this was exactly what he wanted. But then as the internet flourished and anime culture gradually boomed, Chu Mo never expected that the original organizer would transform into Qingqing's largest convention host. Every summer, they would hold a national-level convention at the Qingqing Sports Center. His own status inexplicably rose, and he became known as Teacher Cat Air. Chu Mo recalled that there was a specific term on the internet for people like him, something like girl. He couldn't quite remember. Of course, Chu Mo had asked his mother to keep all this secret. Back then he was terrified of Chu Yun finding out. But as the saying goes, the pitcher goes so often to the well that it is broken at last. The secret was finally uncovered by Chu Yun last summer. The result was predictable. The fact that he was a regular cosplayer for Qingqing's largest convention became known to his entire family. Glancing at Chu Yun beside him, who looked full of anticipation, Chu Mo silently vowed. No matter what terms the organizer offered today, he would never agree to be a regular cosplayer again. It's like this, Teacher Cat Air. We still hope you could reconsider participating in this year's convention. After all, many of your fans would be disappointed if you didn't come. We can discuss any terms. The staff member on the other end spoke. Their boss had given strict orders they must secure Teacher Cat Air's attendance. From what the veterans said, the boss's business had begun to flourish after Teacher Cat Air became a regular cosplayer. So to the boss and the company, Teacher Cat Air was more like a mascot or a lucky cat. Ever since a colleague used Chu Mo's cosplay photo as their avatar and won 300 yuan in a scratch-off lottery, many in the company followed suit. A saying spread through the company: trust in Brother Cat, gain eternal life. Even the boss's avatar was a cosplay photo of Teacher Cat Air, reportedly from his very first convention. Back then, Teacher Cat Air seemed younger, with a bit of baby fat, smooth and soft cheeks that made one want to give them a little nibble. Of course, Chu Mo had no idea that almost every employee of the organizer had become his devotee. Impossible, no deal. Unless you pay me an appearance fee of 20,000. Chu Mo naturally had no intention of going for the money. He said this simply to make the other party back off. He really didn't believe they would agree to such an exorbitant demand. To the organizer, he was at best a slightly more experienced cosplayer, not their company mascot or object of faith. Why would they be willing to spend so much on him? That kind of money could hire a top-tier popular cosplayer. Alright, it's a deal, Teacher Cat Air. Wait, I thought you'd... Huh? What did you say? Chu Mo asked incredulously. What had he just heard? Chu Yun, standing beside him, also widened her eyes, staring at her brother in utter bewilderment. Was her brother really worth that much? What's wrong, Teacher Cat Air? Do you think the price is too low? How about we add another 10,000? The staff member, hearing Chu Mo's condition, agreed without a second thought. Their boss had given them a budget of 50,000. Spending just 20,000 was fine, and adding another 10,000 was no problem at all. Enough. I'll fine. Chu Mo sighed and finally agreed. Those damn capitalists. It wasn't that he wanted to go, but they were offering too much to refuse. Then, Teacher Cat Air, you're still living at the same address, correct? Yes. Chu Mo replied. He could recite the rest of the procedure backward. So, shall we make the cosplay costume in your usual size? Would you like to choose the character, or use my usual size? As for the character, you pick one for me. Alright. The costume and pass will be sent to you in 1 week on July 10th. Would you like to bring a guest? I can apply for an extra pass if needed. No. Actually, yes, please apply for one. Thank you. He had been about to refuse, but then he saw Chu Yun looking at him with such pitiful eyes. Though he knew she was faking it, Chu Mo couldn't bring himself to refuse. Of course, this was absolutely not because he was a siscon. It was simply his duty as a brother. Yes, exactly that. Great. Thank you for your participation. The convention will be held as scheduled on July 11th. Have a nice day. With that, the staff member hung up. Satisfied now, Chu Mo looked at Chu Yun and sighed helplessly. It seemed he had no choice but to go this year. Satisfied, very satisfied. Thank you, big brother, love you moi. Woohoo, time to go home and sleep. Delighted with the outcome, Chu Yun grabbed Chu Mo's arm and dashed swiftly toward home. Hey, slow down, you little rascal. After returning home, the two finished breakfast in the living room and retired to their respective rooms. Closing the bedroom door, Chu Mo turned on the air conditioner and threw himself face down onto the bed, embracing the mattress and bedding with deep contentment. He never expected he would ultimately end up attending the anime convention. Alas, it is fate. The mere recollection of that phone call filled Chu Mo with a profound sense of helplessness. He had thought he could finally escape the fate of cross-dressing this year, never imagining that life was destined to confound his plans. But since Chu Yun already knew, there seemed to be no need for him to conceal his attendance at the convention or worry about being recognized by acquaintances. After all, his social circle was rather limited. Ding Yun, though a seasoned otaku, had never shown the slightest interest in such conventions. In his words, the worlds of anime and reality were fundamentally separate, and most convention-goers were merely mainstream trend followers. Chu Mo remained non-committal toward Ding Yun's perspective. Chu Mo had encountered far too many cosplayers who had never even watched an anime, but claimed familiarity after glancing at summary videos on short-form platforms. That said, everyone had their own way of living, and Chu Mo would never condemn someone for how they chose to engage with the hobby. Chu Mo believed that Ding Yun, who had never attended a convention throughout the years, would certainly not go this time either. As for Qianhe, it was even less likely. She might not recognize him among so many cosplayers regardless. Moreover, even if she did notice him, she might not recognize him. Not everyone had shared a household with him for as many years as Chu Yun had. Qianhe had only met him once in person after all. This was reality, not a novel where so many fortuitous coincidences could unfold. Oh, it doesn't matter. The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. Chu Mo sighed, shaking his head. The decision was already made, and he could not simply renege. He might as well take things one step at a time. Dwelling on it now would be utterly pointless. Yawn. Sleep, sleep. Rubbing his weary eyes, Chu Mo shrugged off his clothes and cozily burrowed beneath the covers. Soon a heavy drowsiness overwhelmed Chu Mo. His eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and before long, he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Ding Yun lay sprawled on his bed, aimlessly scrolling through his phone. After a night of deep contemplation, Ding Yun had reached a state of profound enlightenment. Romantic entanglements were but illusions, only communism was real. A woman's tender affections were fleeting, only the party's teachings endured. No woman would love you for 100 years, but our party had cherished the people for a century. Any woman might betray you, but Marxism would never. Since Chu Mo had been so explicit that his younger sister Chu Mo was attracted to girls, there was no point in persisting in his futile pursuit. There were plenty of flowers across the world, why fixate on a single blossom? Of course he told himself this, but what truly lurked in Ding Yun's heart remained an open question. Overcome with boredom, Ding Yun scrolled through his phone, swiping away almost every video before reaching the halfway mark. Chu Mo and Qianhe were likely catching up on sleep at this hour, leaving Ding Yun momentarily at a loss for what to do with himself. He could have logged into a game to pass the time, but Ding Yun had no desire to do so. To him, gaming was less a pastime and more a bridge connecting him with friends. Striking out solo held little appeal. Moi. Glancing at the content displayed on his screen, Ding Yun lifted his thumb, momentarily pausing his swipe. Ding Yun stared at the video for an extended period, its background music echoing repeatedly throughout his room. Perhaps I should visit the convention and have some fun. Staring at the convention promotional video on his phone, Ding Yun suddenly felt a stirring desire to attend. Though he had once scorned such events, last night's reflections had brought him an epiphany. Life was but a fleeting few decades. Surely one must venture into unfamiliar territory at least once. Furthermore, following yesterday's incident, he felt a growing need to transform himself. Yes, that was precisely the reasoning. Absolutely not because he harbored any secret desire to behold the stunning beauties with long legs from the video in person. He would never attend a convention for white stockings, long fair legs, delicate feet, or those delicate boys. The very notion was absurd. Had something peculiar slipped into his thoughts? Never mind. Regardless, that was the reasoning. He was a man of impeccable character. How could he possibly be blinded by fleeting beauty? It was also the perfect opportunity to clear his mind. Very well. As the first step towards self-improvement today, I shall help my mother mop the floor. With that thought, Ding Yun flung aside the blanket covering him and sprang from bed. Grasping the floor cleaner from the living room, he pressed the switch and set to work. Old man, am I seeing this correctly? Let me pinch you to verify. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Seems real enough. Hearing the commotion in the living room, Chen Xiang and Ding Zheng opened their bedroom door and were immediately stunned by the scene before them. Their son had risen so early. Not merely that, but he was volunteering to help with the cleaning. The memory of yesterday when Ding Yun had locked himself in his room, weeping, laughing, and shouting flashed through their minds. Ding Zheng and Qin Xiang exchanged a glance, concern flickering in their eyes. Qin Xiang, shouldn't we check on the child? Ding Zheng, yes, we truly ought to have a little. Yes, we should pay attention to our child. Qin Xiang shot Ding Zheng a sideways glance before walking toward Ding Yun, who was busily cleaning the living room. Mom, Dad, you're up. Good morning. I'll handle the cleaning, Ding Yun said as he noticed his mother approaching. He was certain his exemplary conduct today would earn her praise. Ding Yun, come here. We need to talk. Qin Xiang took the floor cleaner from Ding Yun's hands, switched it off, and guided him to sit on the living room sofa. What's the matter? Why so formal? Ding Yun was puzzled. He had merely performed some morning cleaning. Why the sudden summons for a heart-to-heart? It must be because of his bizarre behavior yesterday. It's not that. Ding Yun began to explain, but his mother raised her hand, silencing him. Qin Xiang studied her son in silence for a moment before finally speaking. If you are truly determined to go to Thailand, I will permit it. But I hope you consider this carefully. Huh? Oh. Ding Yun's smile gradually stiffened. What had he just heard? What did his parents mean by saying he was really set on going to Thailand? Had they misunderstood something? He had only been rambling nonsense yesterday, not truly intending to go. Ding Yun looked at Qin Xiang beside him with a complex expression, opening his mouth, but failing to utter a single word. The information overload left his mental processor somewhat overwhelmed. However, his demeanor conveyed a different meaning to Qin Xiang and Ding Zheng. Seeing their son open his mouth, yet say nothing, Qin Xiang seemed to have her conviction strengthened. Qin Xiang considered herself a relatively open-minded mother, and on this matter, she felt it was best to respect her son's wishes. Son, it's no big deal. Dad supports you. Ding Zheng then sat beside Ding Yun, reaching out to pat his shoulder. Wasn't it just about having children? Ding Zheng could handle it. At worst, he would start another small. That topic was straying too far. No, what are you talking about? I'm not going to Thailand. Just pretend I was out of my mind yesterday. Seeing his father's encouraging gaze, Ding Yun was left speechless. Listen to me. It's like this, like that. Taking a deep breath, Ding Yun began to explain the situation to his parents. Naturally, he would not reveal anything that should not be disclosed. Although his words were embellished and concealed, as long as he managed to brush it off, it would be fine. The process did not matter, only the result counted. Oh, so that's it. Mom and Dad misunderstood you. Hearing their son's explanation, Qin Xiang and Ding Zheng exchanged glances. It seemed they had been too sensitive. They had wondered how their son could suddenly have such thoughts. Even if such a thought had truly arisen, it would not have emerged abruptly. They should have noticed some signs beforehand. It couldn't be that the girl their son liked also liked another girl. That was simply too improbable. I'll head to the study. Having successfully smoothed things over, Ding Yun stood up. The cleaning was mostly done, so he might as well go to the study and slack off. Perhaps he could watch an anime or a movie. If he stayed in the living room, who knew what other trouble might arise? Sigh, the one time I actually get diligent, this happens. Closing the study door behind him, Ding Yun let out a long sigh. He walked to the computer desk, pulled the chair back, and plopped down. Right, I still need to buy tickets for the convention. Turning on the computer, Ding Yun suddenly remembered something. He pulled out his phone and found the video from earlier. Using the address provided in the video, Ding Yun quickly typed it into the browser search bar. Just as he finished entering the URL, Ding Yun noticed the browsing history from yesterday's two-player game with Chu Mo. Frowning slightly, Ding Yun cleared the browsing history and activated incognito mode. This was merely one of his peculiar little habits, absolutely not, because he feared his parents might discover something unsavory in his browser history. Having done all that, Ding Yun switched back to the browsing page. With a light click of the mouse, the web page information quickly appeared before his eyes. He did not rush to find the payment page, but instead carefully read through the convention's introduction. Due to the limited duration of the video and the need to capture viewers' attention quickly, it did not provide much detail about the convention's activities. Of course, even if the video had mentioned them, Ding Yun might not have noticed. And this was certainly not because he was too busy ogling the long-legged beauties. After all, this was a matter for scholars. One should call it appreciation. Not bad at all. Esports competitions, eating contests, various minigames, lucky draws, and plenty of figurines and mystery boxes. With a gentle flick of his right index finger on the scroll, Ding Yun switched to the next page. Special guest cosplayers. Tisk, those legs are truly. No. The skin is really fair. Ding Yun's gaze swept across the polished photos of the various special guest cosplayers. There's such a thing as resident cosplayers. Scrolling further down, Ding Yun quickly reached the information page for the resident cosplayers. Why does this female resident cosplayer have an entire section to herself? But why does it feel familiar? Ding Yun's gaze was suddenly drawn to a photo. Yet why did this cosplayer's photo give him a sense of déjà vu? Enlarging the image, Ding Yun scrutinized it for a moment. The more he looked, the more it resembled Chu Mo and Chu Mo. The images of Chu Mo and Chu Mo flashed through his mind. No. Although Chu Mo enjoyed attending conventions, she probably wouldn't cosplay. Moreover, this resident cosplayer occupied such a large section, clearly indicating a close relationship with the organizers. Ding Yun would stake his word on it. If this really was Chu Mo, then, after attending the convention, he would go to Thailand. As for Chu Mo, that was even more impossible. She was studying abroad. How could she fly back, just for a convention? Therefore, my dear Watson, the truth is as plain as the nose on your face. There is only one answer. This was merely a cosplayer who happened to look very similar to the Chu Mo siblings. Still, this cosplayer really hit all the right notes for him. When he attended the convention in person, he absolutely had to go see this cosplayer's beauty. Let's see what this cosplayer's name was. Ding Yun shifted his gaze to the name column. Mao Air. That's a nice name. Ding Yun silently committed the name to memory. Achoo. In the midst of her deep sleep, Chu Mo suddenly sneezed. However, being fast asleep, she did not wake. She merely rubbed her nose with her hand before drifting back into slumber. Son, come have breakfast. Just as Ding Yun was reveling in the anticipated joy of the convention, Chen Xiang suddenly pushed the door open. Ding Yun didn't know if he was shy or what, but it felt as if he was being controlled by a higher dimensional will. He instinctively closed the enlarged image and quickly scrolled the page downward. Oh, coming. What's the matter, Mom? Ding Yun didn't look at what the next page contained. Instead, he turned his head to look at his mother. Then he noticed his mother looking at him with a strange expression. After a brief moment of confusion, Ding Yun suddenly realized something and turned his head to look at his computer screen. Mom, hear me out. Let me explain. It's not what you think. The computer screen displayed 3 large characters. It's fine, Mom understands. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Your father and I won't say anything. I've left breakfast on the table for you. Remember to eat it later. Chen Xiang gave Ding Yun a knowing look, glancing at the computer behind him and then back at Ding Yun. Before Ding Yun could explain, she had already left the study. It's over. There's no way I can explain myself now. Heavens, are you trying to torment me, Ding Yun? Ding Yun's eyes gradually lost focus and he slumped lifelessly into his chair. Exhausted, he thought, let it all end. Isn't this just bullying? How could such a coincidence happen? He had only subconsciously scrolled down, and that page happened to appear on his screen. He really didn't like femboys, Mom. Would you believe me? This kind of soft, sweet, petite, lovely, snow-white-skinned, creamy, smooth, adorable femboy. He really didn't like them. Ding Yun sighed and sat up again. Since it had already happened, there was no point in dwelling on it. The innocent would remain innocent. In a situation like this, the more he tried to explain, the more suspicious he would appear in his parents' eyes. It would only make things worse. In such cases, he only needed to prove himself through his actions step by step. There was no need to rush. Although a small incident had occurred, it didn't dampen Ding Yun's determination to go to the comic convention. After the events of the past 2 days, he believed nothing could shock him anymore. Even if Chu Mo told him now that he could actually turn into a girl, it wouldn't shock him, though that was certainly impossible. Whom do I need to fill in an address? Ding Yun read the description and found that this convention used a pass card system instead of the usual QR code ticketing. I can choose the design of the pass card. He didn't expect it to be so user-friendly. The organizers had placed photos of all invited cosplayers in the selection bar. Unlike the QR code ticketing at regular conventions, here the pass card could be kept as a souvenir of one's favorite cosplayer after the event. Ding Yun quickly found the photo of the cosplayer he was looking for, named Mao Air. After selecting the SVIP ticket, he scanned the payment code with his phone, filled in his address, paid, and then shut down the computer. As for why he chose SVIP, it wasn't for any other reason. He simply saw that the SVIP ticket description mentioned a separate entrance. Since he had decided to go, he certainly wouldn't shortchange himself. He wasn't short on cash anyway. Spending a little to enhance his experience. He was quite satisfied with that deal. But this time he decided not to invite Chu Mo along, since he had often told Chu Mo that most people at comic conventions were mainstream socialites. However, knowing Chu Mo, there was a high chance he would still go to the convention. But with so many people, Ding Yun really didn't believe he would coincidentally run into Chu Mo. Even if he did, it wouldn't be a big deal. It wasn't anything embarrassing. With that thought, Ding Yun stood up and walked out of the study. Arriving in the living room, Ding Yun looked around, but didn't see his parents. They must have gone out for morning exercise. That was fine. It saved him from awkwardness. He wondered how late Chu Mo would sleep today. How that's strange. Liang Jia opened the door and looked at Chu Yun, who was sprawled out asleep. She knew her son liked to stay up all night and then catch up on sleep. But when did her daughter start imitating her son by staying up late and sleeping in? Liang Jia didn't say anything, though. She quietly walked over to Chu Yun. Then she picked up the blanket that Chu Yun had kicked aside, carefully covered her, and left the room. As for Chu Mo's room, Liang Jia felt there was no need to check. The two siblings were polar opposites. When sleeping, Chu Yun always kicked off her blanket, while Chu Mo loved to wrap himself up like a cocoon. Time passed quietly, and after sleeping the whole day, Master Chu Mo finally opened his eyes. Refreshing. He sat up, stretched, and picked up his phone to check the time. 4:15. I woke up on time today. He put down his phone, got out of bed, and walked straight to the window. He pulled open the curtains and sunlight streamed through the glass, spilling into Chu Mo's room. The sun had lost its midday harshness, now bearing a touch of warmth. Chu Mo couldn't help but open the window to feel the sun's warmth more closely. Maybe not. Just as he opened the window and stretched out his arms to embrace the sunlight, a wave of scorching heat hit him. Silently closing the window, Chu Mo looked at the air conditioner running at 18°C and sighed. In the end, he had been spoiled by comfort. It was better to just enjoy the sun's rays through the window. The sun was too enthusiastic. He couldn't handle it. He should wash up first, then check if Chu Yun was awake. About 10 minutes later, Chu Mo, now refreshed, pushed open his door. Looking down from the stairs at the sofa in the living room, he saw Chu Yun and their mother sitting together watching a TV series. He didn't expect the girl to wake up earlier than him. Yawn. Mom, what's for dinner tonight? Walking downstairs, Chu Mo came to the sofa and plopped down. Then, under Chu Yun's slightly surprised and resentful gaze, he took away the cut fruit platter that had been in front of her. Crayfish tonight. Your father has already gone to line up at the crayfish shop next to the community. He'll probably be back soon. I've also set aside some rice for you. You can stir-fry it yourself later. Liang Jie said while cracking sunflower seeds. Oh, okay. Chu Mo nodded. He had a habit when eating crayfish. He liked to peel all the crayfish first, then toss them into the fried rice along with some spicy crayfish soup. The flavor was absolutely perfect. Sticking a toothpick into a piece of mango, Chu Mo looked at Chu Yun beside him. Want some? No. Chu Yun turned away with a snort. Really not. Chu Mo brought the mango to his nose, sniffed it, and closed his eyes in feigned bliss. I said no, so no. Seeing Chu Mo like that, Chu Yun grew even more annoyed. She had just cut the fruit platter, and Chu Mo had snatched it away the moment he arrived. Really? Open wide, Chu Mo opened his eyes, held the mango out to Chu Yun, and looked at her with sincere eyes. Don't trick me, okay? If you do, you'll be in for it. Chu Yun glanced at him, then at the mango in front of her, and finally decided to trust him once, slowly opening her mouth. Hey, you actually ate it. Chu Mo suddenly pulled his hand back and stuffed the mango into his own mouth. Chu Mo. Chu Yun's furious voice echoed through the entire living room. By the way, Mom, when is your best friend's daughter supposed to come over? Wearing gloves, Chu Mo peeled the crayfish and placed them on the plate in front of him. Glancing at his mother sitting across from him, who was openly showering affection upon his father, he spoke up. People often say there's a 3-year itch, a 5-year chill, and a 7-year crisis, but in Chu Mo's opinion, his parents clearly didn't fit any of those descriptions. Smack. Chu Mo reached out and smacked his mother's left hand, which was creeping stealthily toward the plate of crayfish near him. If you want some, peel your own. Stop trying to steal food. Chu Mo rolled his eyes at Chu Yun and nudged the plate to his left. She'd already sneaked several pieces. Did he really think he hadn't noticed? TCH. Fine, don't eat then. Chu Yun turned her head away with disdain and started peeling a crayfish from the takeaway box herself. Although she appeared to be peeling, her eyes kept darting toward Chu Mo's plate, which was piled high with crayfish meat. I'll give you 6 more. That's it, no more taking. Watching Chu Yun's sneaky little glances, Chu Mo ultimately decided to give his sister 6 more peeled crayfish tails. What could he do? He was the older brother, even if he'd only been born a moment before Chu Yun. Wow, thank you, big brother. Love you. Seeing Chu Mo take 6 crayfish tails from his plate and place them in her bowl, Chu Yun didn't hesitate at all and accepted them without courtesy. It should be the morning of July 12th. We'll have lunch at home and then set off. Make sure you take good care of yourselves. Liang Jie brought the peeled crayfish to Chu Rong's mouth and spoke. Chu Rong, finally my turn to appear. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Seeing Chu Mo's reaction, Liang Jie asked in some confusion. Nothing. Just didn't expect the timing to be so coincidental. Chu Mo shook his head. He simply hadn't anticipated that such a coincidental thing would happen. The very morning after he returned from the anime convention, his mother's best friend's daughter would arrive at his home. It was like something out of a novel, each event linking tightly to the next. Next would come all sorts of accidents leading to rapidly deepening feelings between him and his mother's best friend's daughter, eventually turning them into a couple, right? Of course that was impossible. Chu Mo shook his head and cast those bizarre thoughts aside. After receiving an answer from his mother, Chu Mo continued peeling his crayfish. As for attending the anime convention, he had no intention of telling his parents. He didn't want to repeat the tragedy of last year's convention. Isn't this perfect? You attended the convention on the first day and she arrives the next day. It won't affect anything at all, Liang Jie said while peeling shrimp. Huh. Mom, how did you know I'm attending the convention again this year? Chu Mo turned his head to look at Chu Yun sitting beside him. Surely that girl hadn't sold him out. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. This is defamation. I'll sue you for defamation. Seeing her brother glance at her with eyes full of distrust, Chu Yun frantically shook her head. It really wasn't her this time. She was counting on her big brother to bring her in. How could she betray her own brother? Granted, she had originally planned to send a message to their mother once she got inside, asking them to buy tickets and enter. But so far she hadn't said a single word about her brother attending the convention. Look who you're born to. With those thin schemes of yours I can guess them on instinct. Besides, your mother isn't offline. The organizers posted a promotional video in the afternoon, and it just happened to catch my eye. Speaking which, Liang Jie removed her gloves, took her phone out of her pocket, tapped a few times on the screen, and then placed it in front of Chu Mo. Whether deliberately or not, the video his mother showed him happened to be paused exactly on the frame of his appearance. Chu Mo glanced at his phone, then at his mother's grinning face, and ultimately sighed with resignation. What comes must come, there's no escaping fate. He might as well accept it. But it wasn't like anything serious. This wasn't Ding Yun seeing him in female cosplay attire. He still had no idea what his cosplay costume would be this year. For the first time, he hadn't chosen a character himself, but had left the selection entirely to the organizers. But he supposed it wouldn't be terrible. So are you and Dad coming to the convention this time? If so, I'll let the staff know and ask them to send 2 more passes. After all, Chu Yun is coming. Chu Mo pushed up his gloves a bit, and then used the heel of his palm to push his mother's phone back. What do you mean I'm coming? Chu Yun was about to retort when she saw her brother grab a handful of crayfish from the plate and put it into her bowl. Adults are talking. Kids shouldn't interrupt. Okay, I'll go play somewhere else. Seeing her brother be so generous, Chu Yun had nothing more to say. It wasn't that she lacked temper, but rather that her brother had given her far too much. No need. You have fun. Your father and I won't interfere with young people's affairs. Liang Jie shook her head. Although she and Chu Rong never put on airs in front of their children and got along quite harmoniously, having parents hovering around would make the kids feel constrained and uncomfortable in the end. Oh, all right. After receiving his mother's reply, Chu Mo didn't say anything further and began peeling shrimp with his head down. He'd just given Chu Yun a handful, so his nearly overflowing plate of crayfish meat had suddenly decreased quite a bit. Few finally done peeling. After finishing all the crayfish from the takeaway boxes in front of him, Chu Mo stood up. Next, he just needed to stir-fry some egg fried rice, and he could start eating. Thinking this, Chu Mo was about to head toward the kitchen, but soon stopped, turned around, and returned to the dining table. In Chu Yun's reluctant gaze, he picked up the plate of peeled crayfish meat and carried it along to the kitchen. Where's the trust between people, brother? Ignoring Chu Yun's cries, Chu Mo slowly closed the kitchen door. Since his mother had already prepared the chopped green onion, cilantro, and rice, Chu Mo had no preparation work to do. He could simply heat the wok and start cooking. Golden egg liquid swirled in the hot oil. When the heat was about right, Chu Mo poured the rice from his hand into the pan, and soon the golden egg and rice intertwined together. Finally, he poured the crayfish meat from the plate in and gave it a quick stir-fry. Chu Mo's homemade crayfish fried rice was complete. Turning off the stove, Chu Mo looked at the finished fried rice and pondered for a moment. In the end, he retrieved the bowls he and Chu Yun usually ate from the cupboard. After pouring the fried rice from the wok into the bowls, Chu Mo opened the kitchen door. Want some? He asked Chu Yun, who was still peeling crayfish at the dining table. Don't think you can fool me. Trying the same trick twice. Do you take me for a fool, brother? Chu Yun didn't even look up and continued peeling the crayfish in her hand. Oh, is that so? Then I suppose I'll have to enjoy this alone. Chu Mo brought the bowl to the dining table and waved it tantalizingly in front of Chu Yun. Chu Yun glanced at Chu Mo, then at the bowl in his hand, and finally spoke decisively. I admit I spoke a bit loudly just now, my dear brother. Ding Yun and Chizuru should both have time to game today. After finishing his meal, Chu Mo placed the dishes in the dishwasher and returned to his room. As for Chu Yun, she had been one step too late. Her parents had dragged her out for a walk. Sinking into her chair at the desk, Chu Mo powered on the computer. There was still plenty of time before gaming. He had heard online that the Weak Mind bar on Tieba was quite entertaining nowadays. With nothing better to do, browsing around to pass the time sounded pleasant enough. Opening his browser, Chu Mo's fingers flew across the keyboard, and soon the Tieba homepage appeared. Let me see what's going on. Chu Mo regarded the Tieba page with mild curiosity. He had never really used the platform before. The last time he had visited was years ago when he could not find a good site to watch anime, and asked the Tieba veterans for recommendations. He had never returned since. Sun Xiaochuan bar, Genshin Impact bar, League of Legends bar. Found it. Weak Mind bar, you shall be my target. In quick succession, Chu Mo located the Weak Mind bar on the webpage and clicked through. Today he would see just how absurd this Weak Mind bar could possibly be. My grandmother's son has fallen in love with my mother, and they even had a daughter together. What should I do? Chu Mo's attention was immediately seized by one comment. Reading the words on his screen, he silently repeated them to himself. So this was what a Weak Mind bar question looked like. It felt almost educational. Chu Mo gazed at his computer screen, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled upward. This Weak Mind bar was genuinely amusing. What is this question? How fast is the speed of sound? Filled with curiosity, Chu Mo clicked into the thread. The question appeared earnest and dignified, standing in stark contrast to all the others around it. The speed of sound is too slow. His mother told him to play less on his phone, but he did not hear. She told him to eat more vegetables, but he did not hear. She told him to sleep early and rise early, but he did not hear. She told him to take care of himself, but by then his mother had already passed away and he could finally hear only her silence. Chu Mo read every word slowly, one sentence at a time. His leg, which had been bouncing nervously, gradually stilled with each passing moment. The smile on his face grew rigid and then faded entirely. No way, sir. I only came here to laugh. Why are you stabbing me in the heart? Chu Mo silently exited the weak mind bar. He seriously suspected that the community was filled with similar posts designed to lure people in only to wound them afterwards. Then again, could there be any posts about his cosplay here? As if struck by an idea, Chu Mo began furiously tapping his keyboard. Accompanied by the clicking of his mouse, the page redirected instantly. There actually is one. But isn't this forum name a bit too embarrassing? Who on earth names a forum like this? Chu Mo stared at the thread title and fell into deep thought. Although he was genuinely pleased to learn that someone had created an entire community in his honor and the post count was far from small, Chu Mo truly felt the name deserved revision. Changing the name from Cat 2 Teacher's Dog to something like Cat 2 Teacher's Stronghold would already be an improvement. The current title was simply too embarrassing for him to bear. If Chu Yin discovered that he had such a bizarre forum name, he would undoubtedly die of embarrassment right there on the spot. Chu Mo's right hand gripped the mouse and a light click opened the entire forum. Discussion threads and questions from the community immediately filled his screen. Cat 2 Teacher's sexy photo book leaked. Chu Mo. Staring at the first post, he momentarily struggled to determine how he even felt about clicking it. What kind of leak was this? Cat 2 Teacher's sexy photo book. What on earth was going on? He distinctly did not remember ever taking anything like that. Was he really that kind of person? He was slandering me. He was actively slandering me. I Chu Mo as a male cosplayer. No, I Chu Mo, a proper upright man of 7 feet, could never possibly produce such bizarre content. Chu Mo took a deep breath to steady his nerves, and steeling himself as one walks to execution, clicked into the post. Is this really all? TCH, I got myself worked up for nothing. Chu Mo let out a breath of relief upon seeing his own cosplay photograph appear before his eyes. The poster had merely captured a photo of him pointing forward and photoshopped the word hentai onto it. Nothing more. They had even attached a video containing only audio with no images, seamlessly splicing together clips of various anime female characters saying hentai. Was it because pairing the two made the content easier to consume? Funny enough, it was quite creative. Listening to the various female voices, tinged with either shy embarrassment or playful anger, Chu Mo felt something inexplicable awaken within him. Cough. It is better to avoid such indecent material. Chu Mo closed the post and continued browsing. He refused to believe there could be anything more shocking than this. Shocking. Famous cosplayer caught doing this at a convention. Has Cat 2 Teacher passed away? Has Cat 2 Teacher had a baby? The deeper he scrolled, the darker his expression grew. What manner of bizarre nonsense were these? How could anyone be this abstract? He had merely been eating vanilla ice cream at a convention. He had not broken any heavenly law. How did that become doing this kind of thing? And this post, what did it mean he was dead? If he were truly dead, then what was this version of him? A spirit body? Had he been reincarnated through some Edo period forbidden technique? The claim that he had given birth to a child was even more absurd. As a proper man of 7 feet, where exactly was he supposed to have birthed a child? Could none of his fans be even remotely normal? Was there not a single sane person among them? Chu Mo forced himself to keep scrolling, and at last he found a perfectly ordinary post. The thread was simply titled Cat 2 Teacher's Beautiful Photos. The title looked completely normal. It could not possibly be as absurd as those earlier posts. It seems there are indeed normal people among my fans. Chu Mo nodded with satisfaction, and full of hope clicked into the thread. But reality swiftly dealt him a harsh blow. Author, I will manually censor this here, sparing you the vulgarity. Don't play tricks like this. Were all his fans truly born with abstract constitutions? Otherwise, where would so many abstract posts come from? Chu Mo rested his forehead against his palm and pressed his lips together. In the end, he left a single comment beneath the post, a 9, because 6 was simply too ordinary. The post contained only a single photograph, and it was not even of Chu Mo. It was a screenshot of a document. Of course, if it had been nothing more than an ordinary document screenshot, Chu Mo would not have been so thoroughly shaken. On that document image, certain words were emblazoned in bold. All of Teacher Mao-Air's fans are just trolling. You didn't get tricked into coming here, did you? No way someone actually believes this. Reading the sarcastic words on the document, Chu Mo felt his forehead throbbing with veins. He could even imagine the expression on that person's face when they wrote this. Chu Mo picked up the glass of cold boiled water on his desk and drank it all in one gulp, only then feeling the inexplicable anger in his chest subside. Letting out a long sigh, he calmed himself and continued reading. He refused to believe that all his fans were just trolls. Was he really unworthy of having a single normal fan? Listlessly scrolling the mouse, he looked at the absurd questions and images in the forum. Chu Mo gradually sank into deep self-doubt. Could it be that because he himself was so absurd his fans turned out this way? No, that's impossible. How could he ever do something so ridiculous? It must be for some other reason. Forget it, he'd just keep reading. Chu Mo shook his head, casting aside all the messy thoughts from his mind. He was determined to see it through today. Was there really not a single normal person in this forum? This post looked okay. Since they swore such a serious oath, they probably weren't going to pull any tricks. Looking at the post before him, Chu Mo seemed to see hope. At last, not all his fans were just here for the lulz. There were still normal people among his fans. Chu Mo felt he was about to cry with excitement. The post read, Teacher Mao airs white silk cosplay photos. If I trick you, I'll die. Full of anticipation, he opened the post. The moment he saw the content, Chu Mo stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Chu Mo's expression shifted from excitement to anticipation, then to confusion, then to anger, and finally to despair. He had been betrayed again. Just then the desktop music happened to play a classic song. Snowflakes fluttering, north wind howling. Give me back my emotions. Chu Mo looked at the post wanting to cry, but having no tears. The post clearly displayed only these words, Teacher Mao airs white silk cosplay photos. Apart from that, there was not a single word or image to be found. What sin had he committed? Chu Mo felt that if he kept scrolling he would eventually be driven to death by anger in this forum. Buzz. Just then the phone on Chu Mo's desk suddenly vibrated. Is it time already? Chu Mo glanced at the computer screen time, finding it was only just 8 o'clock. Usually they started calling at 8:30. Curious, Chu Mo picked up the phone and saw it was a group voice call from Ding Yun. It seemed that guy had recovered. After all, he was usually carefree and wouldn't dwell on any issue. Answering the call, Ding Yun's voice immediately came through the phone. Hey son, have you missed your dear daddy? I'll fucking, and let you know who's the son and who's the father. Amidst a barrage of colorful curses, the person on the other end fell silent. Chu Mo was on fire today, his aggression unusually fierce. Bro, you're my brother, I'm wrong, please stop, I'm broken. Fine, forgiven. Ding Yun. Of course Ding Yun didn't take it to heart. They had traded insults many times before. If they were face to face, they'd probably end up shouting at each other until they both burst out laughing at the sight of each other's faces. So those words just now couldn't really break him. Come on, who was he? He was Ding Yun with a face as thick as a wall. On the other end of the line, Chu Mo felt the pent-up frustration in his chest dissipate, along with his colorful curses, leaving him feeling completely relieved. So why did you call, eh? Chu Mo glanced at the voice call and saw that he hadn't answered, presumably busy with something. Nothing, just bored and wanted to chat with you guys. Ding Yun replied honestly. He had been nearly driven crazy, cooped up at home all day. No one to play games with, no anime or TV shows he wanted to watch. He couldn't even wander around the living room, afraid his parents would come to talk to him. He had been lying in his room scrolling through Douyin all day. If he didn't find someone to talk to soon, he'd go insane. He even enjoyed Chu Mo cursing at him just now as long as someone was talking to him. Of course that was definitely not because he was a pervert. It was simply because he had been cooped up at home all day and was a bit excited to hear Chu Mo's voice. Yeah, that's right, that's it. Well then hang up. Nothing else to do. Listening to Ding Yun's explanation, Chu Mo said as he moved the mouse to close the browser. No, don't. Don't think you can bully me just because I'm easygoing. You sound so annoying. Of course, Chu Mo wasn't going to actually leave the voice chat. Since he had nothing else to do, chatting with Ding Yun casually was fine. Beep. The voice call notification suddenly sounded. Chu Mo looked at his phone and saw it was Qianhe. Qianhe, what are you guys talking about? As always, Qianhe still communicated with Chu Mo and Ding Yun through text, not changing her habit even after they had met in person. Nothing much, just discussing some philosophical topics like who is whose father. Chu Mo replied while using the mouse to open the game accelerator in the game. Qianhe, oh I see. Is there even a need to argue? You're both my good sons. Chu Mo. Ding Yun. I thought Lu Bu was invincible, but someone even braver has appeared. Whose general is this? As expected, chatting has to be with Qian, he taking on both of them single-handedly. Of course, they didn't dwell on this topic for long, and soon started their daily gaming session. After finishing another game, Chu Mo let go of the mouse, yawned, picked up his water glass, and took a sip. For some reason, he felt sleepy as early as 2:30 today. Could it be because he had stayed up too late, and his kidneys were weak? No, how could that be? It must be because he didn't make up for his sleep well yesterday. As a man, you can say anything is wrong, but never the kidneys. I'm done. I'm sleepy. That's it for today. You guys keep playing while I'm out. Saying this, Chu Mo quickly clicked a few times with the mouse to shut down the computer. He exited the voice call on his phone, turned off the room light, and quickly slipped into bed. Why am I so sleepy? Lying in bed, Chu Mo yawned, opened an audiobook app, and gradually closed his eyes. But just as his consciousness was about to sink into chaos, an inexplicable question suddenly popped into his mind. What would be the reason for my next transformation into Chu Mo? This question suddenly surfaced in Chu Mo's mind just before he fell asleep. But before he could delve deeper into the thought, drowsiness overwhelmed him. In the blink of an eye, he was fast asleep. Outside the window, the world was cloaked in silence, broken only by the occasional chirp of cicadas, adding a touch of vibrancy to the thick night. Time seemed to slow down, and everything was bathed in serenity. Yet in the dead of night, when everyone was sound asleep, the sound of an alarm clock echoed from Chu Yun's room. Is it morning already? Chu Yun opened her eyes groggily, feeling a dryness in her eyes that made her squint involuntarily. Fumbling around her bed, she quickly found her phone. With muscle memory, she swiped the screen, and the alarm abruptly stopped. I can sleep for another 20 minutes. Muttering to herself, Chu Yun turned over and drifted back into slumber. The curtains in the entire house were the thick blackout once personally selected by Liang Jia. Even during the day, once the curtains were drawn, the bedroom would be as dark as night, devoid of any light. So Chu Yun didn't notice anything amiss. To correct her reverse day-night cycle, Chu Yun had only taken a 2-hour nap during the day and then spent the rest of the time watching TV with her mother. After returning home from a walk, Chu Yun, exhausted, took a quick shower, changed into her pajamas, and slipped into her bed. As everyone knows, when a person is extremely tired, as soon as their body relaxes, they can fall asleep almost instantly. Chu Yun was no exception. Lying in bed, she had just opened her phone to set her alarm when her consciousness slipped into a haze. Fortunately, she hadn't even turned off the light, so after only 2.5 minutes, she opened her eyes again. But by then her mind was clearly not fully awake, and her already sluggish brain was even slower to process. Under the influence of various debuffs, Chu Yun inevitably set the alarm wrong in her dazed state. When one is in deep sleep, time flies by. It feels as if you've just closed your eyes, and then you open them to find it's already daytime. With years of experience setting alarms, Chu Yun had learned a lesson: no matter how much you love a song, never set it as your wake-up ringtone. Otherwise, in the end, you'll feel sick just hearing that song, developing a physical aversion to it. Chu Yun opened her eyes groggily, but instead of reaching for the light, she sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the wall in front of her like a soulless shell. Only the warmth of her body indicated she was still alive. She sat there for about 5 minutes, her unfocused gaze gradually sharpening, then drifting off again. I've slept for so long, why am I still so tired? Chu Yun asked her brain, but after waiting for a long time, her brain did not respond. If a pop-up window had appeared, it would have read: your brain is not responding, with 2 options below. One was continue waiting, and the other was in process. Naturally, our clever, beautiful, and kind Chu Yun chose the second option, ending the brain's process. Like a walking corpse, Chu Yun dragged herself slowly toward the bathroom. Except for filling the cup and squeezing toothpaste, she did everything else with her eyes closed. Pushing open the bathroom door, she took a deep breath and rubbed her face, trying to activate her brain. But it was obviously ineffective. Chu Yun seemed to hear the shutdown sound of her brain. Her alarm was set for 6 in the morning, and at that time her brother would have just finished gaming. Since she had nothing to do anyway, why not go buy breakfast with her brother? With that thought, Chu Yun trudged with heavy steps out of her room and headed toward Chu Mo's room. Originally lying in bed sleeping, Chu Mo seemed to sense something and frowned slightly. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock on the wall of Chu Mo's room kept ticking, its sound particularly clear in the silent bedroom. Creak. The door handle turned under external force, and the door opened. A figure silently appeared in Chu Mo's room, slowly approaching his bedside. Chu Mo, fast asleep, noticed nothing. The shadow extended its right hand toward him, bent down, and gently patted his left hand sticking out from the blanket. Brother, don't sleep anymore. Get up and buy breakfast with me. A faint, ethereal female voice echoed in the room. Well, to be precise, it was a feeble, listless voice. Who would be full of energy after waking up so early? That would be inhuman. Chu Yun. Okay, let me put on some clothes. Chu Mo, who was sleeping, suddenly felt someone pat his hand and opened his eyes groggily. But clearly his brain wasn't online yet either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to Chu Yun's request so readily, since most of the time he was contrary with her. Okay, I'll wait in my room. Chu Yun didn't say anything more once her brother agreed. She just wanted to lie in her bed a little longer. Clearly, Chu Yun's completely crashed brain still hadn't realized anything was off. In her eyes, Chu Mo had simply gone to bed early like she had. Was I just dreaming? Chu Mo, now fully awake on the bed, had only just fallen asleep moments ago and hadn't entered deep sleep. He sat up and looked around, but didn't see Chu Yun. That's strange. He rubbed his head, wondering how the dream could feel so real. In his daze, he seemed to have seen Chu Yun standing expressionlessly silly and cute in front of him, patting his hand. What came next? Oh right, she asked him to buy breakfast with her. He picked up his phone and checked the time. It was just past 3:10 a.m. At 3:10, how could Chu Yun really come to ask him to buy breakfast? It must have been a dream. He tossed the phone aside and lay back down. Changing his sleeping position, he closed his eyes and drowsiness surged again. He soon fell back into deep sleep. But as he slept he began to sense something wrong. His something's not right. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Chu Mo abruptly sat up, completely unaware of the few strands of dark hair trapped beneath her. A sharp pain instantly shot through her fully waking Chu Mo. She rubbed her aching scalp with a hint of helplessness. Click! Chu Mo reached out her right hand and turned on the room's light. The bright light instantly dispelled the darkness. She stood up, walked to the wardrobe, and pulled open its door. Sigh. Letting out a sigh, Chu Mo took out her home clothes and quickly changed into them. Now she understood perfectly that everything that had just happened was real. The thought filled Chu Mo with helplessness. She had only wondered before sleep what would cause her to become Chu Mo next time. Never did she expect the answer to reveal itself so swiftly. Chu Mo had never imagined she would become Chu Mo because of something so absurd. Chu Mo didn't want to become Chu Mo, but Chu Mo wanted to become Chu Mo. So who actually became Chu Mo or Chu Mo? After changing, Chu Mo picked up her phone from the bed and checked the time. 3:23. So she would probably turn back into Chu Mo around 3:23 in the afternoon. Luckily she had nothing planned today. Otherwise she sighed. She wondered what her mother would say when she woke up and found her daughter had become Chu Mo again. Chu Mo shook her head, slipped her phone into her pocket, walked to the computer desk, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it all in one gulp. Phew. Setting down the glass, Chu Mo turned and walked to her door. Now it was time to pay a proper visit to her adorable little sister. She wanted to see what crazy idea had possessed her sister in the middle of the night. Asking her to go out for breakfast before dawn was one thing. She could just go back to sleep after waking her up. That wasn't a big deal. But why did she have to slap her hand? Was she going to say, "Congratulations, the surgery was a success. You're a girl now"? Opening her own door, Chu Mo quickly arrived at Chu Yun's room. She took a deep breath to calm herself before pushing open the door. Otherwise, Chu Mo feared she might lose control and strangle Chu Yun. Chu Yun was truly her wonderful little sister. Chu Mo entered Chu Yun's room. The lights were off. It took about 30 seconds for her eyes to adjust to the dimness. Or so she thought. Technology improves life. Chu Mo decisively pulled out her phone and turned on the flashlight. The bright light instantly illuminated the area in front of her, revealing Chu Yun sprawled messily across the bed, fast asleep. Chu Mo. What can I say, man? Seeing Chu Yun in deep slumber, anger surged within her. She had woken her up, turned her into Chu Mo, and then fallen back asleep herself. Truly, forbearance brings calm, but a step back only deepens the resentment. No, she had to teach this girl a lesson today. With that thought, Chu Mo decisively reached out and turned on the light in Chu Yun's room. Bright light flooded the entire space. Why is the light on? Chu Yun was forced to open her eyes by the glare, then quickly shut them tight again. Under Chu Mo's astonished gaze, Chu Yun's eyes still closed, fumbled with her right hand, until after persistent effort, she managed to turn off the light once more. And Chu Yun's dear brother Chu Mo. Oh no, now it should be sister. Chu Yun's dear sister was completely ignored throughout. Watching her sister's antics, Chu Mo was so angry she laughed. So this is how it was going to be. Click. She turned on the light again. Who keeps turning on my light? Chu Yun sat up, rubbed her blurry eyes, and looked at Chu Mo standing nearby. Oh, it's you, brother. How did you become sister again? Who did this? Turn off the light for me. I want to sleep a bit more. Murmuring drowsily, Chu Yun, with her long hair loose, mumbled a few words to Chu Mo, then collapsed back onto the bed like a limp rag. She was completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. But perhaps her brain, which had been booting up for 2.5 years, finally kicked in. After lying down for about 10 seconds, Chu Yun's eyes snapped open. What did she just see? Sister. Gradually recalling what had happened earlier, a sense of crisis welled up inside her. What just happened was really an accident. She only wanted to wake her brother to go buy breakfast. But she was too sleepy and her mind just hadn't been quick enough. Oh, my dear little sister, you're finally awake. Before Chu Yun could react, her sister's exquisite face appeared before her, beaming with a radiant smile. To be honest, her sister's temperament and features gave off the impression of a sweet, warm, gentle girl next door, the kind one instinctively wanted to protect. But only Chu Yun knew that when her brother turned into her sister, the sweeter the smile, and the more it felt like a spring breeze, the more dangerous things were for her. Gulp. Seeing her sister's sweet smile, Chu Yun couldn't help but swallow hard. She silently sat up and looked at her sister. I said I didn't mean it. Would you believe me? Sis. Brother. Chu Yun's survival instinct peaked at that moment. Oh, I see. Chu Mo's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding, her smile still bright. You believe me. Then, shall we go out for breakfast? Seeing her sister's expression, Chu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, and then spoke to Chu Mo. Do you think it matters whether I believe you or not? Go out for breakfast. My dear sister, guess what time it is right now? Chu Mo grabbed Chu Yun's neck and shook her wildly, as if to vent all the anger inside her. And no, shouldn't it be? Around 6 in the morning. Hearing her sister's words, a bad premonition arose in Chu Yun's heart. Could she have set the alarm wrong? Was it still the early hours? So she had not only turned her brother into her sister, but also dragged him out of bed at dawn to buy breakfast. 6. Take a closer look. What time is it now? Chu Mo released her grip on Chu Yun's neck, lit up her phone screen, and held it in front of Chu Yun. Only 3:30. Chu Yun stared at her sister's phone in disbelief, then looked back at her sister. Give me a chance to make it up. Chu Yun thought for a moment, then looked up at Chu Mo. She seemed to have found a way out. Oh, make it up. Tell me about it. Chu Mo hadn't expected her sister to say that, and became intrigued. She wanted to see what kind of trick her sister could come up with. Look at this, sis. Brother. Chu Yun, as if grasping at a lifeline, grabbed her phone from the bed, unlocked it quickly, and tapped into an app. Then with a look of pride, she handed the phone to Chu Mo. The screen displayed exactly. So this is what you used to make amends, eh? Chu Mo took the phone from his younger sister's hands, looking at Chu Yun with a peculiar expression as a suspicion began to take shape in his mind. The page Chu Yun showed Chu Mo was precisely that bizarre Tieba forum for teacher Mao that he had browsed not long ago. Just thinking about those previous posts gave him a headache. What kind of absurd fans were those? Or had all his normal fans from before gone? Could absurdity be contagious? Was she playing some sort of biohazard game? So once one person became absurd, the second one got infected too, right? Absolutely. To make your fans more cohesive, I created this forum for you on Tieba after we returned from the last comic convention. Chu Yun said proudly, completely oblivious to Chu Mo's increasingly dark expression, still rambling on non-stop, as if begging to be praised. Oh, so you're the moderator of this forum. Chu Mo gradually narrowed his eyes, looking at Chu Yun sitting on the bed. Now it all made perfect sense. No wonder his fan forum had such an absurd name. It was his own sister who had chosen it. But why were all the posts from his fans so bizarre? This question Chu Mo truly could not fathom. His sister being a forum moderator shouldn't have any direct connection to whether his fans were absurd or not, theoretically speaking. What's wrong, brother? Did you check it? Wasn't it managed exceptionally well by me? Chu Yun had no sense that anything was amiss, still enthusiastically explaining how she had created and operated Chu Mo's fan forum. You? Operated? Chu Mo looked at Chu Yun somewhat puzzled, not knowing his sister had this skill. Yes, the forum looks like this now, all thanks to me alone. Chu Yun said. All by yourself? Chu Mo looked at his sister, as if realizing something. Don't tell me this forum is so absurd because of you. Chu Mo took a deep breath, looking at the smug Chu Yun, and said. He seemed to have already guessed what her so-called operation truly was. Yes, naturally it was your most wonderful sister who did it. Chu Yun continued, saying that only she could come up with such a brilliant idea. When she first created the forum, there were indeed very few members. After a month, only 5 or 6 people were following. After all, Chu Mo participating in comic conventions was not something that happened overnight. As a qualified organizer, she would naturally personally resolve the fan group issues for Chu Mo, the resident cosplayer and mascot. So in the early days of the forum's creation, not many people paid attention to the forum Chu Yun had created. After all, as a newly created forum, Chu Yun had neither popularity nor photos of Chu Mo cosplaying. The images Chu Yun could find, others could find online too. Could she really put unflattering photos of her own brother online? Although Chu Yun had considered this approach, her rationality ultimately overcame her instinct for self-destruction. Therefore, Chu Yun's forum had absolutely no appeal to other fans of Chu Mo. Even later, those who had originally followed started to unsubscribe one by one. At that time, Chu Yun grew anxious, but after 2 days of deep contemplation, Chu Yun had an epiphany. No popularity, no professionally edited photos, so why not just embrace absurdity? So she changed the forum name to its current one, and then started posting quite a few absurd posts on the forum. Then Chu Yun infiltrated the fan group that the organizer had created for Chu Mo, and began poaching members one by one. Everything after that basically fell into place as this kind of absurd post spread like a virus among Chu Mo's fanbase. 1 passed to 10 to 100 until eventually her brother's fans all seemed to have some degree of absurdity. To be honest, at that time Chu Yun had never expected her posts to trigger such a massive butterfly effect. But looking at the results so far, Chu Yun thought it was pretty good. Due to the forum's absurd nature, Chu Yun's forum had even started to spread throughout the entire anime and manga circle, becoming somewhat famous. It indirectly brought Chu Mo quite a few new fans, though they were all rather absurd types. But it was not a significant issue, as long as her goal was achieved, that was all that mattered to Chu Yun. As for any after-sales issues, they had nothing to do with her at all. Oh, I see. Come here, Chu Yun, be good. Chu Mo nodded, and waved to Chu Yun, gesturing for her to come closer. The sweet smile on his face was terrifyingly pleasant. Yes, so can I make amends now? Chu Yun looked at her brother with great expectation. With such a great merit, it should definitely offset this mistake. Oh, make amends. Make amends. Watching her brother repeat her words back and forth twice. Out of understanding her brother, Chu Yun immediately felt something was wrong and decisively crawled towards the other side of the bed. But this was ultimately futile. The room was so small, where could she run to? Give me back my normal fans, give me back my normal fans. Chu Mo grabbed the fleeing Chu Yun and began shaking her frantically. Chu Yun felt the world spinning around her, and her already overwhelmed brain nearly crashed with an unresponsive error. Just thinking about how his fans had all become so absurd because of Chu Yun made Chu Mo's heart ache. Not to mention anything else, just thinking about attending the offline comic convention in a few days. Chu Mo dared not imagine what absurd antics his current fans might pull off for him. His fans were essentially all joy killers. Plus, since resident cosplayers would each be assigned their own exclusive booth. So when the time came, Chu Mo wouldn't be able to escape no matter where he went. After all, you can run from the temple, but not the monk. Just thinking about this made Chu Mo even more angry. He directly grabbed Chu Yun's latex pillow and was about to give it to her bottom. I was wrong. Chu Yun covered her bottom while circling around the room with her brother. Yes, that's right, she fled, he chased, she could not escape no matter what. Humph. After a chase, Chu Mo threw the pillow from his hands back onto Chu Yun's bed. Were you wrong? Chu Mo helplessly looked at Chu Yun standing in front of him and said. It was lucky that Chu Yun was his sister. If it were Ding Yun, he would definitely have a duel with him today. Author, let me elaborate on the duel. No. I was wrong. My dearest brother in the whole world, please forgive your cute sister this once. Please. Seeing that Chu Mo's anger had largely subsided, Chu Yun decisively used her coquettish tactics. Both hands holding Chu Mo's right hand, her body swayed continuously left and right along with her hands. If you think I would forgive. Oh, please, brother. I will never make this kind of mistake again, brother. Seeing that Chu Mo still hadn't forgiven her, Chu Yun decisively intensified her coquettish act, directly interrupting Chu Mo's casting. All right, don't let there be a next time. Be good, go to sleep, good night. Watching Chu Yun holding his hand and acting coquettishly, although Chu Mo didn't want to admit it, he truly fell for Chu Yun's act. After talking with Chu Yun for a while longer, Chu Mo turned off the room light for Chu Yun, said good night, and then left the room. So sleepy, going to sleep. Tomorrow I'm not going anywhere, just staying home, it won't help whoever comes. Thinking like this, Chu Mo, who returned to the room, directly crawled into his own blanket. Closing his eyes, drowsiness gradually surged. Chu Mo only felt his eyelids becoming heavier and heavier. After he woke up, there shouldn't be any sudden incidents, right? At the moment when consciousness was about to completely fall into chaos, Chu Mo thought. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Chu Mo opened his eyes, somewhat bewildered. The room was still pitch black, with only the indicator light of the air conditioner flickering. Chu Mo sat up, but did not reach for her phone. Instead, she leaned against the headboard and stared blankly. Humans are truly remarkable creatures. Too little sleep makes one drowsy, too much makes one both tired and sleepy. Chu Mo was now in a state of being both tired and sleepy. Turning sideways, she reached for the cup on the computer desk and drank the remaining water in one go. For some reason, every time she woke up, Chu Mo felt as if she had been stranded in a desert for 10 days or half a month. Setting down the cup, she threw off the air conditioning quilt covering her and got out of bed. Chu Mo crossed her hands, stretched them forward, then raised them above her head. As she moved, her pajama top slowly rose, inadvertently revealing her slender waist with its alluring curves fully exposed. Leaning down, she picked up her phone from the bed and lit up the screen to check the time. Only 9:30. Chu Mo put the phone into her pajama pocket. She had thought she would at least sleep until 11, but unexpectedly, she had woken up so early. Entering the bathroom, Chu Mo sighed at the sight of the colorful array of skincare products in front of her. If she were still Chu Mo, she could even skip using facial cleanser and just wash her face with warm water. But now she was Chu Mo, so she had to obediently follow the steps her mother had taught her. After quickly brushing her teeth, Chu Mo adjusted the temperature and turned on the faucet. Warm water splashed onto her face. Chu Mo picked up the toner beside her, squeezed some onto her face, spread it evenly, and began to pat gently. Then she took out the lotion and repeated the same process. All right, just one last step, Chu Mo said, turning her gaze to the sunscreen on the other side. I'm not going out today, so I don't need to apply this, right? Chu Mo thought for a moment and shook her head. She really didn't believe anything would happen today that would make her go out. Realizing this, she quickly interrupted her own thoughts. Don't jinx it, tui. Chu Mo kept repeating this phrase, having almost forgotten the saying about not jinxing things. She had repeated it so many times, and she hadn't even finished setting the flag just now, so there shouldn't be any trouble, right? Chu Mo stared at the sunscreen in front of her and finally decided to do the opposite. After all, the premise of this flag was that she hadn't applied sunscreen. If she applied the sunscreen directly, wouldn't that indirectly break the flag she had set? With that thought, Chu Mo decisively reached for the sunscreen on the sink and applied it evenly all over her body. As for her hair, Chu Mo simply used a claw clip to tie it up, simple and convenient and not too stuffy. Perfect. Looking at her charming reflection in the mirror, Chu Mo couldn't help but admire herself, and then she did something that would make her regret for the rest of her life. Oh, beautiful lady, pleased to meet you. Chu Mo murmured to herself and performed a gentlemanly bow with a flourish toward her reflection. Just as Chu Mo was halfway through her performance, the bathroom door opened. A figure appeared right before her. At the moment their eyes met, Chu Yun couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. What had she just heard and seen? Oh, beautiful lady, ha! Chu Yun had only come to check if her sister was awake, but she never expected to witness her sister's cringy moment. Now Chu Yun only regretted not bringing her phone in to record that scene. Unfortunately, there was no regret medicine in the world. Oh, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Of course, the one who wished for regret medicine even more was Chu Mo. Her originally fair cheeks instantly flushed bright red. She rarely acted cringy like this, and of all times it had to be caught by her little sister. Fortunately, her sister hadn't brought her phone, or else knowing her sister's personality, she would have definitely recorded it. Oh, my dear sister, you wouldn't want others to know what just happened, would you? Chu Yun looked at her sister laughing so recklessly and brazenly. Oh, my most adorable little sister, do you know? There is only one kind of person in the world who can keep a secret forever. Do you know which kind? After the initial panic, Chu Mo quickly regained her composure and looked at her smirking sister with a deceptively kind smile. Gulp. Chu Yun swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back. This wasn't going as she had imagined. In her plan, shouldn't her sister be begging her on her knees not to tell anyone? And then say she would agree to any conditions, and then she could take the opportunity to make some outrageous demands of her sister. For example, and hee. Well, actually, she hadn't even thought of anything yet before her sister turned the tables on her. She was helpless too. Who knew her sister would deviate from the script? Referee, I want to report a hack. My sister is cheating. Just ban her mail account. Seeing her sister advancing step by step, Chu Yun decisively ran outside. Where there is life, there is hope. Ooh, of all the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. Hey Chu Yun, why are you running? Watch out, you'll fall. Bang. Hey, you're so old, but still so reckless. Look at that, you tripped over nothing in the living room. See, you even scraped your skin. Within less than 20 seconds, Chu Mo, still in the bathroom, heard the sound of her mother and Chu Yun's contact with the floor in the living room downstairs. Karma. Chu Mo snorted and muttered under her breath. However, her actions were completely opposite to her words. She quickly ran to her computer desk, took out the small medical kit she always kept in her room, and then rushed out of the door. The sound of her footsteps thumping down the stairs immediately echoed. This was purely out of concern for her little sister, absolutely not, because she was a siscon. Yes, that's it. Chu Mo thought as she raced downstairs. Look at you, all grown up and still so clumsy. Does it hurt? Like a nagging mother, Chu Mo chattered incessantly while cleaning Chu Yun's wound with saline solution. Though she fell on tiled flooring, Chu Yun had been running too fast. Thus, as expected, her knees suffered the consequences. The once fair skin instantly turned a bruised purple. To be honest, if Chu Mo were not both Chu Mo and Chu Mo the male counterpart, he would never have believed that a mere fall could bruise a person's knee so badly. When he was still Chu Mo the male, even if he fell outside, it would only be a minor scrape. He could brush it off and continue with his business. The pain lasted only a fleeting moment, almost negligible. He was after all tough and resilient. But the moment he became Chu Mo the female, everything changed. What was once a trivial injury for Chu Mo the male now seemed like a life-threatening wound for Chu Mo the female. Not only did it look terrifying, but the pain was also excruciating. Yet it made sense. As a male, Chu Mo's endurance was far superior to that of his female counterpart. After all, one was a warrior, the other a fragile mage. Their defensive attributes were incomparable. SSS. The moment Chu Mo poured hydrogen peroxide onto Chu Yun's wound, it immediately began to fizz with a hissing sound. The initially clear liquid quickly bubbled into white foam. Chu Yun's face contorted in pain. After swiftly rinsing off the hydrogen peroxide with saline solution, Chu Mo picked up the iodine and, starting from the center, disinfected the surrounding area 3 times, then satisfied, placed the medicine back into the first aid kit. The reason for such professionalism was that Chu Mo was actually a clinical medicine major at Qingqing University. Of course, Chu Mo had simplified the steps a bit. After all, it was just a simple fall on flat ground, nothing serious. Chu Mo simply thought, since they had the means at home, why not give his little sister proper treatment? Alright, it's fine. No twisted ankle. Want me to get you an ice pack? Chu Mo stood up, looking at Chu Yun sitting before him, and asked. No, it's fine, just a scratch. Chu Yun shook her head at Chu Mo, and as if to prove she wasn't that fragile, she reached out and poked the bruise beside the wound. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Chu Yun's face twisted in pain. But she seemed not to have learned her lesson. The lingering pain hadn't even faded yet. Under Chu Mo's watchful gaze, Chu Yun once again poked the same bruise. The result was, of course, predictable. Her face contorted into a bitter expression. Ah, you just keep tempting fate. Chu Mo reached out and tapped Chu Yun's forehead with a smile. The skill of self-destructive mischief seemed to be etched into his little sister's DNA. Having dealt with everything, Chu Mo placed the first aid kit on the coffee table and plopped down onto the sofa. At this hour, Ding Yun and Qian, he were surely still asleep. Chu Mo couldn't even find anyone to play games with. Since he was already downstairs, he might as well stay in the living room and watch some TV drama with his mother. As for his father, Chu Mo didn't need to guess. He must have gone fishing early in the morning. Don't look at me, Mom. The details, ask your dear daughter. Sitting on the sofa, Chu Mo noticed his mother's inquiring gaze. She was clearly wondering why he had turned into Chu Mo the female again. So Chu Mo pointed at Chu Yun, who was sitting beside their mother. He really didn't want to relive the events of this early morning. It was exhausting. What kind of good little sister sneaks into her brother's room in the dead of night to perform a sex change operation on him? As for what exactly his sister had done, let her explain it to their mother. He wasn't getting involved. Shoo shoo shoo. Seeing their mother turn to look at her, Chu Yun guiltily looked away and started whistling. What happened this morning was truly an accident. She really hadn't reacted in time, she swore. Seeing Chu Yun's reaction, Liang Jia had a pretty good idea of what had happened. Most likely Chu Yun had accidentally touched Chu Mo's hand, causing this result. As for the exact cause, Liang Jia couldn't be sure. Could it be that she woke up in a daze, patted her son's hand, and then ran back to sleep? Liang Jia thought for a moment, considering her knowledge of her daughter. Suddenly she realized that such a scenario wasn't entirely impossible. So what time will you change back today? Liang Jia looked at Chu Mo, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked. A thought began to form in her mind. But she didn't reveal her intention immediately. Instead, she asked about the time of the change. After all, if she said it now, Chu Mo would definitely run away. Then she wouldn't be able to enjoy a wonderful family moment with her two dear daughters later. What's up? Around 3 to 3 in the afternoon, I'll change back. Chu Mo keenly sensed something amiss and became alert. His mother wouldn't just ask about the time for no reason. She had to have a deeper scheme. But what exactly that scheme was, Chu Mo couldn't figure out yet. Nothing, just asking. After getting his answer, Liang Jia pretended to be indifferent. Then she turned back to watch the TV drama as if she had no other intentions, just casually asking about the time of the change. After all, there was plenty of time, she didn't need to rush. Seeing his mother turn back to the drama, Chu Mo didn't let his guard down immediately. Who knew what kind of trouble his mother would cook up? This was definitely a delaying tactic. Within 3 minutes, she would surely reveal her true intentions. About 10 minutes later, Chu Mo glanced at the TV, then at Liang Jia, who was watching intently, and felt a bit incredulous. His mother really hadn't cooked up any trouble today. Could it be that he was too sensitive and had misjudged her? With this thought, Chu Mo gradually relaxed and pulled out his phone from his pajama pocket to start browsing videos. Yes, although he said he was accompanying his mother to watch TV, he was actually just scrolling through his phone in the living room. His main role was to be present. After all those TV dramas his mother and Chu Yun watched full of melodramatic love didn't interest him at all. He would rather watch Peppa Pig than that kind of show. Having let his guard down, Chu Mo soon became immersed in the comfort of his phone, completely oblivious to Liang Jia's movements. The previously focused Liang Jia first glanced at Chu Mo, who was still scrolling, then casually picked up the phone on the table. Unlocking the messaging app, she rapidly typed with her fingers, hit send, and then placed the phone back on the table. Chu Mo, absorbed in his phone, naturally didn't notice his mother's actions. Even if he had, he wouldn't have thought it was a problem. Chu Yun, sitting beside Liang Jia, was also scrolling through her phone while watching the drama. She seemed to spot something amusing, and a smile crept across her face. She glanced sideways at her mother. Their eyes met, and they exchanged knowing smiles. But the smiles quickly faded. Hey Mom, didn't you say last time you wanted to try that face mask I bought? Since we've got nothing to do today, why don't we put on the masks while watching TV? Chu Yun began her performance. Just thinking about what was about to happen got her incredibly excited. Anything that could prank her brother, she was always the first to support. That's why Chu Mo always joked that Chu Yun was his biggest rebel. 90 pounds of weight, 89 pounds of rebellion. And indeed it was true. Sure want some, my dear daughter. Liang Jia looked at Chu Mo, who was still on his phone, and asked. Huh, no, you two go ahead. I'll pass. Chu Mo shook his head and went back to scrolling, not sensing anything amiss. It was just a face mask. How much trouble could it cause? At worst, he'd put one on too. No big deal. But Chu Mo had a nagging feeling of unease. Was this women's intuition? Alright, I'll be right back. Seeing her plan work, Chu Yun stood up and quickly ran upstairs. Chu Mo, engrossed in his phone, didn't notice that Chu Yun had stealthily opened his bedroom door. I'm back. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Chu Yun returned to the living room. Sure you don't want to give it a try, big brother? How about you take a look before deciding? Chu Yun walked over to Chu Mo and poked his shoulder. By now she could barely contain herself. She felt like she was about to burst into laughter like venom. Huh, I don't need you. Didn't you go upstairs for the face mask? Chu Mo said as he looked up. What was so special about a face mask that Chu Yun was recommending it so enthusiastically? But the moment he saw what was in Chu Yun's hands, he sensed something was off. What his sister was holding wasn't a face mask at all. It was clearly an off-white dress and a pair of leggings. This isn't. The more Chu Mo looked at the dress, the more familiar it seemed, and his sense of dread grew. Yes, that's right. It's your dress. Liang Jie stood up as well, and together with Chu Yun they stared down at Chu Mo on the sofa, forming a pincer movement. You two, what are you trying to do? If you keep this up, I'll scream. By now Chu Mo understood exactly what was happening, but he had realized it far too late. There was no turning back now. The phone had truly been a curse. If he were still Chu Mo the male, he might have stood a chance, but now he was Chu Mo the female. What could he do? It wasn't that he didn't want to fight. It was simply impossible. You can scream all you want. No one's coming to save you, my dear sister. Chu Yun handed the dress and leggings to Chu Mo with a sweet smile. Scream. Scream. Chu Mo didn't care anymore and started yelling, though he knew it was futile. Click. The front door suddenly swung open and the noisy living room fell silent instantly. Everyone turned to look at the entrance. Huh. I didn't see anything. Carry on. As soon as Chu Rong entered, he saw Chu Mo's pleading gaze directed at him. Then Chu Rong. Well, there was no then. Under Chu Mo's hopeful gaze, Chu Rong walked into the room and silently closed the door. Forced into a corner, Chu Mo finally took the dress and leggings from Chu Yun's hands. He had a feeling that making him wear a dress was just the appetizer. The main course was still waiting for him. Chu Mo took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Despite her utmost reluctance, she had no choice but to obediently put on the skirt in her hand. This skirt was actually bought by her mother last summer. However, Chu Mo clearly had no interest in clothing like skirts. After receiving it, she tried it on once and then tossed it into the wardrobe, never to be touched again. As for wearing it out, that was naturally even more impossible. Of course, attending comic conventions was an exception since she basically cosplayed as female characters. To be honest, Chu Mo was not really resistant to wearing skirts. The reason she wanted to escape was that she felt her mother had definitely set a trap for her. But things had come to this point, thinking more was useless. She walked into the bathroom on the first floor, reached out to turn on the light, and then closed the door. She took off her pajamas and quickly put on the dress and leggings. It must be said that Chu Mo had always thought leggings were the greatest invention of the 21st century. Without leggings, Chu Mo always felt a bit strange wearing a skirt outside. Looking at herself in the mirror wearing the cream-white dress, Chu Mo couldn't help but recall the first time she met Qianhe in person. At that time, Qianhe was also wearing a dress, but it was pure white. She wondered when she would be able to see Qianhe again. Chu Mo thought to herself. After tidying up in front of the mirror, she walked out of the bathroom with a nervous heart. Now it was time to face the judgment. She had no idea what her mother intended to do. She hoped it wasn't what she thought. She had already operated in reverse today, not even setting up a flag. If the situation she imagined still happened, she would just accept reality on the spot. Not bad, turn around and let me see. Click. Liang Jie and Chu Yun had obviously been waiting at the door for a long time. The moment Chu Mo stepped out of the bathroom, Chu Yun had already pressed the shutter button on her phone. As for Liang Jie, she wasn't like Chu Yun. She just gave Chu Mo a once-over, then nodded with satisfaction, as expected of her daughter. What a pity that such a beautiful daughter of mine will turn into a son. Sigh, if only she could never change back. Liang Jie muttered to herself as she appraised Chu Mo. Mom. Chu Mo furrowed her delicate brows and looked at Liang Jie with a reproachful tone. What did she mean by such a beautiful daughter will turn into a son? It should be such a handsome son turned into a daughter instead. So what's next? Chu Mo asked directly. After all, the sooner she faced it, the sooner it would be over. Based on her recent luck over the past few days, Chu Mo had actually guessed what would happen next. But that didn't mean she would resign herself to it, as she still had to struggle a bit just in case, right? Of course, we're going to the mall to buy clothes for my two lovely daughters. Yage, can I refuse, eh? After Liang Jie said this, Chu Mo and Chu Yun's reactions were completely different. Chu Mo had never understood why her mother and sister were so keen on shopping at the mall, and they would basically spend half a day there. For Chu Mo, as long as she had enough clothes, she would never think of buying another one. And even if she needed to buy, she would definitely choose to shop online. Going to the mall to buy clothes and going to the salon for a haircut were for her a complete waste of time and life. What do you think? Liang Jie didn't answer Chu Mo's question directly. Instead, she smiled at Chu Mo and returned the question unchanged. I am Mom, my dearest mommy in the world, my respected queen mother. I don't want to go. No. Look, I haven't even applied sunscreen. I don't feel like applying it again. Seeing that her mother didn't answer her question, Chu Mo finally made up her mind and used her ultimate skill. Yes, that's right, acting cute. What? You say that Chu Mo, a dignified man, would never do such a thing. But that was Chu Mo, now she was Chu Mo, the female version. Was there a problem with acting cute toward her mother? There was there? Thinking back to last time when her mother forcibly dragged her out of the house to go shopping at the mall, Chu Mo felt hopeless. She had followed behind Chu Yun and her mother until her legs were about to give out, yet the two of them were fine, even feeling energetic. Most importantly, when she was Chu Mo male, she would basically try on whatever she liked by it if it was good and leave immediately without lingering. But when she was Chu Mo female, her mother treated her like a doll. Just as she had changed into one outfit, and before she could even take a good look, the next one came like an assembly line. And she had to compare back and forth which style looked better. She would spend at least 30 to 40 minutes in a single store. If it were Chu Mo male in that time, he might have already taken a taxi and be home soon. But then again, after all except for a few clothes that Liang Jie had forced on him, the styles and cuts of Chu Mo's clothes were all pretty much the same. The colors were also the same, either black or white. Ew. Watching Chu Mo's expression and tone as she acted cute with her mother, Chu Yun couldn't help but shiver. How come her sister's acting cute skill seemed to be several levels higher than her own? However, Chu Yun naturally didn't miss this perfect filming opportunity. Chu Yun quietly raised her phone ready to start filming. But Chu Mo seemed to sense something and immediately turned her head to look at Chu Yun, her smile instantly vanishing. Seeing this, Chu Yun had no choice but to reluctantly put away her phone. Otherwise, she felt that in the next second she would be pinned down on the sofa by her sister to fulfill her role as the older sister. Then, after putting down her phone, Chu Yun saw that the moment her sister turned her head back, her originally stern face instantly bloomed into a brilliant and sweet smile again. Chu Yun. Well, who was the one born as a girl? Her sister's ability to control her expression made Chu Yun feel ashamed. But I feel like you've already applied sunscreen. Don't be shy. If you want to go shopping, just tell Mom earlier. In Mom's eyes, you will always be my precious daughter. Ouch, what are you doing? Chu Mo didn't expect that her mother could tell she had applied sunscreen just by touching her arm. She didn't say anything about that. But her mother even turned the tables on her, saying that she wanted to go shopping, so she applied sunscreen early. At this moment, Chu Mo was truly at a loss for words. If only she hadn't applied that sunscreen in the morning. But if she hadn't, well, it seemed like it wouldn't have made any difference anyway. Forget it, she would just resign herself to fate. Thinking this, Chu Mo turned her head to look at Chu Yun, who was standing beside her eating melon watching the drama. Chu Yun, come here. Chu Mo waved at Chu Yun, signaling her to come over. What's up? Chu Yun, caught off guard by Chu Mo's call, simply walked right up to her. Slap. Hoo. A historic moment occurred once again. With such violence you'll never find a husband, sister. Chu Yun tried to rub the spot on her back, where Chu Mo had just forcefully slapped her. After several attempts, Chu Yun despairingly realized she couldn't reach that spot at all. I don't need to get married anyway. Unlike some people's short arms, that's a real flaw. Hearing this, Chu Mo wasn't angry, but instead looked at Chu Yun with a sarcastic tone. You? Mom, look at her. Unable to win the verbal spar, Chu Yun decisively turned to the nearby Liang Jie for help. After all, the saying goes, when in doubt, call for Mom, and that's absolutely right. Mom, you're definitely on my side, right? Chu Mo had thrown caution to the wind today, wasn't it just calling for Mom? As if she couldn't do that too. Looking at Chu Mo standing on the other side of their mother, Chu Yun suddenly felt her brain's CPU was insufficient. Her sister had really gone all out today. Alright, you're both my precious daughters. Liang Jie smiled warmly as she took Chu Mo's and Chu Yun's hands. Come on, change your shoes, let's head out. Taking out her phone to check the time, Liang Jie saw it was almost 10:40. Yeah, let's go buy clothes. Seeing her younger sister's excitement, Chu Mo couldn't share the joy. The entire day ahead was a complete waste for her. But since she was here, she might as well go with the flow. Since things couldn't be changed, why add to her own troubles? Let's go. Seeing that her mother and Chu Yun had already changed shoes and clothes and were waiting at the entrance, Chu Mo pushed open the front door. And thus ends this book. Or does it? Just kidding, this book is only beginning. After getting into the car, Chu Mo connected to the infotainment system, whether intentionally or accidentally. The music Chu Mo played happened to be the alarm tune Chu Yun had been using for the past 6 months. Beautiful and cheerful notes instantly flowed from the car's speakers. Chu Mo hummed along while glancing at the increasingly pained Chu Yun, then hummed even more enthusiastically. Yes, she did it on purpose, so what if she was petty? I can't take it anymore. Chu Yun decisively leaned forward and reached out to tap the skip button on the screen, but the system didn't respond. Chu Yun looked at Chu Mo in confusion, only to find her sister holding up her phone and shaking it. Chu Yun then realized that the car's system could remotely enable child locking the screen, and only the phone could unlock it. Beg me, and I'll change the song. Chu Mo looked at Chu Yun with an innocent, harmless smile. Looking at Chu Mo's adorable girl next door face, Chu Yun sighed and chose to hold out against her sister, determined to endure until the progress bar finished. What would her sister call this in their otaku lingo? Alright, pink on the outside, black on the inside. About 3 minutes passed, during which Chu Yun's eyes never left the progress bar on the screen. Counting down in her heart, Chu Yun glanced at Chu Mo and saw she wasn't touching her phone, but was resting with her eyes closed, seemingly enjoying the music. Chu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her sister wasn't looking at her phone, the next song Even if not to her liking, wouldn't be so agonizing. Watching the progress bar reach its end, Chu Yun was overjoyed. She was finally free from her misery. But when the music started again, Chu Yun collapsed. Her sister had set the song to loop. Chu Yun glared resentfully at Chu Mo. The previously resting Chu Mo was now looking at her with a mischievous grin. Chu Yun, in a fit of anger, just fumed for a moment. Master, please stop, I was wrong. Chu Yun finally gave in to Chu Mo. To err is human, to correct is divine. Chu Mo gently patted Chu Yun's head, thinking, you're still 100,000 years early to compete with me. Nice feel, let me pat a bit more. Seeing her sister getting addicted to patting her head, Chu Yun shook her head in dissatisfaction and scooted toward the car door on her side. Looking at the puffed up Chu Yun, Chu Mo smiled and said nothing more. After turning off the loop and switching the song, she closed her eyes again. Her most important task now was to gather in. No, to conserve her energy and be fully prepared for the upcoming mall trip. Seeing Chu Mo so relaxed, Chu Yun became even more irritated. Suddenly an idea flashed through Chu Yun's mind. Thinking of this, Chu Yun glanced at Chu Mo, who was still resting with closed eyes, and pulled out her phone. She lit up the screen, entered an app, and began tapping rapidly on the screen. Hee, my dear sister, just you wait, hee. Little did Chu Mo know the huge surprise or shock Chu Yun would give her at the upcoming comic convention. We're here, my dear daughters, get out. About 30 minutes later, Liang Jie drove the car into the mall's underground parking lot. Chu Mo and Chu Yun both responded and got out of the car. Compared to Chu Yun's excitement, Chu Mo wished she could stay glued to the car seat. Come on, don't be so down. Smile. Liang Jie walked up to Chu Mo, used her index fingers to lift the corners of Chu Mo's mouth gently. Hee. Chu Mo cooperated with a laugh, though it was a bit half-hearted. Liang Jie hooked one arm around Chu Yun's and the other around Chu Mo's, and the three of them entered the elevator. Inside the elevator, Liang Jie didn't directly press the button for the second floor's clothing section, but instead pressed the first floor. Seeing this, Chu Mo was surprised, as she hadn't expected her mother to skip the second floor this time. Unlike the second floor, the first floor of this mall mainly sold electronic products. Even if she didn't buy anything, Chu Mo always took a stroll there whenever she visited, looking for novel items she hadn't seen before. Let's go take a look. The first floor arrived quickly, and the three stepped out of the elevator. Oh, hello, Auntie. Chu Mo and Chu Yun are here too. Where's Chu Mo? Just as Chu Mo was about to head toward the DJI store, directly ahead, a familiar voice came from her left. Hearing the familiar voice, Chu Mo reluctantly stopped and turned to look. The newcomer was none other than Ding Yun. Oh, it's Ding Yun. Where's your mother? Hello. My brother is sleeping at home. Upon seeing Ding Yun, Liang Jie warmly greeted him, and Chu Yun did the same. Only Chu Mo gave Ding Yun a simple wave and a forced smile. Why was she so unlucky today? How could she run into Ding Yun of all people? Ding Yun, who normally never left the house, had actually decided to go out today. Chu Mo hadn't forgotten that a few days ago at Ding Yun's place, she had told him she liked girls. Though it was true, that didn't mean Chu Mo wasn't embarrassed. Oh, my mother is at home. My earphones broke, so I thought I'd come out and buy a new pair. Ding Yun answered Liang Jie, honestly seeming to have completely lost interest in Chu Mo by now. Of course, that was if one could ignore how Ding Yun stole a careful glance at Chu Mo before quickly looking away, feigning indifference. To be honest, Ding Yun hadn't expected to run into Chu Mo here either. We're going to browse the first floor for a while anyway. Come along. Liang Jie spoke as she looked at Ding Yun. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo immediately turned to stare at her mother. She had thought her mom would just chat for a moment, and then they'd go their separate ways. Little did she expect her mother to invite Ding Yun to join them. No thanks, Annie. I'll just buy the earphones and take a taxi home. Ding Yun shook his head, declining Liang Jie's invitation. He had thought his Dao heart was firmly stabilized, but the moment he saw Chu Mo, his originally unshakable Dao heart instantly wavered. Countless thoughts flooded his mind. What if Chu Mo was lying to him? What if through his relentless efforts, Chu Mo could come to like him? What if humans tell countless lies in their lives, but the most frequent lies are the ones they tell themselves? Of course, the most terrifying thing is not deception itself, but that people, knowing the impossibility, still consciously believe the lies they weave. Oh, I see. Bye. Yeah, bye. With that, Ding Yun strode quickly into the mall. Watching Ding Yun's figure gradually fade away, Chu Mo finally relaxed completely. At least Ding Yun hadn't accepted her mother's invitation. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to face him. Let's go. Chu Mo shook her head, tossing all the messy thoughts out of her mind, and headed toward the DJI store opposite her. My dear daughter, I have a feeling Ding Yun kind of likes you. Just as Chu Mo was examining the drone on display, Liang Jie, standing beside her, suddenly spoke. Upon hearing her mother's words, Chu Mo's hand, which had been holding the demo unit, froze. She slowly turned her head to look at her mom. Mom, you're kidding. How could he possibly like me? Chu Mo never expected her mother to ask such a question. Oh really? Liang Jie smiled knowingly at the flustered Chu Mo, her expression saying she already knew everything. In fact, it wasn't hard to guess. Liang Jie had been through the same age as Chu Mo and Ding Yun. Plus, since their families were so close, Liang Jie had watched Ding Yun grow up, almost like a second son to her. Of course not. Chu Mo quietly put down the demo unit, forcing calmness into her voice. She had no idea what her mother was thinking, suddenly asking her that. Chu Mo naturally wouldn't admit it. If she did, she could only imagine how her mother would tease her. I believe you, my dear daughter. Chu Yun. Present. Comrade, Liang Jie, your orders please. Hearing her mother call her, Chu Yun immediately straightened up and saluted Liang Jie. Watching Chu Yun's performance, 3 words instantly popped into Chu Mo's mind. This is what they call a bootlicker, a total lackey. Is your sister telling the truth? Liang Jie asked at that moment. Well, Chu Yun hesitated for a moment, glanced at Chu Mo, and then spoke. My sister is my beloved soulmate, my flesh and blood sibling. How could I betray? I'll add more allowance. I agree to buy you that mini fridge you've been wanting for your bedroom. Yes, that's right. Ding Yun does like my sister. To get rid of him, my sister even told Ding Yun at his place that she likes girls. Upon hearing Liang Jie's words, Chu Yun, who had been righteous just a moment ago, immediately switched sides. When it came to the last part, she didn't say it out loud, but gestured for Liang Jie to come closer. Then Chu Yun whispered into Liang Jie's ear. Chu Mo watched her sister's behavior and felt a surge of anger. She had thought Chu Yun was on her side, but she was bought off by just a small fridge. It's not like it's a big deal, just being able to drink iced cola and eat chilled watermelon in summer without leaving the bedroom. Damn, it's so tempting. I want one too. Oh, I see. Liang Jie's lips curled up slightly, as if she had thought of something. Seeing the curve of her mother's lips, Chu Mo had a bad feeling. My dear daughter, if you like Ding Yun too, I'm okay with it. Impossible. Never in this lifetime. As expected, Liang Jie's words were shocking, and Chu Mo quickly retorted. How could she possibly like Ding Yun? She'd rather die than that. More importantly, she had long since sealed her heart with cement, even prepared to be alone for life. Chu Mo truly didn't believe anyone could break through the cement around her heart and walk into it. Strangely, when she thought of this, the image of Qian, he appeared in her mind again. Just then a burst of laughter interrupted Chu Mo's thoughts. Chu Yun was burying her face in Liang Jie's shoulder, shaking uncontrollably. Smack. History always repeats itself. She couldn't argue with her mother, but she could certainly deal with this little rascal Chu Yun. SSS. Chu Yun winced in pain, but her laughter only grew louder, as if Chu Mo had flipped some switch. Watching Chu Yun laugh more and more unbridled, completely indifferent to onlookers, Chu Mo felt a pang of heartache. Is this really my sister? Was she swapped at the hospital? Mom. If it's too much trouble, just start a new account. Chu Mo turned to Liang Jie, speaking with a serious expression. Sister, there's a ring toss game ahead. Exiting the DJI store, Chu Mo and her group strolled along, taking in the sights. Compared to Chu Mo's lively interest, Chu Yun appeared somewhat listless, soon darting ahead of Chu Mo. How old are you, still playing ring toss? That's for little kids. Are you still a child? Chu Mo, who was haggling at a stall, turned to look at Chu Yun, who had rushed back frantically. 150 a deal or not? If not, we're leaving, boss. Seeing the boss refuse to budge, Chu Mo resorted to the most primitive yet effective method. Chu Mo grabbed Chu Yun's hand and pretended to leave. The boss, who had insisted on 200 yuan, immediately relented. Fine, 150 it is. I'll take a loss and sell to you, let's be friends, okay? The boss, with a dramatic stomp and a grimace as if he had truly suffered a loss, packed the 3 small TV-shaped computer secondary screens that Chu Mo had picked into a plastic bag. Taking the bag from the store owner, Chu Mo quickly paid the money. These small computer secondary screens were merely desktop decorations, useful only for checking the time, monitoring computer status, or displaying a nice wallpaper. Nothing more. But when it came to shopping, the most important thing was instinct. As long as one was happy, that was enough. Gazing at the 3 small TV screens in the bag, Chu Mo wore a satisfied smile. One for herself, one for Ding Yun, and one for Qianhe. Perfect. However, she could just drop off Ding Yun's on the way home, but how was she supposed to deliver Qianhe's? Chu Mo suddenly realized this problem. After all, Qianhe would definitely, 100%, not come to her house. Well, she would just ask Qianhe when she called tonight, whether to bring it along next time they went out or to have it sent by intercity courier. Hurry up, sister. Chu Yun grew impatient, seeing Chu Mo unmoving, and reached for her hand. Though lost in thought, Chu Mo's body instinctively dodged Chu Yun's outstretched hand. Chu Yun, do you really want to play? Snapping back to reality, Chu Mo looked at Chu Yun, whose face was full of eagerness, and asked. Of course, let's go, sister, Chu Yun replied. Although she could have gone ahead to play alone for Chu Yun. If there was no familiar person by her side, she always felt something was missing. Alright, let's go. Chu Mo finally agreed to Chu Yun's request. As for Liang Jie, she was indifferent anyway. Whatever the 2 kids played, she would just follow along. Whatever you ring, you take home. 20 yuan for 10 rings. You won't lose out, you won't be cheated. Come take a look, come see. As Chu Mo's group drew closer to the ring toss stall, the boss's loudspeaker announcements became clearer. Since it was a holiday and weekend, many parents had brought their children to the mall. As everyone knew, young children had absolutely no immunity to ring toss games and shooting games. Even just standing by and watching made those kids happy. Consequently, the ring toss stall was packed with adults and children. Chu Mo looked over from a distance and saw a boy about her age currently tossing rings. Why does he look so familiar? Chu Mo muttered under her breath. That boy looked more and more like Ding Yun. Could it really be such a coincidence? Thinking this, she quickened her pace. Coincidence, or not, at worst, she would just say hello. It wasn't as if Ding Yun's rings could land on her head, right? If it was Ding Yun, she could just give him the small TV screen, right now, saving herself from having to go to his place after a long day. Damn, only one ring left. Chu Mo had not been mistaken. The one tossing rings at the stall was indeed Ding Yun. But at this moment, Ding Yun was somewhat anxious. He had bought 20 rings thinking that with his aim, he could at least snag a can of Coke from the front row. However, fate was unkind. For some reason, out of the first 19 rings, he hadn't hit a single thing. This was his last ring. Even if it landed on the front row Coke, Ding Yun wouldn't be happy. After all, that would mean he spent 40 yuan just for a can of Coke. Oh my Jesus, my God, my Holy Mary, my heavens. Please help poor me. Please bless me to ring the thing I want most. After silently chanting a few times in his heart, Ding Yun resolutely threw his last ring toward his right front. It really is Ding Yun. What a coincidence. Having squeezed to the front right side of the stall, Chu Mo and her companions finally made it. Relieved, Chu Mo confirmed the boy she had seen was indeed Ding Yun. Then she saw Ding Yun hold his breath, seemingly praying silently, before hurling the ring with force. The yellow ring traced an elegant arc through the air, then shot straight toward her direction. Coming toward me. Chu Mo instinctively ducked, trying to evade the yellow ring that was now inches away. Crap, I put too much force into it. The moment he released, Ding Yun's heart sank, instantly realizing he had used too much strength. From Ding Yun's perspective, his yellow ring, after arcing through the air, landed squarely on a girl's head. Whatever you ring, you take home. The boss's loudspeaker coincidentally blared at that moment. Damn, I've ringed someone. Cursing his luck, Ding Yun squeezed toward the girl's direction. After all, it was his fault. He at least needed to apologize to the girl. Click. Seeing this, Chu Yun and Liang Jie simultaneously pulled out their phones to capture the moment for Chu Mo. Looking at the two of them, Chu Mo didn't know what to say. She took the ring off her head and tossed it back into the arena, letting out a sigh. Should she praise Ding Yun for his accuracy or criticize his poor skill? If she called him bad, he had managed to ring her among so many people. If she called him good, he hadn't ringed a single prize. Chu Mo. Chu Yun. Auntie. Ding Yun's startled voice came through at that moment. Wait, is it really this coincidental? Ding Yun happened to arrive just in time to witness Chu Mo removing the ring from her head and tossing it back into the play area. Ding Yun felt as though an entire herd of horses was stampeding through his mind. He had already missed 19 rings that day without winning anything, so this last one barely mattered. Why did his final ring somehow land on Chu Mo's head? He cursed the heavens, wondering if this counted as one of those miraculous single pulls in a gacha game. The thought struck him suddenly. If this were a game, wouldn't that qualify as a golden single pull? Combined with his earlier prayers before throwing the ring, an outrageous notion began to take shape in his mind. So does this mean Chu Mo belongs to him now? No. What was he even thinking? The idea startled him, yet if it were actually true. Maybe, probably, possibly. It actually sounded rather decent. That guy was definitely up to no good again. Chu Mo watched Ding Yun approach and couldn't help but wonder what he was plotting. She knew him far too well to be fooled. Sorry about that, sorry. A moment later, Ding Yun reached the group. Really sorry, did I hurt you, Chu Mo? Ding Yun said with an apologetic expression. Honestly, he had not expected to land the ring on Chu Mo at all. He had only decided to join in after buying headphones, spotting the ring toss game at the mall, and wanting some entertainment. Whatever you catch, you get to take home. The merchant's loudspeaker cycled through that exact phrase. Standing before Chu Mo, Ding Yun immediately felt awkward. He wanted to believe it, but his skills did not allow it. It is fine, really. You did not mean to, Chu Mo said, waving her hand dismissively. She could hardly blame him for an accident. Her gentleness toward him existed only while she remained Chu Mo. If she were still herself, she would have definitely taken advantage of him today. Sis. Chu Yun's voice suddenly rang out, and Chu Mo felt her dress being tugged. She turned to look at her sister. She had no idea what the girl was up to. Did you not always teach me to follow the rules? Since you were caught by Ding Yun, you should go home with him, right, Ding Yun? Chu Yun said calmly, then glanced at Ding Yun, who appeared to be expecting something. Why, yes. No, do not make jokes like that, Chu Yun. What a close call. He almost voiced his true thoughts. That guy definitely wanted to agree just now. Chu Mo felt helpless, but said nothing. In the end, it was all Chu Yun's fault. That girl. Oh well, better not stir up trouble. With that thought, Chu Mo took out the small television screen she had bought earlier from the plastic bag and handed it to Ding Yun. This was bought for me. Looking at Chu Mo's slender hand extended toward him, Ding Yun forced down the smile, creeping onto his face, and asked in a tone of pretended composure. Yes. Seeing Ding Yun's mouth twitching more stubbornly than an assault rifle, Chu Mo gave the screen another little shake to encourage him to take it. Struggling to contain his excitement, Ding Yun accepted the secondary screen from Chu Mo's hands. Her hands are so soft, she smells so good. What a pity that I am into girls. The previously excited Ding Yun suddenly deflated upon remembering this detail. Naturally, Chu Mo had no idea about Ding Yun's inner turmoil. Alright, let us go, sister. Their side is free now. Hey, slow down. Caught off guard, Chu Mo lost her balance and began to topple toward Ding Yun. Hey, watch out. Ding Yun reacted, instantly reaching out to catch her. Ding Yun's heart raced with excitement. This was exactly the hero saving the beautiful girl trope. Was this not how those idol dramas played out? The male lead caught the female lead just before she fell. Their eyes would meet, sparks of romance flying. Heavens, he was truly blessed. Oh dear young lady, do not be so reckless. Can you not act more like a proper lady? Just as Ding Yun's hand was about to touch Chu Mo, Liang Jie reached out and grabbed her before she could fall. This is all Chu Yun's fault, mommy. With that, Chu Mo grinned and locked eyes with her younger sister, who was trying desperately to wriggle free from her firm grip. I'm sorry, I was wrong, my bad, I will not do it again. Sister, will you forgive me? Pretty please. Before Chu Mo could even speak, Chu Yun had already unleashed every trick in her book, bombarding her sister with plea after plea. Fine. Let us go, let us do the ring toss. Watching her younger sister like this, Chu Mo swallowed the words that had been on the tip of her tongue. Boss, give me 30 rings. You got it, that will be 60 in total. Scan here. At the stall, Chu Mo asked for 30 rings and was about to pull out her phone to pay when she caught Ding Yun following behind in her periphery. Chu Yun, you pay. Chu Mo leaned over and whispered to her sister. Okay. Chu Yun nodded, having also noticed Ding Yun trailing behind. She understood her sister had not brought her phone today for convenience's sake. After paying, Chu Yun took the rings and distributed them to Chu Mo and Liang Jie beside her. Taking the rings from Chu Yun, Chu Mo glanced at the eager Ding Yun and handed him one from her own set. Thank you. Ding Yun looked at Chu Mo with gratitude as she offered him the ring. You are welcome. Chu Mo paid little mind to Ding Yun's reaction and turned her attention back to watching Chu Yun play. Unlike Ding Yun's poor performance, Chu Mo and her two companions seemed blessed by fortune itself. After collecting their prizes from the vendor, everyone turned their gaze toward Ding Yun. Seeing the plastic bags full of gifts in everyone's hands, an overwhelming sense of pressure hit him. No way, I have to win this one. With renewed determination, Ding Yun took aim at the grand prize in the back row. Oh heavens, please help me once more. Let me hit the grand prize. After careful aiming, Ding Yun launched the ring. This time it should not land on Chu Mo again, right? It should not land on me this time either. Both Chu Mo and Ding Yun thought the same thing, so Chu Mo deliberately swapped positions with Chu Yun nearby as a precaution. The ring Ding Yun threw shot rapidly toward the back row, but he seemed to have once again exerted too much force. The ring completely overlooked all the grand prizes in the back row, crashing straight into the advertising banner behind the setup before bouncing back. Watching this unfold, Chu Mo felt a pang of dread. This ring was definitely coming straight for her, pulling off the same trick twice. Before she could react, it landed squarely on her head once more. The scene seemed to freeze until it was Chu Mo who finally broke Ding Yun's awkward predicament. It's okay, just bad luck. She tossed the ring toss hoop back into the arena, a sweet smile still on her face. As for what was going on in Chu Mo's mind, no one else could tell. Chu Yun felt that her sister's mind must be filled with a bunch of gibberish. I'm really sorry, I apologize. Ding Yun quickly apologized. Her luck was truly awful, but she'd better hurry home and stop causing any more trouble. Oh, it's no big deal, I believe you didn't mean it. Chu Mo maintained her harmless smile, but Ding Yun standing before her suddenly felt a chill. That smile was exactly the same as when Chu Mo made Chu Mo angry. Alright, then I'm truly sorry. I'll treat you to a meal next time. I'll head home now. Bye. Ding Yun apologized again to Chu Mo, said goodbye to everyone, and walked toward the exit of the shopping mall. Come on, let's go buy clothes. After watching Ding Yun leave, Chu Mo turned to her mother and Chu Yun and said, after all that fuss, she no longer felt like browsing. She might as well finish buying clothes quickly and go home to play games. Alright, let's go. Liang Jie nodded in agreement. The group soon took the elevator to the women's clothing section on the second floor. Although Chu Mo wasn't a pure girl, she had possessed this physique since childhood. So she was quite familiar with browsing women's clothing stores. In Chu Mo's words, she wasn't like the characters in novels who suddenly turn into girls after sleeping. Thus, regarding her female identity, Chu Mo couldn't say she didn't accept it or found it hard to tolerate. It was just somewhat awkward. If one day her physique changed and the time she spent as a girl gradually lengthened, eventually turning her completely into Chu Mo. To be honest, Chu Mo felt she would only be emo for a day or two at most, and then it would be over. She was quite open-minded about this. Of course, Chu Mo thought this kind of thing would probably never happen since her physique hadn't changed at all over the years. Welcome. Oh, it's Sister Liang and Xiao Mo and Xiao Yun are here too. Wow, you've gotten even prettier. I'm so envious of you, Sister Liang, having two such beautiful daughters. Following their mother, Chu Mo and Chu Yun entered the store. Since they were frequent customers, the store owner was already very familiar with them. I'm here to buy some clothes for the kids, Liang Jie said, then began picking clothes with the owner's help. Chu Mo glanced around, and finding nothing she liked, sat down on a bench in the store. She knew her mother would inevitably buy a pile of clothes for her anyway, so she just needed to conserve her energy. Buzz buzz. Just then Chu Mo's phone rang. Who would be messaging me at this hour? Pulling out her phone, Chu Mo opened it with some confusion. No one usually messaged her except for late-night gaming sessions. Qianhe. Seeing the familiar avatar filled with curiosity, Chu Mo clicked into the chat with Qianhe. Qianhe, want to go to the comic convention? I just saw a promotional video for it on a short video platform. Qianhe, it seems to be held at the gymnasium. Seeing Qianhe's message, Chu Mo was stunned. Why did Qianhe suddenly want to go to a comic convention this year? Chu Mo, why the sudden interest in the convention? After much deliberation, Chu Mo typed out these words, not giving a direct response to Qianhe. Qianhe, I wasn't interested in the convention either. But I saw a cosplayer in that video who looks exactly like you. Qianhe, I think her name is Mao Air or something. At first I really thought it was you, but I figured you're not the type to enjoy cross-dressing and playing female characters. Chu Mo. Looking at Qianhe's message, Chu Mo fell silent. She glanced down at the dress she was wearing and recalled the female characters she had cosplayed at every convention. Silence was Chu Mo's companion tonight. How should she answer Qianhe? Tell her she guessed wrong. That she was actually a pervert who liked cross-dressing as female characters. Just kidding. If she said that, what would Qianhe think of her? Chu Mo could even imagine Qianhe's face when she learned that Mao Air was really her. Qianhe looking down on her with contempt, trampling her with her feet, and muttering trash under her breath. Puffed, what strange thoughts was she having? Chu Mo suddenly realized something was off. This thought was very dangerous. It was practically jail-worthy. Not to mention whether she'd be discovered, but Qianhe would never do such a thing. She must have been infected by that pervert Ding Yun. She'd better keep her distance from him from now on. Achoo. Ding Yun, who had just gotten into a taxi to go home, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, Ding Yun thought it was strange, but didn't dwell on it. Instead, he stared blankly at the small TV subscreen Chu Mo had given him, occasionally letting out a silly grin. Chu Mo, sure, I was just about to tell you about it. Let's meet up at the convention then. Chu Mo, you can look around first. I'm a volunteer at the convention, so I'll find you after I'm done. After much thought, Chu Mo finally decided to accept Qianhe's invitation. At least for now, Qianhe hadn't discovered that Mao Air was her, which was somewhat good news. She just needed to tell the organizers she'd be leaving early. She could even refund part of the money. Ah, perfect, such a flawless plan. I'm so brilliant. As long as no unexpected hiccups occurred, her meticulous plan was sure to succeed. Thinking this, Chu Mo couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Qianhe, okay, it's a deal then. See you there. On the other end of the screen, Qianhe saw Chu Mo agree, and a smile unconsciously spread across her lips. Why are you smiling so happily? Are you texting your little boyfriend? It's fine, you can tell me if you're dating. I'm very open-minded. Ren Hui, who was sitting beside Qianhe watching a TV drama, noticed her daughter's smile and asked, Mom, I stopped talking nonsense. Hearing her mother's words, Qianhe's fair face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. She and Chu Mo were purely friends. How could they be boyfriend and girlfriend? Alright, I was wrong. Come here, let me hug you. Like coaxing a child, Ren Hui opened her arms to Qianhe. Mom, I'm not a kid anymore. Qianhe dodged her mother's embrace, stood up, and ran back to her room. Dear, come try on the clothes. Oh, coming. After replying to Qianhe's message, Chu Mo put away her phone. Liang Jie's voice rang out just at that moment. Phew. Exhausted, Chu Mo placed the shopping bags at the entrance and walked into the living room holding a vanilla ice cream. She plopped down on the sofa and massaged her slightly sore calf with her left hand. Fortunately, her time as Chu Mo was limited, otherwise she would have definitely collapsed from exhaustion in the mall today. Watching her mother and Chu Yun, who were still full of energy, Chu Mo truly wondered how these two, usually so gentle and delicate, could be so terrifying when shopping. Sister, why are you so weak? Could it be that all those late nights have given you kidney deficiency and ruined your health? No way, no way. Just then Chu Yun also walked over to the sofa, plopped down beside Chu Mo, and smirked at her sister, who was sprawled limply on the sofa. You? Forget it. Chu Mo wanted to retort, but she was too tired to even speak. She just glared at Chu Yun, and then took a big bite of ice cream to vent her frustration. SSS. The moment she swallowed, Chu Mo felt a sharp sting in her brain, as if it had frozen. She tapped her head in pain, and after about a minute the symptoms began to ease. I wonder what time it is now. It should be about time. With that thought, Chu Mo picked up her phone from the coffee table and lit up the screen. 3:30. 3:30. Seeing the time on the phone, Chu Mo couldn't help but exclaim. If she hadn't miscalculated, she should have turned back into Chu Mo at around 3:23. She was sure she hadn't seen it wrong. So what was going on now? Staring at her still slender hands, Chu Mo felt a wave of panic. Could it be that her self-fulfilling prophecy had come true again? No way, this isn't fair. I'm not mentally prepared yet. What's wrong? Hearing Chu Mo's scream, Liang Jie, who had been in Chu Mo's room helping to organize the clothes she had just bought, leaned out from the second floor and asked. She couldn't quite understand why her daughter had suddenly shouted 3:30. But Liang Jie quickly realized that her daughter had told her this morning that she would transform back around 3:23, and now it was 3:30, and she hadn't changed back. With that thought, Liang Jie put down the clothes on Chu Mo's bed and walked down the stairs. For some reason, Chu Mo felt uneasy seeing the expression on her mother's face. She had a feeling that her mother seemed almost happy that she hadn't transformed back yet. What's wrong, sister? Can't you change back? Chu Yun, sitting beside Chu Mo, also sensed something was off. Her sister's transformation time had never changed over the years, so why hadn't she turned back today? Could it be that the heavens had actually heard her prayers and sealed her sister's male form? Thinking this, Chu Yun felt a pang of guilt. No way, it couldn't be because of me, could it? Could it be that you misread the time? Liang Jie came down the stairs and looked at Chu Mo, who was sitting on the sofa on the verge of tears. Probably not right. Being questioned by her mother, Chu Mo began to doubt herself. Could she have really misread the time? Don't panic. Let's just observe for a while. Liang Jie tried to calm her down, as it wasn't the first time Chu Mo had made a mistake like this. Hearing this, Chu Mo nodded and opened the clock app on her phone, placing it on the coffee table. That's right, she shouldn't jump to conclusions. What if she had really misread it? With this thought, Chu Mo's earlier panic subsided a little. Time ticked by, and her anxiety grew with each passing second. What if I never change back? How would I deal with Chu Mo's identity? More and more questions flooded her mind. Chu Mo kept taking deep breaths to calm herself. But it didn't help at all, instead her head felt heavier. I'm back. When the time on the phone reached 5:23, Chu Mo's form began to shift. Phew. Seeing his body transform back into Chu Mo let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had really misread the time. Click, the familiar sound of a phone shutter rang out. Chu Mo didn't even need to guess who it was. It had to be Chu Yun beside him. Looking down at the tight white dress still clinging to his body, Chu Mo chose not to bicker with Chu Yun immediately. Instead, he hurried back to his room. He needed to put on his original home clothes first. This outfit was too awkward. As for the photo in Chu Yun's phone, Chu Mo wasn't worried. He could just snatch the phone from her later and delete it. After all, he was Chu Mo now. He could easily lift Chu Yun like a chick and deal with her effortlessly. But that scare just now had been terrifying. He had almost thought he would never change back. He took off his clothes and put on his home clothes. Still, had he really misread the time? Thinking about it, Chu Mo was uncertain. He clearly remembered that the time was 3:23. How could he have mistaken a 3 for a 5? If he hadn't misread it, did that mean his transformation time was now increasing by 2 hours each time? If that were the case, he had 5 more chances before he would permanently become Chu Mo. Chu Mo was startled by his own speculation, but there was no way to verify what time it had actually been. His speculation had no basis. How could he figure out the exact time? Forget it, whatever. Maybe I'm just overthinking. It's better to go downstairs and deal with Chu Yun. Oh right, Chu Yun. Just as he was about to give up, a sudden idea flashed through Chu Mo's mind. He could just check the alarm time on Chu Yun's phone. With that, Chu Mo quickly pushed open his door. Under Chu Yun's shocked gaze, her brother dashed downstairs, put on PE gloves, snatched her phone, and lifted her aside like a chick. The entire motion was fluid and seamless. Chu Yun. Chu Mo, of course, had no time to mind her. He scanned Chu Yun's face with the phone and quickly tapped into her alarm app. The alarm time displayed on the screen was clearly visible. As expected, Chu Mo sighed helplessly and handed his phone to Chu Yun. The earliest alarm in Chu Yun's phone was set for 2:30, while the latest was only 2:50. In that case, he hadn't misread the time at all. It was his constitution that had truly undergone a transformation. What's wrong, brother? Chu Yun looked at Chu Mo sitting beside her with a puzzled expression, having no idea what had happened. Liang Jie shared her confusion. I haven't misread the time at all. My body seems to have undergone another transformation. Chu Mo took a deep breath to steady his restless mind, then shared his suspicions with his mother and Chu Yun one by one. I'm sorry, brother. Hearing her brother's words, the usually carefree Chu Yun finally grasped the gravity of the situation. She had expected this transformation to be no different from before, never imagining such a change would occur. It's all right. None of this is your fault anyway. Chu Mo shook his head, harboring no intention to blame Chu Yun. After all, this wasn't something she had wished for. Him transforming into Chu Mo was already inexplicable enough. No one could guarantee that his constitution would never shift again. Chu Yun had simply been caught at an unfortunate moment. Compared to fully transforming into Chu Mo, what worried Chu Mo more was how to resolve the issue of Chu Mo's identity. After all, he didn't feel particularly resistant to becoming Chu Mo entirely. Then we'll need to be more careful going forward. Don't worry. Mom and Dad will help you sort everything out. Even if the sky falls, you still have us to hold it up. Liang Jie, who had remained silent until now, lifted her head and turned to Chu Mo, speaking up. Now that she knew their son had only 5 more chances before he would completely transform into a girl, she certainly couldn't stand by and do nothing. Fortunately, she and her husband had anticipated this issue long ago and had already made contingency plans. Thank you, Mom. Upon hearing Liang Jie's words, Chu Mo's anxious heart was instantly soothed. That was right. He wasn't facing this alone. Unlike the protagonists in those novels who lost both parents in childhood, he still had his mom and dad. At this realization, Chu Mo felt reassured. With his parents' help, everything would surely be fine. Click. Just then the sound of the door handle turning echoed through the room. All 3 of them immediately turned their attention toward it. Chu Rong had barely stepped through the door when he saw his daughter's son and wife all fixed on him just as they had been that morning. I noticed you all went out shopping for clothes, so I figured you'd have no time to come back and cook. So I stopped by that hot pot specialty shop at the market and picked up some ingredients. Let's have hot pot tonight. Saying this, Chu Rong held up the bag in his hand, as if to prove his point. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that the atmosphere at home had been heavy. Had he missed something again? Scratching his head, Chu Rong was somewhat puzzled. He was after all a member of this family too. Why did he feel like an NPC who barely appeared in novels? Woohoo. Long live Dad. Hot pot. Hot pot. Oh honey, you're the best. Come here, kiss kiss. Thanks, Dad. Before Chu Rong could dwell on his thoughts further, Chu Yun had already broken into cheers, and Liang Jie went to meet him. Witnessing this scene, the last shred of worry in Chu Mo's heart was washed away by the joyful and heartwarming moment. He rose to his feet and walked over to Chu Rong, taking the ingredients from his father's hands. With everyone pitching in to prepare, the hot pot was ready in no time. The steaming pot bubbled away on the table, its spicy aroma permeating the air. Here, open wide. Ah, how is it, honey? Delicious. Anything you feed me tastes wonderful. Having long grown accustomed to such scenes, Chu Mo merely watched without comment and went on to dip his tripe into the pot himself. Having counted 15 seconds in his head, Chu Mo was just raising his chopsticks to his mouth when he noticed a hand holding a bowl extended toward him. You little rascal. I'll forget it. It's yours. Chu Mo's hand paused with the tripe clamped in his chopsticks. Glancing at Chu Yun's grinning face beside him, he ultimately decided to drop the tripe into her bowl. Thank you, brother. You're the best. A good person with 1 litter. Cough, that's not right. Oh well, whatever. I mean, you're simply the best brother in the world. With the tripe secured, Chu Yun didn't hold back her praises, showering Chu Mo with flattery. Though to be fair, that compliment had nearly gone up in smoke. Chu Mo was rather pleased by Chu Yun's flattery. Dinner passed in the blink of an eye, and after helping his mother clean up the kitchen, he retreated to his room. Turning on the air conditioner, Chu Mo sat down at his computer desk. He powered on his machine and quickly accessed the interface. Just as he was about to initiate a group call, Qian's message suddenly appeared at the top of the chat window. Without overthinking it, Chu Mo clicked open the chat with Qianhe. Reading the messages, he froze. Qianhe, the convention organizer, just posted another promotional video, so I took a look. If you buy the Kozer postcard sold by the organizer, you can get up close with that Kozer, take photos, and even get an autograph. Should we buy one, and then go take a picture with that Kozer named Mao who looks just like you? Reading Qianhe's message, Chu Mo was tempted to just drop dead right where he sat. No. This was practically trying to get him killed. After much deliberation, Chu Mo finally began typing on his screen. Chu Mo, let's skip it. For a famous resident Kozer like that, the crowd will surely be massive and it'll be packed. Why not save the time to join the games hosted at the convention instead? Qianhe. Alright, I'll go along with you. Chu Mo, okay. Seeing Qianhe agree, Chu Mo, who had been unconsciously holding his breath in front of the screen, immediately exhaled and took in a gulp of air. Thankfully, Qianhe was reasonable. Chu Mo's sole demand for this year's convention was that Ding Yun absolutely must not attend. Even if he did come, he mustn't buy any postcards. And if he did, he certainly shouldn't buy Chu Mo's edition. Still, Ding Yun probably wouldn't attend the convention anyway, which served as a small comfort. Wait, buying postcards lets you get up close for photos. Bye. Definitely getting one. Swipe the card. Meanwhile, Ding Yun, who had been waiting in the study for Chu Mo to call back, had nothing better to do, so he wandered over to the official website to check this year's convention details. And sure enough, he discovered something worthwhile. Time seemed to have been accelerated by some mysterious force, and soon it arrived at July 10th. Opening his somewhat dry eyes, just as usual, Chu Mo sat up, reached for the glass of water beside him, and drained it in one gulp. Phew. So tired. After drinking, Chu Mo let out a long sigh. The more he slept, the more exhausted and drowsy he felt. He picked up his phone from beside the pillow and lit up the screen. Only 10:30. That's way too early. Staring at the time on his phone, Chu Mo muttered to himself. For the past few days he had felt sleepy at 2:30 in the morning, so he hadn't pulled an all-nighter in several days. Ding Yun and Qian he had more than once mocked him during gaming sessions, saying his body was failing and his kidneys were weak. Judging by his own recent performance, Chu Mo had to admit he was somewhat uncertain himself. Could he really be weak? But the thought was quickly dismissed. How could he be weak? He might feel empty, but not kidney deficient. Maybe he needed a girlfriend. Tui. What strange things was he thinking about? Empty and kidney deficient. He wasn't weak at all. As for a girlfriend, Chu Mo felt it was best to let nature take its course. Not to mention that he had already sealed his heart with concrete. Even his peculiar constitution alone would be enough to scare off many people. For some reason, Chu Mo suddenly thought of Ding Yun. What if that guy knew that he himself was Chu Mo and Chu Mo was him? Given his perverted nature, he probably wouldn't mind at all. Chu Mo could already imagine what Ding Yun would say. Chu Mo. Actually, I am Chu Mo, and Chu Mo is me. Ding Yun. Oh really? Let me see. Ding Yun. Let's get it on. Chu Mo. No way, brother. Ding Yun. Be good, let me see. Chu Mo. What strange things was he thinking about? He must be sleep-addled, otherwise he wouldn't be having such odd thoughts this early in the morning. Chu Mo was startled by the image he had conjured. The scene was too beautiful to imagine. If it were Qian, slap. Chu Mo jolted awake and slapped himself. What was he doing? He and Qian had a perfectly innocent relationship. What a sin, what a sin. It must be because he had just woken up. Yes, that was definitely the reason. It definitely wasn't because he had any improper thoughts about Qian. Speaking of which, is it July 10th today? Tomorrow is the comic convention. Chu Mo suddenly remembered that he was supposed to attend the convention. He opened the delivery app on his phone and checked the tracking info. Already out for delivery, he murmured, looking at the information on the screen. He wondered when his cosplay costume would be delivered. Based on past experience, deliveries in his area were usually completed by noon. He had to be careful. If his little sister Chu Yun intercepted the package, his mother and Chu Yun would definitely come to watch him make a fool of himself. Just thinking about that scene made him feel like ants were crawling all over his body, extremely uncomfortable. So he had to be prepared. With that thought, Chu Mo nodded firmly to show his determination even though no one was watching. Time to get up, get up. Chu Mo attempted a carp jump. Well, it was a carp jump, but nothing happened. Still lying on the bed, he flopped around like a fish caught on the shore. What's wrong, big brother? Chu Yun, who was just leaving her room to go downstairs, heard the repeated creaking of the springs in her brother's bed. Curiosity piqued, she opened her brother's door. Chu Mo? Chu Yun. My dear Onaikan, what are you doing? Pushing the door open, she saw Chu Mo repeatedly trying to do a carp jump, and a sly grin spread across her face. Her dear brother was so good to her, knowing she was bored and adding a little entertainment to her dull life. Well, you see. Could you, my dear sister, kindly roll the hell out of here? Seeing Chu Yun standing at the door, Chu Mo didn't know what to say, so he opted for the simplest and most direct approach. I don't want to. I want to watch a little more. Okay, big brother, I'll roll out right now, no need for you to bother. Chu Yun was about to continue enjoying his embarrassed expression, but she noticed her brother had opened a drawer and taken out a pack of PE gloves. Thus, Chu Yun very wisely left Chu Mo's room and thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Chu Yun still remembered the time her brother actually picked her up with one hand and threw her out of the room. Just thinking about that incident made her but ache. Watching the door close, Chu Mo unconsciously curled his lips into a smile. I'll better hurry up and wash up. He would wash up early and wait in the living room just in case Chu Yun intercepted the package. With that thought, Chu Mo immediately got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. Speaking of which, the delivery can't possibly arrive while I'm washing up, right? Just as he squeezed toothpaste onto his toothbrush, a crucial question struck him. He had woken up at 10:30, which wasn't that early for him. But for the delivery driver, he had already been working for hours. It couldn't be that coincidental, could it? Chu Mo shook his head. He didn't believe such a coincidence was possible. Rather than believe the package would arrive while he was brushing his teeth, he would rather believe that Ding Yun would actually go to Thailand. Yes, this time Chu Mo was smart. He set a double flag to be safe. If this flag didn't come true, then everyone would be happy. If it did come true, then the second flag would. Since he couldn't escape the curse of setting flags, he might as well drag someone down with him. Besides, this flag may not necessarily come true, it's just a matter of probability. Wait, thinking like that, haven't I just added another layer of buff to the original flag? Just then Chu Mo seemed to realize something was off, but he didn't dwell on it, and continued brushing his teeth. Meanwhile at home, Ding Yun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Why do I feel like I'm about to lose something? Ding Yun, lying on his bed scrolling through his phone, frowned. Ding dong, bang bang bang. At that moment Chu Mo thought he heard the doorbell ring. Moi. Could it really be such a coincidence? As Chu Mo was brushing his teeth, hearing the knock at the door, his right hand, which had been brushing, froze midair. At that moment Chu Mo wasn't thinking about whether he would be caught by his mother and Chu Yun. Instead, he wondered if the flag he had set for Ding Yun was actually coming true. Dad, you're back. You didn't end up empty-handed again, did you? But soon Chu Yun's voice reached Chu Mo's ears from downstairs. Hearing this, Chu Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He told himself that his flag was just that accurate. It was all a matter of probability. He had almost believed Ding Yun was really going to Thailand, and luckily, it was just his father returning. Nonsense, a fisherman never comes back empty-handed. Look, didn't I catch a watermelon for you? Hearing his daughter's words, Chu Rong's smile stiffened, as if struck at a sore spot. Then he lifted the plastic bag in his hand. Chu Yun looked at her father suspiciously. Since when could watermelons be caught by fishing? Oh, Chu Yun, don't spoil your father's act. Obviously your dad didn't catch anything after fishing all morning, so he found a nearby melon field and bought a watermelon. But honey, you're still awesome. Just then Liang Jia also came out of the room and looked at the watermelon in Chu Rong's hand. Oh honey, you're making me blush. Come here, give me a kiss, you. Watching her parents flaunt their affection, Chu Yun let out a new sound and decisively ran to the sofa, sat down, and turned on the TV. Out of sight, out of mind. Ding dong, ding dong. Hello, delivery. Just as Chu Mo had rinsed his face with cold water and was about to grab a towel to dry it, the doorbell rang again. It's over. I shouldn't have washed my face. Chu Mo felt a chill in his heart. Had his flag finally come true? Ding Yun, you're so noble, you're so great, using me to set a flag. Hello, delivery. Please sign for it. Is this the home of Mr. Mao Air? Yes, that's right. Thank you. Liang Jia opened the door, took the large package from the delivery man, and signed the name Mao Air on the delivery slip. Closing the door, Liang Jia turned around. The gazes of the three in the hall instantly focused on the package in her hand. Is this our son's cosplay costume? Liang Jia didn't open it directly. Instead, she looked at Chu Yun and pointed at Chu Mo's closed door. Chu Yun instantly understood and gave Liang Jia a look that said, I got it, leave it to me. Then she shouted loudly, Brother, if you don't come out, I'll send your cross-dressing photos to Ding Yun. After shouting, Chu Yun looked smugly at her mother, who seemed stunned. Chu Yun, had she misunderstood her mother? Why was her mother looking at her like that? Silly girl, Mom, just meant for you to go call your brother, not to court death. Watching her mother look at her with pity and pat her head, Chu Yun felt a chill down her spine. She wanted to run away, but it was too late. As soon as she turned around, she found her brother standing right behind her, smiling at her with an innocent look. Well, it would be nice if he were truly harmless. Without hesitation, Chu Yun dodged behind Liang Jia, seeking her mother's protection. My dear sister, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch it. Chu Mo looked at Chu Yun hiding behind their mother with a seemingly benevolent smile, closing in step by step. I didn't say anything. I'm sorry, brother, please forgive me this once. Chu Yun wisely chose to apologize. Don't let it happen again. Chu Mo rolled his eyes at Chu Yun and said no more, turning his attention to the newly delivered package. He wondered which character he would be cosplaying this year. Filled with curiosity, Chu Mo picked up a fruit knife from the coffee table, walked over to the package, crouched down, and sliced it open. Rip! The fruit knife easily cut through the tape on the package. Peeling off the inner layer of foam paper, Chu Mo's cosplay costume for this year was fully revealed. Moi. Looking at the costume in the package, Chu Mo was stunned. He hadn't expected to be cosplaying a game character this time. A silver gray wig, 2 pink hair ties, a white training uniform with loose sleeves, a dark blue pleated skirt, and a pink waist tassel. A blue strap to wrap around both shoulders, a pair of wooden clogs, and a wooden practice sword. Wasn't this Kamisato Ayaka from Genshin Impact, the game Ding Yun was always playing? He hadn't expected to cosplay as her this time. Chu Mo had been dragged by Ding Yun to play for quite a while, but eventually he quit because it was too grindy. Wow. Thump. Chu Yun's voice sounded behind Chu Mo. He picked up the wooden sword from the package, turned around, and lightly tapped it on Chu Yun's head. With a thump, Chu Yun covered her head, glaring at Chu Mo, who held the wooden sword. Does it sound good? If it sounds good, it's a good head. Chu Mo smiled at Chu Yun. He had controlled his strength to be just enough to stun without hurting. You stinky brother. My brain isn't that sharp to begin with, and you hit it. What if I get stupid? Chu Yun rubbed her head and spoke resentfully. It's okay, Chu Yun. You have to believe in yourself. Believe that I'm actually smart. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Chu Yun looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to continue. No, believe that you're already too stupid to get any stupider. Chu Mo shook his head, putting on an expression of pity for a mentally challenged child, and looked at Chu Yun with sympathy. Then he reached out his gloved hand, patted her head, and said earnestly, Chu Mo, I'm sworn to. Thump. I can't stand you anymore. I'm going to. Thump. Brother, I'm sorry. Would you like some water? I'll get it for you. I'm your dear sister, just command me. Watching the two of them messing around, Chu Rong and Liang Jia exchanged smiles and quietly observed the scene. Unlike the warm and lively scene at Chu Mo's home, Ding Yun was now staring at the video on his phone, lost in thought. Why had he been seeing videos about Thailand ever since a while ago? Even clicking not interested didn't help. Could it be fate? Looking at the introduction to Thailand on his phone, Ding Yun suddenly felt enlightened. Time flew by, and soon it was a new day. As always, whenever there was something scheduled, Chu Mo always managed to wake up before the alarm went off. Turning off the alarm in advance, Chu Mo felt refreshed, unlike the usual fatigue. Without lingering in bed, he got up, changed into the t-shirt and black trousers he had prepared the day before. As for the cosplay costume, Chu Mo had no intention of wearing it directly since he still needed to take his mother's car there, and the gymnasium was quite a distance from home. Moreover, as a regular cosplayer, he had a dedicated changing room, so there was no need to prepare everything beforehand like other cosplayers. Chu Mo could hardly imagine what strange things would happen if he wore his cosplay costume in his mother's car. Not to mention anything else, Chu Yun would definitely be the most enthusiastic photographer. To be honest, Chu Mo had no idea how many embarrassing photos of him his sister had saved in her phone. If he remembered correctly, ever since Chu Yun got her first phone in middle school, she had kept the habit of taking embarrassing photos of him up to the present. So Chu Yun's phone must have at least a few hundred embarrassing photos of him and Chu Mo. Fortunately, the girl had some sense of propriety and had never shown those photos to anyone, which Chu Mo found somewhat reassuring. If others saw those embarrassing photos of him, Chu Mo felt that if that really happened, he would never be able to get married. If that were the case, he would definitely cling to the person who had seen his embarrassing photos for the rest of his life. But such a thing would never happen, and Chu Mo was quite confident about that. Of course, even if someone else did see them, he wouldn't actually cling to that person as he had initially imagined. After all, a joke was just a joke. If the person who saw the photos was a man, would he have to turn into Chu Mo and cling to him for life? No way. He wasn't a pervert. Even if he completely turned into Chu Mo, his sexual orientation would never change. Entering the bathroom, Chu Mo quickly finished washing up. For today's convention, he had even done a skincare routine the night before. Just as he placed the towel on the rack, he heard the door being pushed open rapidly. Without a second thought, it had to be Chu Yun. "Brother, let's go. Hurry, hurry." As expected, before Chu Mo could even open the bathroom door, Chu Yun's voice rang out. Coming, don't rush. We have staff passes, so we don't need to queue," Chu Mo said as he opened the bathroom door. Chu Yun's excited face immediately appeared before him. For some reason, seeing her so enthusiastic, Chu Mo felt she might be planning some mischief. "You're not planning to pull something on me at the convention, are you?" "How could I? Am I that kind of person?" Hearing this, Chu Yun froze for a moment, but quickly regained her usual expression, not letting Chu Mo catch any flaw. "Really?" Chu Mo squinted at Chu Yun, trying to find a crack in her facade. "I'll forget it, I'll let it go." In the end, Chu Mo gave up. After years of playing cat and mouse with Chu Yun, he had developed some resistance to her little tricks. It shouldn't make him break down, right? Watching Chu Yun bounce around impatiently, Chu Mo felt uneasy. If worst came to worst, he could just pick a good day to bury Chu Yun. Chu Mo thought to himself while Chu Yun suddenly felt a chill. Strange, my brother's air conditioner is off. Glancing at the turned-off unit, Chu Yun didn't pay much attention and continued urging Chu Mo. All right, let's go." Putting on his gloves and scanning his room to make sure nothing was left behind, Chu Mo went downstairs with Chu Yun. "Let's go. There will definitely be a lot of cars heading to the gymnasium today." Liang Jia had been waiting in the living room and spoke as soon as she saw them. As for Chu Mo's cosplay costume, she had already placed it in the trunk. "Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Off to the convention." Chu Mo and Chu Yun replied in unison. After changing shoes, Chu Mo opened the door. Walking to the car, he glanced at Ding Yun's house next door. That guy was probably still sleeping soundly in his room. But that was fine. He didn't want Ding Yun to find out he was a cosplayer, and a somewhat famous one at that. Wow, so many people. Contrary to Chu Mo's guess, Ding Yun had arrived at the gymnasium early. Getting off the taxi, he sighed at the long lines in the square. Fortunately, he had been smart and came early, otherwise, even with a SVIP ticket, he would have had to queue for who knows how long. Following the staff's directions, Ding Yun quickly arrived at the SVIP ticket checkpoint. However, due to the large crowd and the fact that the event hadn't started, yet even though he had paid a premium, he still had to wait in line for a while. He wondered how Chu Mo managed to endure such long queues every time. Wasn't it boring? "Chu Mo, I have a staff passage." Putting away his phone, Ding Yun took out the pass that had arrived a few days ago. Looking at the cosplayer named Mao Air on it, he felt she looked more and more like Chu Mo. After the convention and taking photos with this cosplayer, he would definitely send the photo to the group chat to show Chu Mo. As he was about to put the pass back into his pocket, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Are you also a fan of teacher Mao Air?" Hearing this, Ding Yun turned around and saw a guy wearing an anime-themed t-shirt and carrying a black backpack standing behind him. He held a pass with the same picture as his. "Yeah, I guess so." Ding Yun thought for a moment and then replied. "I see. Have you followed teacher Mao Air's forum?" The guy behind him seemed to think he had found a kindred spirit and spoke. "Forum? Tieba. No, I haven't followed it." Ding Yun shook his head. This was basically his first serious convention, so he wasn't very familiar with these things. "I see. You should join. It's really fun. The forum owner is hilarious, and I often chat with him online. We've even prepared a surprise for teacher Mao Air at this year's convention. Do you want to join in?" As he spoke, the guy behind him brightened his phone screen, opened Tieba, and handed it to Ding Yun for a look. Sensual photos of teacher Mao Er leaked. Ding Yun scrolled through the various posts, a gradually perverted smile spreading across his face. This was interesting. Count me in. I'm in. I'm Ding Yun, and you. Returning the phone, Ding Yun spoke. I'm Kai Shukuin. I won't go in with you. Have fun. Goodbye, Mom. Bye. After being stuck in traffic for about 20 minutes, Chu Mo and Chu Yun finally arrived safely at the gymnasium. After saying goodbye to his mother, Chu Mo walked to the trunk, took out the large bag containing his cosplay costume, and slung it over his shoulder. Watching his mother's car disappear into the distance, Chu Mo led Chu Yun toward the staff entrance. Seeing the crowds jamming every passage, he couldn't help but sigh. Luckily, he had a staff pass and didn't need to queue, otherwise he had no idea how he would endure such a long wait. Glancing at the SVIP passage, which was just as crowded as the ordinary one, Chu Mo immediately felt sorry for those who had bought SVIP tickets. Spending an extra 100 yuan only to queue like everyone else. Wasn't that just being a fool? Luckily, none of his friends had fallen for that, otherwise Chu Mo would have laughed at them for life. Hey, Chu Mo, Chu Yun. Just as Chu Mo was walking forward with Chu Yun, he seemed to hear a familiar voice. However, Chu Mo didn't turn to look, instead he quickened his pace. Whose voice was that? He didn't know it. Hurry, hurry. Why are you running, Chu Mo? You're going the wrong way, there's no queue over there. Hearing Ding Yun's nagging voice behind him, Chu Mo sighed. Why did this guy have to show up? Wasn't he the type who never attended a convention? And of all places here, Qianhe had come, Ding Yun had come, both of his closest acquaintances. Could this be some prank by fate? Chu Mo couldn't help but sigh, hoping that Ding Yun, like Qianhe, hadn't recognized him as Mao Er. Otherwise, he might as well drag Chu Yun and find a piece of tofu to smash themselves to death. With that thought, Chu Mo forced a smile and turned around quickly, spotting Ding Yun waving at them in the crowd. Suppressing the urge to have an intense offline real-person brawl with Ding Yun, Chu Mo slowly walked over to him. Why are you here? Didn't you say most convention-goers are normies? Chu Mo asked, looking at Ding Yun standing in the SVP passage. I just wanted to get out and relax. Oh, are you two also fans of teacher Mao Er? Ding Yun's gaze fell on the passes in Chu Mo and Chu Yun's hands. Since Chu Mo himself was a regular cosplayer and wasn't interested in other cosplayers, the organizers had defaulted to giving him a pass with his own photo. However, although Chu Mo wasn't interested in other cosplayers, he felt that the other regulars were extremely interested in him, regardless of gender. Male cosplayers usually just came over to chat and look at him, then did nothing else. But female cosplayers were different. They actually got hands-on, touching his face, his hands, and rubbing against his slender white-clad thighs. They had done these things countless times. Oh yeah. Hearing Ding Yun's words, Chu Mo understood. It seemed Ding Yun didn't know he was the so-called teacher Mao Er. That made things easier. He would just stay away from Ding Yun and not walk with him. After all, he would definitely enter the venue before Ding Yun. Once he could move freely, he wouldn't care if he ran into Ding Yun. Oh, I see. This is Kai Shukuin. He just introduced me to a fan forum of teacher Mao Er. Would you like to check it out? It's pretty interesting. Listen to me, the moderator of this forum is super interesting. Her posts are hilarious. The people there are all talented, and they speak so well. Ding Yun kept rambling on, recommending the forum to Chu Mo, completely oblivious to Chu Mo's gradually darkening face, and Chu Yun, who seemed to be sweating profusely and constantly wiping her forehead. Ding Yun is trying to kill me. But I never expected Kai Shukuin to look like this. Chu Yun cautiously distanced herself a little from her brother, ready to bolt later. Chu Yun wasn't focused on Ding Yun or her brother. Instead, she looked at Kai Shukuin behind Ding Yun. Huh. Hello. Kai Shukuin seemed to notice her gaze and waved at her. Since Chu Yun had never revealed her photo or real name on the forum, Kai Shukuin had no idea that the kind moderator he was talking about was standing right in front of him. His mind was only on the task Chu Yun had given him. Hey, did you buy regular passes? Ding Yun took the pass from Chu Mo's hand, examined it, and said. Then he proudly waved his own pass in front of Chu Mo. See, I'm SVIP. I have a dedicated check-in lane. Oh, but you still have to queue like everyone else. Chu Mo looked at Ding Yun with a pitying expression, took his pass back, and said. No way, I'm. Well, you're actually not wrong. Ding Yun initially wanted to argue, but looking around, he realized Chu Mo was right. Could he be the fool? No, I'm a distinguished SVIP. Ding Yun seemed unable to accept reality and began brainwashing himself. Regardless, you guys still have to queue. Ding Yun spoke as if he had found a loophole. Even if he had to queue, he would definitely enter earlier than Chu Mo. Otherwise, why had he woken up so early? Chu Mo and Chu Yun had clearly come to the wrong spot. If they went back to queue now, they would definitely be slower than him. Oh, is that so? Chu Mo looked at Ding Yun with an amused expression. He loved seeing Ding Yun's confident face, then the look of utter despair, hollow eyes, and defeated expression after being proven wrong. Just thinking about it felt great. Wait, what kind of twisted thought was that? It must be because he was too close to Ding Yun. Yes, that must be it. How else could he have such a perverse idea? Otherwise what? You're not going to walk through the staff passage over there, are you? If you do, I'll do a handstand while washing my hair. I mean it. Ding Yun said fearlessly. He truly didn't believe Chu Mo could use the staff passage. Oh, is that so? I'm looking forward to your video. Chu Mo played back the recording he had just made. Then under Ding Yun's stunned gaze, he led Chu Yun to the staff passage ahead and successfully swiped their cards to enter. Waving goodbye to the dumbfounded Ding Yun Chu Mo, and Chu Yun gradually disappeared from his sight. Ding Yun. Wait man, you actually went in. Isn't that the staff passage? Could Chu Mo be an employee? No, that's impossible. It must be because Chu Mo has attended so many conventions and gotten chummy with the organizers, so they gave him some small privilege. That must be it. As if some force was interfering with this world, Ding Yun refused to believe that Chu Mo was an employee and also ignored Chu Yun beside him. Am I the first to arrive? Entering the rest and makeup room reserved for resident cosplayers, Chu Mo looked around and found that he was indeed the first one there. Isn't this our dear little Mo? You're actually the first this time. Chu Zixuan, who was scrolling through her phone in the makeup room waiting for the cosplayers to arrive, saw Chu Mo push the door open and enter, followed by Chu Yun, who seemed to be lost in thought. Hearing the laughter behind him, Chu Mo pursed his lips and coughed a few times to ease his embarrassment. Sister Xian, I'm in college now. Why do you still call me little Mo? Oh, it's all the same. When I first met you, you were only this tall. Chu Zixuan stood up with a smile and gestured with her hand at a spot just above her lower abdomen. Don't talk nonsense, Sister Xian. I'll sue you for defamation. Chu Mo looked at Chu Zixuan with a dark expression. This person's habit of revealing people's embarrassing pasts really hadn't changed. All right, no more jokes. And who is this? Chu Zixuan noticed Chu Yun standing behind Chu Mo and asked. Hello, big sister. My name is Chu Yun. Chu Mo is my brother. You can call me Little Yun. Before Chu Mo could introduce her, Chu Yun introduced herself proactively. Whether intentionally trying to build rapport or not, Chu Yun deliberately added the three characters, Little Yun, and even dragged out the tone. Chu Mo looked at Chu Yun standing beside him and suddenly felt an urge to take out the wooden sword from his bag and give Chu Yun a few whacks to reset her brain. Oh, hello. I'm Chu Zixuan. You can call me Zixuan or Sister Xian. Chu Zixuan looked at Chu Yun and said with a smile. What character are you cosplaying this time, little Mo? Kamisato Ayaka from Genshin Impact. Chu Mo had completely given up caring about Sister Xian's nickname for him. He was tired. Oh, let it be, call him whatever she wanted. Oh, I see. Come here. Chu Zixuan nodded upon hearing Chu Mo's words, then patted the stool, signaling for him to sit down. Okay. By the way, Sister Xian, could you make my makeup a bit heavier this time? Seeming to think of something, Chu Mo said as he sat on the stool. Why do you suddenly want heavy makeup? Didn't you used to prefer barefaced cosplay? Could it be that you have a little girlfriend and don't want people to recognize you? Or is it a boyfriend? Chu Zixuan, who was taking out various cosmetics from her makeup bag, looked at Chu Mo, sitting on the stool with curiosity. Cough. Sister Xian, what are you talking about? How is that possible? Hearing Sister Xian's words, Chu Mo seemed choked and coughed a few times, then turned his head to look at Chu Zixuan. Although she didn't get the identity right, she was correct about the gender. Chu Mo could only hope that Ding Yun and Xian, he wouldn't discover that he was a cosplayer today. Fine, I was wrong. It's an arranged marriage, right? Chu Zixuan teased while applying makeup on Chu Mo. Brother, I'm going out to play. Just as Chu Mo was about to retort to Sister Xian, Chu Yun, who had been looking down at her phone, suddenly spoke up. All right, go ahead. Chu Mo initially wanted to nod to Chu Yun, but was immediately pressed back by Chu Zixuan's hand. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye, Sister Xian. After receiving Chu Mo's response, Chu Yun got up and left the makeup room as if she had something important to do, but Chu Mo didn't pay it any mind. Sister Xian, can you stop teasing me? If you keep teasing me, you'll what? Don't forget, I still have quite a few. You wouldn't want these things to be known by others, right, little Mo? Before Chu Mo could finish, Chu Zixuan took over the conversation. Oh dear Sister Xian, let's talk nicely. It was rash of me, your younger brother. Upon hearing Chu Zixuan's words, Chu Mo's demeanor changed abruptly. Good. This is the little Mo I like. Chu Zixuan seemed to be quite pleased and said with a smile. Luckily Chu Yun went out. Seeing that Chu Zixuan had no intention of continuing, Chu Mo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Chu Yun had left. If she had seen him like this, she would definitely have recorded a video. Oh dear, good thing I walked slowly, otherwise I would have really missed this. What Chu Mo didn't notice was that the door to the makeup room wasn't fully closed, but left a crack. After glancing at the video she had just taken, Chu Yun nodded with satisfaction, put away her phone, and then hummed a tune as she left the makeup room. Alright, go change into your cosplay outfit. About 10 minutes later, Chu Zixuan put down the eyeliner pencil in her hand, looked at Chu Mo in front of her, and nodded with satisfaction. After hearing Chu Zixuan's words, Chu Mo stood up, leaned closer to the mirror, and took a careful look. Not bad. This makeup is heavier than usual. This way Ding Yun, and Xian, he shouldn't be able to recognize me. Opening the backpack placed nearby, Chu Mo took out the cosplay costume and walked to a small room inside the makeup room, closing the door behind him. Alright, let me see how to wear this. Taking all the clothes out of the bag and placing them on the stool, Chu Mo began putting on the cosplay pieces one by one following the order he had tried on yesterday. Within 10 minutes, Chu Mo had fully changed into the cosplay outfit. Since it was custom-made to his exact measurements, he didn't have to worry about whether it fit. Oh my, so beautiful. What a pity he has a mouth. Such a cute girl, must be a boy. When Chu Mo came out of the changing room, Chu Zixuan was just helping another female cosplayer with her makeup. When they saw Chu Mo come out, both of them turned their heads to look at him, who was now completely a girl. Upon hearing their remarks, Chu Mo got angry. Well, just a little angry. He couldn't afford to offend either of the two in front of him. One was Chu Zixuan, who had been doing his makeup ever since he became a resident cosplayer, and the other was the one currently getting makeup done who became a resident cosplayer at the same time as him. Both of them had quite a bit of dirt on him. After all, everyone had their youthful moments. All mistakes of youthful recklessness, too much to say, all tears. I'll head to my booth first. See you later. To prevent any more strange words from coming out of their mouths, Chu Mo decisively chose to escape. But less than 5 seconds after leaving, Chu Mo pushed open the makeup room door again. Under the gaze of the two inside, he picked up the wooden sword lying nearby, then closed the door once more. I hope this year's convention goes smoothly, thought Chu Mo as he hurried to his booth. Oh, there are already people here. Chu Mo was slightly surprised as she arrived at her booth, not expecting her fans to come so quickly this year. Gazing at the sea of fans before her, Chu Mo couldn't help but recall the post she had seen a few days ago. These fans seemed quite normal, not like those who were into absurdist humor. It must be a case of survivor bias. Because it was founded by Chu Yun, and under her deliberate guidance that forum was filled with eccentric fans. Plus, she had never joined her own fan groups, so she had assumed all her fans were into that kind of absurdity. It seemed that most of her fans were actually quite normal. Thinking this, Chu Mo's mood improved considerably. Since her booth was located in a high-traffic area, when people saw the crowd gathered around it, they couldn't help but join in. Good morning, everyone. Chu Mo took a deep breath, then stepped onto her small stage with a burst of determination. As she ascended, the crowd below instantly erupted in excitement. Chu Mo glanced around, and not seeing Ding Yun or Qian, she breathed a sigh of relief. For now it seemed fate was on her side. She only hoped that Ding Yun wouldn't buy her postcards or show up at her booth. But things rarely go as planned. While interacting with her fans, Chu Mo quickly spotted Ding Yun in the crowd. For some reason, the moment she saw Ding Yun, a sense of foreboding washed over her, as if something terrible was about to happen. Ding Yun walked to the center of the crowd, and then Chu Mo saw him pull out a megaphone from his backpack. Oh no, what are you doing, you big fool? Chu Mo's alarm bells rang. What was Ding Yun doing with a megaphone at a comic convention? What was his intention? Had the heavens sent him specifically to torment her? She admitted she had never treated him like a brother, but their bond like father and son was real. Was he about to commit patricide like Lu Bu? Ding Fengxian, what are you up to? This spot should be about right. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Ding Yun looked around, recalling what Kai Shuquan had told him earlier, and then took out the megaphone from his bag. Initially reluctant, Ding Yun had a change of heart after Kai Shuquan's persistent persuasion. Since he had already come, why not make it worth his while? Thus the current scene unfolded. But this cosplayer really looked like Chu Mo, and a cross-dressed version of Chu Mo, even sounding like her. He wanted to marry her and take her home. What was he thinking? That was a male cosplayer, and he wasn't a pervert. Never mind, he had to focus on what Kai Shuquan asked him to do. Ding Yun shook his head to clear the strange thoughts from his mind. Ding Yun turned on the megaphone, and a loud beep sounded. He then raised it to his mouth and shouted, "We are the nimble dogs of the mountain. We are the dogs of Teacher Mao Air. Everyone shout together." Ding Yun's voice spread like a virus, sparking a chain reaction that infected every fan and passerby present. Or rather, everyone had been too shy to start, but once someone took the first step, they all began to let loose. Watching her fans become increasingly absurd, Chu Mo just wanted to find a secluded spot and bury Ding Yun alive. Of course, Ding Yun, who was shouting with growing enthusiasm, was oblivious to her thoughts. This thing is actually quite fun. As if wanting to vent all his pent-up frustration, Ding Yun shouted even more fervently, and the people around him, infected by his mood, became increasingly unhinged. "You are Teacher Mao Air's dogs, and Teacher Mao Air is mine. So you are all my dogs. Ha ha ha. Teacher Mao Air, I like you so much. I really like you. You are so beautiful. Your mouth is perfectly placed under your nose, your eyes are just above your nose, and your nose is right in the middle of your face. I like you so much. Teacher Mao Air, do you want to become rich overnight? Do you want to be wealthy, carefree, and worry-free? Then dream with me." Listening to the increasingly absurd shouts from below, Chu Mo began to deeply question the world. Forget it, I don't care." Chu Mo shook her head. This level of absurdity was still tolerable. She just hoped her fans wouldn't pull out something even bigger next. She had basically gotten used to this level of absurdity. Besides Chien, he hadn't appeared yet, which was some consolation. With that thought, Chu Mo forced a smile and resumed her performance. Once the convention was over, she would make sure Ding Yun felt the weight of a father's love. Chu Mo thought to herself. After a while interacting with fans, she noticed that Ding Yun, who had been standing in the crowd, had put away his megaphone. Is he tired from shouting? Or has he had a change of heart? Chu Mo was puzzled, but didn't say anything. After all, this was clearly a good thing for her. Otherwise, the fans below would keep shouting, who knows how long. Without Ding Yun's lead, the absurd shouts quickly diminished. Everything seemed to be improving, and Chu Mo's mood brightened. Her smile grew more radiant, deeply captivating everyone present. But her smile soon froze. The fans before her suddenly parted like a sea, clearing a space in the middle. Then Chu Mo saw the young man, named Kai Shukuan, whom she had met earlier, pull a banner out of his backpack. Due to the unusual spectacle, many onlookers and even special guest cosplayers gathered around Chu Mo's booth. In an instant, both sides of her booth were packed. Chu Mo swallowed nervously as she stared at the banner in Kai Shukuan's hands, hoping he wouldn't pull out some absurd stunt with so many eyes on them. If it was something truly absurd, Chu Mo felt Earth might no longer be suitable for her. She watched intently as Kai Shukuan held one end of the banner and handed the other to Ding Yun. The two walked in opposite directions, and soon the banner was fully unfurled before the crowd. A line of golden characters appeared in front of Chu Mo. It's over, there's no hope. Staring at the words on the banner, Chu Mo's remaining hope died completely. The banner bore several large characters. Woof you woof me, everyone woof. Woof woof. Chu Mo's mouth twitched involuntarily as she gazed at the golden characters on the banner. She had truly made a mistake by agreeing to attend this year's comic convention. What bizarre happenings had she encountered this time? Don't come any closer. Watching Ding Yun and Kai Shukuan approach her while holding the banner, Chu Mo found herself trapped between a rock and a hard place. Well, fortune or misfortune, what must be must be. Stealing her resolve, Chu Mo finally chose to accept reality. Teacher Mauer, please take it. This is everyone's heartfelt gift. Taking the other end of the banner from Ding Yun, Kai Shukuan folded it and then presented it to Chu Mo with both hands. Watching the scene as if she were receiving an offering, Chu Mo felt a pang of suffocation. Forcing a smile onto her lips, she accepted the banner of extraordinary significance from Kai Shukuan. Chu Mo felt she would never forget this moment for the rest of her life. What kind of fans would come up with such an absurdly abstract prank? Behind such a well-organized and premeditated stunt, there must be a mastermind behind the scenes, though she couldn't guess who. Thank you. Chu Mo expressed her gratitude to Kai Shukuan, who seemed to have accomplished a formidable task before placing the banner aside on the booth. Haha, perfect. I must save this video. Among the crowd wearing a mask and a cap, Chu Yun finished recording the video, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. My dear Oni-chan, do you like the gift your dear sister prepared for you? Chu Yun was immensely satisfied with her plan. After all, her brother had tortured her on the car ride by repeatedly playing her morning alarm tone. Her plan was flawless. Her brother would never discover that she was the mastermind behind the whole thing. Even if he guessed, there would be no evidence to prove it. You're welcome, Teacher Mauer. Our bar owner told us to do this. After seeing Chu Mo accept the banner, Kai Shukuan beamed with satisfaction. Oh, is that so? Then you must thank your bar owner for me. Hearing Kai Shukuan's words, Chu Mo instantly understood who the scheming mastermind behind the scenes was. This doesn't look good. Due to the noisy crowd at the convention and the distance from her brother's booth, Chu Yun couldn't hear clearly. But when she saw her brother's increasingly sweet, yet deadly smile, a chill ran down her spine. Had she celebrated too soon? Chu Yun pondered, but it didn't matter much. After all, one could die in pursuit of truth. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Yes, that was it. For now, what was fortunate was that her brother hadn't spotted her yet. She could still blend into the crowd and snap a few more beautiful photos and videos of him. It's better to talk to our bar owner in person, Teacher Mauer. Our bar owner really likes you. Kai Shukuan immediately replied, then pointed to Chu Yun, who was gloating among the crowd. Chu Yun. Wait, dude, no. Seeing Kai Shukuan's finger pointing at her, Chu Yun sensed danger and tried to weave through the crowd to evade his precise targeting. But it seemed futile. Chu Mo quickly locked onto Chu Yun's position. Hi. The moment their eyes met, Chu Yun awkwardly waved at her brother. Why do I get the strange feeling that Teacher Mauer is Chu Mo and this bar owner is Chu Yun? Standing idly by the booth, Ding Yun looked from Chu Mo on the stage to Chu Yun off stage, his mind churning with doubt. But he quickly dismissed the thought. No reason, just because the author said so. Watching Chu Yun waving awkwardly from below, if it weren't for the need to interact with his fans now. Chu Mo would have rushed off the stage to give Chu Yun a few whacks with the wooden sword. All jokes aside, the wooden sword felt really satisfying on Chu Yun. He'd sneak it back after the convention. After all, wooden sticks were cheap. He could just return the cosplay costume to the organizers. Sensing danger, Chu Yun turned and ran. Chu Mo naturally couldn't abandon his fans to chase her. He merely sighed, then turned his gaze to Ding Yun and Kai Shuquan standing before him. Kai Shuquan was still wondering why their bar owner darted away like a mouse, seeing a cat the moment teacher Mauer looked over. "Oh, forget it. Money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat. Did you guys buy the postcards?" After composing himself, Chu Mo seemed to recall something and spoke. "Of course. I have every postcard from every session of yours, teacher Mao. I bought some too." Ding Yun and Kai Shuquan replied. When it came to this topic, Kai Shuquan became excited. Saying this, he pulled out a stack of postcards and various cosplay photos of Chu Mo from his bag, covering all angles. Top down, left to right, bottom to. Ahem, just kidding. There's no such photo. So do you want to draw the lottery first, take photos first, or eat the mini cakes prepared by the organizers? Chu Mo said. This segment was a long-standing tradition kept by the organizers since the beginning. But Chu Mo hadn't bothered to check what this year's grand prize was. After all, since she started attending conventions, none of her fans had ever won the grand prize. And each time the prize came with a small challenge devised by the organizers' mischievous whims. She wondered what this year's would be. As for the mini cakes, they were usually hand-fed by the cozer to fans who bought postcards, 1 bite per person. But, thinking of this, Chu Mo cast a meaningful glance at the expectant Ding Yun. "Let's draw the lottery first, teacher Mao." Kai Shuquan put away his postcards and photos before speaking. "Alright, good luck to you." With that, Chu Mo waved to the staff member who had been waiting nearby. Seeing Chu Mo's gesture, the staff immediately handed him the box containing the gacha capsules. Chu Mo shook the box and then held it to his chest. God bless, God bless." Kai Shuquan rubbed his hands blue on them and then plunged his hand into the lottery box. "I choose you." Kai Shuquan yanked his hand out of the box abruptly. Everyone present instantly focused on him. Kai Shuquan carefully opened his palm, revealing a gacha capsule. He opened it and slowly read the words on the slip of paper inside. "One t-shirt of your choice from the resident cosplayer merchandise." Hey, not bad. Kai Shuquan was visibly excited. This was the first time he had won such a prize. Previously, he had only won small anime-related items. This was his first time getting a themed t-shirt. God bless, give me the grand prize. I'll take any type of grand prize. Seeing Kai Shuquan finish, Ding Yun couldn't hold back any longer. After silently repeating God bless a few times, he resolutely thrust his hand into the lottery box Chu Mo was holding. This one, unlike Kai Shuquan, Ding Yun didn't search around inside the box, but simply grabbed the first capsule his hand touched. "What is it?" Chu Mo looked curiously at the green capsule in Ding Yun's hand. Ding Yun quickly opened the capsule and glanced at the note inside. After reading the words, he silently closed the capsule again and looked at Chu Mo with some embarrassment. Could I draw again? Can I refuse this grand prize?" "It's fine, not winning the prize is." "What? The grand prize?" Initially seeing Ding Yun's awkward demeanor, Chu Mo assumed he had drawn the worst consolation prize. Just as Chu Mo was about to offer some comfort, he suddenly realized the truth. Ding Yun had actually hit the jackpot. Chu Mo stared at Ding Yun in disbelief, as if seeing him for the first time. No, this couldn't be real. How could Ding Yun have such incredible luck? Chu Mo's mindset now mirrored the online sentiment, afraid of a brother suffering, but even more afraid of a brother driving a Range Rover. A prize this big had actually fallen into Ding Yun's hands. It shouldn't be. Given Ding Yun's usual luck, how could such a good thing happen to him? Looking at Ding Yun before him, Chu Mo still refused to believe it. He took the capsule from Ding Yun's hand. Click. Chu Mo opened the capsule that Ding Yun had closed again, and after clearly reading the words inside, Chu Mo's expression gradually shifted, from initial confusion to sudden realization and finally to schadenfreude. He knew it. How could Ding Yun possibly draw the grand prize so smoothly? This award for Ding Yun was no grand prize at all. It was like pouring salt on his wounds. No, calling it salt was an understatement. It was like smearing ghost pepper chili on them. A smile crept across his lips as Chu Mo looked up at Ding Yun, his gaze filled with pity. Seeing this award, Chu Mo finally felt completely at ease. "Can I exchange it?" Ding Yun asked, looking at Chu Mo standing before him. "Well, sorry, but that's not possible." Chu Mo grinned and forcefully shoved the capsule back into Ding Yun's hand. "Trying to run. You think you can escape? After screwing me over so badly, karma has finally arrived." Chu Mo hadn't expected the organizers to be this impressive this year. The slip inside the capsule read Ding Yun had won a set of cosplay costumes, female attire, plus a 7-day trip to Thailand for 2, all expenses paid by the organizers. As for the so-called grand prize, the condition for claiming it was to perform on stage with him in the cosplay outfit until his shift ended. Chu Mo imagined Ding Yun in women's clothing. Chu Mo couldn't help but shudder. The image was too much for him to bear. Ding Yun might say he looked charming in women's clothes, but if Chu Mo saw Ding Yun like that, he'd have to call the police. "Officer, there's a pervert here." "Yes, him. I'm so scared, please take him away." "But a trip to Thailand with all expenses paid by the organizers." Hee. A sudden not-so-mature idea flashed through Chu Mo's mind, but he figured it was impossible. Then can I, forfeit or transfer it to someone else? Seeing Chu Mo reject his request, Ding Yun compromised and asked. After all, if he actually went through with it, and Chu Mo saw him, he'd never hear the end of it. Well, let's ask the fans. Chu Mo looked at the sea of fans below the stage and said, "No way." Everyone below, whether Chu Mo's fans or other tourists who had just heard about the grand prize and came to watch, spoke in unison. Hey brother Ding, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At worst you can ask them to put on heavier makeup. Trust me, your acquaintances definitely won't recognize you. Kai Shukuan chimed in at this moment. Yeah right. Your friends definitely won't find out you're cross-dressing. And they definitely won't find the photos of you in drag and mock you. Chu Mo added his support, though his words sounded a bit strange. Alright, fine. Under the persuasion of Chu Mo and Kai Shukuan, Ding Yun finally made the right regretful for life decision. Good, drag him away. Next. Sorry I misspoke. Just follow this staff member. Chu Mo pointed to the staff member beside him. Yes, come with me. The staff member addressed Ding Yun. Oh okay. Ding Yun nodded and was about to leave with the staff when he heard a loud thud. Chu Mo followed the sound and saw that the staff member had accidentally dropped her phone. He bent down to pick it up from the stage. No need to bother, Teacher Mao Air. I'll get it. The staff member seemed anxious, as if the phone contained something compromising. She quickly bent down to retrieve it, but was a beat too slow, and Chu Mo ended up picking it up. It's fine, no big deal. It's not like there's anything secret. Chu Mo, holding the phone, said to the staff member, then moved to hand it back. As everyone knows, modern phones have an auto brightness screen feature, and the staff member's phone at Chu Mo's booth was no exception. The screen lit up automatically, revealing the wallpaper to Chu Mo's eyes. Chu Mo. Sorry Teacher Mao Air. It's just that you're so incredibly effective, I used your photo as my wallpaper. The staff member quickly took the phone and apologized. Leaving aside how Teacher Mao Air used to look all cute and pinchable, making one want to take a nibble. Just the effectiveness of Teacher Mao Air's blessings was something everyone in the company had witnessed. It's fine. Glad you like it. Chu Mo didn't really mind the staff member using his photo as wallpaper. After all, his cosplay photos were easily found online. What bothered Chu Mo more was the second half of her sentence. What did she mean by so incredibly effective? What was that supposed to mean? Had he become a human wishing tree? Chu Mo was puzzled, but didn't dwell on the issue. Instead, he urged the staff member to take Ding Yun to the dressing room for makeup and costume change. Watching Ding Yun's retreating figure, Chu Mo inexplicably recalled a saying. Cross-dressing, there's only the first time and countless times. But Ding Yun would probably only wear it once. Right? He wasn't that kind of pervert, was he? The more Chu Mo thought about it, the less confident he became. No way do I really have to wear this. Ding Yun stared at the outfit the staff member handed him, lost in thought. Was this something he could actually pull off? He silently prayed that Chu Mo wouldn't see him later. This is already the most suitable outfit for you. Are you sure you want to choose something else? The staff member spoke, looking at Ding Yun, who wore a troubled expression. Just this one. Ding Yun helplessly rubbed his forehead, gazing at the maid costume and long black wig handed to him by the staff. After glancing at the other delicate pink garments around him, he hesitated for a moment before finally taking the maid outfit and wig from the staff member's hands. Despite his repeated requests, he was spared from cosplaying as any anime character, but that was the only concession. He still had to wear what he was given. Looking at the black maid costume and wig in his hands, Ding Yun shook his head, feeling helpless. How had things come to this? Although winning the grand prize should have been a cause for joy, but this prize claim condition, brimming with malicious intent, was somewhat hard for Ding Yun to accept. And why was the grand prize a trip to Thailand? Did the heavens themselves think he ought to go to Thailand? No, this must be a coincidence. But, forget it. I really don't believe my luck is so bad that I'll just happen to be seen by Chu Mo. It's just wearing a maid costume, right? I'll wear it. Clenching his resolve, Ding Yun closed his eyes and stepped into the fitting room prepared by the staff. As for the 7-day Thailand tour, Ding Yun decided to give the opportunity to his parents. There was no way he himself would ever go to Thailand. Click. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the fitting room door opened. Ding Yun emerged somewhat awkwardly. Oh no, I feel like something just shattered. Looking at his own reflection in the mirror, exquisitely made up and dressed in a maid costume, Ding Yun seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. But it's actually better than I expected, Ding Yun murmured. The maid outfit fit surprisingly well, as if it had been tailor-made for him. As if the garment had been created for this very moment. Mister Ding, I forgot to give you this earlier. Would you like black stockings or white stockings? Oh. Ding Yun stared incredulously at the black and white stockings in the staff member's hand, then looked at the hem of the dress, nearly reaching his ankles. Did he really need to wear these? Was this not merely the staff member's own perverse taste? Gazing at the staff member, who seemed like a river god before him, Ding Yun ultimately chose the black stockings. Taking the black stockings from the staff member, Ding Yun sat on a stool, removed his shoes, and under the staff member's gaze pulled the stockings over his legs. Alright, there shouldn't be any more issues now, should there? Ding Yun put his shoes back on, stood up, and asked the staff member hesitantly, afraid they might come up with another surprise. Just one last step. The staff member appraised the maid Ding Yun before them, then after a moment of thought picked up a bottle of perfume from the vanity and sprayed twice on Ding Yun's wrists and neck. The scent of the perfume was not too strong. Even when Ding Yun brought his wrist to his nose and sniffed, he did not find it overpowering. Let's go, Ding Yun asked tentatively. He had already given up letting the staff do whatever they wanted with him. Now Ding Yun's only thought was, since he was already here, why not give it a try? It wouldn't cost him a pound of flesh. Yes, mister. Ding, let's head to the booth. The staff member nodded and pushed open the fitting room door. Ding Yun, feeling relieved, quickly followed behind them. Welcome back next time. Bye-bye. With Ding Yun and the others no longer stirring things up, Chu Mo's work became much easier. After taking a photo with a female fan, Chu Mo was about to interact with the next fan when he suddenly detected a faint fragrance. Driven by curiosity, he turned his head to look beside him. Wait, beauty, who are you? Chu Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, staring incredulously at Ding Yun, who was now dressed in a maid costume with delicate makeup. He never imagined that Ding Yun actually had the potential to cross-dress. In contrast, Chu Mo's appearance after makeup exuded the same girl-next-door charm as his younger brother Chu Mo. Ding Yun, on the other hand, looked strikingly spirited, complementing the maid outfit perfectly and surprisingly beautiful. If it weren't for maintaining his public persona, Chu Mo would have wanted to pull out his phone and snap a picture of Ding Yun right then. This was definitely worth keeping. If Ding Yun ever passed away before him, he would make sure to paste this photo on his tombstone. Oh, what a devoted best friend he was. Bro, are you really Ding Yun? Kai Shukuan, who had been waiting by the booth, had just put his phone back into his pocket when he saw the adorable maid Ding Yun. Who else would I be? Ding Yun glanced at the astonished Kai Shukuan and spoke helplessly, his voice confirming his identity. Some of the casual attendees who had been unaware of the situation earlier became even more excited upon hearing Ding Yun's voice. You smell so good. Bro, how come you're so fragrant? Kai Shukuan had intended to ask Ding Yun how he felt, but then he caught a whiff of the scent emanating from Ding Yun. Ding Yun. Upon hearing Kai Shukuan's words, Ding Yun was instantly reminded of his embarrassing moment at KFC and couldn't help but shudder. Oh, I just sprayed some perfume, Ding Yun explained. Oh, I see. Kai Shukuan nodded in understanding. Alright, what's next? Ding Yun looked at the staff members standing beside Chu Mo, a hint of confusion in his eyes. You just need to interact with the fans alongside our teacher Mao Air. The staff member quickly reiterated Ding Yun's tasks. So that means I'll have to feed cake to others too. Ding Yun suddenly realized. He wondered who would be the first to approach him. Standing on the stage beside Chu Mo, Ding Yun looked at the sea of faces before him, curiosity piqued. Unlike Chu Mo's side, which was packed with people, no one had yet approached Ding Yun for cake feeding or a photo. How about I throw out a sprat to catch a whale? Kai Shukuan said, looking at Ding Yun, who was idly staring into space. Sure. Without much thought, Ding Yun took the small cake from Kai Shukuan, which had already been fed from once. Come on, open wide. Even though it felt a bit awkward, Ding Yun chose to endure for the sake of the grand prize. Hey brother Ding, dressed like this you're prettier than some girls. Too bad you're not a girl. After finishing the cake in his mouth, Kai Shukuan looked at the slightly shy Ding Yun and remarked regretfully. Bro, cut it out. I might have something bigger than yours. Ding Yun made as if to lift his skirt slightly, but only up to his calf. No way, he wasn't a pervert. And brother Kai Shukuan, what's the difference between covering your eyes and not covering them at all? Ding Yun chuckled at Kai Shukuan. With Kai Shukuan's example, a few scattered attendees began to form a line at Ding Yun's side. Unexpectedly, Ding Yun is learning quite fast. Watching Ding Yun gradually become more at ease, Chu Mo couldn't help but remark that being thick-skinned does have its advantages. She herself had struggled for a full hour to adapt, yet Ding Yun had adjusted so quickly. Truly, some people are born for this line of work. Seeing everything seemingly on track, Chu Mo's mood brightened once more. As long as she could maintain this without any mishaps, she would be able to get through this period peacefully, and then go find Qianhe. Chu Mo, while lost in thought, struck various poses and interacted with fans for photos. My. Just as she was about to call the next fan on stage, a familiar silhouette suddenly appeared in her field of vision. Gulp. Staring at the familiar figure, Chu Mo involuntarily swallowed. Her eyes fixed on her, she began a desperate prayer in her heart. Please don't come over, please don't come over. Chu Mo silently repeated in her mind, but it seemed to have the opposite effect, as if it were counterproductive. As if the words were a spell summoning Qianhe, the latter who was about to leave stopped in her tracks, as if called. She paused before Chu Mo's booth and looked up at her on the stage. Chu Mo quickly averted her gaze, trying not to meet Qianhe's eyes. When misfortune strikes, even drinking water gets stuck in your teeth. Chu Mo muttered under her breath. She had just thought everything was heading in the right direction, and then Qianhe appeared. Heavens, do you have some strange perverse taste? Are you trying to torment me? Chu Mo let out a silent scream in her heart, but it was of no use. Chu Mo glanced at Qian He, who had paused out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that Qian He made no further move, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully Qian He had listened to her and didn't buy her postcards. Otherwise wouldn't she have to feed Qian He cake? The thought was quite thrilling, wasn't it? No, what was she thinking? She and Qian He were perfectly innocent. How could she have such thoughts? What a sin, what a sin. It was all Ding Yun's fault. Yes, that's right. Is this the booth of the cozer called Mao Air? Up close, she really looks like Chu Mo. It's as if the person on stage is truly Chu Mo. Qian He gazed at the character on stage, reflecting that online photos always had a bit of beautification. Now seeing her in person, Qian He felt that if Chu Mo wore the same outfit and stood beside this Mao Air, she could easily pass for her. But why did the maid next to that cozer look so much like Ding Yun? At that moment Qian He suddenly noticed Ding Yun, who was working hard to engage the crowd. A bold idea suddenly crossed Qian He's mind. Could it be? Was it possible? Thinking this, she resolutely stepped into the line at Ding Yun's booth. Phew! Seeing Qian He queue up at Ding Yun's station, Chu Mo couldn't help but sigh in relief. But why do I feel a little prickly inside? Watching Qian He go to Ding Yun's line, she should have been happy, so why did she feel this sting? It didn't make sense. She and Qian He were just friends. Why did she feel a pang of jealousy? Was it because Ding Yun could feed Qian He cake? No, how could that be? Qian He was just her friend. What right did she have to ask Qian He not to queue at Ding Yun's booth? Time ticked by, and with each step Qian He advanced, the inexplicable sourness in Chu Mo's heart grew stronger. Next, would you like a photo first or? Huh. Oh. Ding Yun felt like he was becoming a factory worker. Just as he was about to follow the usual procedure, his hand froze mid-air as he reached for a small cake. Wait, wasn't that Qian He? Don't panic, don't panic. He had on such heavy makeup, Qian He might not recognize him. Excuse me, do you have a postcard? Without a postcard, you can't participate in this activity. Ding Yun forced down his panic, maintaining a calm expression and lowering his voice. Oh, I see. Sorry about that. Qian He was about to leave as she was only testing the waters. Even if she had guessed correctly and the person before her was indeed Ding Yun, since he was unwilling to admit it, there was no need to press further. After all, while this hobby was a bit, Qian He surveyed Ding Yun before her, and just as she was about to leave, a voice rang out. Hey brother Ding Yun, you're not exactly staff anyway. Since she's already here, feeding her a piece of cake or taking a photo wouldn't hurt. Kai Shukuan, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Ding Yun, mental explosion, bang. Boom. Turning to glare at Kai Shukuan beside him, Ding Yun wished he could grab a C4 and blow them both up. How could a teammate be so treacherous? Brother, I treat you with all my heart, and you play games with my mind. Hearing Kai Shukuan's words, Qian He, who had already turned to leave, stopped in her tracks and looked back at the flustered maid Ding Yun. She couldn't be blamed as she had already given up. It was his teammate who exposed him. Alright, I'll come clean. I am Ding Yun. Hello, Qian He. Suppressing the urge to end it all with Kai Shukuan, Ding Yun finally surrendered. No more pretending. He confessed he was a cross-dressing pervert. No, he was Ding Yun. Hello, Ding Yun. I never expected you to have such a beautiful side. Qian He smiled at Ding Yun before her confirming her guess. Then the person next to Ding Yun must be Chu Mo. Qian He, listened to my excuse. I mean my explanation. It's like this. Blah 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 blah. Oh, I see. So you're saying the cozer next to you isn't really Chu Mo? Listening to Ding Yun's explanation, Qian He covered her mouth with a light laugh, then glanced at Chu Mo, who was still hard at work. This Mao Air really did look more and more like Chu Mo. Of course, it's definitely not Chu Mo. I originally didn't want this grand prize, but somehow it just happened. Ding Yun shrugged helplessly at Qian He. He had just wanted to have some fun, but who knew it would turn out like this? Life is truly unpredictable. Sausage wrapped in a bun. Oh, by the way, can this be used as a postcard? Qian He suddenly thought of something and pulled a white plastic card out of her pocket. Let me see. Ding Yun took it from her hand and saw several large characters clearly written on it. Well, yes, that's right, I'm not sure either. Maybe you should ask him. Ding Yun scrutinized for a while, then looked up at Chihiro in front of him with a serious expression, pointing to Chu Mo, who was standing nearby. After all, he wasn't an employee. Although literally Chihiro could directly go to the postcard booth and use this ticket to redeem any cosplayer's postcard. But whether it could be used directly, Ding Yun truly had no idea. It would be simpler to just ask the cosplayer named Mao Air standing beside him. Then again, where had Chu Mo gone? Forget it, he shouldn't dwell on it. It would be best if he didn't run into Chu Mo now. He didn't want Chu Mo to see him like this. Speaking of which, he had also bought a postcard. When the event was about to end, should he ask someone to feed him a piece of cake too? Ding Yun turned to look at Chu Mo, who was working hard nearby. Not to mention anything else, this guy really fit Ding Yun's aesthetic perfectly. What was that saying? Ah yes, you still have a lingering charm, I see. Excuse me, can this postcard be used directly? Taking advantage of a moment when Chu Mo had just finished interacting with a fan, Chihiro handed the white plastic card to him. This card was a prize she had won earlier from a minigame at the convention. She had originally planned to redeem it directly at the postcard booth, but she ran into Ding Yun on the way. If it couldn't be used directly, she would have to make the trip back and forth. Apart from this cosplayer, Mao Air Chihiro wasn't particularly interested in the others. After all, she had come to the convention specifically for this Mao Air, who looked so much like Chu Mo. Calm down, calm down. Chihiro doesn't have a postcard, so there's no need for me to feed her cake. Seeing Chihiro approaching him, Chu Mo's relaxed body instantly tensed up. Originally, he was quite pleased that Ding Yun hadn't fed Chihiro cake, and that she had discovered him, and that he had even covered for him. But when Chu Mo saw the small white plastic card Chihiro handed him, he could only think of one word: 6. Seriously, why did there have to be such weird rewards? Who was the bastard who came up with this? Well, I think it's not allowed, but if you use it with me it should be fine. Save you the trouble of going back and forth. The moment the words left his mouth, Chu Mo felt something was wrong. He wished he could travel back in time and kill his past self. What kind of nonsense was that? Using it with me is fine. Could it be that his subconscious mind actually wanted to feed cake to Chihiro? A thought suddenly flashed through Chu Mo's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. But there are quite a lot of people here. If you queue up, you'll have to wait a while. Chu Mo quickly tried to make amends. It's fine. If you're in a hurry, I can give you my spot. Kai Shukuin's voice came from Chu Mo's line. This guy, unnoticed by everyone, had actually queued up again in Chu Mo's line. Chu Mo. Stunned for a moment, he peered over and saw Kai Shukuin, who was now 6th in line. Wait, when did you get there? Didn't you already eat the cake? Ding Yun stared at Kai Shukuin in Chu Mo's line, somewhat shocked. He and Chihiro had only chatted for about 10 minutes. How had Kai Shukuin ended up there? I bought 5 postcards and collected all of Mao Airs this year. Eating once more won't hurt, will it? Kai Shukuin shrugged innocently at Ding Yun. He wasn't freeloading, he had paid. Oh well, that doesn't seem right. Chihiro hesitated. After all, it was someone else's spot in line. If she took it, that person would have to queue again. Oh, it's fine. I've already interacted once. Just come on over. Seeing Chihiro still hesitating, Kai Shukuin directly pulled her into the line and then willingly moved to the back. Oh, thank you. Chihiro expressed her gratitude to Kai Shukuin, who was now at the end of the line. This guy. Why does he feel like one of those NPCs that drive the plot in novels? Watching the scene unfold, Chu Mo felt an unreal sensation. Was this reasonable? It definitely wasn't, was it? A Mao Air. Can we start taking photos now? The female fan in front of him waved her hand in front of Chu Mo's dazed face. Oh sure. Chu Mo snapped back to reality. Anyway, Chihiro still hadn't recognized him. It was just feeding Chihiro a piece of cake. It wasn't like he was doing anything weird to her. There was no need for any psychological burden. As if hypnotizing himself, Chu Mo kept convincing himself in his mind. But why did he still feel an indescribable sensation inside? Okay, Anne. Next. Since most of the people in front of Chihiro only wanted a photo and an autograph from Chu Mo, without much interaction, it was soon her turn. Standing in front of Chihiro, Chu Mo could feel his heart racing faster and faster. As for why his heart was pounding so fast, Chu Mo thought it was probably because he was afraid of being discovered by Chihiro, and definitely not for any other reason. For example, liking Chihiro or craving the little cake he would feed her later. Such things definitely didn't exist. So would you like to draw a prize first, take a photo, or shall I feed you the cake first? Composing himself, Chu Mo asked Chihiro standing before him. Let's do the cake first. But I'd like to take a photo of you feeding me the cake. Is that okay? Sure, no problem. Things had already reached this point, the arrow had to be shot. Chu Mo had no choice but to agree. His only wish now was that his disguise wouldn't slip. If Chihiro found out that the Mao Air in front of her was actually him, he would really take Chu Yun and find a piece of tofu to bump into. Chu Yun 6, taking a boxed cake from the container, Chu Mo opened the plastic box and held the spoon in his hand. Gulp. The surrounding noise seemed to vanish in that moment. Chu Mo could even hear his own heartbeat. Looking at Chihiro in front of him and the staff member beside her, holding her phone ready to take a picture, Chu Mo ultimately made a decision that defied his ancestors. That. Come open wide, ah. Although he had repeated this action and these words countless times at this moment, Chu Mo found it incredibly difficult. Also embarrassing. Watching Xianhe in front of him, Chu Mo felt that if there were a bed nearby, he would definitely be rolling around on it, hugging a pillow. Was this the kind of excitement someone his age should endure? But despite his verbal and mental protests of reluctance and shyness, his body was utterly honest. The spoon carrying the cake inched forward under Chu Mo's. Expectant. Shy. No, it should be under his complex gaze. Xianhe accepted the spoon he offered. Click. The staff pressed the shutter, freezing the moment in a photograph. Okay, thank you. Xianhe took the small cake from Chu Mo, closed the box, and placed it into her crossbody bag. Ah yes, you're welcome. Chu Mo replied dazedly, as if just waking up. If this world were an anime, steam would be rising from his head. Clearly his little head was overheating. Not a bad photo. Xianhe took the camera from the staff and looked at the picture of herself and the slightly bashful Chu Mo, nodding in satisfaction. Later when she saw Chu Mo, she would definitely show him this photo. Two people could be so alike. This was nothing short of a miracle. Under the raffle, Chu Mo swallowed, picked up the lottery box from the floor, and handed it to Qianhe. He felt that today's events would be unforgettable for life. But he had never been so nervous feeding cake to anyone else. Why was his reaction to Qianhe so different? Could it be that he liked Qianhe? No, there was no reason. Why would he like her? Does loving someone need a reason? Doesn't it? Doesn't it? Just as Chu Mo was pondering this, Ding Yun, who was now completely free, opened his phone. Due to the noisy crowd at the convention, Ding Yun turned his phone volume to maximum. Whether intentionally or not, the first video that played on his short video app was a classic movie clip. Because they were close and Ding Yun's phone was very loud, Chu Mo heard the entire dialogue. Seriously, too many coincidences today. Chu Mo complained inwardly upon hearing the lines. He wondered if he had forgotten to check the almanac before leaving home, given all these strange coincidences. It was as if an invisible hand was constantly pushing everything forward. He had just been wondering if he liked Qianhe when Ding Yun opened his phone and played that exact video. Could Ding Yun be some mysterious entity's NPC planted beside him to advance his relationship with Qianhe? How could that be? This wasn't a novel, and even in a novel it wouldn't be written like this, right? No, wait. If this were a novel, wouldn't his thoughts be what the author wanted him to think? The author not wanting him to know his life was a novel was interfering with his thoughts. I'm really overheating. Chu Mo shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic idea. He would rather believe he actually liked Qianhe than believe this world was a novel. Of course both were impossible. He stopped deep thinking and focused on Qianhe's hands. He wondered what prize Qianhe would draw. Probably some classic little trinket, Chu Mo thought. Full set of Mao Air merchandise. Qianhe opened the capsule with some confusion and read the paper inside. Huh. Full set of merchandise. What's that? Chu Mo looked at the envious staff member beside him. You're lucky, miss. The full set includes a custom anime-style life-sized body pillow of Mao Air, a t-shirt, a teacup, a custom phone case, and postcards of Mao Air from past years. Life-sized body pillow. Chu Mo immediately caught the key phrase. What the heck? When did he get an anime version? Why didn't he know about it? No, that's not the issue. It's a life-sized body pillow. As everyone knew, such pillows were usually placed on the bed for hugging while sleeping. That meant after today, Qianhe might sleep hugging a life-sized pillow of Mao Air. Mao Air was him, and he was Mao Air, so a life-sized pillow of Mao Air equaled a life-sized pillow of himself. Qianhe hugging a life-sized pillow of Mao Air to sleep equaled hugging a life-sized pillow of himself. What kind of weird story development was this? This didn't seem right. Looking at Qianhe in front of him, Chu Mo couldn't help but imagine that scene. Ugh, no, so embarrassing. He felt his brain's CPU was about to overload. So I guess I'm pretty lucky, Qianhe said, not thinking as much as Chu Mo. Maybe I'll let Chu Mo pick one too. I don't really need these things anyway. Then I'll take you to claim the prize, miss. Mr. Ding Yun, please come along. The staff member spoke up. How should I go like this? Ding Yun, who had been looking at his phone, looked up when he heard his name. Seriously, did he really have to go claim the prize in this outfit, and with Qianhe? Yes, Mr. Ding Yun, don't forget that this outfit is also part of the prize. We need to register it. After claiming the prize, you can change back in the dressing room. The staff explained. Oh, I see. Fine. Ding Yun nodded. Since that was the case, he had nothing more to say. Then let's go. With both Ding Yun and Qianhe agreeing, the staff nodded and led the way. Watching them walk away, Chu Mo's tense body finally relaxed. This hurdle was finally over. There shouldn't be any more surprises, right? Chu Mo thought, but somehow he felt a bigger wave was still waiting for him. Bye-bye, welcome back anytime, thanks for your support. Having sent off the last fan who bought a postcard, Chu Mo let out a long sigh of relief. It was finally over. Although she had just told her fans that she would only be at the booth for the afternoon, the stream of fans eager to interact with her was still unending. Thus, Chu Mo had no choice but to transform into a worker on an assembly line, endlessly repeating the cycle of raffles, photos, and feeding cake. By rushing through it all, she finally managed to complete her tasks. Pulling out her phone to check the time, Chu Mo saw that it was already 1:30 p.m. As for Qianhe and Ding Yun, after following the staff to receive their prizes, they had not returned. Chu Mo guessed they must have gone to play at other booths. Since she had told Qianhe earlier that she would be busy volunteering at the convention today, he didn't send her any messages to ask. All in all, what happened today was a close call, but no real danger. Although both Qianhe and Ding Yun had come to her booth, fortunately neither of them discovered her true identity. It was truly a blessing from heaven. But, recalling the moment she had fed Qianhe the cake, a blush involuntarily crept across Chu Mo's face. However, because of the heavy makeup, no one else could notice. She patted her face, forcing herself to calm down, but it was obviously ineffective. She scratched her head beneath the wig. Forget it, I'll stop worrying. Chu Mo shook her head. As long as she knew that she and Qianhe had an innocent relationship, that was enough. She didn't need to overthink. despite saying that the image of feeding Qian-he the cake kept playing on a loop in her mind. When she was busy earlier, she hadn't had the leisure to think about such things. But now, after finishing the activity with the last fan, and suddenly having free time, she could no longer remain calm. Qian-he's face and figure appeared faintly in her mind, as if they had been completely engraved there. I'd better hurry up and change out of this costume, then go find Qian-he. Chu Mo shook her head, looked around to confirm no fans were nearby, and left her booth with her small cake. But what Chu Mo didn't notice was that at some point the ribbon tied to her wig had fallen alone onto the booth, as if waiting for a destined person. I'm so tired. Pushing open the dressing room door, Chu Mo plopped down onto the stool. Yo, my dear little Mo is back. Chu Zixuan, who had been idling in the dressing room on her phone, laughed as she watched Chu Mo sit with her legs apart, hair disheveled, completely disregarding her image. While speaking, Chu Zixuan pulled out her phone and snapped a picture. Sister Chu, I'll forget it. Seeing this, Chu Mo helplessly raised her hand, but ultimately let it fall weakly like a decrepit old man. Tired, weary, sleepy, let it all be destroyed. Anyway, Sister Chu already had plenty of her embarrassing photos. Chu Mo stopped minding Sister Chu and sat up straight, opening the small cake she had brought back from the booth. She scooped a spoonful and brought it to her mouth. Hey little Mo, you're so pretty. I wonder which lucky guy will end up with you in the future. Chu Zixuan put down her phone, studied Chu Mo, who was eating the cake, and then spoke. Cough cough, not that, Sister Chu, what kind of outrageous words are those? Chu Mo held the spoon in her mouth, cake in hand, and swiveled the chair to face Chu Zixuan. Not to mention whether she would fall in love at all. Even if she did, it would absolutely never be with a guy. She was a 24K pure man. If she were to date anyone, it would be a girl. Look at Qian. Tui, where was her mind wandering again? Chu Mo's expression instantly turned awkward. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. By the way, little Mo, do you have a girlfriend? Don't answer yet, let me guess. Before Chu Mo could speak, Chu Zixuan raised her hand to stop her. Then Chu Mo watched as Chu Zixuan opened her phone and played the theme music from Detective Conan. As the music played, Chu Zixuan began her precise and rigorous deduction. First, given your personality, you definitely don't have a proper girlfriend right now. Pushing up a pair of non-existent glasses, Chu Zixuan spoke. Then you definitely. And what do you mean by proper girlfriend? Not proper, that's not right either. Chu Mo was instantly confused by Chu Zixuan. He didn't even know what he was saying. Don't rush, listen to my reasoning slowly. Chu Zixuan began her deduction again. Then someone like you definitely doesn't have any closely connected women around you. If there is one, it must be an accident, like an online friend you've never met who turns out to be a girl when you meet offline. Stop guessing randomly. How could that be possible? Watching Chu Zixuan's relentless deduction, Chu Mo wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Sister, please stop. I'm already sweating profusely. Chu Mo hadn't expected Sister Chu to guess so accurately, making him suspect she had installed a surveillance camera on him. With this reaction, did I hit the mark? Chu Zixuan smiled at the seemingly nervous Chu Mo, though it was all just her wild guess. After all, she couldn't possibly have a 24-hour surveillance camera on him, right? How could that be? Stop guessing, Sister Chu. Chu Mo hurriedly grabbed another spoon he had taken from the table along with the cake. Unwrapping the spoon, he quickly scooped a piece of cake and stuffed it into Chu Zixuan's mouth. If he didn't use something to shut her up, he didn't know what strange things she would say next. Cough, are you trying to silence me, my dear little Mo? By the way, will you feed your girlfriend like this in the future? Chu Zixuan held the spoon in her hand, looking at the flustered Chu Mo, and dropped another bombshell. Sister Chu, I'll fine, I won't say anything, okay? Chu Zixuan smiled at the somewhat bashful Chu Mo, then picked up the spoon, scooped another piece from Chu Mo's small cake, and put it into her own mouth. Chu Mo glanced at Chu Zixuan, without saying a word, then turned her stool around to face away from Chu Zixuan, and continued eating the cake. If Chu Zixuan hadn't even applied makeup on Chu Mo's neck, she would definitely have noticed that Chu Mo was completely red with embarrassment. What's this? At that moment, a figure carrying a bunch of things arrived at Chu Mo's now empty booth. Isn't this Nakomida's hair ribbon? How did it end up here? While carrying the Chu Mo family bucket, Chizuru suddenly discovered a pink hair ribbon lying all alone on the exhibition stand when she passed by Chu Mo's booth, as if it were specially waiting for her arrival. Chizuru walked over, bent down, and picked up the hair ribbon from the ground. This? Where should I find its owner? After picking up the hair ribbon that Chu Mo had dropped, Chizuru looked around, but didn't see any staff members. Right, didn't Dingyun go to the changing room and the makeup room earlier to change clothes? Chizuru suddenly remembered that when Dingyun went to the makeup room to change clothes, there was another staff member inside the makeup room. She seemed to be a makeup artist specifically for cosplayers, and even the makeup on Dingyun's face now was done by her. Fortunately, Chizuru still remembered the way, so she could just hand the hair ribbon directly to her. Anyway, this cosplayer named Nakomida would definitely go to the makeup room to remove her makeup. Chizuru thought for a moment, felt this plan was feasible, and set off toward the makeup room. Xiao Momo is angry. Hey, where's your hair ribbon? Why is one missing? Chu Zishuan saw that Chu Mo hadn't moved for a long time, so she stood up and walked behind Chu Mo, then put both hands on Chu Mo's shoulders. I'm not angry at all. And this lie of yours is also. Hey, it's really gone. Chu Mo huffed, originally wanting to refute Chu Zishuan, but when she reached out to touch, she found that as Chu Zishuan said, her right side hair ribbon was missing at some point. Where could it have been lost? Could it have been lost on the exhibition stand? Chu Mo pondered. She could take the wooden sword with her, but for customized items like cosplay costumes, Chu Mo felt she should return them in the same way they were sent. Even if the organizers didn't care, Chu Mo still had some reservations in her heart. After thinking it over, Chu Mo finally believed there was only one possibility. When she was going crazy and shaking her head on the exhibition stand, she must have dropped the hair ribbon onto the floor of the stand. Thinking of this, Chu Mo was about to stand up and go to the exhibition stand to search. If she couldn't find it, she would have to pay for compensation herself. Do you want me to accompany you to search for it? Seeing Chu Mo's reaction, Chu Zishuan knew that Chu Mo's hair ribbon must have been lost, so she planned to help Chu Mo search for it. Anyway, she had nothing to do and was very bored. The only thing that had piqued her interest today was that young man named Ding Yun. Although this young man's style was completely different from Chu Mo, in front of her, Chu Zishuan felt that this young man must have great potential for cross-dressing. If it weren't for the fact that she only handled makeup, she would have wanted to sign Ding Yun and have him perform on stage with Chu Mo. For some reason, she always felt that these two people standing together were absolutely matched, as if there were ties of many years between them. This was naturally told to her by Chu Zishuan's proud sixth sense. Because Ding Yun hadn't said which exhibition stand he had won the grand prize at, Chu Zishuan didn't know that Ding Yun had won on Chu Mo's stand, nor did she know that the two had already shared the stage. No need, I'll go myself. Knock knock knock, hello, is anyone there? Before Chu Mo could finish speaking, the door of the dressing room was suddenly knocked on. Chu Mo instantly felt something was wrong. Her pupils contracted sharply. This voice sounded so familiar. This seemed to be Chizuru's voice. No, why would Chizuru come here? Countless thoughts flashed through Chu Mo's mind, and even the scene of being stabbed to death by Chizuru as soon as she opened the door flashed through Chu Mo's mind at this moment. Why on earth would Chizuru come here? Chu Mo looked around, wanting to find a place to hide. For some reason, Chu Mo now always had the feeling of being caught in bed with someone. Someone's here, come in. Before Chu Mo could react, Chu Zishuan, who was originally standing behind Chu Mo, had already walked to the door of the dressing room, then reached out and opened the door of the dressing room. Hello, I saw that hair ribbon of teacher Nakomata on the stage, so I came over to see if I could leave it here and wait for him to come get it. Because the door of the dressing room was relatively small, and Chu Zishuan stood at the door, plus Chu Mo's seat was relatively far inside, so Chizuru didn't immediately discover Chu Mo's whereabouts. But Chu Mo at this moment had already calmed down, silently putting away the phone in her hand to avoid exposure. Her makeup hadn't been removed yet, and as long as no one betrayed her from behind, Chizuru definitely wouldn't be able to discover her identity. Chu Mo thought this way, and her originally tense body instantly relaxed. Fortunately, the goddess of fate was on her side. Oh, is that so? Come in quickly, teacher Nakomata is right here. After hearing Chizuru's purpose, a smile instantly bloomed on Chu Zishuan's face. Wasn't this obviously like falling asleep and encountering a pillow? It was exactly what she wanted. Chu Zishuan quickly turned Chizuru's body and guided her into the room. Since she could know that this hair ribbon belonged to Chu Mo, she must be a die-hard fan of her Xiao Momo. The person had specially come to deliver the hair ribbon, and it really wouldn't be good not to let her meet face to face. Wait, doesn't this count as inviting the wolf into the house? Seeing Chu Zishuan standing at the door, Chu Mo suddenly thought, hello, teacher Nakomata, your hair ribbon. Only after walking into the room did Chizuru discover Chu Mo's figure. Chizuru handed the hair ribbon in her hand to Chu Mo, who seemed somewhat dazed. Oh, thank you so much. Chu Mo looked at Chizuru standing in front of her and continuously prayed in her heart not to be discovered by Chizuru. If Chizuru discovered that she was actually an ultimate cross-dressing boss, then she was really finished. What face would she have to see her? Well, I'm leaving, bye. Okay, thank you, bye. Seeing that Chizuru had no intention of staying in the dressing room, Chu Mo instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed that her luck was still not bad. As long as Chizuru left, she would immediately remove her makeup, then send a message to Chizuru to meet her. Oh, Xiao Momo, the person specially brought the hair ribbon over. Look, the person also has so many of your merch in hand. Wouldn't you give the person an autograph or something? At this moment, Chu Zishuan stopped Chizuru, who was planning to leave, then pulled Chizuru back to Chu Mo's side. Chu Mo, sitting on the chair, instantly broke into a cold sweat after hearing Chu Zishuan's words. Unexpectedly, her dear sister Chu would betray her at this moment. Xiao Momo. After hearing these words from Chu Zishuan, Chizuru's eyes moved slightly, as if she had thought of something, then as she turned her head to look at Chu Zishuan beside her. Can I ask what teacher Nakomata's real name is? Oh no, I'm doomed. The moment he heard he asked that question, Chu Mo knew he was finished. He could already envision the ensuing scene with his eyes closed. Chu Mo felt a pang of regret. He should never have agreed to the organizer's invitation to this year's convention. Was his image as a 24K pure tough cute guy in his eyes about to be shattered? I'll tell you, but you must promise not to tell anyone. Actually, your teacher Mao Air's real name is Chu Mo. But the real names of all regular cosplayers are actually listed in the Kozer introduction section on the official website. Before Chu Mo could even stop her, Chu Zixuan had already blurted out his name. What's wrong? After uttering Chu Mo's name, Chu Zixuan acutely sensed the atmosphere in the dressing room growing subtly strange. She glanced at Qianhe, whose expression was turning peculiar, then turned back to look at Chu Mo, who was cowering like a mouse seeing a cat. Wait, had she said something weird just now? Wasn't she just revealing Chu Mo's name? Chu Zixuan was puzzled. The real names of regular cosplayers were hardly confidential, though anyone with a bit of interest could find them. Could it be? Chu Zixuan's keen nose caught the scent of gossip. She silently edged toward the sofa in the dressing room, leaving the stage to Chu Mo and Qianhe. Oh well, it's just. Ignoring Chu Zixuan, Chu Mo stiffly turned his head and forced a smile at Qianhe, who stood before him beaming. He never imagined he would be undone by a simple hairband. All he had to do was finish the small cake, remove his makeup, and then go find Qianhe. That way he could have safely survived this convention without any trouble. But judging by the current situation, Chu Mo felt he might as well take Chu Yun, find a shady spot, and lie down to wait for death. What's wrong, little Mo? Mo, tell me. Seeing the reaction of teacher Mao Air before her, Qianhe had already made up her mind. It seemed her first instinct was correct. She just wondered whether Ding Yun truly didn't know Chu Mo was Mao Air or was pretending not to know. But Qianhe didn't dwell on it. Instead, she leaned forward, lowered her body, brought her face close to Chu Mo's, and spoke slowly and deliberately. Unexpectedly, today's convention brought a pleasant surprise. Since Ding Yun wore women's clothing because he won a grand prize, Qianhe didn't say much and just secretly snapped a few photos of Ding Yun when he wasn't looking. She planned to turn them into memes when she got home and pick the best one as her gaming avatar. But Chu Mo in front of her was clearly different from Ding Yun. What it meant to be a regular cosplayer went without saying. Look, I really don't like cross-dressing. You have to believe me, Qianhe. Staring at Qianhe, he's so close, Chu Mo panicked, forgetting most of the excuses he had prepared. His excuses now sounded utterly feeble. All right, I believe you, teacher Mao Air. Seeing Chu Mo flustered Qianhe, he couldn't resist teasing him. Crack, crack. Just as Chu Mo was about to say something else, a crisp sound echoed in the dressing room. Chu Mo followed the sound and saw Chu Zixuan sitting on the sofa, eagerly munching on sunflower seeds. Don't mind me, continue. Want some? Seeing Chu Mo look over, Chu Zixuan didn't hold back. She grabbed a handful of seeds and kept cracking them. Though she didn't know exactly what was going on between Chu Mo and Qianhe, that didn't stop her from shipping the pair. Sister Chu Yu. I'll forget it. Qianhe, you hey, no photos. Chu Mo pouted and turned his attention back to Qianhe, only to find her already holding up her phone. Oh, don't be shy, teacher Mao Air. You performed so well on the stage just now. Qianhe stepped back, dodging Chu Mo's reaching hand, and pressed the shutter button. Click, click. The shutter sound and the crunching of seeds from Chu Zixuan rang out simultaneously. At that moment, Chu Mo was like a startled fawn, his face flushed with shyness resembling a blossoming peach. That scene was precisely captured by Qianhe and saved in her photos specifically as a live photo that would move with a single touch. Let me go, Qianhe. Let me change clothes, remove my makeup, and then we can go to the convention together, okay? Chu Mo tried to divert her attention. This couldn't go on. He had to get out of this awkward situation as soon as possible. No, you look so pretty like this. Why not stay like this and go to the convention with me? Qianhe clearly had no intention of letting him off. She held her camera in one hand and tugged at his sleeve with the other, a hint of coyness in her voice. Okay. No way, no. That was close. He almost agreed to Qianhe. Luckily, he caught himself in time. Chu Mo quickly refused her proposal. There was no way Chu Mo would actually go out to the convention in his cosplay outfit, as Qianhe suggested. How about this? I'll pose for a few photos with you, and after we finish, we'll go to the convention together, okay? After a moment's thought, as if making a great sacrifice, Chu Mo looked tragically at Qianhe and spoke. All right, that works. Seeing Chu Mo agree, Qianhe stopped teasing him. After all, jokes should be kept in moderation. If someone gets upset, it's no longer a joke. Qianhe hated those who endlessly teased others under the guise of joking and then blamed the victim for not being able to take a joke when they got angry. Now what pose should she have him do? Qianhe looked at Chu Mo, thought for a moment, and then noticed the wooden sword placed in a corner. Just do a sword-swinging pose. Once we take this shot, we'll head out. Qianhe picked up the wooden sword from the corner and handed it to Chu Mo. Okay, let's make it quick. Taking the wooden sword, Chu Mo walked to the door and was about to strike a pose when Qianhe suddenly called out to him. What's wrong? Chu Mo leaned on the wooden sword looking at Qian He with confusion. He didn't think she was going back on her word to tease him again. After all, while he might not know everything about Qian He was fairly familiar with her temperament. First, tie your hairband. Hairband. Chu Mo was taken aback, then suddenly realized. After taking the hairband earlier, he had simply placed it on the vanity and hadn't tied it back on. I'll do it myself, Qian He. It's fine, just stand still. I'll tie it faster than you. Seeing Qian He pick up the hairband from the vanity and approach him to tie it herself, Chu Mo quickly spoke up. It felt too awkward. He had hands after all. Having a girl like Qian He tie his hairband for him just felt strange. But Qian He didn't give him the chance. Watching her so close focused on tying the hairband for him, Chu Mo seemed to forget to breathe, afraid to disturb the girl before him. They're all done. Pretty right. Qian He quickly finished tying the hairband, clapped her hands in satisfaction, then placed them on her hips, admiring her work. All right, let's take the photo. Snapping back to reality, Chu Mo walked to the door again, raised the wooden sword, and assumed the stance. Okay, when I count down from 3 to 0, swing the sword. Qian He raised her phone and found the perfect angle. Got it. 3, 2, 1, 0. After receiving Chu Mo's confirmation, Qian He began the countdown. At 0, Chu Mo swung the wooden sword forward with force. A whoosh of wind cut through the air as the sword swung. A perfect photo seemed about to be captured. But at that moment the door was pulled open from outside, and a familiar figure stepped into the dressing room. Click, thud. Snap. 3 sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Ouch. Brother, what are you doing? Chu Yun winced, clutching her head and gazing at her brother with a look of reproach. She had gone out of her way to bring him the banner that had fallen on the display stand, never expecting to receive a sudden knock on the head from her own brother. Serves you right. Seeing the banner in Chu Yun's hands, Chu Mo's anger flared. Wasn't it just that he had looped his sister's morning alarm a few times in the car? Did that warrant her conspiring with her fans to pull such an absurd stunt on him? He wondered who she had learned such a petty temperament from. Certainly not himself. He had always been magnanimous. Yes, that was the case. TCH, mean brother. Chu Yun turned her head away, refusing to look at Chu Mo, then strutted past him and entered the dressing room. Moi, are you one of my brother's fans? Just then Chu Yun noticed that besides her brother and sister Chu, there was a girl holding a phone in the dressing room. Hello, Chu Yun. Putting her phone back into her pocket, Qian He waved at Chu Yun and greeted her. Naturally, Qian He had to keep the photo she had just taken. Such a candid and story-filled moment was far better than any stage shot. Ah, you are. Sister Qian He. Hearing Qian He call her name, Chu Yun hesitated before speaking, surprised to find Qian He here. Did that mean Sister Qian He also knew that her brother was Teacher Mao Air? Thinking of this, a faint smile curled at the corners of Chu Yun's lips. That's right. Qian He nodded at Chu Yun, then walked over to her side. Oh no, who knows what strange chemistry might spark between these two when they get together. A sudden bad feeling crept over Chu Mo. Sister Qian He, I managed to get some photos of my brother's past cosplayer shots. Would you like to see them? Chu Yun and Qian He sat down together on the sofa. Just then Chu Yun mysteriously pulled out her phone and whispered to Qian He. Past photos. Sure. Qian He agreed readily. Although it was their first meeting offline, there was no awkwardness between them. They instantly became familiar. With Qian He's agreement, Chu Yun took out her phone, entered the main menu, and opened the photo album. These photos were ones she had just gotten from Kai Shukuan. Yes, from every angle imaginable. Count me in, count me in. I want to see too. Just then Chu Zishuan also squeezed in beside Chu Yun. Watching the three huddled together, Chu Mo could only let them do as they pleased. He took the opportunity to change out of his cosplay outfit. Entering the dressing room and closing the door, Chu Mo quickly shed his clothes. Wow. Send it to me, send it. Listening to the occasional exclamations from the dressing room, Chu Mo sighed helplessly. His image in Qian He's eyes was utterly shattered. He wondered what kind of photos Chu Yun had shown Qian He. Forget it, I'll stop worrying. Chu Mo shook his head and quickened his pace. Click. Putting away the cosplay outfit, Chu Mo stepped out of the dressing room. The moment he walked into the makeup room, he heard Qian He say, Chu Mo is small, but also quite adorable. Chu Mo immediately realized that Chu Zishuan must have dug out his earliest photos. Qian He glanced at the old photo on Chu Zishuan's phone, then at the freshly changed Chu Mo, and couldn't help but cover her mouth with a laugh. Sister Chu. Chu Mo looked at Chu Zishuan, who was sharing the photos, with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Oh, relax, I'm just showing them, not sending them right. Yes. 2. Chu Yun and Qian He answered simultaneously, looking at Chu Mo with smiles. Seeing the three united against him, Chu Mo finally conceded defeat. Let's go. Leave the stuff here and head out for a stroll. Chu Mo was too lazy to remove his makeup and turned to Qian He, who was sitting on the sofa. Let's go, let's go. Before Qian He could respond, Chu Yun had already jumped up ready to charge out, but Chu Mo quickly poured cold water on her enthusiasm. What are you so excited about? I didn't say I'd take you along. Looking at the agitated Chu Yun, Chu Mo said without much interest. Well, fine. You and Sister Qian, he go enjoy your time together. I won't be a third wheel. Chu Yun, who had been about to retort, suddenly thought of something and immediately changed her tune. You little rascal. Chu Mo raised a wooden sword intending to give Chu Yun a whack, but she dodged nimbly. He and Qian, he were perfectly innocent. What did she mean by enjoying time together? This was just a simple outing between friends. No, just normal social interaction. As if to convince himself, Chu Mo silently repeated it a few times in his mind. Your sister Qian, he and I are just friends. If you talk nonsense like that, you might make her angry. Right, Qian? I wasn't thinking about any time together, really. Oh, it's fine, I'm not angry. Upon hearing Chu Mo's words, Qian, he seemed a bit flustered, her speech disjointed. No one knew what she had been thinking just then. For some reason, Chu Mo felt that Qian He's face had turned a little red. But it must have been his imagination. See your sister Qian, he is angry. Bang! Seeing Qian He's reaction, Chu Mo thought she was truly upset, so he promptly sharpened his sword and went after Chu Yun. Stinky brother Naya. When you reach my age, you'll understand my good intentions. Clutching her head, Chu Yun quickly hid behind Chu Zishuan, gripping her shoulders, and cautiously poked her head out to the right, sticking her tongue out at Chu Mo. I'll forget it. Let's go, Qian He. Chu Mo stopped paying attention to Chu Yun and turned to look at Qian He beside him. Oh, let's go. Qian He seemed to have composed herself if one could ignore her flushed cheeks. Chu Mo and I are innocent, perfectly innocent. Yes. Qian He, did you say something? Chu Mo had just pushed open the door of the dressing room and looked back at Qian He with slight confusion. He thought he had heard her say something. No, nothing. Qian He shook her head, forcing calm as she looked at Chu Mo in front of her. All right, let's go. Chu Mo glanced at Qian He, found nothing amiss, and turned back to walk out of the dressing room with Qian He following closely behind. Why did my heart race so fast when I heard Chu Yun mention time together? Could it be? No, this is only my second time meeting Chu Mo. How could it be? Qian He's eyes flickered as she watched Chu Mo walking ahead of her. Come on over, take a look. Cat ears, bow ties, cleavage, bare midriff, white stockings cosplay. Chu Mo and Chizuru had just arrived at the exhibition hall designated for independent cosplayers when they heard that same market vendor-style loudspeaker announcement echoing through the air. What kind of weird introduction is this? Chu Mo was somewhat curious, though certainly not because he wanted to see it. Rather, he seemed to detect an absurdity lurking within those words. This was undoubtedly one of those gimmicky traps designed to lure people in before striking. And the more Chu Mo recognized this as an absurd scheme, the more intrigued he became. Just what kind of person could wield those exact phrases from the loudspeaker and still manage to seem utterly bizarre? What's wrong? Do you want to take a look? Chizuru, standing beside Chu Mo, noticed his pace slowing and turned to ask, seeing him scan the area as though searching for the source of the sound. Yeah, let me tell you, this cosplayer is definitely worth seeing. Chu Mo said as he searched for the sound's origin, judging from its volume that the person must be somewhere nearby. Chu Mo came to a halt and began scanning the crowd of cosplayers. So Chu Mo has a taste for this kind. Naturally, Chizuru could not read Chu Mo's thoughts, nor had she connected the broadcast content to any possible absurd deception. But, what does it matter anyway? Chizuru appeared somewhat flustered, though Chu Mo, preoccupied with locating that peculiar cosplayer, failed to notice her odd demeanor. That's strange. Why can't I find them? Logically speaking, with the sounds so loud at their current location, the cosplayer ought to be nearby. This should not be so difficult. Could this be forcing me to resort to the eraser finding method? Chu Mo pondered for a moment, feeling that the present situation mirrored his past experiences hunting for an eraser or other misplaced items. He could have sworn he had placed it on his desk or somewhere else, yet despite thoroughly searching every corner, he simply could not find it. But once he set aside the quest and attended to other matters only to return later, miraculously the missing item would appear exactly where he had already scoured it. Since then, Chu Mo had adopted this technique. But what should he do now? How about this, Chizuru? Let me take a photo of you. Huh. Chizuru was momentarily stunned. Hadn't Chu Mo just been searching for that cosplayer? How had he suddenly turned around and proposed taking her picture? That was quite a leap. Could it be because he couldn't find that cosplayer? Chu Mo now wants me to dress up like that. An absurd notion crossed Chizuru's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Chu Mo was certainly not that kind of person. Though this was only their second meeting, in reality Chizuru felt she knew Chu Mo's character rather well. Sure, make sure you take a good one. Then this photo stand will work nicely. Seeing Chizuru agreed, Chu Mo immediately began searching for the photography platform specially prepared by the organizers for independent cosplayers. The platform was quite similar to Chu Mo's own, though slightly reduced in size. Moreover, the backdrop behind the platform was a generic one, unlike Chu Mo's booth, which featured custom-designed backgrounds tailored to specific characters. All right, I'll follow your lead. Chizuru nodded and stepped onto the platform. But what kind of pose should I strike? Seeing Chu Mo fully prepared, Chizuru found herself hesitating. This was the very first photograph Chu Mo would take of her, carrying a certain sentimental significance. She could not make a hasty decision. As she pondered, Chizuru absent-mindedly glanced to her left and as was her habit raised her right hand to sweep her hair behind her ear. Click. Witnessing this gesture, Chu Mo instantly pressed the shutter button on his phone. Huh, is it done already? The moment Chizuru turned her gaze back toward Chu Mo, she noticed him waving at her. Let me see. Chizuru did not say much upon seeing this. Instead, she walked over to Chu Mo's side and leaned in close. It looks beautiful, Chu Mo said with a touch of pride, then opened the photo album and zoomed in on Chizuru's picture. However, since Chu Mo was operating the phone with one hand when he tapped again to enter full screen mode, perhaps by some twist of fate, Chu Mo tapped twice rapidly. Full screen did not activate. Instead, he performed some utterly absurd action. Staring at this setting's successful message displayed on the screen, Chu Mo turned his head toward Chizuru. For a moment, the two locked eyes, their awkward silence growing palpable. Had his luck turned this rotten today? While showing Chizuru the photo, he had somehow managed to set her picture as his wallpaper. I'll change it back right away, Chizuru. This was just an accident, Chu Mo hastily explained, then rummaged through the album, attempting to locate the image he had previously used as his wallpaper. Actually, I don't mind much. If you want to keep it, that's fine too, Chizuru spoke at that moment. Against all expectations, an unexpected event occurred. Cat ears, bow ties, cleavage, bare midriff, white stockings cosplay. Just as Chizuru began to speak, the booming voice from the loudspeaker suddenly passed by Chu Mo's side. This meant Chu Mo completely failed to hear what Chizuru had just said. At this moment, neither of them had the mental bandwidth to dwell on the earlier incident of Chu Mo setting Chizuru's photo as his wallpaper. Their attention had been entirely captured by the cosplayer passing beside Chu Mo. No way. It really is cat ears, bow ties, cleavage, bare midriff, white stockings, and cosplay after all. Watching the cosplayer stride past with a loudspeaker in hand, as though on a solo tour, Chu Mo fell into deep thought. To their astonishment, the cosplayer was actually cosplaying as. No, alright, I knew you'd be messing with me. Though she had mentally prepared herself, Chu Mo clearly hadn't anticipated that this cosplayer would be portraying this particular character. Indeed, this character was none other than the Marshal of the Eight Heavenly Waters, Zhu Beiji, the Pig Demon. Animal ears, a bow tie, bare chest, exposed belly, white stockings cosplay. Chu Mo silently recited to herself, her gaze sweeping over the cosplayer before her, and she realized each element was indeed present. Fortunately, Chu Mo had already undergone the baptism of her sister's fan club, so she wasn't overly shocked. However, Chizuru standing beside Chu Mo was clearly dumbfounded. Her eyes were vacant and lifeless, her gaze frozen, as if even her breath had stopped. Chizuru. Chu Mo waved her hand in front of Chizuru's face, trying to rouse her. Do you like this kind of thing? Chizuru snapped back to reality, turning her head to look at Chu Mo beside her. This abstract art form was for her a bit too avant-garde. Huh, when did I ever say I liked this? Chizuru, don't slander me. Chu Mo quickly shook her head, though she had no idea why Chizuru thought she would enjoy this type of cosplayer. There was clearly some misunderstanding. Sorry. I was just momentarily stunned. By then Chizuru had come to her senses and hastily explained. Oh, what did I just say? Chizuru screamed silently in her mind. She had been so shocked that her brain hadn't caught up. It's okay, I understand. Seeing Chizuru's flustered state, Chu Mo offered comfort. After all, being stunned by such an abstract spectacle for the first time was perfectly understandable. Her own quick adaptation was solely due to the countless absurd antics her sister Chu Yun had pulled, which had significantly raised her mental tolerance threshold. Let's go take a photo with them. Chu Mo suddenly thought of something and asked Chizuru. Sure, I've never seen such an interesting cosplayer before. Chizuru nodded in agreement, now mostly recovered from her initial shock. Seeing her consent, Chu Mo quickly walked over to the cosplayer. Hello, could I take a photo with you? Chu Mo spoke as she stood before the cosplayer. She had to admit, aside from the abstract audio playing from the loudspeaker, the cosplayer before her was quite faithful to the original character. Sure. The cosplayer stopped in his tracks and pressed the pause button on his audio player. I'll take the picture for you first, Chu Mo. Chizuru pulled out her phone, found the right angle, and waited for Chu Mo and the cosplayer to strike a pose. Victory. Chu Mo confidently raised her hand in a peace sign toward Chizuru's camera. After all, aside from attending conventions, she rarely took photos. Plus, when she cosplayed at conventions, it was always female characters, so the poses she'd learned, well, it was best not to use them. Chu Mo imagined the scene and couldn't help but shiver. No, the universal peace sign suited her best, because besides that, Chu Mo felt the only other pose fitting for her was giving a thumbs up in front of herself. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Click. Chizuru pressed the shutter, freezing the moment. Could I take a solo photo of you? Withdrawing her peace sign, Chu Mo made another request. After all, this photo was meant for Ding Yun, so it was better she didn't appear in it. Because the moment she sent the photo to Ding Yun, the next second, he'd probably turn it into a meme of her. Memes between friends didn't need to be elaborate. Sometimes, just editing a single line in the photo album sufficed. Sure, no problem. Zhu Beiji nodded, his two ears wobbling, then struck another pose. Seeing the cosplayer ready, Chu Mo didn't delay. She quickly pulled out her phone, opened the camera, and aimed it at Zhu Beiji. Soon a perfect photo was saved to Chu Mo's phone. Nice. Let Ding Yun also experience the terror of being dominated by absurdity. Looking at the photo in her hand, Chu Mo nodded with satisfaction. Come on Chizuru, your turn. Raising her phone again, Chu Mo aimed the lens at Chizuru, who had walked over to Zhu Beiji and struck a peace sign, just like she had, then pressed the shutter. Thank you. You're welcome. After thanking Zhu Beiji, Chu Mo and Chizuru left the exhibition hall, as this was merely a minor interlude. Their original destination was the gaming area planned by the organizers. Time to let Ding Yun taste fear. Stepping out of the hall, Chu Mo took out her phone and quickly typed on the screen. Buzz. Having collected his prize, a neatly packed maid outfit, Ding Yun was already in a taxi heading home. Feeling the vibration in his pocket, Ding Yun, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and pulled out his phone. Chu Mo, bro, animal ears, bow tie, bare chest, exposed belly, white stockings cosplay. Check it out. Reading the message from Chu Mo, Ding Yun couldn't help but smirk, then began typing on his phone. Ding Yun, do you think I'm the kind of person who lusts after beauty? Ding Yun, not yours, I won't look. I just want to see yours. How about I Photoshop one for you? Chu Mo, 6, take it or leave it. Ding Yun, but since you're being so sincere, I'll give you a chance. Present the image and I'll spare your life. Seeing Ding Yun's reply, Chu Mo wasn't annoyed. After all, the real fun was yet to come. Selecting the image, she clicked send without a moment's hesitation. Buzz. Ding Yun quickly received the photo from Chu Mo. Staring at the character in the image, he fell into deep contemplation. Was this considered telecom fraud? No, mobile fraud, since he used a mobile SIM card. Blah blah. Clearly Ding Yun's brain had short-circuited the moment he saw the photo. What's up? Why are you smiling so brightly? Noticing the corners of Chu Mo's mouth lifting as he stared at his phone screen, Qian He leaned in beside him. Oh Qian He, take a look. Hearing Qian He's voice, Chu Mo lifted his head and handed the phone to her. As she read the chat history between Chu Mo and Ding Yun, Qian He couldn't help but let out a snicker. Oh right, I completely forgot about this. Putting the phone back into his pocket, Chu Mo glanced at Qian He in front of him and suddenly recalled the small TV secondary screen he had bought for her. It was rare for him to meet Qian He in person now, so how could he have forgotten about this? After this offline meetup, he had no idea when he would be able to see Qian He again. It seemed he would have to send her a same-city courier. Chu Mo couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed, since most of the time, he and Qian He communicated online. It wasn't like he could see Qian He every day after attending the comic convention with her today. That was naturally impossible. After all, Qian He couldn't just move into his house. Chu Mo couldn't help but recall what his mother had said to him a few days ago. Counting the days, tomorrow his mother's best friend would be bringing her daughter to their home. He wondered what she looked like. Of course, Chu Mo was definitely not the kind of superficial person, and there was no way he would take seriously the childhood engagement his mother had mentioned. Regarding his mother's best friend's daughter, Chu Mo was actually more curious about her. After all, the two of them hadn't seen each other for many years, and he wasn't sure if the meeting would be awkward. Forgot what? Is it urgent? If you have something to do, go ahead and handle it. I'm fine here. Do you need any help? Seeing Chu Mo a bit frustrated, Qian He spoke up. If Chu Mo really had something urgent, she naturally wouldn't force him to stay with her. It's not a big deal. Oh, I just forgot to bring the gift I bought for you. Chu Mo snapped back to reality and spoke, explaining the small TV secondary screen he had bought. I see, then I'll thank you in advance. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Qian He said with a hint of pleasant surprise. Oh, it's not an expensive gift. Looking at Qian He's face, Chu Mo scratched his head a little sheepishly. Hey, let's play this, Qian He. Chu Mo suddenly noticed a game booth nearby. He basically played this game every time he attended a comic convention, but he had never won the grand prize. Yet Chu Mo still enjoyed it without getting tired, because he believed in a saying, no child cries every day, no gambler loses every time. Wanna play? 20 yuan once, 6 times for 100 yuan. It's simple, just pull a random string. The booth owner, noticing Chu Mo's gaze, immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Qian He, who had been standing by, also stopped and followed Chu Mo to the booth. After a quick glance, she soon understood the game rules. All she needed to do was pick out a string, pull it, and the gift tied to the other end of the string on the table would be lifted up. Let's play. 6 times. Chu Mo directly took out his phone and paid without hesitation. He didn't believe that he wouldn't win the grand prize this year. Scanning the strings spread out on the table, Chu Mo decisively pulled 3 in a row, and the corresponding gifts at the other ends were lifted up. Not bad. Congratulations, you got 1 third prize and 2 consolation prizes. Third prize. That's acceptable. Hearing that he had won a third prize, Chu Mo nodded with satisfaction. Compared to his previous consolation prizes, this was already a good result. As for the other 2 consolation prizes he had just drawn, Chu Mo didn't even bother to open them. He knew without looking that they were definitely classic cheap little trinkets. Focusing on the third prize box handed over by the booth owner, Chu Mo quickly tore off the outer wrapping. The prize inside soon appeared before him. What is it? Qianhe, standing nearby, looked at Chu Mo with eager anticipation, as if he was stunned by the prize. Judging by his reaction, the prize must be something good. Well, forget it, you see for yourself, Qianhe. Looking at the prize in front of him, Chu Mo felt it would have been better to have won 3 consolation prizes instead. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Qianhe's curiosity reached its peak. Taking the not yet completely open package from Chu Mo's hands, he tore it open and then saw the full picture of the so-called third prize. Keep it as a souvenir, Chu Mo. It's quite nice. Qianhe coughed a few times and then handed the signed photo to Chu Mo. That's right, the so-called third prize was a signed photo of Chu Mo himself. Forget it, I'll just destroy it later. Chu Mo took his own signed photo from Qianhe's hand with a darkened expression, then prepared to tear it up. If such a thing appeared in his room, he had no idea how his sister would mock him in various ways. If she found out that he had actually paid to win it, Chu Yun would probably laugh at her brother to death. Hey, don't tear it. Give it to me. Seeing Chu Mo about to tear the photo, he quickly stopped him, then took the photo from his hand. After all, she already had so many pieces of merchandise related to Mao Air Chu Mo, one more wouldn't matter. Of course, she only thought it would be a waste, definitely not, because she wanted to take it home and collect it. Alright, then it's yours, Qianhe. You can draw the remaining 3 times. Seeing Qianhe take the photo, Chu Mo didn't say anything. If she wanted it, she could have it, it was useless to him anyway. He casually fiddled with the red strings on the table and said, No, I'll just draw once. You can draw the other 2 times. Qianhe shook her head. She would only draw once since Chu Mo had paid. Scanning the strings, her gaze finally settled on the one Chu Mo was currently fiddling with. This one then. He said, taking the red string from Chu Mo's hand. Hey, wait, Qianhe, this string is tangled around my hand. Chu Mo suddenly spoke, but it was too late. Qianhe had already wrapped the string around her hand once and pulled it. Pop! The balloon-like object on the booth's canopy burst instantly, and colorful ribbons fell like snowflakes. Did we hit the jackpot? Seeing this, Chu Mo momentarily forgot to untangle the string from his hand, staring blankly at the scene before him. Qianhe, who also had the string wrapped around her hand, was clearly surprised as well. She hadn't expected that her random pull would end up winning the grand prize. Could it be that I'm the grand prize for Qianhe? A bizarre thought suddenly crossed Chu Mo's mind. Even he himself was startled by this idea. However, Chu Mo's train of thought was quickly interrupted by the shopkeeper's words. Congratulations, young man. Your girlfriend is quite lucky. The shopkeeper brushed the confetti off his head and spoke to Chu Mo and Qianhe, who seemed still dazed. No, boss, she and I are just ordinary friends. Don't misunderstand. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Chu Mo quickly explained, then glanced at Qianhe beside him. Seeing no reaction from her, he let out a sigh of relief. Oh, my mistake. Sorry. I thought you two had that. What do you call it? Oh, right, chemistry. Young man, finding a genuine relationship nowadays isn't easy. Don't miss out on the right person. The shopkeeper seemed to recall something and grew a bit sentimental, then spoke earnestly to Chu Mo. Wait, wasn't I just drawing a lottery? How did this turn into a matchmaking event? Chu Mo looked helplessly at the shopkeeper in front of him, but it seemed this man had a story to tell. Fortunately, he was not the type of girl to mind such things, or else he would have had a headache. Girlfriend. Do Chu Mo and I really look that much like a couple? But why did I feel a pang of disappointment when Chu Mo said we were just ordinary friends? Feeling a hollow emptiness in her heart, he turned to look at Chu Mo beside her. A thought crossed Qianhe's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Qianhe, open the prize. Chu Mo took the grand prize from the shopkeeper and placed it in front of Qianhe. Seeing her unresponsive, he waved his hand in front of her face with some confusion. Qianhe snapped out of her daze and fumbled to open the packaging box. A card appeared before the two of them. Chu Mo frowned, somewhat disappointed. The so-called grand prize was just a card. It probably wasn't anything good. He would have preferred a figurine. A 2,000 yuan shopping card. After examining the card, he handed it to Chu Mo. After all, Chu Mo had paid for it, she was just the lucky draw proxy. He naturally wouldn't take advantage of such a favor. A shopping card. Taking the card, Chu Mo examined it closely and realized it was from the same store his mother had taken him and Chu Yun to a few days ago. Keep it, Qianhe. I don't buy clothes often anyway. Chu Mo extended his hand and offered the card to Qianhe since he had just bought his summer outfits a few days ago. Besides, Chu Mo had never been interested in clothes or shoes. If his mother hadn't dragged him shopping every year, he would probably wear the same outfit until it had holes in it. No, I can't. This is too much. Qianhe shook her head firmly. Although Chu Mo didn't care, that didn't justify her taking something so valuable. Oh, just take it. Consider it as me spending 2,000 yuan to buy you half a day to accompany me at the convention, okay? Chu Mo shoved the card into Qianhe's hand, then turned away and casually used his last 2 draw chances. As expected, the remaining 2 were consolation prizes. He opened them one by one, finding nothing but trivial items that were neither satisfying nor worth discarding. However, when he opened the last consolation prize, Chu Mo was pleasantly surprised. Inside the box was a wooden hairpin. Qianhe, moi, want to give it a try? Chu Mo held the hairpin in his hand and looked at Qianhe. A hairpin. Qianhe looked at the wooden hairpin and Chu Mo's hand nodded and reached out to take it. But Chu Mo pulled his hand back. Seeing Chu Mo's action, Qianhe tilted her head, slightly puzzled. Let me do your hair as a thank you for helping me with my hair tie earlier. Hairpin in hand, Chu Mo explained to the confused Qianhe. Oh, okay. After a moment of hesitation, Qianhe seemed a bit conflicted, but finally agreed to Chu Mo's proposal. She untied her hair, and a cascade of jet black strands fell over her shoulders. Chu Mo walked behind her, reached out, smoothed her hair, and skillfully began to style it. Practice makes perfect. After all, he was both Chu Mo and Chu Mo. Well, the key point was that he was a cosplayer. Even when he was Chu Mo, he mostly just tied his hair into a ponytail or a simple style with a hair tie. Watching Chu Mo and Qianhe, who seemed to be flaunting their relationship in front of him, the shopkeeper resentfully picked up his thermos and took a sip of his goji berry water. Perfect. Chu Mo looked at Qianhe, he put his hands on his hips and nodded with satisfaction. Wow, it looks really good. Chu Mo, you're so skillful. Qianhe took out her phone, opened the front camera, and marveled at herself in the picture. Then she put away her phone and excitedly grabbed Chu Mo's hand. She never expected that Chu Mo, a boy, could style hair like this. Even she wasn't that good at it. Oh, it's nothing. Seeing Qianhe gripping his hand, Chu Mo's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly realized he was wearing gloves, so there was nothing to fear. Chu Mo declared that he would not turn into Chu Mo today. If he did then, well, he would just have to. Qianhe, I think we should check out other booths, so. Sorry. Realizing she had been a bit too excited, Qianhe let go of Chu Mo's hand, embarrassed. Let's go. I remember there's a wishing tree ahead. Seeing Qianhe release his hand, Chu Mo spoke. Although Qianhe's hand was soft, warm, and small, making him want to hold it. Chu Mo considered himself a man of honor. Even if he sometimes turned into a girl, that didn't matter. How could he take advantage of Qianhe at a time like this? But wait, wasn't it Qianhe who grabbed him? So was she the one taking advantage of him? A strange thought suddenly popped into Chu Mo's mind. Young man, would you and your girlfriend like to make a wish? It's very cheap. 5 yuan for a wish card, 10 yuan for a wish wooden plaque. Chu Mo quickly led Qianhe to a place resembling a courtyard where many people had already gathered around a tree, eagerly hanging their wish plaques on its branches. As they approached the stall selling wish plaques, before Chu Mo could even speak, the vendor enthusiastically began promoting the various wooden plaques displayed on his stand. Hearing the vendor's words, Chu Mo raised an eyebrow. Did he and Qianhe really look like a married couple? Puffed. Shouldn't it be that he and Qianhe just looked like a boyfriend and girlfriend? Chu Mo slightly turned his head, glancing at Qianhe from the corner of his eye. Seeing that she seemed unbothered, he breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, she's my friend. Chu Mo explained once again. This was already the second time today that someone had mistaken them for a couple. He and Qianhe neither held hands nor acted all lovey-dovey. How could they look like boyfriend and girlfriend? Chu Mo was utterly puzzled. Oh, sorry. After hearing Chu Mo's explanation, the vendor apologized. It's fine, just give us 2 wooden plaques. Chu Mo waved his hand, then took out his phone to pay, but Qianhe reached out to stop him. Let me pay. You paid for the lottery draw earlier. Taking out her phone, Qianhe quickly paid. Seeing that she had already paid, Chu Mo said nothing more and turned his gaze to the wooden plaques on the stall. This one. Chu Mo quickly decided on his target and reached out. Moi. Just as Chu Mo extended his hand, Qianhe seemed to have found her target as well. Their fingertips touched. Qianhe's fingers trembled slightly, and she immediately withdrew her hand, then looked at Chu Mo with a hint of embarrassment. Chu Mo also looked up at that moment, and their gazes met in the air. For some reason, though he had intended to look away immediately, he found himself reluctant to do so. It was as if Qianhe standing beside him exuded a magnetic force that deeply attracted him at this moment. Ahem, I didn't expect we'd pick the same style. Chu Mo finally forced himself to look away. Feeling his heart racing, he took a deep breath. After coughing a few times, Chu Mo pretended to be calm and spoke. What's wrong with me? Why is my heart beating so fast? It shouldn't be like this. After all, I've touched other girls' hands before. Could it be? No, that's impossible. I've only met Qianhe in person twice. We're not childhood friends who knew each other from a young age and were separated by some circumstances. At this moment, looking at the slightly shy Qianhe before him, a myriad of thoughts crossed Chu Mo's mind. Could it be that his mother's words had come true? Chu Mo suddenly recalled the words his mother had spoken when he came home after meeting Qianhe a few days ago. Yes, right. We should write quickly, or all the good spots will be taken. The moment their eyes met, Qianhe quickly averted her gaze, feeling her cheeks grow warm. Lowering her head, Qianhe fixed her gaze on the wooden plaques on the table. She looked at the one they had both chosen, picked up two of the same design, and handed one to the still-dazed Chu Mo. Oh, okay. Chu Mo seemed a bit dazed, as if stunned by his own thoughts. Carefully avoiding Qian He's hand, he took the wooden plaque she offered. What should I write? Picking up the black pen from the stall, Chu Mo stared at the blank wooden plaque in his hand, hesitating to write. Watching Qian He, who had already started writing, Chu Mo felt a bit anxious. Forget it, I'll just show off my literary talent. After thinking it over, Chu Mo finally uncapped the pen and began writing on the wooden plaque. Are you done? Just as Chu Mo was writing the last few characters, Qian He's voice suddenly came from beside him. Almost just a few more characters. What did you write? Chu Mo looked up and saw Qian He standing beside him, hands behind her back, leaning forward to look at him. After writing the last few characters on the plaque, Chu Mo asked, "Well, let me see yours first." Holding the plaque in her hand, Qian He seemed a bit hesitant. "Sure, it's nothing shameful anyway." Chu Mo generously handed his wooden plaque to Qian He. "When I reach the end of the water, I sit and watch the clouds rise." Taking the plaque, Qian He slowly read the words on Chu Mo's plaque. "You wrote 2 lines of poetry." Handing the plaque back, Qian He looked at Chu Mo with some confusion. The sentiment and content of these 2 lines seemed somewhat inconsistent with the Chu Mo she knew. "What did you write?" Taking the plaque, Chu Mo asked, not knowing what Qian He had written. "Me? I just wrote a sentence I saw before. Please don't misunderstand." Qian He hesitated, but finally made up her mind and handed her plaque to Chu Mo. "How could I possibly misunderstand?" Gulp. Looking at the words on the plaque, Chu Mo swallowed hard. He glanced at Qian He, then back at the words on the plaque. The plaque bore 12 characters. "What I casually captured is what I most want to keep." Gazing at Qian He's elegant handwriting, Chu Mo couldn't help but recall the scene earlier when she had taken his photo. "Well, please don't misunderstand. I just thought the sentence was very poetic, so I wrote it. After all, I didn't have any particular wish to write." Seeing Chu Mo's reaction, Qian He quickly snatched the plaque back from his hand, then explained with a flushed face. Even if the sentence referred to Chu Mo, it was only because she thought of him as a trustworthy friend she could spend a lifetime with. Just a friend. She absolutely had no other intentions. I definitely don't misunderstand." Looking at Qian He, who was like a startled cat with her fur all puffed up, Chu Mo quickly explained. Of course he didn't misunderstand. He just had a slightly wandering mind. Of course Chu Mo would never say that to Qian He. "Let's hang up the plaques." Chu Mo quickly changed the subject. Qian He seemed to realize she had been a bit flustered and responded with a soft hum, then obediently followed beside Chu Mo. The two soon reached the wishing tree. "Do you want me to help you hang it?" Holding his plaque, Chu Mo looked at Qian He and asked. No need." Qian He quickly shook her head, then reached out to tie her plaque to a branch. However, due to the crowd, the lower branches were already filled with plaques from earlier visitors. Qian He had to stand on tiptoes, straining to reach a higher branch. Watching her struggling on tiptoes, Chu Mo really wanted to ask if she needed him to lift her up. Of course, Chu Mo only dared to think about it. If he actually asked Qian, he would probably think he was a pervert. "Baby, let me hold you up." Just as Qian He was still struggling to tie her plaque, a couple walked over. However, the woman was clearly shorter than Qian He, so she couldn't even reach the higher branches. "Sure, love you, moi." Hearing her boyfriend's words, the woman happily agreed. If only Chu Mo could. No, that's something only couples do. "He and I are just ordinary friends." "Yes, that's right." Watching the woman quickly tie her wish plaque, Qian He couldn't help but think. Fortunately, after persistent effort, Qian He finally managed to tie her wish plaque to a branch. "All right, my turn." Seeing that Qian He had finished, Chu Mo stepped forward and tied his plaque next to hers. "Let's go, Qian He, let's check out other places." After tying his plaque, Chu Mo turned to look at Qian He, who seemed lost in thought. "Oh, let's go." Qian He snapped out of it, nodded, and then stepped forward to walk beside Chu Mo. The stalls around the wishing tree remained bustling with countless people making wishes here. At that moment, a gust of wind blew, causing the wooden plaques on the tree to clatter against each other. 2 plaques on a single branch, driven by the wind, became tightly entwined with each other. "Damn it, I didn't catch a single goldfish." Lifting the plastic bag to eye level, Chu Mo couldn't help but grumble as he watched the goldfish swimming inside. Why was his luck so terrible? He couldn't even manage to catch 1 goldfish from such a simple game. Meanwhile, Qianhe beside him was like a goddess descended to earth, catching 6 in one breath. This one in his hand now was the only one Qianhe had pityingly shared with him. "Everyone has their own strengths, right?" Qianhe spoke up to comfort Chu Mo, who was still grumbling at the goldfish swimming inside the plastic bag. After all, even she hadn't expected someone who paid for 3 tries to walk away with absolutely nothing. "Hey, don't bother comforting me. Next time we go to the convention, I'm definitely coming back with a win." Setting the bag down, Chu Mo said with determination. After leaving the wishing tree, the two of them had played quite a few games together. But perhaps it was simply Chu Mo's poor form that day. Whether it was a game of luck or a test of skill, Chu Mo hadn't managed to beat Qianhe even once. "By the way, Qianhe, where do you live?" Once I'm free tomorrow, I'll ship that small TV monitor to you. Walking back toward the makeup room, Chu Mo suddenly remembered he hadn't yet given Qianhe her gift and asked, maybe wait a bit longer. Because of some reasons, I'll be moving in with someone starting tomorrow. After hearing Chu Mo's words, Qianhe replied. She had no idea what her mother's best friend's son and daughter looked like now. Since it had happened when she was a child, she had basically forgotten everything. Even if she still remembered their faces, so much time had passed. Even if they stood right in front of her, she probably wouldn't be able to recognize them. Originally, Qianhe had refused to move in with someone else. After all, she was grown now and could take care of herself just fine. But in the end, she couldn't resist her mother's pleading and reluctantly agreed. She had no idea what tomorrow would bring. If she had to choose between staying at Chu Mo's place and staying at the childhood friend's house she hadn't seen in years, Qianhe was certain she'd choose Chu Mo's without hesitation. Oh, I see. Then I'll also. Stopping mid-sentence, Chu Mo suddenly froze. An immature little thought popped into his mind. What if the girl arriving at his house tomorrow was Qianhe? If that were true, did that mean he and Qianhe would be cohabitating? Slap, slap, slap. Chu Mo slapped his own face a few times. What kind of weird thoughts was he having? That idea was absolutely criminal. Cohabitating, or whatever. That was impossible. What kind of coincidence was that? He was more likely to believe he'd turn into Chu Mo's alter ego from some force majeure than believe the person staying at his house tomorrow was Qianhe. Lost in thought, Chu Mo pushed open the door to the makeup room. You're back, brother. Chu Yun, who had been lying on the sofa alongside Chu Zixuan, got up and looked toward her brother and Qianhe as they entered. Yeah, we're done playing. It's about time. I've already messaged Mom to come pick us up. Handing the plastic bag to Chu Yun, Chu Mo dropped heavily onto a stool in the makeup room. As an avid homebody, today's activity level was far beyond his limit. Lying at home with the air conditioning, playing games, and drinking soda was where he belonged. By the way, Qianhe, how are you getting back? Want me to give you a ride? Half reclining on the chair, Chu Mo peeled off the gloves on his hands and turned his head to ask. He'd been wearing these gloves since morning, and now they were completely stuck to his hands. The moment he peeled the gloves off, a cool sensation washed over his hands. There was only one word to describe how Chu Mo felt right now. Relief. No need, I'll just take a taxi. Shaking her head after hearing Chu Mo's offer, Qianhe thought it was too troublesome to bother him over something so small. Bending over to massage her slightly sore calves, Qianhe was about to turn toward the sofa in the makeup room. After all, she was tired from a full day of activities. But the moment she took a single step, Qianhe accidentally kicked the cat to Chu Mo life-size body pillow that had been placed in the makeup room earlier. She lost her balance and felt herself toppling forward. Hey, watch out. Seeing Qianhe about to fall, Chu Mo quickly rose to his feet, reached out, grabbed her arm, and pulled her back. But it seemed he'd pulled a bit too hard, and Qianhe was dragged straight into his arms. Are you okay, Qianhe? Looking at the startled Qianhe in his embrace, Chu Mo hadn't yet realized anything was amiss. Oh ho! Chu Yun and Chu Zixuan, sitting on the sofa, exchanged a knowing look and simultaneously pulled out their phones to take pictures. I am fine. Shaking her head, Qianhe suddenly became aware of their position, and her previously fair cheeks instantly flushed red. She was currently being held by Chu Mo. Could you? Well? Her voice trembled slightly as she lifted her head a little and spoke to Chu Mo, who was still holding her hand. Oh, and no, sorry. Only now did Chu Mo realize that the posture he and Qianhe were in was rather intimate. He could feel the warmth radiating from Qianhe's body. Quickly releasing her arm, he stepped back. Thank you. Head bowed as if afraid to look at Chu Mo, she whispered softly. No problem, we're friends, no need to be so formal. Chu Mo scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had only reacted on instinct, so that's how the whole thing had happened. He was absolutely not intentionally taking advantage of Qianhe. But, what was he even thinking about? Shaking his head, Chu Mo tried to shake those strange thoughts out of his mind. Just then he suddenly noticed Chu Yun on the sofa wildly winking at him, and his heart skipped a beat. Did I not bring my gloves earlier? Well, I suppose by now there's no chance of anyone noticing Chu Mo's identity. Since the data wasn't looking good, I changed the planned ending. Let me just spoil it here. In the next stage, Chu Mo will proactively reveal his identity to Qianhe. It's over, it's over. The moment Chu Mo realized that he hadn't worn gloves when he helped Qianhe, he broke into a cold sweat. Wasn't he done for now? The atmosphere in the makeup room suddenly became eerie. Qianhe was shy, Chu Mo was flustered. Chu Yun, who didn't know what to do, but pretended to be busy, and Chu Zixuan, who was snacking on melon seeds while enjoying the drama. However, Chu Zixuan was most likely eating a fake melon, or rather she was just gnawing on the melon rind. Faced with such a tense scene, Chu Mo had only one thought in mind: run. All he had to do was run to the restroom, wait for 10 minutes until he transformed into Chu Mo, and then come out. After all, in the men's restroom at the convention, the one thing in abundance was cross-dressers. Even if he walked out of the men's restroom openly, no one would pay much attention. But the problem wasn't that. Chu Mo looked at his loose-fitting clothes and couldn't help but swallow. His current clothes were already quite loose. After he transformed, wouldn't they be? Just thinking about that image made Chu Mo's face flush with embarrassment. This was practically a shoulder-slipping disaster. Unless he could wait in the restroom for Chu Yun to find or buy him a well-fitting set of clothes and underwear. But that was obviously impossible. Chu Mo glanced at the time and saw it was already 5:20. In 10 minutes the convention would start clearing out. At that point the entire gymnasium would be exit only, no entry allowed. Buzz buzz. Just then both Chu Mo's and Chu Yun's phones vibrated simultaneously. Chu Mo quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket, silently praying that it was a message from his mother. Lighting up the screen, he saw the message and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. His mother was reliable. Luckily, he had sent a message before returning to the makeup room, asking his mother to pick him and Chu Yun up. Otherwise, he would have been doomed today. Qianha, my mom is here. Chu Yun and I are leaving now. Bye. Bye, Sister Chu. Bye. Little Mo. See you next time, Wa. After putting his phone in his pocket, Chu Mo grabbed Chu Yun, who had just stood up from the sofa. Before Chu Yun could react, Chu Mo had already dragged her out of the door. If this were an anime, Chu Yun would be flying in the air at this moment. Slap slap. Qianha, who was a bit stunned, patted her burning cheeks, then said goodbye to Chu Zixuan and walked to the door of the dressing room ready to leave. Bang! Just then the makeup room door was pushed open violently. Before anyone could see who it was, Qianha had already plopped down onto the floor. Obviously the person who opened the door didn't expect Qianha to be standing there, and for a moment they didn't react, instantly losing their balance. By the time they realized, they were already kneeling on the ground with both hands supporting themselves on either side of Qianha's legs. Ouch ouch ouch. Sorry Qianha. Coming to his senses, Chu Mo quickly helped Qianha up and was about to reach out to brush off the dust from her bottom. But halfway through he stopped himself in time. Close call, close call. He almost became a pervert. No, it's fine. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Qianha, not noticing Chu Mo's gesture, asked with some confusion. Because the makeup room had a carpet, there was some cushioning, so Qianha didn't feel much pain. My brother and I forgot to take our things. Just then Chu Yun also appeared at the makeup room door. She was leaning against the door frame, panting heavily, obviously having run all the way back. Right, Chu Yun and I forgot our things. Chu Mo nodded, then picked up his backpack and wooden sword from the floor, took Chu Yun's banner, and was about to throw it into the trash can. Hey, brother, what are you doing? Seeing this, Chu Yun forgot to rest and hastily snatched the banner from Chu Mo's hands. Well, by Qianha. Sorry about that. Chu Mo with his backpack on said goodbye to Qianha again, then grabbed Chu Yun and ran toward the exit once more. Hey, wait. Wait for me. I'll go with you. Before Qianha could finish her sentence, Chu Mo had already run out of the makeup room. Seeing this, Qianha seemed a bit aggrieved, but quickly adjusted. She put on her crossbody bag and then ran after Chu Mo in the direction he had gone. The entire makeup room fell silent instantly, leaving only Chu Zixuan and the continuous sound of melon seed cracking. Come on, less than half a minute left. While running, Chu Mo pulled out his phone and checked the time. Alarms went off in his mind, and his pace quickened involuntarily. At this moment, Chu Mo's limbs were gradually becoming slender, and even his hair was growing longer. Fortunately, no one noticed this scene. Bang! Few safe. Love you, Mom. The moment the car door was closed, in less than 10 seconds, Chu Mo had completely transformed into Chu Mo. Huh. What changed again? Did your constitution change again? Liang Jie turned around and looked at Chu Mo, who was still terrified and gasping for breath in the back seat, asking with concern. No, my brother went on a heroic rescue mission. Chu Yun slumped in the back seat like a lump of mud, explained. It was a pity she didn't record it, otherwise she would definitely loop this scene at her brother's future wedding. Heroic rescue. Liang Jie didn't understand for a moment. How had her son suddenly gone on a heroic rescue? Yeah, brother, he will help. Murder. I was wrong. Just as Chu Yun was about to give a vivid description of the scene to her mother, Chu Mo grabbed her by the throat. All right, stop tormenting your sister. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Liang Jie couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile and said cheerfully, Huff, 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 sister, you're so violent. I wonder who would dare to marry you in the future, nye. As soon as Chu Mo let go, Chu Yun dodged to the side and made a face at him. You? I'll forget it. Chu Mo sighed, leaned his head against the car window, and watched the changing scenery outside, without saying anything else. Thank goodness his mother arrived in time, or he wouldn't have known what to do. Qianha probably didn't see him transform into Chu Mo right. When he was running for his life earlier, he vaguely heard Qianha's voice, but it was probably just an illusion. Just now did Chu Mo's hair get longer. Qianha, supporting herself on her knees and breathing heavily, stared at the departing car with some confusion. Was she mistaken? Did she mistake Chu Yun's hair for Chu Mo's? Few finally home. Feeling the familiar atmosphere of the house, Chu Mo changed his shoes, tossed his backpack onto the sofa, and ran upstairs with his wooden sword in hand. Xiao Ai, turn on the air conditioner. Opening the door, Chu Mo immediately summoned Xiao Ai in the room. He placed the wooden sword in the corner, opened the wardrobe, scanned it, and then froze. Where was his pajama? Where had that big soft white pajama gone? He usually didn't misplace things. If he remembered correctly, it should be right there. He fumbled around the wardrobe again, but still couldn't find his pajama. After pondering for a moment in front of the wardrobe, Chu Mo finally made a decision. Resolutely, he walked to the door, opened it, stuck his head out, and shouted, "Mom." What's wrong? Liang Jie's voice soon came from downstairs. Indeed, when in doubt, call for Mom. An unchanging truth. Where's my pajama? Hearing his mother's reply, Chu Mo continued. If he wasn't mistaken, the mysterious disappearance of his pajama must be related to her. Could it have grown wings and flown away in the middle of the night? Oh, I just washed that pajama of yours. Look on your computer desk. Didn't I put a new set there for you? Liang Jie downstairs quickly answered. Hearing this, Chu Mo turned to look at his computer desk and noticed a pink pajama set lying there, placed there at some unknown time. How cute. Staring at the pajama on his desk, the corner of Chu Mo's mouth twitched. Was this pink delicate outfit really suitable for him? Closing the door, Chu Mo walked to the computer desk, picked up the pajama, and went to the bathroom. He held it up in front of the mirror and compared. Forget it, I'll just make do. Chu Mo sighed and finally accepted this pink pajama. But he must remember to change out of it after waking up tomorrow, otherwise. Chu Mo dared not imagine what would happen when his mother's best friend and her family visited tomorrow and saw him like this. The mere thought made him shudder. That picture was too beautiful to bear. Stripping off his clothes, Chu Mo quickly changed into clean clothes and the pink pajama. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chu Mo reflected that counting this time, he still had 4 chances left. He had been Chu Mo for about 16 hours now. Calculating in his mind, he would probably turn back into Chu Mo around 9:30 tomorrow morning. At that time, his mother's best friend's family should not have arrived yet. After all, his mother had said they were coming for lunch. He didn't know what the situation would be tomorrow. Chu Mo was actually a bit worried about meeting his childhood friend whom he hadn't seen in a long time and to whom he was betrothed. They hadn't seen each other for so long, he didn't know if they would get along. If not, it would be torment for both him and her. As for the betrothal, Chu Mo naturally didn't take it seriously. Not to mention that modern society advocates free love. Even if he acknowledged the marriage, the girl would hardly agree. After all, who would want their future husband to turn into a thorough girl soon? Thinking of this, Chu Mo's eyes dimmed slightly, but he quickly shook off the faint sadness. No, he had already sealed his heart with cement. Why think so much? Chu Mo shook his head, walked out of the bathroom, opened the door, and headed downstairs. Not bad, huh? Mom has good taste, right? Liang Jie, who was chatting with Chu Yun on the sofa, said with a smile when she saw Chu Mo come down. Yeah. Chu Mo replied perfunctorily, then plopped onto the sofa, pulled out his phone, and started scrolling. By the way, Ding Yun won a maid outfit. I wonder how uncle and aunt would react when they see their son bringing home a maid outfit. If he weren't Chu Mo now, he would have long gone to Ding Yun's house to watch the fun. But from what he knew of Ding Yun's parents, they probably wouldn't react much. Sitting on the sofa staring at his phone, Chu Mo suddenly thought. But obviously his guess was completely wrong. After all, just a few days ago Ding Yun had a breakdown in his own room. At that moment, Ding Zheng and Qin Xiang were still on high alert, worried about giving birth to a daughter. Old man, look. Qin Xiang, who had just returned from shopping with Ding Zheng, saw the maid outfit casually thrown on the sofa by Ding Yun. The sight immediately reminded her of Ding Yun's behavior a few days ago. Countless guesses flooded her mind. It's okay, we can still start a new account, Ding Zheng, standing beside Qin Xiang, said, as if he had long prepared himself mentally, or perhaps had been plotting for a while. What are you babbling about, you old fool? Qin Xiang shot Ding Zheng a glare, changed into slippers, and walked to the living room sofa. She picked up the maid outfit Ding Yun had thrown on the sofa and frowned. Why did it smell of perfume? Could it be that our son deliberately left this outfit here? Because it's hard to bring up, he's using this to tell us. Qin Xiang shook her head at the thought. Just then the study door opened. Mom, Dad, let's go to Thailand. Ding Yun, seeing his parents had returned, said excitedly. After all, such a good opportunity didn't come every day. Besides, his parents hadn't gone on a honeymoon in years, so why not take this chance to have a nice trip? However, Ding Yun's words took on a different meaning in Ding Zheng and Qin Xiang's ears. Our son has said it so bluntly. It seems our son has already made up his mind. As a mother, Qin Xiang didn't expect much from Ding Yun. She just wanted him to be happy. Since her son had decided, she could only go along with it. Son. No, dear daughter, Mom supports your decision. Don't worry, your father and I won't think any less of you. After much thought, Qin Xiang finally let those words out. Me. Dear daughter. Ding Yun fell into deep thought upon hearing his mother's words. I'm done. I have things to do tomorrow. Closing the computer, Chu Mo shut the laptop and picked up the phone, tapping on the screen. Kidney deficiency is kidney deficiency, no need for excuses. Alright, rest well, good night. Ding Yun and Qian He's messages quickly arrived. Chu Mo directly ignored Ding Yun's message and turned to Qian He's. As expected of Qian He, beautiful and kind-hearted, unlike that Ding Yun. If only my girlfriend were. Ahem, stop. He shook his head, suppressing his bold thoughts. Standing up, Chu Mo reluctantly walked into the bathroom, sighing at the array of bottles and jars before him. If not for the fact that he was now Chu Mo, he would never even glance at such skincare products. He wondered where the remaining 4 opportunities would take him. While applying toner, Chu Mo pondered. To be honest, he felt he hadn't fully prepared to completely become Chu Mo. At most, he was no longer particularly resistant to the idea of becoming Chu Mo, but he still couldn't accept it wholeheartedly. Putting the bottle of toner back, Chu Mo's side reached out and turned off the bathroom light. Exiting the bathroom, he dove onto the bed. Rolling left and right a few times, Chu Mo was soon tightly wrapped in the blanket. Picking up his phone, he opened a short video app, his thumb scrolling up and down. Watching videos flash by, Chu Mo's thoughts drifted far away. I wonder if Qian He sleeps holding her life-sized pillow. Oh, what am I thinking about? Chu Mo couldn't help but imagine that scene, then, as if possessed, buried his head in the pillow and rolled back and forth on the bed. Occasionally, he let out a few strange giggles. Too bad it's not Qian He moving in tomorrow. If only it were Qian He. At this moment, while in the midst of his frenzy, Chu Mo suddenly thought of this. But unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. With that thought, he sighed. I wonder what Qian He is doing now. Wait, this is 9 parts wrong. Why have I been thinking about Qian He all day? After returning to normal, Chu Mo, lying on his side, while scrolling, suddenly sensed something amiss. But obviously no one could answer his confusion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qian He had just turned off her computer after replying to messages when Rin Hui's voice came from outside the door. Darling, come out for a midnight snack. Your dad just bought spicy crawfish. I don't want. Well, maybe just a little. Qian He was about to refuse, but suddenly caught the aroma of spicy crawfish seeping through the crack in the door. The cravings in her stomach were instantly stirred, and she ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. Standing up, Qian He opened the door and walked with Rin Hui to the living room. All packed, dear. Just as Qian He sat down, Qian Guorong, who was peeling shrimp for the two, looked up and asked, all ready? Qian He nodded, put on gloves, and took a crawfish from the takeout box to peel. Good, all set. And one more thing. I transferred 40,000 yuan to your card. If you need more, just ask. Okay, thanks, Dad. Oh, and one more thing. Seeing her husband starting to ramble again, Rin Hui quickly interrupted his spell. All right, you have to trust our daughter, right? Rin Hui, sitting across from Qian He, winked at her, and Qian He instantly understood. Right, Dad, you have to trust me. Qian He coquettishly said, while shoving a freshly peeled crawfish into her father's mouth, who was about to speak again. Oh, you too. And yet I really fall for it every time. Qian Guorong shook his head, helplessly feigning disappointment. But soon the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. Darling, why did you buy so many of those? Oh, right, merchandise. Rin Hui asked curiously. In her memory, even when her daughter liked something, she had never bought so much at once. Oh, I won them in a lottery. Qian He replied, currently worrying about where to put the life-sized pillow of that Chu Mo. No, wait, teacher Mao Air. Could she really? At the thought, Qian He felt her cheeks slightly warm. Putting the life-sized pillow on her bed and sleeping with it felt strange. Even though the print on it was an animated version of Chu Mo, not a direct photo of her. Externally, it looked like a girl, but Qian He knew it was Chu Mo. If she really placed the pillow beside her to sleep, wouldn't that be almost like Chu Mo lying next to her? Was that permissible? Qian He was at a loss. Oh, I see. I thought you liked her. Rin Hui, after putting a piece of crawfish meat into her mouth, looked at Qian He with a smile. The speaker was casual, but the listener took it to heart. Or perhaps the spicy crawfish was too spicy. Upon hearing this, Qian He's fair neck flushed with a blush. No, Mom, don't talk nonsense. Qian He quickly explained, but her tone sounded somewhat guilty. Oh, darling, why are you blushing? Don't tell me I guessed right. Rin Hui continued teasing. Mom, I'm full. You two go ahead. Good night. Extremely embarrassed, Qian He, though wanting to escape, immediately still said good night to her parents, pushed her chair back, and then ran to her room. Tisk, this girl is too shy. By the way, honey, what would you do if our daughter actually fell in love with a boy? Watching Qian He flee, Rin Hui smiled and turned to her husband. I'll make sure that brat never sees the light of day. Qian Guorong put down the crawfish and looked at Rin Hui seriously, as if he would grind the boy who stole his daughter into dust. Oh, do you want our daughter to remain single forever? What if she likes a girl? Shoving a piece of crawfish meat into Qian Guorong's mouth, Rin Hui continued. The question seemed to crash Qian Guorong's brain, straying into his knowledge blind spot. Stinky Chu Mo, you'd better not look around or touch anything at night, I'm warning you. I'm very fierce, very fierce. In the room, Qian He placed the life-sized pillow of Chu Mo on the bed, hands on her hips, speaking in a fierce but cute tone. Night fell, dawn rose, the cycle of time passing through the verses as the hours slipped away swiftly. In her slumber, Chu Mo once again transformed back into Chu Mo, the pajamas that had been perfectly loose, now feeling snug against her frame. Yet it seemed Chu Mo was trapped in a nightmare. Her once relaxed brows were now tightly knit, and her lips moved in constant murmurs. If anyone leaned close enough to listen, they would likely be bewildered. Chu Mo kept repeating words like Qianha. Stop, Zhu Beiji second senior brother. If one had to guess, Chu Mo was probably having a wonderful dream, where Qianha had suddenly turned into Zhu Beiji. While Chu Mo and Chu Yun were still sound asleep, Chu Rong and Liang Jie had already risen early and were bustling in the kitchen. Initially, Liang Jie had planned to take everyone out to a restaurant for a meal. But after much deliberation, Liang Jie decided it would be better to cook at home. After all, knowing her two children, once she and her husband left for their trip, the kids would either eat out or order takeout. So yesterday, after dropping off Chu Mo and Chu Yun, Liang Jie drove to the nearby market and bought all the ingredients needed for today. Honey, what's the matter? Liang Jie, who was just heating the wok and preparing to pour oil, looked at her assistant, Chu Rong, with a hint of confusion. Love you, moi you. We're old married couple, so cheesy. I love you too, come give me a kiss. Though Liang Jie's words were dismissive, her body was completely honest. The air in the kitchen was instantly thick with the scent of dog food. Time slipped by quietly, and after covering the clay pot, Liang Jie turned the stove flame to low. You've worked hard, dear. Chu Rong handed her a glass of cold boiled water that he had prepared earlier, then gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with a disposable facial towel. After all, it was the height of summer. Even with the air conditioner on, the kitchen was still stiflingly hot. Thank you, honey. Taking the glass, Liang Jie drained it in one gulp. Now everything was ready, and they were just waiting for her good friend to arrive. Liang Jie pulled out her phone and checked the time. It was already 11 o'clock. According to their earlier arrangement, her friend's family of 3 should be arriving soon. Honey, go wake the kids. Stepping out of the kitchen, Liang Jie sat on the sofa, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioner, and said to Chu Rong beside her, All right, you rest. Chu Rong nodded, and then walked upstairs. Knock, knock, knock. Son, time to get up. Chu Rong knocked on Chu Mo's door. Inside, Chu Mo didn't open his eyes, but let out a grunt in response. It's already 11, the guests are coming soon. After hearing Chu Mo's voice, Chu Rong added another reminder, then went to Chu Yun's room. He repeated the same action, but as soon as he knocked, Chu Yun opened the door, still bleary-eyed. Get ready, Chu Yun. Having completed his task, Chu Rong gave a brief instruction and headed downstairs. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. However, as everyone knows, what is the scariest thing when waking up? It is definitely not the biting cold of winter, but the realization that you thought you were awake only to find yourself still dreaming. This was exactly the state Chu Mo was in. After a brief moment of lucidity, Chu Mo fell back into the dream. In his dream, he got up as usual, changed clothes, and pushed open his door. Going downstairs, he saw his parents and another couple sitting at the dining table drinking tea. Chu Mo did not bother to look closely at the couple's faces. At that moment, all he wanted to know was what his childhood playmate had become. Looking around, Chu Mo finally spotted the girl's figure on the sofa. He walked over to her and said hello. Hello, Chu Mo. Marry me, Chu Mo. The girl slowly turned her head, smiling brightly, and stared at him as she spoke. Qianha. Chu Mo's eyes flew open and he gasped for air. Perhaps because he had sat up too suddenly, his head felt dizzy and fuzzy. Was this a good dream or a bad one? As the saying goes, what you think of during the day you dream of at night. So did his subconscious mind want to marry Qianha? Chu Mo found it hard to believe, but he didn't dwell on it too deeply. After all, it was just a dream. Getting out of bed, he stretched lazily and walked to the wardrobe to change into his usual clothes. Ding dong. Just then the doorbell rang downstairs. Before Chu Mo could react, Liang Jie's voice reached his room. Oh, finally here. Ren Hui, come and sit down quickly. You didn't need to bring anything, really. Hearing his mother's voice, Chu Mo quickened his pace. After all, since the guests had arrived, he couldn't keep them waiting. Hello, Auntie. Just as Chu Mo was pulling out his usual black t-shirt and black pants, a familiar voice reached his ears. The moment he heard that voice, his movements froze. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Could it be? A bold idea popped into his mind. At that thought, he momentarily forgot that he was still wearing the pink pajamas his mother had bought him. With a bang, Chu Mo pushed open his door and leaned over the second-floor railing to look downstairs. Because he had pushed the door with a bit too much force. Everyone downstairs instinctively looked up at Chu Mo on the second floor. As if by fate, their gazes met at that moment. Seeing the familiar figure below, Chu Mo couldn't help but swallow. Then under the puzzled gazes of everyone, he pinched his own cheek. Pain. This really isn't a dream. After a brief moment of shock, Chu Mo finally noticed that the looks others were giving him seemed a little off. Even Chu Yun, who had just opened her door, was staring at him with an indescribable expression. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Chu Mo cast a pleading glance at Chu Yun. Then he saw Chu Yun pointing at himself, at the pink pajamas he was wearing. Oh, well, listen to me, I can really explain. Gazing at the peculiar stares from everyone, and then at the pink pajamas he was wearing, Chu Mo felt utterly mortified. This was truly a humiliating blunder. Would Qian really think he had a fetish for cross-dressing? Just yesterday she discovered that Mao Air was his alias, and today she caught him in such a girly outfit at home. How could such coincidences exist in this world? And he was definitely not some pervert who liked wearing women's clothes. With a loud bang, Chu Mo dashed back to his room and slammed the door shut. Pant, pant, pant. Leaning against the door, Chu Mo took deep breaths to calm himself, then began to reassess the situation. First, his mother's best friend's daughter was Qianhe. Well, no need to analyze further. He was doomed. Chu Mo never imagined that his childhood playmate would turn out to be Qianhe. Did that mean he and Qianhe were actually betrothed? This realization suddenly struck Chu Mo. So it's not just a simple friendship between us. Chu Mo murmured, but quickly shook his head. This wasn't the time to dwell on that. He had to change out of these damned pink pajamas first. With that thought, he hastened his movements. Meanwhile, downstairs, Liang Jia wanted to explain something, but after much deliberation chose to remain silent. After all, in such a situation, defending her son would only seem like a cover-up, likely making things worse. Sorry for the embarrassment. Chu Mo doesn't usually act like this, Chu Rong said, seemingly snapping back to reality. No worries, no worries. Young people having their little hobbies is understandable. Qian Guorong, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Was it just his imagination? Chu Rong felt that the Qian Guorong standing before him seemed somewhat relieved after seeing his son in pink pajamas. And indeed, Chu Rong's assumption was correct. Qian Guorong was genuinely relieved. After all, it was his wife, not him, who had suggested that he stay at Chu Mo's place. Although Qian Guorong hadn't said much about it, he still harbored some reservations. What if after returning from their honeymoon his precious daughter had been stolen away? He was certain he would lose his mind. But for now it seemed he had little to worry about. He was convinced that his daughter would absolutely positively never fall for such a boy. Qianhe was completely oblivious to what her father was thinking. At this moment he seemed either stunned by what had just happened or overwhelmed by the prospect of living under Chu Mo's roof for at least a month. She never imagined she would actually have to spend so many days under the same roof with Chu Mo. Was this considered cohabitation? This thought crossed Qianhe's mind, stirring a hint of worry, but also a trace of anticipation. Qianhe, please take good care of me from now on. Chu Yun walked down the stairs, greeted Ren Hui and Qian Guorong, who were talking with her parents, and then turned her gaze to Qianhe. Qianhe nodded at Chu Yun. Though slightly unexpected, overall she could accept it. Chu Yun, you still remember Qianhe's name? Liang Jia, surprised by her daughter's words, looked at Chu Yun. She hadn't expected her daughter to remember Qianhe's name after all these years. No, Mom. Actually, I didn't know I had met Sister Qianhe when I was little. Chu Yun shook her head and answered truthfully. Then how do you know her name? Liang Jia's curiosity was piqued. She sensed that there was something between her son-daughter and Qianhe that the adults didn't know about. Hearing Chu Yun's reply, the two men who had been chatting also turned their attention to her. Well, maybe you should let Sister Qianhe tell you. Chu Yun didn't directly reveal what she knew. Instead, she glanced at Chu Mo's closed door. If she wasn't mistaken, her brother was definitely eavesdropping right now. So Chu Yun unhesitatingly passed the question to Qianhe. After all, it would be completely different if Qianhe explained it herself. Could her brother possibly punish Qianhe? Chu Yun's mind conjured an image of her brother tickling Qianhe. Well, Chu Mo and I do know each other. We met while gaming, and neither of us knew we had met as children. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, Qianhe reluctantly explained. So that night you were on the phone with Chu Mo? If that's the case, he can't really be called your little boyfriend. More like your little fiancé. Ren Hui was the first to speak, teasing her daughter who stood nearby. Oh, Mom. Qianhe lightly slapped Ren Hui's shoulder in embarrassment. If her mother hadn't brought it up, she might have forgotten. But now she remembered. According to what her mother said, she and Chu Mo were actually betrothed. Did that mean they were now essentially living together before marriage? No, that was just something the adults joked about. How could she jump straight to premarital cohabitation? Marrying Chu Mo? No way, but Qianhe couldn't help picturing the scene, and her face flushed crimson. Hey buddy. At that moment, Qian Guorong, having heard that his daughter and Chu Mo had been in contact, felt a twinge of threat. He pulled Chu Rong aside and whispered, what's up? Chu Rong was puzzled, but lowered his voice as well. Buddy, don't get mad at my question. Is your son into girls or boys? Of course girls. Or maybe boys, no. Actually, this question is complicated. I can't explain it clearly right now. Chu Rong, who was about to answer directly, suddenly remembered that his son might soon become his daughter. He hesitated. After all, hormones could affect a person's thoughts, and he simply couldn't be sure about this. Alright, thank you. Chu Rong's hesitation meant something entirely different to Qian Guorong. Satisfied with the answer, he let out a sigh of relief. What are you two whispering about? Liang Jia and Ren Hui, who were chatting, suddenly noticed the two men had slipped away to talk privately. Nothing. Chu Rong and Qian Guorong shook their heads simultaneously. By the way, where's Chu Mo? Why isn't he down yet? Qian Guorong, feeling a bit guilty, tried to change the subject. Oh right, where's our son? Honey, go call him again. Liang Jia, realizing it had been a while since Chu Mo went to change, asked her husband to go upstairs. Click. At that moment, Chu Mo's door finally opened. Now dressed, he forced himself to appear calm as he walked down the stairs. Chu Yun's guess was correct. Chu Mo had actually changed clothes long ago, but hadn't mustered the courage to come out. Uncle Andy Qian he hello. As soon as he stepped off the stairs, he took his first step toward everyone. But perhaps due to nervousness, his legs gave way and he lost his balance. Watch out. At that moment, a figure rushed forward. It's over. Losing her balance, Chu Mo fell straight forward. Unable to help herself, she closed her eyes, already prepared for a close encounter with the marble floor of her living room. As everyone knows, when a person loses their balance, they instinctively reach out to grab whatever they can. That was exactly what Chu Mo did at that moment. In her panic, Chu Mo suddenly felt as if she had collided with someone's embrace. Her hands, which had been flailing aimlessly in the air, finally found a support. The sensation of weightlessness vanished instantly. Chu Mo regained her center of gravity and a sense of relief washed over her. Since she had been leaning forward, and the incident happened so suddenly, the two of them now appeared as if they were embracing each other. Witnessing the scene, everyone present had varied expressions. Chu Rong seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Liang Jie and Ren Hui exchanged a knowing smile after seeing this, saying everything without words. Chu Yun was more straightforward. She pulled out her phone and started recording. It seemed that only Qian Guorong wanted to rush forward and separate Qian He and Chu Mo. After steadying herself, Chu Mo opened her eyes. She was curious about which heroic figure had saved her from her predicament. If this were a martial arts novel, she thought, shouldn't she offer herself in marriage as a token of gratitude? For some reason, her mind wandered to the cliches of such stories. In those tales, female characters rescued by the protagonist often say something like, "Thank you, young hero. I have no way to repay you except to pledge myself to you." With a hint of curiosity, Chu Mo stepped back slightly and then opened her eyes. Qian He. Seeing Qian He's concerned gaze, she quickly let go of her hands and stepped back a few more paces. Thinking of the embrace-like posture they had just shared, Chu Mo's face flushed with embarrassment. Thank goodness she was wearing gloves, otherwise she dared not imagine the scene. "Are you all right, Chu Mo?" Qian He asked with concern, seemingly unfazed by what had just happened. I'm fine. Sorry." Chu Mo quickly shook her head, feeling a bit embarrassed as she looked at Qian He before her. Today's blunder was truly monumental. First, everyone saw her in pink pajamas, and now this. Not only did she trip over nothing, but the one who caught her was none other than Qian He. Ren Hui, is the childhood betrothal still valid? Of course it is. Just look at these two, a perfect match. Liang Jie and Ren Hui made no attempt to hide their words from Chu Mo and Qian He. On the contrary, they seemed to deliberately raise their voices, as if whispering directly into the ears of Chu Mo and Qian He. Mom, in unison. Both Qian He and Chu Mo turned to look at their mothers. See how in sync these two little ones are. Exactly, in-laws. Hearing their daughter's protests, Liang Jie and Ren Hui only intensified their teasing instead of backing down. Creak, creak. Standing nearby, Chu Mo seemed to hear the sound of teeth grinding. She looked around, but found nothing unusual. Qian He's father even smiled amiably at Chu Mo. All right, enough teasing. Let's eat. Liang Jie glanced at the time and then spoke. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed her to the dining table to take their seats. Whether by design or accident, everyone except Chu Mo and Qian He sat closely together, leaving two adjacent seats for them. Of course, Qian Guorong was not willing to comply so easily, but as soon as he stood up, Ren Hui sitting beside him saw through his intentions. She reached out and gave a slight pinch to his waist, causing him to immediately put on a pained expression before obediently sitting back down. He looked at his wife with a hint of grievance, as if asking why she stopped him. But Ren Hui ignored him and turned to chat with Liang Jie. Arriving at the table, Chu Mo looked at the only two remaining seats and cast a suspicious glance at the others. She had every reason to believe they were doing this on purpose. Except for Qian Guorong, who gave her a slight nod and a smile, everyone else simply ignored her questioning look. "Come on, let's sit." Qian He. Chu Mo sighed, then pulled out a chair for Qian He. After Qian He was seated, she took her own seat. Sitting next to Qian He, Chu Mo felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles, her body tense. Qian He too was no better off. Qian He placed her hands on her lap, lowered her head, and sat there quietly. "Eat up, Qian He. Chu Mo, you're the host. How can you not properly entertain your guest? Why don't you pick some food for Qian He?" Exactly. Seeing that neither of them had started eating, Liang Jie spoke up. Chu Yun chimed in from the side. Okay. Since his mother had spoken, Chu Mo had no choice but to comply. He picked up a pancake, placed it in his hand, and then added cucumber, ginger shreds, and roast duck. After rolling it up, he dipped it in the sauce on the table, brought it to Qian He's mouth, and said, "Ah." Seeing this, Qian He shyly glanced at him, opened her mouth, and took a small bite, and then they were immediately married. Of course that was impossible. After dipping the sauce, Chu Mo finally placed the duck roll into Qian He's bowl. Thanks. Seeing Chu Mo personally prepare the duck roll for her, Qian He became even more bashful. She turned to look at him and whispered a thank you. Then she picked up the duck roll with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Watching this, Chu Mo couldn't help but recall the scene of him feeding her cake the day before. By the way, Qian-hee, I have a question. Chu Mo hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Qian-hee beside him. He finally asked, what is it? Swallowing the duck roll, Qian-hee tilted her head slightly and looked at Chu Mo with curiosity. She wondered what he wanted to ask. Well, you know, that life-sized hug pillow from yesterday. Where did you put it? Chu Mo thought for a moment, then leaned in and whispered in her ear. He assumed that Qian-hee would never keep the hug pillow on her bed. It must be on the bedroom carpet or the living room sofa. Chu Mo thought this as he looked at Qian-hee waiting for her reply. Aye. Upon hearing Chu Mo's inquiry, the usually composed Qian-hee instantly became flustered and at a loss for words. Recalling that scene from the previous night, Qian-hee momentarily didn't know how to respond. She couldn't possibly tell Chu Mo that she had placed his life-sized body pillow on her own bed. If she admitted that, how would Chu Mo perceive her? Would he misunderstand something? Countless thoughts flooded Qian-hee's mind. What's wrong? Chu Mo, noticing that Qian-hee seemed to have short-circuited, reached out and poked her arm curiously. Oh, it's nothing. I put that pillow on the living room sofa. I really didn't put your life-sized pillow on my bed. Coming back to her senses, Qian-hee frantically shook her head, her hands swaying back and forth along with it. It was the very essence of protesting too much. Oh, I see. Hearing Qian-hee's response, Chu Mo nodded. He naturally knew Qian-hee would never put his life-sized pillow on her bed to sleep with it. For some inexplicable reason, Chu Mo felt a strange sense of disappointment after hearing that response. Wait, why am I feeling disappointed? Chu Mo, who had just picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and was about to pop it into his mouth, suddenly realized the issue. Although there was an arranged childhood marriage between him and Qian-hee, this was obviously just a joke between adults. He absolutely must not take it seriously. Even if Qian-hee threw her life-sized doll into the trash, it had nothing to do with him at all. Though he knew Qian-hee would never do such a thing. Liang Jie, do you know what a comic convention is? Just as Chu Mo was bewildered by his own thoughts, a conversation between Ren Hui and Liang Jie suddenly caught his attention. Why were his mother and her friends suddenly talking about comic conventions? Chu Mo couldn't help but become alert, fearing his mother might spill some embarrassing secrets about him again. He had already had more than enough embarrassment today. If his mother revealed anything else about him, then he really would never be able to find a wife. What he meant was he would never be able to marry. Oh, I know. Young people these days love these new things. Hearing this, Liang Jie took a sip of milk from her cup and looked curiously at Ren Hui sitting beside her. Then, do you know the name of that cozer from the comic convention at the gymnasium yesterday? What was it called? Ren Hui momentarily forgot the cozer's name. Her name is Mao Er, dear. Qian Guorong, who was chatting with Chu Rong nearby, interjected with a timely reminder. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Mo, who was drinking cola, immediately choked upon hearing that name and couldn't stop coughing. Everyone's gaze instantly turned toward Chu Mo. Are you okay, Chu Mo? Seeing that he was choking, Qian-hee reached out and gently patted his back, asking with deep concern. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine, thank you, Qian-hee. Chu Mo shook his head, signaling he was all right, then set the water glass in his hand on the table. He had only been startled for a moment. Why had the conversation suddenly turned to him? Was his reputation really that big now? Oh, my dear daughter, are you heartbroken over your little fiancé? Seeing their daughter looking at Chu Mo with deep concern and gently patting his back, Ren Hui smiled knowingly and teased. In fact, even if Qian-hee were to tell Ren Hui right now that she had fallen for Chu Mo and wanted to marry him, Ren Hui wouldn't react too strongly. She might even be quite pleased. After all, Ren Hui had always been an open-minded person. To her daughter growing up and having someone she liked was simply a perfectly normal thing. Furthermore, Ren Hui and Liang Jie had always been inseparable best friends. If Qian-hee and Chu Mo truly fell in love and got married, it would be a wonderful occasion that further strengthened the bond between the two families. Mom. Hearing her mother's words, Qian-hee, who was still gently patting Chu Mo's back, instantly blushed. Oh, all right, Mom, won't say any more. Where were we? All right, do you know Mao Er? After saying this, Ren Hui turned her head back and continued chatting with Liang Jie. Yes, I know her. Why? Liang Jie glanced at Chu Mo, who was pretending to drink cola, but actually had all his attention fixed on them, and responded accordingly. She was also quite curious about what her best friend would say next. Actually, it's nothing much. My daughter just bought quite a lot of Mao Er cozer merchandise at the convention yesterday. She only took one particularly large pillow and left the rest of the merch to me and my husband. I thought if Chu Mo wanted any, I could give it to him. We won't really use it anyway. Ren Hui said this not because she disliked those items aesthetically, but simply because they felt too youthful and didn't suit her. Well, you should just ask Chu Mo directly. Son, do you want any? Suppressing her laughter, Liang Jie turned to look at Chu Mo, who had visibly relaxed. If she hadn't promised her son to keep the secret, Liang Jie would have already told her best friend that Chu Mo was actually Mao Er. Thank you, Aunt Ren, but I'm fine. I actually have quite a bit of Mao Er's merchandise too. Seeing his mother throw the question back at him, Chu Mo quickly declined to Rinhui. As for claiming to have plenty of merch, Chu Mo didn't consider that a lie. After all, he was Mao heir himself, so those clothes in his closet, even his computer, could all count as merchandise. Yes indeed, original merchandise. Oh I see. Then where do you keep all that merchandise? Wouldn't you have it on your bed, like Qianhe? When I went to wake Qianhe this morning, I saw her hugging that pillow while sleeping. She seemed to really like it. Without waiting for Chu Mo's response, Ren Hui continued speaking. Well, that's normal. Pillows are supposed to be slept with on beds, right? Hearing Ren Hui's words, Chu Mo quickly responded. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. What had Qianhe's mother just said? Qianhe was sleeping while hugging his life-sized pillow. Gulp. Chu Mo instinctively swallowed somewhat stiffly, turning his head to look at Qianhe beside him, who had her head lowered and dared not meet his gaze. Chu Mo opened his mouth, but ultimately said not a single word. Wow. After eavesdropping on the conversation between her mother and Qianhe's mother, Chu Yun, seated at the dining table, couldn't suppress the upward curve of her lips. What a shocking piece of gossip she had just overheard. Sister Qianhe was actually sleeping hugging a life-sized body pillow of her own brother. Hey, the young people nowadays sure play wild games. Chu Yun couldn't help but exclaim while stuffing her mouth with the food prepared by Liang Jie. She cast her gaze toward Chu Mo sitting nearby. At that moment, Chu Yun had a premonition that perhaps in the near future, she might have to call Sister Qianhe her sister-in-law. That didn't seem right. By then her brother might have completely turned into a sister. So should she call him brother-in-law? That wasn't right either. The genders didn't match. Forget it, never mind. After all, her brother and Sister Qianhe weren't even close, yet as she could think about this later. Chu Yun decisively chose to clear her mental background processes, deleting the file that had just been running. Qianhe. Seeing Qianhe, who had buried her head deeply into her own arms, Chu Mo was about to say something to ease the awkward situation. Whether it was due to excessive embarrassment or nervousness, or perhaps as if by fate, Chu Mo's hand accidentally knocked his chopsticks off the table onto the floor. With a clatter, before Chu Mo could react, the two chopsticks had already landed on the ceramic tiles. Seeing this, Chu Mo helplessly pursed his lips and then bent down to pick them up. I'll help you pick them up. At that moment, Qianhe, who had also heard the sound of the chopsticks falling, immediately turned sideways and bent down to retrieve them from the floor. As expected, with a thump, their heads collided solidly. Are you okay, Qianhe? At this moment, Chu Mo saw Qianhe's pained expression. Clearly, it was a heavy bump, and disregarding the chopsticks on the floor, he immediately asked with concern. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Qianhe covered her head with her left hand, her face showing pain. Yet upon hearing Chu Mo's caring words, she still managed to force a smile, not wanting him to worry. Are you really okay? Chu Mo now seemed at a loss, looking at Qianhe in front of him, momentarily unsure of what to do. He couldn't possibly reach out and touch Qianhe's head, blow on it, and whisper, pain, pain, fly away. Could he? Even if he did forget about whether it would work, he would definitely be treated as a pervert by everyone at the table. There's a murderous aura. Chu Mo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and shivered. Looking around aside from Qianhe's father, who kept smiling at him, Chu Mo noticed nothing unusual. Chu Mo, after dinner, remembered to take Qianhe to her room to get acquainted. After dinner, you can also take Qianhe out for a walk to familiarize her with the surroundings. Putting down her chopsticks, Liang Jie instructed Chu Mo. Although she trusted her son's ability to handle matters and people, she still needed to give instructions. Okay, no problem. Hearing his mother's words, Chu Mo nodded and readily agreed. Thinking that he would be living under the same roof with Qianhe for over a month, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Qianhe, if that brat Chu Mo bullies you, just call Annie, and I'll scold him for you. Seeing that Chu Mo had agreed, Liang Jie turned her gaze to Qianhe. Oh no, auntie, I trust Chu Mo. Chu Mo is a very good person, he would never bully me. Upon hearing Liang Jie's words, Qianhe quickly nodded in agreement, though there seemed to be a hint of defending Chu Mo. Mom, look, even Qianhe trusts me more than you do. Hearing his mother's words, Chu Mo looked at Liang Jie with some displeasure. What kind of talk was that? How could he possibly bully Qianhe? If he were to bully anyone, it would only be Chu Yun. Mom, if big brother bullies me, can I also call you to scold him? Chu Yun, who was beside him, swallowed the food in her mouth, took a sip of cola, and then looked at Liang Jie coquettishly. Oh, what did you say, Chu Yun? Mom didn't hear you. Renhui, let's talk about tomorrow's itinerary instead. Liang Jie decisively chose to ignore Chu Yun's request. She knew her daughter's nature all too well. Mom, humph. Even without your protection, a mere brother is nothing to me. Ahem, even without your protection, big brother will definitely protect me. Big brother is the best in the world. Before she could finish, Chu Yun saw her brother's gaze that seemed ready to devour her. Thus, Chu Yun decisively chose to follow her heart. After all, her mother would leave right after lunch, and for the next month no one would be able to protect her. The meal soon came to an end. Seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, Liang Jie and Chu Rong began clearing the table and Chu Yun stepped forward to help as well. Chu Mo and Qian He originally wanted to help, but they were shooed away by the others, told that Chu Mo should take Qian He to get familiar with her room. Seeing this, Chu Mo had no choice but to comply. He then picked up Qian He's suitcase and led her up the stairs. This is my room. Chu Mo first brought Qian He to his own room. Pushing the door open, he enthusiastically introduced the layout of his room. Stepping into Chu Mo's room, Qian He glanced around and eventually fixed her gaze on a patch of pink on Chu Mo's bed. This is my gaming desk. Usually Qian He, what are you looking at? While introducing his gaming desk, Chu Mo turned his head and noticed that Qian He's gaze was not on his desk. A bit puzzled, Chu Mo followed Qian He's line of sight to his bed. When he saw the pink pajamas he had worn this morning, alarm bells immediately went off in his mind. He had only remembered to change out of his pajamas this morning, but forgot to put them back in the closet. Chu Mo quickly grabbed the pajamas from the bed and in 3 steps dashed to the wardrobe door. He then opened the wardrobe belonging to Chu Mo the sister and hung the pajamas back inside. At this moment, Chu Mo clearly hadn't realized the severity of the situation. Chu Mo, you. What's wrong? Hearing Qian He's hesitant voice, Chu Mo looked at her, who was following behind him. Are all these your clothes? Qian He asked with some confusion, as Chu Mo's wardrobe actually contained skirts. Yeah, these are all. No, they're actually my sister's, Chu Mo's. She has many clothes and I have few, so they're stored in my room. She usually lives abroad and sometimes comes back to stay for a few days. Before he could finish, Chu Mo realized the gravity of the situation and quickly tried to cover up. Oh no, Qian He doesn't actually think I'm a cross-dressing maniac, does she? Chu Mo couldn't help but think to himself. After all, pink pajamas could be explained by personal preference, but the skirts in the wardrobe couldn't be explained away so easily. But isn't this your pajamas? Could it be? No, my wardrobe is full, so I put them in my sister's wardrobe. These are my own pajamas, not hers. Qian He, don't get any weird ideas. Seeing Qian He's reaction, Chu Mo hurriedly explained, knowing that if he didn't explain now, he would be permanently labeled as a pervert in Qian He's eyes. Oh, I see. Although Qian He felt something was off, she ultimately chose to believe Chu Mo. Come on, let me show you the others' rooms. Saying that, Chu Mo led Qian He out of his room. This is my sister's, this is my parents', and this is Chu Mo's the sister's. And this room is yours, Qian He. After introducing each room in turn, Chu Mo quickly brought Qian He to the room that his mother had already prepared for her. Opening the door, Qian He followed Chu Mo into her room. The room had little decoration with an overall soft and elegant color scheme. Liang Jia had thoughtfully placed a vase on the bedside table with a few flowers in it, and a faint floral fragrance filled the room. Well, if you feel you need any furniture or anything else, just let me know and I'll order it online for you. Turning his head to look at Qian He, Chu Mo added. No need, it's fine. Qian He shook her head, took the suitcase from Chu Mo's hand and placed it in the corner. Then let's go downstairs, Chu Mo said, then turned around. After all, the rooms in the house were all pretty similar, nothing much to see. He believed that with Qian He's intelligence, she wouldn't forget the location of her room. Chu Mo. My. Just then Qian He's voice sounded behind Chu Mo. Chu Mo instinctively turned to look at Qian He behind him. I look forward to your guidance from now on. Qian He's voice was still gentle, and sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon her. At that moment, a breeze happened to slip in through the window, gently playing with Qian He's hair. Seeing Qian He's hand extended toward him, Chu Mo was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered. Yes, I look forward to your guidance too, Qian He. Smiling slightly at Qian He firmly grasped her outstretched hand. Mom and Dad are leaving. Take good care of yourselves. Taking her suitcase from Chu Mo's hands, Liang Jia stood at the entrance looking down at Chu Mo and Chu Yun before her as she gave them her instructions. Okay, got it, no problem. Don't worry, Mom. If there's a bite of meat for me, there'll surely be enough for my little sister too. Chu Mo readily agreed, then reached over to pat Chu Yun on the shoulder, reassuring Liang Jia. Brother. Hearing this, Chu Yun reached out and playfully punched Chu Mo's back. With a sharp smack, Chu Yun seemed to hear something. You failed to penetrate the enemy's armor. A sudden sting shot through Chu Yun's palm the moment she struck Chu Mo. Chu Yun glanced down at her palm, now flushed red. Gazing at her grinning older brother, she quietly withdrew her hand. Can't win, can't win. Even with 10 of herself, she stood no chance against her brother in his male form. But if her brother were in female form, as an older sister, she might actually have a fighting chance. So, Chu Yun slowly lowered her gaze to Chu Mo's gloved hand. A bold and dangerous thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. But of course Chu Yun would merely think about it. She believed that if she actually did it, she might truly never see tomorrow's sun. Chizuru, make sure to cover yourself well with the blanket at night. Don't catch a cold. And eat less late-night snacks and drinks. Also, if you miss Dad, remember to give him a call. Oh, and woo-woo. Seeing her husband go on endlessly, Ren Hui swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. Once he starts talking, he never stops. Someone might think his daughter is going on a long journey. Kids, be good at home, okay? Saying this, Ren Hui dragged Qian Guorong out the door. Then we're leaving too. Don't miss mom and dad too much. Seeing this, Liang Jia said a few more words to Chu Mo and Qian He before dragging her suitcase and Chu Rong out. Click. Closing the door, the empty living room fell silent. Looking at Qian He beside her, who was also gazing back, Chu Mo suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Could Qian He really be living under the same roof as her? To confirm she wasn't dreaming, Chu Mo pinched Chu Yun's waist gently. Itchy hurts. Chu Yun wriggled her body, trying to dodge Chu Mo's left hand. Stepping aside, Chu Yun looked resentfully at Chu Mo, standing with Qian He. Stinky brother, what are you doing? Chu Yun assumed a defensive stance before asking. Nothing, just checking if you're daydreaming. Chu Mo grinned and spoke to Chu Yun's defensive posture. Seeing this reaction, Chu Mo realized this was definitely not a dream. Well, you're asking why I didn't pinch myself. Doesn't pinching myself hurt, right? You're the one daydreaming, humph. Qian He's sister, come play in my room. Let's ignore him. Chu Yun huffed, then turned to Qian He with a bright smile. Taking Qian He's hand before Chu Mo could react, Chu Yun had already pulled her upstairs. This girl, sigh? Chu Mo shook his head helplessly, then hurried upstairs. But Chu Mo didn't go straight to his room. Instead, he tiptoed quietly to Chu Yun's door. He then pressed his ear against the door, hoping to eavesdrop. Of course, first let's establish Chu Mo is definitely not a pervert. Secondly, while Chu Mo might be, whether he actually is remains uncertain. Holding his breath, Chu Mo carefully pressed his ear to the door crack, wanting to hear clearly what was happening inside. But fate didn't seem to favor Chu Mo. The moment he leaned his body against Chu Yun's door, a sudden weightlessness swept through him. The person who had just sat on Chu Yun's bed heard a bang as the unlatched door struck by external force slammed against the wall. Soon a figure barely stabilizing themselves appeared before the two. Brother, what are you? Chu Yun sat on the bed, eyeing her embarrassed brother skeptically. She had reason to suspect her brother was definitely trying to eavesdrop on her and Qian He's conversation. But unexpectedly, in her laziness, she hadn't closed the door properly, causing him to stumble right into her room. Oh well, it's just that the bed in my room is again. Cough cough. No, what I mean is, let's discuss where to have dinner. Standing by the bed, Chu Mo racked his brain and finally came up with a reasonable excuse. That was close. He almost said something weird. Huh. Where to eat? Qian He looked at Chu Mo puzzled. Hadn't they just finished lunch? Already thinking about dinner. Yet Qian He, since it's your first night staying at my place, shouldn't we go out for a proper meal? Right, Chu Yun? Chu Mo explained to Qian He, then turned to Chu Yun. But it was less of a look and more of a threat. Chu Yun felt that if she said no, her brother might disown her today. Yes. Seeing this, Chu Yun nodded in agreement. Alright, let's discuss it then. Seeing that he'd successfully covered up what just happened, Chu Mo breathed a sigh of relief and sat on Chu Yun's bed. But where to eat and what to eat was indeed a question. Let's see what to eat. Everyone search on your phones. After pondering for a moment, Chu Mo took out his phone and spoke to Qian He and Chu Yun beside him. Okay, you got it. Qian He and Chu Yun replied in unison, both pulling out their phones. Barbecue. No, we had that a few days ago. Japanese cuisine. What's good about those raw fish slices? They're both inedible and expensive, far worse than my own egg fried rice. Ding dong. Just as Chu Mo was pondering what to eat, the doorbell at his home suddenly rang. My. Chu Mo furrowed his brows, somewhat puzzled. Why would someone come to his house at this time? You guys keep chatting. I'll go check. Putting on his slippers, he turned to Qian He and Chu Yun, then headed downstairs to the entrance with curiosity. Who could it be? Still wondering, Chu Mo opened the front door. A familiar figure appeared before him. You're not busy. What are you doing at my place? Don't you have the fingerprint and password to my door lock? Chu Mo, looking utterly exasperated at Ding Yun standing before her, made a move to shut the door. She had wondered who it was coming to her house at this hour. Never did she expect it to be Ding Yun, that rascal. Hey, don't close the door. With our relationship, isn't it normal for me to come over and hang out? Seeing Chu Mo about to slam the door shut, Ding Yun quickly reached out and grabbed the doorknob, then swaggered into her home with a mischievous grin. Where are uncle and auntie? Gone on another trip. Stepping inside, Ding Yun deftly slipped into his own slippers, glanced around, and not spotting Liang Jia or Chu Rong, inquired. Yeah, exactly. So what's your real reason for coming? Chu Mo didn't believe for a second that Ding Yun would drop by just for fun. This guy who usually never leaves his house wouldn't come without a purpose. Something was definitely up. Well, the other day I struck it lucky and won a big prize. A 7-day trip for 2 to Thailand. Jealous, aren't you? Too bad someone here doesn't have such good fortune. Ding Yun sprawled on the sofa like a lord, turned his head, and taunted Chu Mo, who stood by. He seemed to have forgotten the embarrassment of wearing a maid's outfit. So you gave the trip to your parents? Watching Ding Yun lounging on the sofa, Chu Mo didn't call him out. Yep. Hey Chu Mo, you've got so many rooms here. Why don't I move in and live with you and Chu Yun? Ding Yun nodded, then added. After all, his parents wouldn't be back for 7 days, and staying home alone was boring. He might as well crash at Chu Mo's place. Get lost. The inn is full. No vacancies. Hearing this, Chu Mo curled her lip, then grabbed a throw pillow from the sofa and hurled it at Ding Yun. Thus Ding Yun's face enjoyed an intimate encounter with the pillow. Hey, with all the deep friendship between us, this is how you treat me. The inn is full, no vacancies. Who else lives here besides Chu Yun and you? Or are you hiding a concubine somewhere? Snatching the pillow from Chu Mo's hand and tossing it aside, Ding Yun teased her. As for the hiding a concubine nonsense, of course, he was just making it up. That kind of thing might happen to someone else, but with Chu Mo, Ding Yun would rather believe that Chu Mo herself was the concubine. You little brat. What nonsense are you spouting all day? Chu Mo, seeming a bit flustered, grabbed the pillow Ding Yun had thrown aside and started whacking him again. But this time the force was noticeably heavier, though Chu Mo, being sensible, didn't go all out. See, you're getting worked up. While blocking the incoming pillow with his hand, Ding Yun grinned cheekily. Brother, let's have hot pot tonight. Oh, it's brother Ding Yun. Just then Chu Yun's voice suddenly rang out. Chu Yun, hey there. Want to join us for dinner tonight? Is your brother hiding a concu? Fine. Whoa, Qian he. Chu Mo, you sly dog. When did this happen? I had no idea. You beast. Even a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its own burrow. Before he could finish his sentence, Ding Yun saw a familiar figure emerge from Chu Yun's room. At first he paid it no mind, thinking it was just one of Chu Yun's friends. But soon he realized something was off. That figure looked way too familiar. Wait, wasn't that Qian he? Realizing that the person coming out of Chu Yun's room was Qian he, Ding Yun's eyes flew wide open. Buddy, wait, you. Qian he just happened to drop by to hang out, right? She's not moving in, is she? Ding Yun looked from Qian he upstairs to the dumbfounded Chu Mo beside him, then spoke. Actually, I'm probably going to stay at Chu Mo's place for over a month. Before Chu Mo could say a word, Qian he from upstairs had already answered, then waved at Ding Yun downstairs. Bro, listen to me. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back and you'll reach the shore. Let's turn ourselves in. Upon hearing this, Ding Yun stood up, put his hand on Chu Mo's shoulder, and said with a straight face. Seriously, what are you thinking? Qian he's mom and my mom are best friends. This year they went on a trip together, and not wanting to leave Qian he alone, asked her to stay at my place. Chu Mo explained, knowing that if he didn't, Ding Yun would inevitably come up with something even more outrageous. Putting the pillow back on the sofa, Chu Mo sighed, then motioned for Ding Yun to follow. Come to my room. Chu Mo said, thinking that since Chu Yun was a girl, it wasn't appropriate for so many people to gather in her room. Well, yes, except for Ding Yun, everyone else was fine. Okay, sure. Okay, brother. Chu Mo, you don't trust me, do you? At Chu Mo's words, the three responded differently. Entering the room, Chu Mo turned on the bedroom air conditioner, then walked to the computer desk and plopped down on the chair. All right, Chu Yun, you said you wanted hot pot, right? Qian he, do you have any other cravings? Chu Mo completely ignored Ding Yun beside him and looked at Qian he, who was sitting on his bed, and asked, Hey Chu Mo, you're so biased towards the ladies, huh? Seeing himself completely overlooked, Ding Yun couldn't help but complain. So what do you want to eat? Chu Mo turned his head and asked Ding Yun. Anything's fine. Ding Yun thought for a moment, then replied. You? What the heck? Seeing Ding Yun take forever to just say, anything's fine, Chu Mo's temper flared. Just as he was about to go over and settle the score with Ding Yun, Qian he suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Let's decide on dinner first. Pulling at Chu Mo's sleeve, Qian he spoke. Fine, I'll listen to you, Qian he. Upon that, Chu Mo finally suppressed his urge to fight. Ding Yun sat back down and shot Ding Yun a glare. So Qian he, what do you feel like eating? Chu Mo asked, wondering which restaurant she had in mind. Let's go to this hot pot and barbecue buffet place. It's on the pedestrian street. Hearing this, Qian he held up her phone and handed it to Chu Mo. All right, this place it is. Any objections? Chu Mo glanced at Chu Yun and Ding Yun. Even though he might not take their opinions, he still had to go through the motions. No. Chu Yun shook her head, offering no comment. What about you? Seeing Chu Yun had no opinion, Chu Mo turned to Ding Yun. I think. All right, we've decided on this restaurant. We'll leave at 4:30. Before Ding Yun could finish, Chu Mo cut him off decisively and settled the dinner spot. Oh my god, finally here. Ding Yun barely got out of the car, supporting himself with his hands on his thighs, dry heaving. When they left, they happened to hit the evening rush hour. Moreover, the ride-hailing car they took was an electric vehicle, and the interior air freshener was very strong. Therefore, not only Ding Yun, but also Chu Mo and the others were feeling quite uncomfortable. Come on, let's go buy a bottle of water from that vending machine over there. Chu Mo took a few deep breaths, forcing down the nauseous feeling, then beckoned everyone to follow him. Arriving at the vending machine, Chu Mo directly selected 4 bottles of water and paid with his phone. After retrieving the ice-cold bottled water from the dispenser and distributing it to everyone, Chu Mo eagerly twisted off the cap. As the cool water entered his mouth, he could even feel the cold liquid flowing down his throat into his stomach. Refreshing. Chu Mo let out a long sigh, then leaned against the railing by the river on the pedestrian street, looking at the people around him. An indescribable feeling welled up in Chu Mo's heart. The evening breeze brushed across his face, and he felt an immense sense of peace, relaxation, and tranquility. Perhaps this was what people often called spiritual fulfillment. Looking up at the sky, Chu Mo couldn't help thinking. Chu Mo, what are you thinking about? At that moment, His face appeared in Chu Mo's line of sight. Oh, nothing, I just feel. Well, how should I put it? I'm really happy being with you all. Looking at he in front of him, Chu Mo pondered for a moment, and then spoke. This was indeed the truth. Wasn't living just for those few moments. Apart from those few moments, isn't everyone just repeating the same monotonous, nearly unchanging routine each day? Ooh la la, happy with you all. Are you sure it's not just happy with He? Right, Chu Yun? Ding Yun's voice rang out at this moment. After drinking the water, he had clearly recovered, and now had the energy to start teasing Chu Mo sarcastically. Oh, what did you say? The wind is too strong, I can't hear you. Whatever you say, I have no comment. Seeing Ding Yun throw the question to her, Chu Yun didn't even think, and promptly chose to play it safe. After all, she would still need to rely on her own brother for some time. As for this kind of low-quality suicide mission, she might as well not get involved. Indeed, Chu Yun had already looked down on such ordinary self-destructive methods. In her eyes, if you were going to mess around, you might as well go big. For example, pulling off her brother's gloves right now, and making him transform into Chu Mo in front of Sister He. Of course, Chu Yun was just thinking about it. After all, this was somewhat beyond the scope of messing around. It had already touched the edge of seeking death. Hey Chu Yun, what are you afraid of? Someone like your brother, I can handle him alone. Chu Mo, no bro, Chu, I'm just kidding, don't be mad. Ding Yun, who had been trying to get the upper hand verbally, suddenly saw Chu Mo take out his phone and open his photo album. Then Ding Yun saw a picture of himself wearing a maid outfit interacting with someone and feeding them cake. That wasn't the worst part. The worst was that Chu Mo had even selected the share option. If Chu Mo's finger moved just a little, the photo of Ding Yun in cross-dressing would be instantly sent to Ding Zheng. Ding Yun had thought that no one else except he knew about his cross-dressing. But he didn't expect that Chu Mo had somehow obtained his cross-dressing photo. Most importantly, he had initially avoided telling his parents the conditions for claiming the grand prize, just to stop them from asking further questions. Wait, cross-dressing photo. Ding Yun seemed to think of something, then copied the same move, and took out his phone, pulling up a photo of Mao Er. Chu Mo, this cosplayer looks so much like you. What do you think Annie would think if I sent her your cross-dressing photo? You. Despicable. Seeing this, Chu Mo barely suppressed the urge to laugh, exchanged a glance with he and Chu Yun, and then started his acting. I never thought the day would come when I'd have you Chu Mo in my grip. Seeing Chu Mo's reaction, Ding Yun couldn't help but laugh. He completely failed to notice that he and Chu Yun were looking at him with expressions like they were watching a big fool. You don't do anything reckless. What are your terms? Seeing Ding Yun like this, Chu Mo's playful side emerged, and he wanted to have a good game with Ding Yun. But as if fate had decreed it, at that moment a passerby accidentally bumped into the hand Chu Mo was holding up. Yeah, that's right, such a coincidence. Through a series of coincidences, Ding Yun's photo was sent out by Chu Mo. Hey, it was an accident. Chu Mo clearly hadn't expected things to turn out this way and hurriedly tried to tap her call. However, Ding Zheng, who was far away in another country, seemed to be a bit faster than Chu Mo. Before Chu Mo could retract the photo, Ding Zheng's message had already come through. Ding Zheng MMIC. Chu Mo, uncle, it's not what you think. Chu Mo, Ding Yun was just playing around. Ding Zheng, I understand. Is Ding Yun with you? Ding Zheng, tell him he doesn't need to convey his feelings to us through you. Ding Zheng, we've already prepared ourselves mentally. If he's willing, we'll find a hospital for him right away. Looking at the message from Ding Zheng, everyone's eyes instantly turned to Ding Yun. According to Ding Yun's father's implication, Ding Yun had actually long harbored the desire to become a girl. Chu Mo felt he had stumbled upon a shocking secret. If you wanted to become a girl, you should have said so earlier. I'd give you my physique. I don't want to become a girl. Chu Mo couldn't help but complain inwardly. No, I didn't, I'm not, don't misunderstand. Seeing the looks everyone was giving him, Ding Yun panicked, and his hand, holding the phone, trembled. Then the photo of Mao Er was also sent. Just like Ding Zheng, Liang Jie replied very quickly. However, unlike Ding Zheng's style, Liang Jie's response was a bit more youthful. Everyone looked at the message from Liang Jie. Liang Jie loved to see it send more. Looking at the chat history between Ding Yun and his own mother, Chu Mo couldn't help but nod. That sounded just like something his own mother would say. Hello, may I ask how many guests? Do you have a reservation? After Ding Yun and Ding Zheng finished explaining, the group arrived at the self-service hot pot and barbecue restaurant they had chosen for lunch. Our reservation. Hearing this, Ding Yun, who was walking at the front, froze for a moment, then leaned forward to peer into the restaurant. He discovered that the restaurant was now packed with customers. The only empty tables were clearly reserved for those who had made reservations. What do we do? Wait, or what? Ding Yun turned back to look at the group and asked. It was obviously impossible to ask the other customers to vacate a table for them. The only options were to wait or go somewhere else to eat. Don't worry, who told you we have no reservation? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, clearly waiting for his decision, Chu Mo no longer kept it a secret. Under the expectant gaze of the group, Chu Mo took out his phone and displayed the restaurant reservation number. All right, everyone, please follow me. Table A086. Oh, welcome to Lu Fuxing Hot Pot Restaurant. Welcome to Lu Fuxing Hot Pot Restaurant. The waitstaff who were attending to customers all chimed in simultaneously. A good thing you're reliable, brother. Right, Sister Qianhe? Just as they reached the table, Chu Yun had already taken a seat. This time we really have Chu Mo to thank. Qianhe nodded in agreement and was about to sit next to Chu Yun. However, a figure suddenly flashed past. By the time Qianhe reacted, Ding Yun had already seated himself beside Chu Yun. Qianhe, you sit with Chu Mo. I'm exhausted, I'm not getting up. Ding Yun grinned at Qianhe, who was standing before him, then, while she wasn't looking, winked at Chu Mo. Alright Chu Mo, you don't mind, do you? Seeing this, Qianhe had no choice but to accept Ding Yun's suggestion, then looked at Chu Mo beside her a bit sheepishly and asked, Oh, what are you saying? Of course I don't mind, Chu Mo hurriedly said. How could he possibly mind Qianhe? After all, Qianhe and he had a child. Even without that connection, he couldn't possibly mind. He scolded himself for his wandering thoughts. After this little episode, Qianhe and Chu Mo ended up sitting together. Since this self-service restaurant used QR code ordering, the group didn't have to get up and fetch their food like at other buffet places. They took out their phones, scanned the QR code on the table, and quickly started ordering. By the way, Chu Mo, you said earlier that Qianhe's mother and your mother were best friends, and you met Qianhe when you were kids, right? Ding Yun, who was ordering, suddenly looked up and spoke to Chu Mo, who was sitting opposite him. Yes, what's up? Chu Mo put down his phone and looked at Ding Yun with curiosity, wondering why he had suddenly asked that question. Chu Mo eyed Ding Yun warily, sensing a bad premonition. So, is there any engagement or something between you and Qianhe? I've seen it on TV dramas that two people who don't know each other's identity suddenly find out that the other was their childhood playmate. Then the parents talk, and they discover that they were actually betrothed to each other as children. Ding Yun said nonchalantly, his right thumb scrolling on the screen, not noticing that the expressions of the two in front of him were gradually turning odd. Why aren't you saying anything? Why is everyone silent? Ding Yun looked up again, confusedly glancing at Chu Yun beside him and the two opposite. Wait, you Chu Mo, you and Qianhe. You two actually have that. So that means Qianhe is your wife. Damn it, Chu Mo. I want a wife too. Find one for me. Seeing this, Ding Yun instantly realized that his casual remark had turned out to be true. This is a bit tricky. Tricky. If it's tricky, then don't do it at all. Hearing this, Ding Yun tossed a toothpick into his mouth, then grabbed the table with both hands ready to flip it. Everyone saw Ding Yun suddenly stand up and then exert a great force. And then, well, that was that. Nowadays, hot pot restaurants typically fix the tables to the floor to prevent them from tipping over and scalding customers. Big fool spring, let's sit down, it's embarrassing. Chu Yun, sitting beside Ding Yun, felt the gazes from all around, twitched her mouth, then tugged at Ding Yun's clothes. A man stands between heaven and earth. I, Ding Yun, am at least a man of iron will. I'm going to the restroom first, you all do as you please. With that, Ding Yun left his seat under everyone's gaze and headed straight for the restroom. Forget about him, let's order first. Seeing this, Chu Mo shook his head helplessly. He was already used to Ding Yun's occasional outbursts. What's wrong, Qianhe? Don't you like it? Turning to look at Qianhe beside him, Chu Mo asked curiously. Perhaps due to the spicy aroma in the restaurant, Chu Mo felt that Qianhe's face was much redder than it had been outside. But Chu Mo didn't pay too much attention. No, nothing, I don't dislike it, let's hurry up. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Qianhe shook her head. She absolutely hadn't been thinking wildly because of Ding Yun's remark that she was Chu Mo's wife. And she absolutely hadn't imagined what it would be like to marry Chu Mo. Even if she and Chu Mo had a childhood betrothal, they were definitely innocent. That's right. But then Qianhe quickly thought of something. If they were innocent, then how should she account for the fact that she was living in Chu Mo's house? Forget it. Anyway, I'm innocent with Chu Mo, that's what matters. Qianhe decisively cleared her mind and focused on the menu on her phone. Just as Chu Mo and the others had placed their order and were wondering why Ding Yun was taking so long in the restroom, a heart-rending scream suddenly came from the men's room. The three at the table exchanged glances. That voice seemed to be Ding Yun's. I'll go check it out. Seeing this, Chu Mo sighed helplessly, then stood up to go investigate. After all, among those present, he was the only male left. He couldn't very well send Qianhe and Chu Yun, could he? Or maybe if he transformed into Chu Mo now, he wouldn't have to deal with it. No, this thought is very dangerous. Chu Mo quickly deleted that thought and put it in the mental recycle bin. Chu Mo, save me. The moment Chu Mo took a step toward the men's room, he saw Ding Yun rushing toward him. It's gone. What do you mean? What's gone? Chu Mo looked at Ding Yun, who had thrown himself into her arms with a face of utter despair on the verge of tears, and pushed him away with disgust. Looking at Ding Yun before her, Chu Mo couldn't help but wonder what exactly was it that Ding Yun claimed was lost. Could it be? A bold conjecture suddenly dawned on her. Then she watched Ding Yun shift his gaze downward and carefully examined his own hands. Could it be that her constitution had truly been transferred to this brat Ding Yun? But Ding Yun didn't seem to have changed much. Could it be that her constitution had undergone a transformation within him? Chu Mo speculated, looking at the terrified and frantic Ding Yun. If that were really the case, Chu Mo felt she would owe Ding Yun a debt of gratitude for life. However, Ding Yun's next words shattered her fantasy. My innocence is gone." As he spoke, Ding Yun vigorously rubbed his right cheek, then hid behind Chu Mo, as if fleeing from some terrifying pursuer. Innocence? What innocence? Chu Yun and Qian He standing nearby were equally bewildered. They stared at Ding Yun trembling behind, Chu Mo utterly clueless. But the appearance of a figure soon dispelled their confusion. "Sweetheart, don't run away. Last time at KFC you left without a word. It truly broke my heart." They noticed a young man leisurely emerging from the men's restroom, a lingering smile of anticipation on his lips. Chu Mo's lips twitched slightly as she felt Ding Yun trembling behind her. She was tempted to shout, "Here's the person you're looking for." But Chu Mo ultimately restrained herself. After all, if she did that, she feared Ding Yun might give up on himself and actually buy a ticket to Thailand. That would be taking things too far. Then how would she address Ding Yun? Brother? Sister? Little sister? Or perhaps sister-in-arms? Chu Mo's thoughts drifted further. After all, she never knew when she might completely transform into Chu Mo, the male version. If Ding Yun really went to Thailand and had a little surgery, then she would have no choice but to become sisters with him. Maybe that's not so bad. I shouldn't suffer alone. Chu Mo pondered the feasibility and found it acceptable. After all, as the saying goes, brothers share joy alone and hardship together. Ding Yun hiding behind Chu Mo suddenly sensed a dangerous aura and felt a foreboding. But at that moment he was terrified of moving lest he be discovered by the young man he had met during his first offline meeting with Qian He. All Ding Yun could do was clutch Chu Mo's clothes tightly, silently praying to the heavens to escape this calamity. "Sweetheart, where are you? Don't hide. I see you. You seemed to enjoy touching my leg last time, didn't you?" The young man kept muttering Ding Yun's name, passing by table after table. He seemed determined to find Ding Yun no matter what. "Sister Qian He, who is this? Why is Ding Yun so scared?" Chu Yun, sitting opposite Qian He, who was watching the drama unfold, asked. It was the first time she had seen Ding Yun display such terror, as if the young man had done something terrible to him. "All this. It's a long story. When your brother and I met offline, Ding Yun mistook that young man for me. And then, well, you know." Qian He gave Chu Yun a knowing smile. "I see. But logically, brother Ding Yun isn't so foolish as to mistake a girl for a guy. Even if you sister Qian He and my brother and Ding Yun never voice chatted during games. Someone as gentle as you should be identifiable as a girl through your words, right?" Chu Yun nodded thoughtfully, then seemed to recall something and asked again, setting aside whether Ding Yun could tell her own brother should have known, unless. Chu Yun's gaze shifted to Qian He, seeking an answer. "Oh well, it's." Qian He found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to Chu Yun's question. After all, the things she had said in the game and in the group chat were both aggressive and embarrassing to an extreme degree. But since meeting Ding Yun and Chu Mo in person, she had toned down considerably. Don't come near me." Just as Qian He was struggling to answer, Ding Yun's heart-rending screams rang out again, instantly drawing Chu Yun's attention. Seeing Chu Yun's focus diverted, Qian He let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness at least Ding Yun was still there to distract her. But why was Ding Yun screaming so miserably all of a sudden? Curious, Qian He turned her head as well. She saw Ding Yun, terrified, gripping Chu Mo's clothes, staring at the young man in front. Clearly the young man had also spotted Ding Yun. He wasn't in a hurry. He just walked forward slowly, step by step. "Ding Yun, do you know why the supporting characters in horror movies always die so quickly?" Chu Mo suddenly turned to the terrified Ding Yun and asked. I don't know. Help me, Chu Mo. Your bro's chastity is at stake." Ding Yun was in no mood to answer Chu Mo's question. "Oh, don't panic. Let me tell you, it's not just because they like to split up. The key point is that when they encounter danger, all they do is scream for help and nothing else." Chu Mo said calmly. After all, the young man was after Ding Yun, not her. What did it have to do with her? Oh, what else would I shout besides help? What should I flip him off and yell, "Come and get me"? Ding Yun retorted, baffled. He couldn't understand how Chu Mo could think of asking such a question in this tense situation. "Don't you get it? Instead of shouting for help, why not just run?" Chu Mo turned to Ding Yun, a look of disappointment on her face. She had overestimated Ding Yun's intelligence. Such an obvious truth eluded him. "Oh, you're right. I can run. I'm off. Bye." Ding Yun, suddenly enlightened, released his grip on Chu Mo and bolted away. "Hey, sweetheart, are you playing hard to get again?" Seeing Ding Yun flee, the young man quickened his pace and followed him out of the hot pot restaurant. Watching the two figures disappear into the night, Chu Mo turned back and sat down again. It seemed Ding Yun would be occupied for a while. "Hello, your dishes are all here. Please enjoy." "And the other gentleman?" "Oh, just put the dishes here. The other person will come back on his own later." Looking at the waiter, who seemed to want to say something, but stopped, Chu Mo spoke. Although he didn't trust Ding Yun, he still believed in Ding Yun's dumb luck. After all, a fool has luck, right? "Okay, enjoy your meal." After hearing Chu Mo's reply, the waiter left the table and went to serve other customers. Let's start then. Ding Yun won't be back anytime soon. Just put some food in a bowl for him. Chu Mo adjusted the hot pot and grill to level 5 and put the beef and other hot pot ingredients into the spicy beef tallow pot. Chu Mo picked up the tongs and began to grill the marinated Orlan-style chicken wings for Qianhe and Chu Yun. The moment the chicken wings touched the grill, they sizzled. Sister Qianhe, so are you planning to marry my brother? Chu Yun, who was staring blankly at the grilled chicken wings, suddenly looked up at Qianhe and spoke. Cough, Chu Yun, why are you suddenly asking this? Qianhe, who was drinking water, choked instantly upon hearing Chu Yun's question, almost losing her breath. The question Chu Yun asked was indeed too difficult, Qianhe really couldn't handle it. She hadn't even confirmed her relationship with Chu Mo or started dating yet, so why was Chu Yun suddenly asking her this? Although regarding marrying Chu Mo, she seemed should probably not opposed. But isn't this speed a bit too fast? I'm just asking. After all, Sister Qianhe, aren't you and my brother engaged by a childhood betrothal? Chu Yun continued speaking, then turned her head to look at Chu Mo, who was brushing oil on the grill and seemed not interested in the question she had just asked. Seeing that her brother seemed to have no reaction, Chu Yun looked back at Qianhe, who was deep in thought. Well, that betrothal is just a betrothal. But it was arranged by our parents, and it doesn't really have much to do with me and Chu Mo. After all, marriage nowadays is about mutual consent. There's no such thing as childhood betrothals. And, mid-sentence, Qianhe suddenly hesitated, her eyes wavering. She seemed to hesitate whether to say it. And in what? Although Chu Mo's expression remained normal, and he was still grilling chicken wings for everyone. But Chu Mo's attention was clearly focused on Qianhe. Although he was very curious about what Qianhe would say next, he dared not show that he was interested in this topic. After all, if he really did that, not to mention Qianhe, that girl Chu Yun would definitely tease him about this for a while. Go on, Sister Qianhe. We're all family here. Don't be shy. Seeing Qianhe hesitate, Chu Yun thought for a moment and decided to push her a bit. After all, even a fool could see that her brother and Sister Qianhe had something going on. Chu Yun thought to herself. Wait, by that logic, wouldn't I be the fool? Chu Yun suddenly sensed something off. According to that reasoning, the fool could be herself. Oh well, whatever. She sighed, thinking how much she had to worry about for this family. Seeing that Qianhe was about to say the last part, Chu Mo and Chu Yun couldn't help but get excited. They both perked up their ears, ready to listen to Qianhe's true feelings. And even if I agree. Ah damn, I'm exhausted. Finally got rid of that guy. Just as Qianhe was about to let the words out, a figure suddenly plopped down beside Chu Yun. Ding Yun picked up his water cup from the table, drank it all in one gulp, and was about to tell everyone about his heroic deed just now. Ding Yun keenly sensed 2 bursts of murderous intent, and his back felt chilly. However, he didn't pay much attention, just feeling that the atmosphere was a bit odd. Looking at the smiling Chu Yun beside him, and Chu Mo, who was looking at him with a kind face, Ding Yun didn't realize the severity of the situation. Did something happen just now? Qianhe, were you about to say something? Seeing everyone silent, Ding Yun looked at Qianhe across from him and asked. Oh no, I wasn't going to say anything. Hearing Ding Yun's words, Qianhe firmly shook her head. The courage she had mustered just now had dissipated the moment Ding Yun spoke. Oh, I see. Ding Yun nodded, didn't ask more, and looked at Chu Mo, who was grilling meat. Xiao Mozi, give Zie. No, give me another chicken wing. As soon as the words came out, Ding Yun realized the mistake. Zajia was a term used by eunuchs, so why did he accidentally say it? He was no eunuch. Ding Yun, a man of honor, how could he be such a lowly person? Grilled chicken wings. I'll grill chicken wings for you. I'll grill your wings, you know what I mean. Chu Mo forced a smile and said to Ding Yun in front of him. Oh, of course. What's yours and mine? We ordered them, so let's eat together. Really, Chu Mo, why are you being so polite? Ding Yun obviously didn't catch Chu Mo's implied meaning. You? Ah, forget it. Hearing Ding Yun's reply, Chu Mo felt his vision darken, almost losing his breath. He could only shake his head helplessly, then picked a chicken wing and grilled it for Ding Yun. How did you get rid of that guy? While flipping the chicken wing, Chu Mo asked. Just ran. There were a lot of people today, so I just ran around and soon lost sight of him. Then I came back the same way. Oh, how can you be sure he wasn't messing with you? Maybe he's watching you from somewhere. Putting the 4 chicken wings onto everyone's plates, Chu Mo said to the eager Ding Yun. Ooh, hot, how could that be? If so, I'll immediately help. As Ding Yun was gnawing on a chicken wing, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a familiar figure smiling at him through the restaurant's glass. Run. We'll keep your food. Go out the back door. Following Ding Yun's gaze, Chu Mo waved helplessly at him. This was something they couldn't help with. Ding Yun's own doing had to be resolved by himself. Let him be, there's nothing we can do to help. Let's eat. Watching Ding Yun flee in panic, Chu Mo shrugged, withdrew his gaze, and said to the 2 beside him. Chu Mo had a premonition that Ding Yun wouldn't be back for a while. Hearing this, Chu Yun and Qian, he both nodded in agreement. By the way, brother, any other plans after we finish eating? It's not every day we all get together. We can't just go home after a meal, can we? Taking a sip of fruit tea, Chu Yun swallowed the chicken wing in her mouth and looked at her brother across the table. If they went back just like that, she felt she hadn't had enough fun. After all, the happiest part of a holiday is always the first few days. Later on, people start to feel bored, even a little dull. Chu Yun was now in that state of boredom. Every day she woke up, looked at her phone, played on the computer, ate, then played on the computer again, looked at her phone, and went to sleep. She repeated the same leisure activities every day. Makes sense. Qian, any place you'd like to go? Chu Mo nodded, agreeing with Chu Yun's point. Since they finally managed to get everyone together for a gathering, how could they just go home after a meal? Especially since it seemed one lucky fellow might not even get to eat. You decide, Chu Mo. I'll follow your lead. After hearing Chu Mo's question, Qian, he thought for a moment, but at that moment, she didn't seem to have any particular place she wanted to go or activities she wanted to do. How about karaoke? Chu Mo lowered his head in thought for a while before finally making a decision. After all, asking a local resident to think of fun places. Excluding various miscellaneous attractions, Chu Mo would tell you plainly in Xingxing only the phone and computer are the most fun. Everything else is just a gimmick. Of course, Chu Mo couldn't possibly suggest that everyone go home and play on their phones. So after some deliberation, he decided to take everyone to karaoke. Karaoke? Brother, are you sure? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow as if remembering something, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. Of course, 100% sure. Don't you trust your brother's singing skills? Chu Mo said with full confidence. He had a decent sense of his own singing ability. Though he wasn't quite at the level of a Mike Hogg, his voice was still within the range of listenable. No, I didn't say you sing badly, brother. It's just... Seeing her brother misunderstand, Chu Yun raised her hand and pointed at the empty seat beside her. She knew very well how her brother sang. It wasn't that she was worried about him. Seeing Chu Yun's gesture, Chu Mo immediately understood. Oh no, how could he forget about that? Could he still change his mind now? Realizing the situation might be a bit serious, Chu Mo began to regret his decision. What's wrong? Does Ding Yun sing terribly? Seeing the expressions on Chu Mo and Chu Yun's faces, Qian, he was puzzled. She patted Chu Mo beside her and asked. After all, if Ding Yun's singing wasn't particularly bad, why would Chu Yun and Chu Mo react so strongly? Well, it's not that. Forget it, let's just go to karaoke. Hearing Qian He's words, Chu Mo hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make up his mind, and firmly decided that they would go to karaoke. All right, as you say. Qian He nodded and suppressed her doubts. As for the mystery, she would find out when they sang later. Okay, eat up. There's still plenty of meat. Seeing Qian He agreed, Chu Mo picked up a few pieces of meat and put them in her bowl, urging her. Thank you, Chu Mo. You should eat more too. Seeing Chu Mo serve her food, Qian He picked up the tongs on the other side of the table and put some food in his bowl. Then after watching him eat it, she turned her attention back to her own bowl. Ew, the sour smell of love is starting to waft out. Chu Yun, sitting across from them, muttered under her breath, but didn't say anything more. After all, if Sister Qian He were to become her, well, the title didn't matter. She just meant that. Chu Yun momentarily didn't know how she would address Qian He in the future. I wonder how Ding Yun is doing. While scooping meat from the hot pot, Chu Mo imagined Ding Yun's current miserable state, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. He was sure Ding Yun wasn't faring well now. He should finish eating quickly and then go rescue that kid. Even if he couldn't help much, at least he could collect the body. The bubbling of the hot pot and the sizzling of the grill formed a symphony that satisfied countless foodies. Welcome, please come again. Phew, I'm so full. Walking out of the self-service hot pot restaurant, Chu Mo patted his slightly bulging stomach and took deep breaths of fresh air. As Chu Mo had expected, Ding Yun never returned even after everyone finished eating. Come on, let's go find Ding. Before he could finish, Chu Mo saw Qian He, who was standing opposite him, suddenly look at him seriously. Then she took a wet wipe from her sling bag. Chu Mo thought she would hand it to him and reached out to take it. But soon his raised hand froze in midair. Don't move, Chu Mo. Look, the oil at the corner of your mouth isn't clean. Stepping close to Chu Mo, Qian He carefully wiped the corner of his mouth. My brother is no longer a child. Chu Yun sighed at the sight. But this little episode quickly ended with Chu Mo flustered. Then they set out to search for Ding Yun. If you asked why they didn't call Ding Yun's phone, Chu Mo would just tell you to watch more movies. How many supporting characters have been discovered by the killer because of one phone call from the protagonist? As if arranged by fate, Chu Mo and his group soon found traces of Ding Yun and that boy. At that moment, Ding Yun and the boy were both leaning on the railing of the riverside pedestrian street, seemingly chatting. Seeing this, Chu Mo and the others exchanged glances and quickened their pace. It looked like there was some juicy gossip. But when they overheard snippets of Ding Yun and the boy's conversation, their expressions gradually turned strange. Boy, are you really willing to? Ding Yun, willing, of course I am willing. Boy, then what about our relationship? Ding Yun, as long as we keep in touch, our relationship will surely get better and better. Boy, thank you for accepting me. Ding Yun, it's nothing, a small matter. Saying that, Ding Yun gave the boy a hug under the gaze of everyone. No, has Ding Yun fallen so easily? Watching this scene and listening to the conversation between Ding Yun and that boy Chu Mo was somewhat incredulous. What did I just hear? Oh no, oh no. Now how am I supposed to explain this to Ding Yun's parents? Am I supposed to tell them that their son no longer wants to become a girl, but he has fallen in love with a man? Maybe I should just pretend I didn't see anything, otherwise I'll be in a really tough spot. Thinking this, Chu Mo couldn't help but stop his forward steps. Chu Yun and Qian He, who had also overheard Ding Yun's conversation with that boy, were clearly shocked as well. Everyone simultaneously halted, standing still in place. Brother. Just as Chu Mo was still immersed in the shock, he suddenly felt a tug at his clothes. Then he saw Chu Yun leaning close to him. What's wrong? Chu Mo looked at Chu Yun with some confusion, not knowing what she was up to. Brother, I think you need to guard against not only Ding Yun falling for sister Chu Mo. You also need to watch out for yourself. Huh? Odd. After hearing Chu Yun's words, Chu Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. Seriously, no matter whether Ding Yun's sexual orientation changes or not, I'm always the one who gets hurt. If that's really the case, I have to admit that Ding Yun kid is really a devoted lover. At the mere thought of that scene, Chu Mo couldn't help but shudder. If it really came to that, then he might as well just become Chu Mo himself. I've already sent a friend request, just accept it. Ding Yun put his phone back into his pocket, then looked at the boy in front of him and said goodbye. I, Ding Yun, am truly blessed by the heavens. Having resolved his chastity issue, Ding Yun was in high spirits and couldn't help humming a little tune. He was about to return the same way to find Chu Mo and the others at the restaurant. Then Ding Yun noticed Chu Mo's group not far away staring at him. Seeing everyone, Ding Yun excitedly ran over. Just as he was about to tell them how he had turned foes into friends, he saw that everyone, upon seeing him, stepped back in unison, as if they were afraid of something. Oh, what's wrong? Ding Yun looked at this scene with some confusion, then turned around, but didn't find anything unusual. It's nothing. Ding Yun, as your good buddy, I'll keep your secret. Chu Mo took a deep breath as if mentally prepared, then reached out and put his hand on Ding Yun's shoulder. He said seriously. Chu Mo had just made up his mind, no matter what, Ding Yun would always be his good brother. Of course, only a good brother. I'll keep what secret? Ding Yun was clearly confused by Chu Mo's words. He didn't have any secret that needed keeping. Ding Yun was always a law-abiding citizen, okay? Come on, Ding Yun, stop pretending we all heard just now. Chu Yun also spoke up at this moment. Since her brother was too embarrassed to say it, she would say it for him. I heard. Oh, you mean this? Come on, there's nothing to keep secret. We've turned hostilities into friendship. I've already made friends with him. After hearing Chu Yun's words, Ding Yun suddenly realized and quickly explained the situation to everyone. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing Ding Yun's words, Chu Mo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't what he thought. What did you think? I see you still have some charm left, little Mo. Come on, be good, let me see. Ding Yun seemed to guess what Chu Mo was thinking just now, then revealed a sly grin and said, 666, I think you're really hungry. Chu Mo curled his lips, then reached out and knocked away Ding Yun's outstretched hand. Hey, you know what, I am actually hungry. Hearing this, Ding Yun patted his stomach. But indeed it was true. So far, Ding Yun's dinner had only been a few sips of drink and a chicken wing Chu Mo had given him. Other than that, nothing else had entered his stomach. Then hurry up and buy something to eat. We'll go sing karaoke later. Seeing that Ding Yun was really hungry, Chu Mo naturally couldn't just drag him off to sing. Huh, karaoke? Damn, forget eating. Let's go straight away. With karaoke on the table, who needs food? Let's go. Hearing this, Ding Yun instantly became energized like he'd had a shot of chicken blood. You said it, don't blame us if you get hungry later. As if he had expected Ding Yun's reaction, Chu Mo didn't say anything more. By the way, Qian, when I first ran back to the hot pot restaurant, did you really not say anything? I feel like Chu Mo really cared about it. Since the karaoke place was on the pedestrian street, everyone could just walk there. Ding Yun, who had been humming a tune at the front, suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look at Qian, who was walking beside Chu Mo, and asked. Somehow, maybe it was the years of tacit understanding between him and Chu Mo. Although in others' eyes Chu Mo seemed the same as usual, completely indifferent to the conversation between Qian He and Chu Yun. But in Ding Yun's eyes, he felt that Chu Mo was really concerned about what Qian He was about to say. No, I really didn't plan to say anything. Hearing this, Qian He was stunned for a moment, then began to explain, though she seemed somewhat less confident. Oh, I see, it must be my imagination. Ding Yun didn't think much about it. After all, feelings like that are often wrong. After getting Qian He's answer, Ding Yun turned around and continued humming. Phew. The moment Ding Yun turned his head, Chu Yun, who was beside the two, seemed to hear them both sigh in relief. That Ding Yun kid, he's inaccurate when he should be accurate, but when he shouldn't be accurate, he's just too accurate. Watching Ding Yun walking ahead, Chu Mo couldn't help but complain inwardly. But I really want to know what Qian He was planning to say just now. Everybody, let's get the party started. I knew it would turn out like this. Watching Ding Yun, who was already in a frenzy, without even picking a song, Chu Mo sighed, and pressed his forehead. Fortunately, no one else was around, or else they would have made a complete fool of themselves. Chu Mo gestured for Chu Yun and Qian He to sit on the sofa in the private room, then pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code on the big screen. Seeing the song list instantly appear before him, Chu Mo couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of technology. He wondered how well Qian He could sing. While searching for a song he wanted to sing, Chu Mo glanced sideways at Qian He beside him. He figured her singing skills wouldn't be too bad, but he was curious about her preferred style. Chu Mo guessed that Qian He would probably pick something light and refreshing. As for what Ding Yun would choose, he wasn't particularly concerned. After all, he had known Ding Yun for years and his taste in songs had never changed. If not for knowing Ding Yun was the same age, judging by his playlist, Chu Mo would have thought Ding Yun belonged to his parents' generation. "Hey Chu Yun, aren't you going to pick a song?" Just then Chu Mo noticed his sister Chu Yun sitting quietly beside him, showing no intention of choosing a song. But he quickly noticed that Chu Yun's phone was in recording mode. It dawned on him immediately. His sister was planning to record Ding Yun singing, and then extract frames to make memes. Understanding Chu Yun's intention, Chu Mo naturally didn't stop her. Alright, let me show you all what I've got. For some reason, most people across the country, when testing if a microphone works, first tap it, then say, testing, and finally clear their throat a couple of times to finish. Chu Mo put down his phone and looked up at Ding Yun, who had risen from the sofa. After all, the main point of singing out was the atmosphere. Singing skill was the least important part. None of them were professional singers. Having fun was what mattered most. If they just sat there scrolling through videos after each song, only taking the mic when it was their turn, Chu Mo felt that would be somewhat of a buzzkill. He wondered if Ding Yun had updated his playlist this time. Thinking this, Chu Mo focused his gaze on the big screen in front of him. Soon the music video for Ding Yun's chosen song appeared before his eyes. Seeing the familiar song title and MV, Chu Mo wasn't too surprised. After all, he hadn't expected much from Ding Yun in the first place. What Chu Mo was most concerned about now was what songs Qian He would sing later. Oh, I can check the song list, he suddenly realized, pulling out his phone and scrolling through the cute songs. This one? No, that's obviously Ding Yun's. This one? Doesn't seem like it either. Strange, hasn't Qian He picked a song yet? Looking at the song list on his phone, Chu Mo was puzzled. Were all these songs just from Ding Yun? Qian He, have you picked a song yet? Unable to contain his curiosity, Chu Mo leaned close to Qian He's ear and asked. Huh, I did pick some. Qian He replied, a bit confused. Qian He explained to Chu Mo, who had leaned in, that she had indeed chosen many songs, so why would he ask such a question? Oh, I see. After hearing Qian He's explanation, Chu Mo nodded. He figured it must be a system glitch that prevented him from seeing the song she had picked. There was no way Qian He's taste in music could be anything like Ding Yun's. Chu Mo thought, completely oblivious to the fact that Ding Yun, growing more excited, was slowly moving closer to him. Ding Yun, now thoroughly hyped, held the microphone in his left hand and kept edging toward Chu Mo. Staring at Chu Mo before him, perhaps from singing too intensely and lacking oxygen, his breathing grew rapid. With the lyrics piling up, Ding Yun couldn't help but swallow. Seeing that Chu Mo hadn't noticed him, he seemed unable to hold back any longer. He reached out his mischievous right hand toward Chu Mo, who was sitting on the sofa. Hey, what are you doing? Before Chu Mo could react, he felt a tug on his arm. Forced to stand up, Chu Mo then saw Ding Yun open his arms as if to embrace him. Recalling the scene of Ding Yun hugging that guy earlier and their conversation, alarm bells rang in Chu Mo's mind. This was wrong. Could Ding Yun's earlier explanation have been a lie? Did he actually like guys now? Could Chu Yun have been right all along? Not only did he have to worry about Ding Yun liking Chu Mo, but now he also had to worry about Ding Yun falling for him as he was now. Get lost, you pervert. At that thought, every muscle in Chu Mo's body tensed, and just as he was about to dodge Ding Yun's outstretched hand, he saw Ding Yun's lips move slightly, and then heard the lyrics Ding Yun was singing through the speakers. Bro, give me a hug, tell me what's on your mind. Hearing the song, Chu Mo was stunned. So Ding Yun was just too into the song, caught up in the emotion. In short, he was having a moment. But in that split second of hesitation, Chu Mo wasn't prepared and was firmly hugged by Ding Yun. However, Ding Yun quickly let go. The moment Ding Yun released him, Chu Mo didn't pay attention to Ding Yun. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Chu Yun, who was still recording. Gulp. I'll delete it right now, big brother. Meeting her brother's sharp stare, Chu Yun swallowed hard. She immediately declared her stance. Seeing Chu Yun unusually compliant, Chu Mo nodded in satisfaction. But he didn't let his guard down. After all, knowing his sister, she was clearly not about to give up that easily. Look, big brother, I deleted it. Even the recently deleted folder is empty. Just as Chu Mo was wondering what trick Chu Yun might be up to, she had already handed her phone over. I'm fine. I hope you're not playing any tricks. Though he had some doubts about Chu Yun being so cooperative. Seeing that she had indeed deleted everything so thoroughly, Chu Mo couldn't figure out what scheme she might have. Oh, big brother, your little sister is so smart and cute and so loyal to you. How could I possibly play tricks? Hearing this, Chu Yun seemed a bit indignant and defended herself. Heh. Chu Mo didn't say anything and was about to turn his attention back to Ding Yun, who was performing vigorously in front of everyone, when Qianhe's voice suddenly rang out. Chu Yun, did you send that to the wrong person? Why did you send me a video? Chu Yun, aren't you going to explain? Coincidentally, Ding Yun's first song ended, and the room fell silent. Qianhe's voice reached Chu Mo's ears clearly. Hearing this, Chu Mo smiled and looked at Chu Yun, who was sitting beside him and quietly shifting her, but away from him. Oh bro, let me explain. Boo-hoo, I'm just a kid bro. Give me a chance, boo-hoo. 666, no way. Watching Chu Yun pretending to be pitiful, Chu Mo's heart was unmoved. Fine, I'll stop pretending, old man, it was me, so what? If you've got the guts, beat me to death. Beside Ding Yun, Chu Yun, who had been about to argue, saw that pretending to be pitiful didn't work, so she suddenly changed her tone and said arrogantly. However, with her last sentence, Chu Yun symbolically left herself an escape route. What do you mean by beat me to death? That kid Chu Mo looks like he's got kidney deficiency, how could he beat me to death? Hearing Chu Yun's words, Ding Yun raised an eyebrow. Wait, how did he end up being the one to take the blame? Chu Yun, you little brat, I can't take it anymore. Oh, getting angry is bad for your health. Chu Mo, don't be angry. Be good, here's a candy for you. Just as Chu Mo was about to discipline Chu Yun for her provocation, he leaned over and said, No, I'm not a kid, how could I fall for this? Oh, just be good, Chu Mo, there. Fine, I'll forgive you this time, Chu Yun. Watching he coaxing him like a child, even taking out a plum candy from the hot pot restaurant earlier. Chu Mo originally wanted to argue. After all, as an adult, how could he fall for this? He wasn't a 3-year-old child to be appeased by this. However, when he spoke softly while stroking his head, almost pulling him into her arms, Chu Mo suddenly felt as if he was healed and finally chose to forgive Chu Yun. Tisk tisk, I seem to smell the sour stench of love. Watching Chu Mo and he across from him, Ding Yun really wanted to flip Chu Mo off, who looked like he had been tamed by a fairy. Why was it that Chu Mo, also a human, had a fiancée since childhood, and she was so beautiful and considerate? Well, maybe a bit unrestrained when playing online games. Comparing people only drives one mad. Thinking of his first love, who actually liked girls, Ding Yun couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He then took out his phone and pinned the other song he had requested earlier. When the familiar BGM started, Ding Yun began to sing. It had to be said, Ding Yun really immersed himself this time. Snowflakes fluttering, north wind howling. When they heard Ding Yun singing, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Chu Mo looked at Ding Yun in disbelief. Damn, it was all emotion, no technique at all. Although he didn't know why Ding Yun suddenly became so sad, Chu Mo couldn't help but applaud him. Clap, clap, clap. Alright, who's next? Huh. Ding Yun, that's not fair, you've already sung 2 songs. After the song ended, everyone applauded Ding Yun. However, when the next song title appeared on the screen, Chu Mo frowned slightly. Why was it Ding Yun's song again? Chu Mo reminded him, though he didn't mind Ding Yun singing consecutively. But now it wasn't just him and Ding Yun. Qianhe and Chu Yun were still waiting. And can you stop always picking songs like this? Your music taste is really... Chu Mo, I chose this song. At that moment, Qianhe, sitting next to Chu Mo, picked up another microphone on the table. Huh. No way, sister Qianhe. Chu Mo and Chu Yun were both shocked. They obviously hadn't expected Qianhe to sing such a song. The song title on the screen was the famous Hero's Song. Ha ha ha, go on, say more. Ding Yun, seeing Chu Mo at a loss, was exceptionally happy. He had deliberately refrained from retorting earlier, just to see Chu Mo suffer. He really didn't believe Chu Mo could talk his way out of it. Don't listen to Ding Yun, Qianhe. Your music taste is unique and refined. Oi, every song you choose is like a brilliant star shining in the universe of music. 666, you're making me feel like a stranger, Chu Mo. Watching Chu Mo praise Qianhe wildly, Ding Yun could only feel helpless. Ah, thank you, Chu Mo, you're the first person to praise me like this. Hearing Chu Mo's compliment, Qianhe's cheeks slightly reddened, and she thanked him. It's nothing, Qianhe, it's just the truth. Unlike some people's music taste, I don't even want to say anything. As he said this, Chu Mo looked provocatively at Ding Yun standing by. Damn it, later I'll go ask too. I refuse to believe it. If Chu Mo can have a childhood engagement, then I, who am so handsome and dashing, surely have one too. Seeing Chu Mo's arrogant expression, Ding Yun wished he could call his mom right now to ask if he had any childhood engagement. If not, he could act out a Dragon King descending the mountain plot. Stories like the 7 great families breaking off engagements, and then him slapping faces left and right. He could handle that. Thinking of this, Ding Yun couldn't help but smirk. But it didn't work. Apparently the protagonist of this world was not Ding Yun. Hey Ding Yun, are you copying the crooked mouth Dragon King? Have you been watching too many short videos and reading too many novels? Seeing Ding Yun like this, Chu Mo couldn't help but laugh. As if your smile would do anything. Why don't you try it? Seeing Chu Mo notice him, Ding Yun withdrew his smile and retorted. Childish. Chu Mo smirked contemptuously. The moment he smirked, everyone present suddenly felt darkness before their eyes and a wave of heat rushing toward them. Holy crap. Chu Mo, you're really a war god. Ding Yun couldn't help exclaiming. But soon a voice came from the door. Sorry everyone, the electrician was fixing the circuit, it'll be back soon. Obviously the heat wave Ding Yun had felt was the hot air brought in when the server opened the door. TCH, I thought you were really the war god with a crooked mouth. What a letdown. Ding Yun half reclined on the sofa, twisting open the ice-cold cola sent by the store owner while complaining. He had genuinely believed that Chu Mo was that crooked-mouthed war god just now, but it turned out to be nothing. Still, getting 4 free bottles of ice-cold cola wasn't too bad overall. After all, Ding Yun had just stepped out and seen that the store charged 20 yuan for a single bottle of cola. So by rough calculation the group had effectively earned 80 yuan. Thinking this way, Ding Yun suddenly felt that power outage was a huge win for them. He took a big gulp of cola, then reached out and placed his hand on Chu Mo's shoulder. Then under Chu Mo's slightly disdainful gaze, Ding Yun slowly began to tease him. Chu Mo, be honest with me. Do you have any special abilities or something? Like flying, burrowing through the earth, X-ray vision, or inheriting a medical saint's legacy? Spill it to your bro. Bro, where the hell do you get the idea I have any of those skills? Then do you have any special powers? Chu Mo, a bit helpless, reached out and slapped Ding Yun's hand off his shoulder. If he really had those special powers, would he still be here singing? But he had to admit at that moment when the power went out, Chu Mo almost thought he was actually that so-called crooked-mouthed war god. After all, since he could already switch between male and female forms, becoming a crooked-mouthed war god wasn't entirely out of the question. Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll be magnanimous and tell you. Don't be shocked when you hear this. Seeing Chu Mo turn the question back on him, Ding Yun instantly became a drama queen. He shot up from the sofa, strode to the front of the group, and began his performance. Sister Qianhe, do you think a patient with these symptoms, can he still drool after being cured? Watching Ding Yun gesticulating wildly before them, Chu Yun quietly raised her phone and started recording. Holding the phone, she leaned her head close to Qianhe's ear and whispered, "Well, I think in this kind of situation it's better to get the patient a subcutaneous injection of 762 for 10 minutes, and ensure 25 hours of sleep. That should help." Hearing Chu Yun's words, Qian, he who seemed to be spacing out just moments ago, blurted out this sentence without thinking. Huh. Chu Yun, though baffled, was deeply shocked by Qianhe's offhand remark. What kind of medicine was 762? Why had she never heard of it, and why did it require a 10-minute injection? Clearly Chu Yun didn't grasp the true meaning behind Qianhe's words. Hey, what are you two chatting about? Just then Chu Mo noticed them and walked over asking, leaving Ding Yun standing alone in front of the group. Hey, don't ignore me, okay? This makes me look so dumb. Chu Yun was about to answer her brother's question. But before Chu Yun could speak, Ding Yun, seeing himself snubbed, grabbed the microphone from the table and cranked the volume to maximum. A deafening sound blasted from the speakers, assaulting everyone's eardrums. Master, stop chanting. Master, please call off your divine power. We're listening now, aren't we? The group on the sofa immediately covered their ears. Watching Ding Yun's antics, evidently, he wouldn't stop until they all listened to him. At this point, Chu Mo had no choice but to relent, coaxing Ding Yun in a gentle tone. I'll continue then, but don't be shocked. Actually, as long as my hand touches a girl, I'll turn into a girl in 10 minutes. Pretty impressive, huh? Hee. Seeing everyone's attention return to him, Ding Yun paused for a moment, then raised the microphone again. After he said this, the silence in the private room was deafening. But how could someone like that exist in the world, haha? Ding Yun, can't you make up a more believable story? But soon Qian, he sitting next to Chu Mo, let out a laugh, breaking the silence in the room. Still chuckling, she stood up. She reached out and lightly tapped Ding Yun's hand. Alright, I've touched you now. Are you going to turn into a girl? Watching Ding Yun feign panic, Qian, he was in a playful mood, curiously waiting to see what he would do next. It's over. Qianhe, how could you do this? Seeing Qian, he play along, Ding Yun threw himself even more into the act, though it was a bit over the top. But soon his exaggerated performance caught the attention of Chu Mo and Chu Yun, who were staring at each other with wide eyes. Hey, why aren't you laughing? Laugh. Is it because you're born not liking to laugh? Ding Yun looked at Chu Mo and Chu Yun with confusion. Ding Yun wasn't too surprised by Chu Mo's silence. He knew Chu Mo's personality well enough. After all, the joke was a bit lame. But the fact that Chu Yun, who was always a fun-loving person, had no reaction at all, that was something worth pondering. Could it be that someone in the room actually had that kind of condition? Scanning everyone present, an absurd thought crossed Ding Yun's mind. Is it Qianhe? It doesn't seem impossible. Looking at Qian, he sitting on the sofa, Ding Yun recalled the aggressively sharp comments she often posted in the group chat. Suddenly Ding Yun felt it wasn't entirely impossible. Forget it, I'm overthinking. How could that be? He laughed at his own wild guess. How could such a condition exist in this world? But if Chu Mo had it, then he couldn't blame Ding Yun for saying something like, bro, I've never asked you for anything in my life. But then again, if he himself had that condition, the first thing he'd do would be go chase after Chu Mo again. Oh, what a devoted woman. No, what a devoted man I am. Well, I don't think this topic is funny, okay? Chu Yun glanced subconsciously at her brother beside her, then quickly defended the topic. She hadn't expected Ding Yun's joke to hit so close to home regarding her brother's condition. She wondered what her brother was thinking right now. No, not okay. Reason rejected. Ding Yun wagged his index finger in front of Chu Yun. Hey you. Ah, forget it. Close the door, unleash the G. Brother. Chu Yun looked at Ding Yun with a speechless expression. She couldn't exactly say that her brother really had that condition, which was why she wasn't laughing, could she? Seeing Ding Yun was determined to pester her, Chu Yun decisively chose to unleash Chu Mo. Come on, let's just keep singing, Ding Yun. Look how much time you've wasted. Chu Mo shot a glare at Chu Yun, but didn't bother to argue with her at the moment. Instead, he turned to face Ding Yun. After all, Chu Mo didn't want Ding Yun to continue this topic any further. Chu Mo was afraid that Ding Yun's brain might suddenly short-circuit and suggest that he prove his innocence by touching Chu Yun's or Qian He's hand to see if he could turn into a girl. Tisk, if you want to hear me sing, just say it outright. Watching Chu Mo, who kept urging him to sing, Ding Yun grinned and raised the microphone. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and tapped the play button. The music began again, and the paused MV resumed playing at that moment. Watching Ding Yun, who had picked up the microphone again and was lost in the ecstasy of his own singing, Chu Mo, sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness that topic was finally over. He really had no idea how Ding Yun managed it. He could hit the nail on the head, even with a joke. He had inadvertently pinpointed her constitution. Chu Mo. Just as Chu Mo was about to pull out her phone to cue up some songs for herself, Qian, he suddenly leaned in. What's up, Qian He? Chu Mo asked, looking at Qian, he who had sidled up to her wondering what she wanted. That strange ability Ding Yun mentioned. If you had it, what would you do? Qian, he looked at Chu Mo with curiosity, awaiting her reply. Huh. Me. When she heard the first half of Qian He's words, Chu Mo couldn't help but tense up. But after hearing the latter half, she relaxed. She had thought Qian He was going to ask something else. But how should she answer this question? She really did possess that constitution. Yeah, what would you do? Qian He pressed on. She had no ulterior motive, she was simply curious about Chu Mo's thoughts. If I had that ability, the first thing I'd do would be to sort out my identity. Meeting Qian He's expectant gaze, Chu Mo spoke slowly. Chu Mo was telling the truth. After all, that was exactly what she had done. In this information age, without a legal identity, one would be utterly stuck no matter what they tried to do. Thinking of this, Chu Mo couldn't help but feel grateful for her parents' foresight and arrangements. A very practical thought. Qian He clearly hadn't expected Chu Mo to say that. After all, most people wouldn't think of solving their identity issues first. Since nobody had actually experienced such a situation, most wouldn't think that deeply. It's nothing, I'm just talking off the top of my head. By the way, Qian He, did you bring your computer to my place? Seeing that Qian He seemed to be pondering deeper, Chu Mo quickly interrupted her. Then she forcefully shifted the topic to whether Qian He had brought her laptop. Of course I did. Why? Qian He answered promptly. She had naturally brought her laptop to Chu Mo's home. After all, initially Qian He hadn't known she would end up staying at Chu Mo's. Qian He's original plan was that if she couldn't get along with her childhood playmate, she would just shut herself in her room and game with Chu Mo and Ding Yun. But now it seemed there was no need for that. Nothing, just asking. If you hadn't brought your laptop, Ding Yun and I would have to play together. Chu Mo replied, and that was indeed the case. If Qian He really hadn't brought her computer and didn't want to go back for it, Chu Mo felt she would have immediately bought the necessary parts for a desktop computer online and assembled one for Qian He in her room. After all, her savings were still decent. Right after the comic convention ended, the organizer had transferred her salary to her card. Hey, are you two leaning in so close, just to stuff dog food down this poor single guy's throat? Should I bark a couple of times to set the mood? Just then Ding Yun's voice suddenly reached Chu Mo and Qian He's ears. Since Ding Yun had turned the music volume up a bit, the two of them had indeed been chatting a little closer than usual. Hearing Ding Yun's words, Qian He immediately realized this and scooted aside. Ding Yun, are you sure you're not jealous that my brother has a childhood engagement with such a beautiful girl like Sister Qian He? Yeah. Before Chu Mo could speak, Chu Yun, who was beside her, suddenly piped up, acting as Chu Mo's mouthpiece. No, why would I be jealous of your brother? It's a new era now. Everyone advocates free love, okay? Hearing Chu Yun's words, Ding Yun seemed to have hit a sore spot and quickly retorted. But don't you just not have a childhood engagement? Chu Yun replied unhurriedly. At her words, Ding Yun fell silent instantly. He really had no comeback for that. Pretending not to have heard Chu Yun, Ding Yun turned his head away, ignored her, and continued singing. Damn it, as soon as I finish this song, I'm going to ask right away. I refuse to believe that Chu Mo has a childhood engagement, and I don't. While singing, Ding Yun thought to himself. Alright, your turn, Chu Yun. As the song ended, Ding Yun thrust the microphone into Chu Yun's hand, then plopped down on the sofa and pulled out his phone. Yes, Ding Yun was really going to ask his mom if he had any childhood engagement or something. Finally my turn. Taking the microphone from Ding Yun, Chu Yun didn't stand up like he had. Which song are you singing, Chu Yun? Since the big screen was still showing Ding Yun's score, Chu Mo couldn't see the song Chu Yun had selected. She had been too busy looking for a song with Qian He to pay much attention to what Chu Yun had chosen. But Chu Mo trusted Chu Yun's taste. He just listened, big brother. Seeing Chu Yun's barely suppressed smile, Chu Mo felt a sense of foreboding. She had a feeling her little sister was about to pull a stunt. Whatever it was, Chu Yun's face on the line, not hers. With that thought, Chu Mo decided to let Chu Yun be. There was no stopping her anyway. About a dozen seconds later, after Ding Yun's scoring panel disappeared, Chu Yun's music video appeared on the big screen. Holy crap. Wait, Chu Yun, you. Ah, Chu Yun. Everyone on the sofa was stunned when they saw the name of the MV. Seeing the shocked expressions, Chu Yun could no longer contain the grin spreading across her face. She burst into laughter without restraint. Baby bus starting today, I'm going to use the toilet by myself. The moment the song began, Chu Mo, who usually disliked taking embarrassing photos or videos of others, instinctively opened the camera. Even if she didn't like it, her mom surely would. Watching Chu Yun sing, while laughing, Chu Mo's own lips couldn't help but curl upward. Home, I'm exhausted. Ding Yun opened a pack of throat lozenges bought from a roadside shop, tore the wrapper, and popped 3 into his mouth at once. An instant chill burst forth in Ding Yun's mouth, striking straight to his crown. So cold. Even with each breath, he could feel the coldness rampaging through his windpipe. Serves you right for being reckless. Chu Mo shot him a disdainful glance, then took the throat lozenges from his hand and shared them with Qian He and Chu Yun beside her. Since Chu Mo had booked the premium package, the group sang for nearly 5 hours straight. Naturally, Ding Yun was the one who sang the most. Why don't you take a break? You'll lose your voice tomorrow. Seeing Ding Yun still straining his hoarse throat, Chu Mo kindly advised. Once Ding Yun got hold of the microphone, he seemed tireless, reviving instantly. Over the entire 5 hours, the combined singing time of Chu Mo, Qian He, and Chu Yun barely exceeded an hour and a half. The rest of the time, aside from brief chats, Ding Yun's mouth never stopped moving. Come on, who am I? I'm Ding Yun, a towering 7-footer. Cough, cough. Forget it, my throat hurts. I'll stop. Ding Yun was about to retort loudly as usual, but his throat had clearly reached its limit. Whether he choked or something else, he coughed a few times, tried again, and finally gave up the chance to spar with Chu Mo. I told you to rest, but you wouldn't listen. Would your old dad ever steer you wrong? Don't call a cab, let me handle it. Watching Ding Yun struggle to speak, Chu Mo didn't know what else to say. He pulled out his phone, opened the ride-hailing app, and started tapping. Hey, I already called one when we got off the elevator. Just cancel yours. My ride will definitely arrive before yours. Ding Yun took a sip of the leftover cola to soothe his throat. He took out his phone and showed the ride-hailing page to everyone. But it seems my car will be here sooner than yours. Maybe you should cancel, and we'll squeeze together. Hearing this, Chu Mo looked up to say something, but then saw the distance between the driver and passenger on Ding Yun's phone. He then showed his own ride-hailing page. Bro, really? How is this fair? Seeing the 300 meters on Chu Mo's phone versus the 6 kilometers on his own, Ding Yun pursed his lips, lost in thought. Seriously, is fate out to get me? He grumbled inwardly. This whole situation was absurd. He had called the ride first, so why was Chu Mo's car arriving faster? Was his luck really that bad? I'll sit up front. Bro, you can sit in the back with Sister Qian He. Just as Ding Yun was questioning his existence, the taxi Chu Mo had called pulled up to the pickup point. Chu Mo was about to open the passenger door when Chu Yun squeezed past him. Chu Yun swiftly opened the front door, got in, closed the door, and fastened her seatbelt, all in one fluid motion without a pause. Oh, well, let it be. Chu Mo didn't say anything more. He simply opened the rear door for Qian He and slid in from the other side. After Qian He got in, Chu Mo settled into the back seat. Coming, Ding Yun. Seeing Ding Yun still muttering to himself on the curb, Chu Mo reminded him. Though he knew Ding Yun would never cancel his order out of pride, he still had to ask. After all, Ding Yun changed his mind every other minute. If you all go ahead. I'll enjoy my private ride alone, no need to squeeze with you. As expected, even though Ding Yun's eyes betrayed a longing to join them, his mouth remained stubbornly sealed. With a snort, he turned his head away, refusing to engage further. Fine, you said it. Don't regret it. Driver, let's go. Hearing Ding Yun's reply, Chu Mo didn't hesitate. He immediately closed the car door. With Chu Mo's signal, the already impatient driver floored the accelerator like a wild horse breaking free. Under Ding Yun's gaze, the taxi vanished from sight in an instant, leaving him no chance to change his mind. Seriously, couldn't you at least try to persuade me? Watching the red taillights fade into the distance, Ding Yun let out a helpless sigh. He turned his attention back to his phone. Inside the car, the group was silent, perhaps worn out from the day. Chu Mo leaned his head against the window, watching the dazzling city lights streak by. Feeling the coolness against his forehead, he couldn't help but yawn. Today felt like a dream. Qian He had actually moved into his house. He turned his head slightly, his gaze involuntarily falling on Qian He, who was resting with her eyes closed. At that moment, he was completely frozen, unable to look away. Qian He sat there quietly like a serene painting. Her breathing was steady and gentle, as if she had merged with her surroundings. Chu Mo gazed at her silently. The dim streetlights outside danced like fireflies across her face, flickering with the car's movement. As if sensing something, he opened her eyes suddenly. Startled, Chu Mo quickly averted his gaze, staring out into the night. Since it was late and traffic was sparse, the driver soon delivered them to the Villa District. Woohoo, we're home. As soon as Chu Mo opened the front door, Chu Yun bounded in like a rabbit, kicking off her shoes. She didn't even bother with slippers, jumping barefoot onto the sofa. The air conditioner had already been turned on via phone before they returned. Wait, I need to talk to you about something. Just as he slipped on her slippers and was about to head to the sofa, Chu Mo called out to her. What's wrong? Hearing Chu Mo's voice from behind, stopped and looked back at her with a hint of confusion. She wondered what Chu Mo suddenly wanted to do. Could it be? As if struck by a thought, a faint blush crept up Qianha's fair neck. Come and register your fingerprint, Qianha. Chu Mo beckoned to Qianha, pointing at the fingerprint lock on the front door. Though she had already told Qianha the password, having a fingerprint on file was undoubtedly more convenient. Sure, thank you. Good thing it's just the fingerprint, I thought. Seeing that it was only for fingerprint registration, Qianha, who had been nervous, let out a sigh of relief. But why did she feel a faint sense of disappointment? Looking at Chu Mo, who was inviting her to register, Qianha felt a bit puzzled. All right, all done. Closing the front door, Chu Mo clapped her hands. By the way, Chu Mo, should you ask Ding Yun if he's home yet? Walking into the living room with Chu Mo, they sat on the sofa. Qianha suddenly thought of Ding Yun, whom they had left behind at the pedestrian street. Logically, Ding Yun shouldn't be much later than them. Sure. Chu Mo nodded just as she pulled out her phone to call Ding Yun. A sudden buzz. Both Chu Mo and Qianha's phones vibrated simultaneously. Looks like Ding Yun is home. Chu Mo unlocked her phone and tapped on the voice message Ding Yun had sent. Damn, the driver canceled my order. I'm still at the pedestrian street. Come save me. The moment Chu Mo played the message, Ding Yun's heart-wrenching, slightly aggrieved voice rang out. After hearing Ding Yun's voice message, a brief silence fell over the living room. Then Chu Yun couldn't hold it in anymore. She burst out laughing. This was the first time she had seen a driver cancel a customer's order. Ding Yun was just incredibly unlucky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Chu Mo was about to reply, Ding Yun initiated a video call. Chu Mo, my life is so miserable. You're already home, and I'm still stuck at the pedestrian street. I should have squeezed in with you all. Haha, serves you right for not listening to your dad. Hearing this, Chu Mo flipped him off through the phone camera. This was clearly a case of saving face at the cost of suffering. Boo-hoo, how can you say that to me, Chu Mo? Yesterday you called me little Ding Yun, and today you treat me like this. You're heartless, you're cold, you're unreasonable, boo-hoo. Ding Yun wasn't upset. Instead, he turned the tables and grossed Chu Mo out. Of my eyes. You owe me compensation for emotional distress. I'll punch every winner. Seeing Ding Yun like that. Well, Chu Mo couldn't help but shudder. TCH boring. If it were Qianha doing this to you, you'd gladly carry her all the way home from the pedestrian street on your back. You're the classic case of caring more about romance than friendship. I'm done talking. But, before Chu Mo could react, Ding Yun hung up. Hey, am I that kind of person? Qianha, do you think I'm like that? Chu Mo sighed, pocketing her phone, and turned to Qianha. How could she possibly be that kind of person? Who knows? As Lu Sun once said, truth comes from practice. Why don't you give it a try, Sister Qianha? Chu Yun, sitting beside them, suddenly sat up straight and egged on Qianha. Oh, is that okay? Qianha hadn't expected Chu Yun to say that. She glanced shyly at Chu Mo. Come on, Sister Qianha, just give it a try. Seeing that Qianha didn't outright refuse, Chu Yun sensed an opportunity. She continued to coax her. Well, alright, I'll try. So, Chu Mo. Boo. Boo-hoo. Looking at Chu Mo, Qianha finally stammered out those 3 words. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Gazing at Qianha's flushed face, Chu Mo swallowed hard. Oh no, why did I actually say it out loud? Qianha, oh Qianha, how could you do this? Seeing Chu Mo silent, just staring at her. Though she appeared outwardly calm, Qianha was so embarrassed she wished she could dig a hole through the floor tiles with her slippers. See, I told you I'm not that kind of person. I'm heading upstairs now. You two have fun. After about 10 seconds, Chu Mo suddenly spoke. Before Qianha could say anything, she shot up and strode toward the stairs. Click. Under the gaze of Qianha and Chu Yun, Chu Mo closed her bedroom door with a composed expression. Ah, so adorable. The moment the door shut, Chu Mo could no longer contain her racing heart. The scene kept replaying in her mind. How could Qianha be so cute? Too bad she didn't record it. A somewhat perverse thought crossed Chu Mo's mind. What if she used Qianha's boo-hoo as her phone ringtone and alarm sound? Oh, where's my water cup? Did I leave it downstairs? I'll have to go down and get it. Chu Mo looked around, but couldn't find her cup. Sister Qianha, do you want to see the photos I took of my brother? What Chu Mo didn't know was that the moment he closed the door, Chu Yun, as if premeditated, pulled out her phone, opened the gallery, and handed it to Qianha. This? I'm embarrassed. Though she said she was embarrassed, Qianha's hand automatically reached out to take the phone. Don't tell my brother, okay, Sister Qianha? Chu Yun leaned close to Qianha and whispered, then they both enjoyed looking at the beautiful photos of Chu Mo. Of course, all the photos Chu Yun showed were of Chu Mo at his best. As for those of Chu Mo's other side, Chu Yun felt it was unnecessary for now. To the uninformed, Chu Mo and a certain other version might seem like two different people. This one, Qianha kept scrolling through Chu Yun's album, but soon her gaze was drawn to a particular photo. Oh, that one. It's nice, isn't it, Sister Qianha? It's quite lovely, my dear sister. Just then a voice came from behind Chu Yun. The smile on her face froze. Oh, brother, you should chat with Sister Qianha. I'll just leave you two alone. Oh, don't go. Why are you being so formal between siblings? Chu Mo extended his right hand with a smile and rested it on Chu Yun's shoulder. Chu Yun, who had intended to stand up and make a run for it, was pressed back onto the sofa by Chu Mo. Feeling the force on her shoulder, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Turning her head stiffly, Chu Yun offered Chu Mo an awkward yet polite smile. Her older brother, one hand holding a water glass and the other pressing on her shoulder. After a moment's thought, Chu Yun made the decisive choice to simply shut her mind off. Whatever happens, happens. Chu Mo, do you actually like cross-dressing? Just as Chu Mo was about to respond, Chizuru, who had been looking down at photos on her phone, suddenly lifted her head. She casually thrust Chu Yun's phone toward Chu Mo. Huh, wait, me? Like cross-dressing? When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Taken aback by Chizuru's question, Chu Mo paused. After setting his glass on the coffee table, he turned his attention to the phone. Preoccupied with reprimanding Chu Yun earlier, Chu Mo hadn't realized which embarrassing photo Chizuru was viewing. Now, with a mix of curiosity and confusion, he looked at the phone. Look, I can explain. It was a mistake, right? You'd believe me, Chizuru, wouldn't you? As he saw the photo of himself wearing a white dress, his heart sank. The gravity of the situation hit him then. Chizuru had discovered that photo from when he transformed back from Chu Miao to Chu Mo. He hadn't even had time to change clothes afterward. Now he was truly at a loss for words. First, Chizuru uncovered his cat person identity, then she'd seen him in those pink pajamas. And now she'd found the picture of him in the white dress. Could she possibly think he was some kind of cross-dressing pervert? At that thought, Chu Mo felt an overwhelming urge to grab Chu Yun and smash their heads against a block of tofu together. 2 days had passed, and in Chizuru's eyes he now carried the label of someone who liked wearing women's clothing. Still, he couldn't blame Chizuru. If he put himself in her shoes and imagined Ding Yun's situation. The mere mental image made him shudder. I believe you, Chu Mo. Chizuru turned her head to face him, pressing her lips together as if wrestling with her thoughts before finally speaking. Oh, really? Chizuru. Staring at her in disbelief, Chu Mo wondered if he'd misheard from sheer embarrassment. Did she actually just say that? She actually believed him. I'm serious. I believe you, Chu Mo. There must have been some compelling reason forcing you to, well, wear women's clothing. It doesn't bother me, Chizuru said softly. Surely her own brother can see she's just trying to comfort him. Does he actually believe that? Chu Yun hadn't anticipated her asking this. Yeah, that's exactly it. Chu Mo nodded vigorously, since that was indeed the truth. All right, you two keep talking. I'm heading upstairs now. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Chu Mo lingered a moment longer with Chizuru and Chu Yun on the sofa before going upstairs. Chu Yun, tell me the truth. Does your brother really not like cross-dressing? As soon as Chu Mo closed the door, Chizuru immediately turned to Chu Yun beside her, seeking the real story from her. I think my brother probably wouldn't like cross-dressing, Chu Yun explained, meeting Chizuru's curious gaze. Oh, I see. Chizuru nodded in understanding, then her gaze drifted to the coffee table, where she noticed Chu Mo's water glass sitting there. I'll take this up to Chu Mo, Chizuru said, picking up the glass and standing to tell Chu Yun before heading upstairs. What should I do tomorrow? Opening his closet, Chu Mo pulled out his dark blue pajamas while thinking about Chizuru. If it were just him and Chu Yun, he'd probably stay home, but now Chizuru was there too. Oh right, speaking of which, I still haven't given Chizuru the little TV I bought her. Having just taken off his clothes, Chu Mo suddenly remembered. Since Chizuru was staying at his place, now he could just give it to her in person later. But where had he put it? He couldn't quite recall where he'd placed the second small screen. Setting down his pajamas, he headed over to the shelf beside his gaming desk to look for it. Since he was alone in the room, anyway, skipping pajamas felt fine. He'd never really taken to wearing them, only doing so reluctantly under his mother's persistent demands. With his mom out for the day, he was free to do as he pleased. Just as he reached the shelf, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Mo's door was suddenly rattled. Come in. Without a moment's hesitation, or indeed any thought at all, the words left his mouth before he could stop them. By the time he realized what he'd done, Chizuru was already pushing the door open. Chu Mo, I brought your cup. I'm sorry. I didn't see anything. I definitely didn't see you wandering around half naked. Her face flushed crimson. Chizuru covered her eyes with her hands. What? My brother harassed you. Before Chizuru could respond, Chu Yun rushed up the stairs like a bolt of lightning, bursting to Chu Mo's door. She was about to unlock her phone and tattle to their mother about her brother harassing Sister Chizuru. But instead, she found her brother had only removed his upper garment. Letting out an exasperated sigh, she lost all interest. Chizuru, don't talk nonsense, Chu Mo stammered. I'm just not wearing a shirt. Flustered Chu Mo wondered why his simple act of being shirtless had somehow become wandering around naked. This wasn't something you just made up. Ding ding ding. Just then the doorbell rang from downstairs. I'll get it, you two wait here. Relieved, Chu Mo quickly escaped his room. Honestly, staying any longer would only make things more awkward between him and Chizuru. But who could be at the door? Who would visit at this hour? Coming, stop pressing. Chu Mo casually closed her door and walked down the stairs. But just as she reached the entrance and was about to open the door, Chu Mo suddenly realized something. Damn, I forgot to put on my pajamas. She glanced around and locked her eyes on the jacket she had tossed on the living room sofa. Thank goodness the goddess of fortune is indeed watching over me. Seeing her white jacket, Chu Mo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Mo turned around ready to walk to the sofa and put on her jacket when she heard a click. The door opened. Do I really have to open the door myself, little Mo? Is it because I haven't shown you my fatherly authority in too long? A familiar voice sounded from behind. Chu Mo sighed. She had had a feeling this would happen. Ignoring Ding Yun behind her, she walked over to the sofa and slipped on her jacket. Come on, we're both guys. You don't even need to wear it. Seeing Chu Mo ignore him and put on her clothes, Ding Yun couldn't help but complain. Wasn't that too formal? You're Chu Mo, not Chu Mo. Why rush to put on a jacket? Yeah. Don't you have the password and fingerprint? Why did you need me to open the door? Chu Mo, now in her jacket, turned around and said irritably to Ding Yun, who had already changed into slippers. This was the second time today. Hey, just messing around. What's wrong with that? Here, don't be mad. Have a Coke. Ding Yun said with a grin, then walked familiarly to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and took out 2 bottles of iced Coke. 6. So what are you here for? Looking at the Coke Ding Yun handed him, Chu Mo flipped him off. Hee, I was worried you'd mess around with Qianhe. I don't trust you, so I came to check on you. Taking a sip of Coke, Ding Yun laughed, and then craned his neck to look for Qianhe. Stop looking. Qianhe is in my room. Seeing Ding Yun craning his neck like a turtle scanning the living room, Chu Mo said helplessly. Damn you beast, Chu Mo. So you weren't wearing a shirt because... Ding Yun didn't finish the last few words. Although Ding Yun knew there was probably no connection between the two things, that didn't stop him from teasing Chu Mo. You what? I thought you were my brother. I never expected you to be this kind of person, Chu Mo. You've disappointed me. Boo-hoo, you already have me, little Mo. I'm so heartbroken, you stay away from me. Seeing Ding Yun's sudden change of tone, crying, and trying to throw himself into her arms, Chu Mo reached out with a look of disgust and pushed him away. She knew he was going to be a pain again. My brother is Sister Qianhe's. Just as Chu Mo was about to retort, Chu Yun, who was in Chu Mo's room, suddenly pushed open the door and shouted. What did you say? Little Mo is mine. Hearing Chu Yun's words, Ding Yun instantly perked up. He reached out and pulled the unprepared Chu Mo into his arms. Phew, you're just my brother's plaything when he's bored. Chu Yun, now in character, looked down at Ding Yun from the upper floor. No, impossible. Little Mo, that's not true, right? Hearing Chu Yun's words, Ding Yun seemed to be struck with great shock. Pretending to be incredulous, he staggered and fell to the floor. Come on, you two drama queens. Qianhe and I haven't even spoken yet, and you're already acting. You don't even ask me, let alone Qianhe. Watching the two of them putting on a show, Chu Mo suddenly regretted not bringing her wooden sword down with her. Fine then, Sister Qianhe, do you think my brother is yours? Answer quickly. 3, 2, 1. Hearing her brother's words, Chu Yun immediately turned to look at Qianhe behind her and asked. Well that is, I suppose so. No, Chu Mo isn't mine, I'm Chu. No. Qianhe clearly hadn't expected the topic to suddenly turn to her and was flustered. Alright, enough. Stop messing around. So what are you really here for? Seeing this, Chu Mo quickly stepped in to end the farce and asked Ding Yun again. Don't be shocked when I tell you. I'm not the only one with a childhood betrothal. I have one too. Ding Yun stopped playing around, stood up from the floor, and pulled out his phone. Hey wait, I haven't come down yet. Chu Yun said anxiously. She definitely wanted to get the first scoop on such big news. She hadn't expected Ding Yun to have a childhood betrothal either. Look. Once Chu Yun and Qianhe had come downstairs, Ding Yun showed them the chat page between him and his mother. Everyone looked at the chat records between Ding Yun and Qin Xiang, then at Ding Yun. So who is your betrothed? Chu Mo asked first, since the chat only indicated that Ding Yun had a betrothal. But it didn't specify who the betrothed was. Chu Mo was curious. Who was the unlucky person stuck with Ding Yun? Hold on, I'm waiting for all of you. As he spoke, Ding Yun tapped on his phone screen. The message was sent quickly. Buzz. In the expectant gazes of the group, Qin Xiang quickly replied to Ding Yun. Qin Xiang, now that you know, don't bother them. Ding Yun got it. So who is it? Have I met them? Qin Xiang, of course you have. Ding Yun, who is it, Mom? Don't keep me in suspense. Ding Yun, you can even send a photo. Just you wait. After typing, Ding Yun waved his phone in front of everyone triumphantly. I Ding Yun have a betrothed too. Buzz. Stop waving. The message came. Hearing the notification sound, Chu Mo quickly reminded him. The mystery was finally about to be revealed. Who could it be? At this moment, Chu Mo's curiosity peaked. As Ding Yun showed the phone to everyone again, Chu Mo focused her eyes on Ding Yun's screen. What a... Damn. Huh. Oh my god. Everyone exclaimed. The photo Qin Xiang sent was clearly. No way is this real. Staring at the photo his mother had sent, Ding Yun rubbed his eyes, as if unable to believe what he was seeing. His mind felt as if it had gone blank. Chu Mo, is this real or not? How about you hit me and see? Turning to face Chu Mo, whose brain seemed to have completely short-circuited, Ding Yun spoke. Huh. You said it yourself, don't blame me. Coming to his senses, Chu Mo looked at Ding Yun, standing before him, with an odd expression. Yet he did not refuse Ding Yun's request. Chu Mo slowly raised his hand slightly, turned his body, and then suddenly exerted force, swinging his arm with the momentum of his torso. With a crisp smack, Chu Mo's palm struck solidly against Ding Yun's back. Before Ding Yun could react, Chu Yun, who had been watching from the side, immediately felt a phantom pain in the spot where her brother's hand had just landed. Ah, that felt great, brother-in-law. Your hand strength is really something. Had your fill. Want another one? Though his face was contorted in pain, the ever-proud Ding Yun still gave Chu Mo a thumbs up. Feeling the burning sensation on his back, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Pain meant it was real. Pain meant he wasn't dreaming. This was reality. Staring at the photo of Chu Mo that his mother had sent, Ding Yun felt as if he was floating on air. Hey, what's wrong? Just as Chu Mo was about to pour more cold water on Ding Yun to cool him down, he suddenly noticed that Chu Yun had somehow slipped away from the group. She was waving at him from the side, signaling him to come over. Hey, what is it? Walking over to Chu Yun, Chu Mo asked in a low voice. Brother, if you really become a sister, would you? You know, marry Ding Yun. After all, Aunt Qin Xiang did say you and Ding Yun had a childhood betrothal, right? Actually, I think for you. I mean, brother. Ding Yun is actually a pretty good choice. Seeing Chu Mo come over and stand beside her, Chu Yun leaned close to his ear, glanced at Ding Yun, who was still grinning foolishly, and whispered, Hey Chu Yun, did Ding Yun give you some kind of bribe? Why are you suddenly advertising for Ding Yun? After hearing Chu Yun's words, Chu Mo gave her a suspicious look. He had thought she was going to say something important. If he hadn't left his wooden sword upstairs, Chu Mo would have really wanted to strike Chu Yun with it right then. What's up, brother-in-law? What are you two whispering about? Just then Ding Yun, who had been grinning foolishly, seemed to snap back to reality and asked, looking at Chu Mo, and Chu Yun huddled together. Hey, aren't you a little too quick to change your tune? Auntie only said that Chu Mo has a childhood betrothal with you. Anyone would think Auntie sent you a marriage certificate for you and Chu Mo. Chu Mo said to Ding Yun without any kindness. He would have to ask his mother later why he was betrothed to this guy Ding Yun. Oh, come on, brother-in-law, don't be like that. Just let me try and maybe I'll end up with your sister. Ding Yun didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he made a snapping gesture with his hands and grinned at Chu Mo. Just as Chu Mo was about to say something else, Chu Yun suddenly let out a snicker. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to her. Nothing, you guys go on. I just thought of something funny. Feeling everyone's eyes on her, Chu Yun forcefully suppressed the grin threatening to spread across her face and waved her hand at them. She really had just thought of something amusing. Her brother and Chu Mo were the same person. And Ding Yun had said he would try to change Chu Mo's sexual orientation to male. So could that be seen as Ding Yun turning her brother into? Ta! At that thought, Chu Yun couldn't hold it in anymore and collapsed onto the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Look, even Chu Yun is this happy about my betrothal to Chu Mo. Pointing at Chu Yun, who was sitting on the ground, Ding Yun spoke. Hey Chu Yun, what are you laughing? Huh? Ha. Watching Chu Yun laugh hysterically on the ground, Chu Mo was about to ask her something when his eyes suddenly met hers. Then Chu Mo felt the corners of his own mouth starting to lift uncontrollably. He couldn't hold it back anymore, and for no reason, he started laughing along with Chu Yun, who was in fits of laughter. Hey Chu Mo, why are you laughing too? Ta-ha. What's wrong with you guys? Seeing the two of them laughing wildly, Qian He and Ding Yun, who were standing nearby, seemed to be infected and inexplicably started laughing as well. Like a virus, Chu Yun's laughter instantly spread to everyone present. I can't anymore, haha, so tired. Why won't you guys stop? I don't know, haha, seeing you laugh makes me want to laugh too. After saying this, Chu Mo's and Ding Yun's eyes met again in the air. The two of them, who had almost managed to stop laughing, felt the corners of their mouths twitch again. Buzz, buzz. Just as they were about to crack up again, the phone in Ding Yun's hand let out another notification sound. Hey everyone, stop laughing. My mom says she sent the wrong photo. After Ding Yun coughed a few times and forcibly suppressed the smile on his face, he quickly opened his chat with his mother. When he saw the message his mother had sent, Ding Yun froze, and his expression gradually turned strange. He showed the chat screen to everyone. What? No way. Hearing Ding Yun's words, Chu Yun's reaction seemed even more dramatic than Ding Yun's. As if she were the protagonist of the story instead of Ding Yun. So which girl is so unlucky to be betrothed to Yue? The moment Ding Yun said Chen Xiang had sent the wrong photo, Chu Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Good, at least it wasn't him. I don't know. Hang on, let me ask again. Though he was a bit disappointed that his betrothed wasn't Chu Mo. It was clearly more important now to find out who his actual betrothed was. Ding Yun's fingers flew across the phone screen, typed a few words, and hit send. Buzz buzz. After receiving Ding Yun's message, Chen Xiang quickly sent the photo over. Here it comes, let me see. See. Who? Clatter. The moment he saw the photo, Ding Yun's hand trembled, and the phone fell to the ground. Everyone looked at the phone on the floor. They saw that Chen Xiang had actually sent a photo of a boy. Instantly everyone took 2 steps back, putting some distance between themselves and Ding Yun. No, this can't be true. Looking at the familiar figure in the photograph, Ding Yun felt his body sway before he slumped onto the sofa. Ding Yun, don't lose heart. At least she genuinely likes you. More importantly perhaps, and he sent the wrong photo again. Seeing Ding Yun in a daze, Chu Mo felt he needed to step up as a father figure and offered words of comfort. However, Chu Mo never imagined that the person in the photo would be the young man they had encountered during their meal earlier that day. He was the same young man Ding Yun had first met when they went looking for Qianhe together. Chu Mo couldn't help but marvel at how mysterious fate truly is. Fortunately, this connection wasn't cursed. With that thought, Chu Mo turned to glance at Qianhe beside him. Qianhe, who had been studying the person in the photograph intently, seemed to sense something. She lifted her head just as their eyes met. Qianhe tilted her head slightly and offered Chu Mo a smile. In response, Chu Mo nodded back and was about to speak when suddenly, buzz buzz. Everyone's attention shifted back to Ding Yun, who had just picked up his phone and sent a message. They were all curious whether Chen Xiang had sent the wrong message again, or if Ding Yun's childhood betrothal really was arranged with this young man. If it were true, that would be quite interesting. A sudden thought struck Chu Mo's mind. His unique constitution meant that after touching a girl, he would transform into Chu Mo. And now there was another change. For more touches, and he'd become completely female. So why couldn't Ding Yun's constitution work in reverse? Perhaps his parents had been more decisive, choosing to raise him as a boy upon discovering his condition. Looking at Ding Yun before him, Chu Mo felt this possibility wasn't entirely out of the question. So was it sent by mistake, or not? Chu Yun, waiting impatiently beside them, urged him on. Hearing this, Ding Yun said nothing and simply handed his phone to her. It wasn't sent by mistake. Taking the phone, Chu Yun's expression grew increasingly strange. She glanced between the young man in the photo and Ding Yun. It's alright, Ding Yun. You too. Just live well together. That's what matters most. Returning the phone, she patted his shoulder with earnest sincerity. Yes, I'll live well with him. No, what am I even saying? Halfway through, Ding Yun suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. It's fine, Ding Yun. You'll always be our good friend. Before he could respond, the quiet Qianhe spoke up in support. Wait, this is just a childhood betrothal. It's not like we're married. Ding Yun protested after hearing her words. The words felt familiar, as though Chu Mo had said something similar moments before. Could this truly be karma striking back? Or what if she really... Hearing Ding Yun's words, Chu Mo mimicked his earlier gesture, playfully breaking something in the air. This is what they call karma, a swift reckoning. Chu Mo savored the satisfaction of poetic justice. At a loss for words after Chu Mo turned his own words against him, Ding Yun could only say, don't panic, Ding Yun. Things have flipped so many times already. What if there's another twist? Qianhe, unable to bear his despair, offered comfort. Thank you, Qianhe. I'll take your word for it. Come here, let's hug. Grateful, Ding Yun said. Just as he stepped forward to embrace, Qianhe, Chu Mo darted in front of her. Thank her if you must, but what's with the hugging? Standing guard with a wary expression between them, Chu Mo narrowed his eyes at Ding Yun and spoke. Buzz buzz. Before he could repeat the same routine of unlocking his phone in surprise and handing it off, the device vibrated again. It was already unknown how many times tonight. Chu Mo snatched it directly from his grasp. To Ding Yun's astonishment, he entered the lock screen password with practiced ease and opened the chat. Ding Yun, your mom said that boy's family is already preparing to formally propose to your family. The moment Chu Mo read the message, his smirk vanished under Ding Yun's intense stare. His heart sank at the news, dread settling in. What are you talking about? I don't believe it. Show me the phone. He couldn't reconcile the idea of a formal proposal with reality. The mere thought made him shudder. Son, if you're willing, mom supports you. Chu Mo played the voice message from Chen Xiang without hesitation. Upon hearing his mother's words, even though he desperately wanted to deny what Chu Mo had said, he was forced to accept the truth. Chu Mo, do you think it's still possible to go to Thailand for surgery? Ding Yun looked up at him with serious intent. He had genuinely considered the feasibility of this plan. After all, it would let him escape the fate of being married while also gaining the qualification to pursue Chu Mo. It was the perfect solution. Under the circumstances, it seemed truly optimal. I don't think it's necessary. After all, I think you two are quite compatible, Chu Mo said with a smile. But we're friends. What? Wait, why are you smiling? You tricked me. As Ding Yun was about to protest further, he suddenly noticed Chu Mo's grin. He finally understood. Chu Mo had likely used voice-to-text to hear his mother's message beforehand, then fabricated a false narrative to mislead him. The absurdity of having seriously considered the Thailand option filled him with fury. He wanted nothing more than to drag Chu Mo down with him. So what's actually going on, Chu Mo? Chinha asked from the side, hoping this was the final twist. Well, see for yourself. Chu Mo handed the phone to Chinha. Taking it, she viewed the chat between Ding Yun and Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang had sent additional messages along with a photo. On it was clearly a single person. Yes, just one person. I want to see it too. I want to see it too. As Chinha's expression grew increasingly intrigued, Chu Yun moved closer to her side and peered at the phone cradled in Chinha's hands. Whoa. Chu Yun refused to explain further, merely letting out an exclamation before casting a meaningful glance at Ding Yun, who stood nearby. Seeing both Chu Yun and Chinha wearing expressions that hinted at his good fortune, Ding Yun's curiosity grew more intense. So what exactly was going on? Ding Yun tried to discern some clue from their faces, but to no avail. Oh, stop being so secretive. Let me have a look. Ding Yun's curiosity peaked at that moment, and he reached out to retrieve his phone. He was determined to see what kind of monster or demon his childhood betrothed actually was. After the series of twists and turns, Ding Yun felt that no matter what image or message he saw, it wouldn't shake him much. Holy crap. Since Chinha had already opened the image, Ding Yun didn't see Chen Xiang's text message at first. The group watched as Ding Yun fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Wait, who is this beauty? Ding Yun genuinely couldn't recall ever meeting this girl. The photo his mother had sent earlier at least featured two people he recognized. He had no idea how his mother had gotten a photo of that young man, but that wasn't important now. What mattered was that he had absolutely no memory of this childhood betrothed. Ding Yun carefully retraced his past, but found no girl in his memory who matched the one in the photo before him. Ding Yun, you scumbag. You don't even recognize your own betrothed. Didn't you see her when you were kids, eh? Chu Mo spoke up, observing Ding Yun's deep in thought. Though he was in a similar situation, that didn't stop him from teasing Ding Yun. No, seriously, I have no memory of her. Ding Yun replied, feeling unjustly accused. Not only did he not know this girl, but he had only learned of his betrothal today. Staring at the innocent and lovely young woman on his phone, Ding Yun found himself at a loss for words. He decided to check what his mother had said first. With that thought, Ding Yun tapped the screen and shifted his gaze to the messages from his mom. Reading his mother's messages, Ding Yun felt as if his brain's CPU had suddenly short-circuited. The KFC delivery guy was actually the brother of his childhood betrothed. What kind of twisted fate was this? Even though he had reconciled with the young man and learned his name was Tang Ji, what was happening now? Ding Yun couldn't help but think back to his first encounter with Tang Ji. So what did this all mean? Still, Tang Ji's sister was really quite pretty. Maybe he should ask Tang Ji about his sister later and add her as a friend. Ding Yun entertained the thought, but quickly realized the absurdity. No, that's wrong. He had just managed to reconcile with Tang Ji and clear up their misunderstandings. Before the day was even over, he'd be telling Tang Ji he had his eye on his sister. Tang Ji would certainly want to kill him. He might even resort to some unorthodox methods like. Ding Yun recalled the snapping motion Chu Mo had made earlier and broke out in a cold sweat. That didn't seem entirely impossible. Though Ding Yun had initially claimed he only wanted to know if he had a childhood betrothed. But clearly Ding Yun was no longer satisfied with just that. After all, his mother had said she supported him. But hadn't his mother's earlier attitude suggested she didn't want him to bother the girl? How had she suddenly changed her tune? Chu Mo, didn't my mom initially not want me to bother her? Why did she suddenly send a voice message saying she supports me? Utterly puzzled, Ding Yun turned to his friend for help. Chu Mo, caught off guard by the question, fell into thought. After hearing Ding Yun's question, he too was lost in contemplation. Yes, why? Just as Chu Mo was racking his brain, Chinha seemed to have found the answer. Well, Ding Yun, I think. Never mind, I'd better not say. Looking at Ding Yun, Chinha hesitated for a long time before ultimately holding back. It's okay, Chinha, just say it. I can handle it. Seeing Chinha's reluctance, Ding Yun patted his chest confidently. After a night of trials, he felt quite assured of his resilience. Alright, I'll tell you then. Seeing Ding Yun's confidence, Chinha sighed and finally voiced her guess. First, aside from Chu Mo's photo, the second picture Auntie sent was of your betrothed's brother. So why didn't Auntie explain that from the start? Why wait so long to tell you that he's her brother? Yeah, why? Listening to Chinha, Ding Yun felt he was nearing the truth. Because Auntie was testing you. Seeing that Ding Yun still didn't get it, Chinha continued. Testing Ding Yun. Oh, so that's it. Understanding dawned on Chu Mo after Chinha's explanation. As the answer hit him, his gaze toward Ding Yun seemed tinged with pity. Bro, what did you figure out? Chu Yun looked at her brother in bewilderment. What exactly had he grasped? Why would Annie Chen Xiang test Ding Yun, and what was she testing? Chu Yun felt her brain was about to crash like a computer. Oh, you still don't get it. It's like this, so that's why I understand. Oh, I see. I've got it, bro. Receiving the compressed, encrypted file package transmitted wirelessly from her brother, Chuyin finally understood everything. Wait, what do you mean by like this? So that's why? Dingyun looked at the three of them in confusion. Which step had he missed? What had they figured out? Could all the riddle speakers just leave Ching Ching? Oh, you still don't get it. It's that your Annie thinks you. It's just that Annie thinks you might have issues with your sexual orientation, so she deliberately sent you a photo of that guy's brother. To see if you're interested in him. Chu Mo, barely suppressing her laughter, explained to a bewildered Dingyun. Oh. Upon hearing Chu Mo's words, Dingyun immediately understood. So that's how it was. His own mother suspected his sexual orientation was problematic, and she probably also knew about Tang Ji's situation. So she deliberately sent him Tang Ji's photo to see if he liked it. If he did, well then so be it. Dingyun dared not even think about the rest. And then seeing that he hadn't reacted for a long time, his mother finally sent the photo of the younger sister. That is the photo of his betrothed. Buzz, the phone rang again. This time Qin Xiang sent another voice message. Dingyun had no intention of hiding it from the others. He played the voice message in front of everyone. Qin Xiang's voice instantly reached everyone's ears. Son, if you really like that girl, Mom can help you contact her. Of course, and what do you think of her brother? He seems like a nice person, doesn't he? He's tall and handsome with good character, isn't he? After listening to Qin Xiang's 3 voice messages, the living room fell into a deathly silence. But the atmosphere didn't last long. Soon Chu Mo, standing beside Dingyun, was the first to burst out laughing. The implication was too obvious. Oh, Chizuru hadn't guessed wrong after all. It's okay, Dingyun. We respect your decision. Laughing, Chu Mo reached out and patted Dingyun on the shoulder. 6. Dingyun could only sigh helplessly at Chu Mo, who was laughing uncontrollably. There was nothing he could do about it. It seemed that due to the accumulation of various coincidences, his parents' hearts had already been sown with seeds of suspicion. Ignoring the others, Dingyun's fingers flew across the phone screen. Dingyun, Mom, no need. I actually know her brother Tang Ji, right? Dingyun quickly edited and sent the message. Dude, are you sure you're sending just that? Chu Mo, standing beside him, raised an eyebrow as she looked at the message he had sent. The message was highly ambiguous. Of course not, I'm not done yet. Dingyun lowered his head and continued editing the message. Dingyun, I just met Tang Ji today. Dingyun, don't worry, Mom, leave it to me. I know what I'm doing. Okay. After sending the messages, Dingyun put his phone back into his pocket and clapped his hands. The betrothal incident tonight had finally ended without a hitch. All thanks to his own quick wit. I'll forget it as long as you're happy. Chu Mo, who had seen the messages, could only silently pray for Dingyun. Done. Heading back. See you tomorrow, everyone. In high spirits, Dingyun said goodbye to the group, then swaggered over to open Chu Mo's front door, and then swaggered out. Hey, aren't you forgetting your shoes? Seeing Dingyun seemingly carried away by his triumph, Chu Mo sighed and picked up his shoes. Not that she would actually keep them for him. She simply tossed the shoes out the front door and then shut it. All right, let me think, where were we? Chu Mo said casually, then froze in the entrance hall. What had she just said? She wished she could go back in time and slap herself. Why did she have to bring up that sore subject? You were talking about how you were being a pervert towards Sister Chizuru. Clearly, when it came to teasing Chu Mo, Chu Yun's mind was surprisingly sharp. Before Chizuru could react, Chu Yun had already answered. Chizuru, I'm sorry. Seeing this, Chu Mo scratched his head sheepishly, then looked at Chizuru in front of him. No, it's okay. It's my fault. I should apologize to you. Chizuru couldn't help but recall the scene from earlier, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Sister Chizuru, does my brother have a good body? Just as Chu Mo was about to say something else, Chu Yun, who seemed to delight in causing trouble, spoke up. It's pretty good. No, Chu Mo. You guys keep chatting, I'm going upstairs. Hey, Chizuru. Watching Chizuru flee back to her room, Chu Mo shrugged helplessly. I'm going to my room too. Brother, don't you dare use the excuse of wanting to go to my room, but accidentally ending up in Sister Chizuru's. Okay. Chu Yun said with a grin, then ran upstairs as well. Seeing this, Chu Mo didn't go after her. Instead, he silently turned off the living room air conditioner and lights. Then he returned to his own room. After closing the door, Chu Mo suddenly remembered that he still hadn't given away the small secondary screen he had bought. He walked over to the shelf and searched again. Wu found it. Holding the secondary screen in his hand, and to avoid any further delays, Chu Mo decided to deliver it to Chizuru right away. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Mo stepped out of his room, quickly arrived at Chizuru's door, and raised his hand to knock. Come in. Chizuru's voice soon came from inside the room. Did you forget something, Chizuru? With her permission, Chu Mo pushed open the door. He saw Chizuru crouching on the floor, rummaging through her suitcase. Oh, nothing. I just forgot to bring my pajamas. Chizuru looked up a little embarrassed, speaking to Chu Mo, standing before her. I forgot your pajamas. Do you want to go back and get them tomorrow? Chu Mo asked. Although he didn't like wearing pajamas himself, he was a guy. For a girl, if she didn't want to wear formal clothes at home, pajamas were indeed a good choice. It's okay, no need. I happen to have that shopping card from the convention. I'll go buy some clothes tomorrow. I'll get some for you too, Chu Mo. Chizuru shook her head, expressing her idea. Although she could indeed go home to get her pajamas, Chizuru preferred to buy a new set at the mall. It wasn't that she was being wasteful. She simply thought it was a good opportunity to indirectly return the money on the card to Chu Mo. After all, if she directly transferred the money, he would obviously not accept it. Okay. Oh, by the way, I bought this small secondary screen for you. It can show the time, weather, and your computer status. I thought it was interesting, so I bought 3. 1 for you, 1 for me, and 1 for Ding Yun. Chu Mo nodded in agreement, then handed the secondary screen to Chizuru. He remembered that the store his mother frequented also sold pajamas, so he would go there. After handing the small secondary screen to Chizuru, Chu Mo thought to himself, "Thank you, Chu Mo." He took the secondary screen from Chu Mo's hands and examined the first gift he had given her with keen interest. Considering this, should she also prepare a return gift for Chu Mo? Gazing at the secondary screen in her hands, he fell into a moment of perplexity. Chu Mo appeared to lack for nothing. Gift ideas like small ornaments would feel too cliched, yet whenever she considered other options, Chu Mo seemed to have everything already. She couldn't simply ask Chu Mo what he wanted. That would completely destroy the element of surprise and mystery that makes giving a gift so meaningful. "What's wrong, Qianhe? You seem a bit troubled." Chu Mo noticed her hesitation and asked softly. Though he didn't know what was bothering Qianhe, he was confident that once she shared her worries, he could at least offer some suggestions. Chu Mo, is there anything you feel you're lacking in your daily life?" Watching Chu Mo ready to help untangle her thoughts, he finally voiced the question. Lacking something." At these words, Chu Mo froze completely. He hadn't expected Qianhe to ask such a question. Meeting her expectant gaze, he began to think carefully. Reflecting on his daily routine, Chu Mo suddenly realized he truly lacked for nothing. He had money, education, and family. He was complete in every way. If he had to force an answer, there was only one thing he seemed to be missing. No. If he said that aloud, he would surely brand him a creep with ill intentions and throw him out on the spot. Though he did have a key to Qianhe's room. Even if she locked the door, he could still get in. Why did this suddenly feel so wrong? Chu Mo suddenly felt as though he were some kind of pervert, holding the key to a young lady's room. Of course, Chu Mo would never dream of doing anything inappropriate to Qianhe. That was right. Not a single hair on Qianhe's head would he ever dare to touch. He was a man of his word. But wait, hadn't he been able to transform into Chu Mo? So how should that be counted? Chu Mo suddenly found a loophole in his own reasoning. "So Chu Mo, what exactly are you missing?" Seeing that Chu Mo hadn't responded for so long, he took a step forward and spoke again. However, he seemed to have forgotten the open suitcase beside her filled with various daily necessities and clothing. Losing her balance, she tipped straight toward Chu Mo. "Pounce," she hurtled forward. "Oh well, I seem to. Hey, watch out." Qianhe. Just as Chu Mo was about to answer her question, he suddenly heard a loud bang. He then saw Qianhe completely lose her footing. The incident had come so suddenly that Chu Mo hadn't reacted in time. By the time their gazes met once more, the scene in the room had transformed. He had both hands braced against the wardrobe behind Chu Mo, trapping him between her arms. "Sister Qianhe, I was just... Sorry, my bad, I'll leave right away, you two continue." As if by coincidence, yet perhaps destined, it happened. Chu Yun hadn't even knocked before pushing the door open wide. The outcome was predictable. The very first thing Chu Yun saw upon entering was this deeply awkward scene. "Hey Chu Yun, let me explain." "Chu Yun, it's not what it looks like." Chu Mo and he quickly turned their heads and spoke in unison, watching as Chu Yun was about to close the door again. "Mom, I believe you really. Don't worry, I won't tell Mom and Dad, or Uncle and Auntie." Pausing her hand on the door, Chu Yun looked at Qianhe and Chu Mo still frozen in their previous poses and spoke. She naturally knew this was an accident, but that didn't stop Chu Yun from finding amusement in it. In this world, nothing mattered. Only finding entertainment was what counted. Chu Yun's life philosophy was simple: as long as one is alive, one must constantly seek fun. To be honest, Chu Yun was already feeling a twinge of regret. She had only forgotten her phone once, and as a result, she had missed such a spectacular scene. What a pity. "No, wait, Chu Yun, you." Chu Mo seemed rather flustered, and in his urgency completely forgot that he was still directly in front of him. His entire body surged forward, and with a solid thunk, Chu Mo's forehead collided intimately with Qianhe's. Whoa! Watching this scene, Chu Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a perfect opportunity, and how had her own brother so thoroughly wasted it? At that moment, even if her brother had just gone ahead and made a move, he could have claimed it was all an accident. Qianhe likely wouldn't have said anything about it. But events like that were clearly something her brother would never do. If her brother had actually gone through with it, Chu Yun would have to suspect he'd been possessed by some transmigrator or something. The kind who had absorbed memories as well. "I'm sorry, Qianhe, are you okay?" Dismissing his own plight, Chu Mo immediately turned to Qianhe, who was clutching her head. That collision had to have hurt badly. If this were one of those melodramatic TV dramas her younger sister watched, this would be the moment where the female lead suddenly loses her memory. Wait, if he were the female lead, then what role would he play? I'm fine. He's still holding her head, shook it to reassure Chu Mo. She wasn't that fragile. By the way, Chu Yun, what did you come here for? Recovering somewhat, he asked Chu Yun, who was still standing at the doorway. Actually, nothing much. I just wanted to come find Sister Qianhe to chat. Chu Yun answered truthfully. This was indeed the truth. She had truly come to chat with Sister Qianhe. Of course, sharing a few stories about her own brother during their conversation was perfectly normal, right? But looking at the situation, now that chat would have to wait. Still, it didn't feel like too great a loss. After all, Sister Qianhe would be staying at her home for over a month, and there would be plenty of opportunities to chat. But situations like the one just now, if they happened again, who knew when the next chance would come? Sigh how Chu Yun wished that exact scene would replay before her eyes once more. It's getting late, Chu Yun. Don't disturb Qianhe's rest anymore. Glancing at Chu Yun as her older brother Chu Mo naturally understood his sister's intentions. There was no way he would give Chu Yun such an opportunity. PSSH, and it's late. Weren't you the one disturbing Sister Qianhe's rest? Looking at her brother Chu Mo, Chu Yun retorted. She was only looking out for her brother's happiness. Sigh, this family would fall apart without her. Watching her brother Chu Yun felt that familiar sense of frustration at his missed opportunities. History as always was strikingly similar. Just moments ago, he had accidentally kicked the suitcase right beside Chu Mo directly next to his right foot. And so it happened. I'm done for. His body suddenly lost its balance. Chu Mo could only feel that the distance between himself and he was infinitely closing in at that moment. Watch out, Chu Mo. Although human instinct naturally drives one to dodge anything coming toward them, he did not hesitate the slightest in this moment. Seeing Chu Mo on the verge of falling, he reached out with both of her hands. However, due to the suddenness of the incident and the force of inertia, though he managed to catch Chu Mo, she staggered backward, carrying him with her. Subconsciously holding him tight, he tumbled onto the bed together with Chu Mo. Oh ho! Witnessing the scene before her, Chu Yun couldn't help but sigh again. Unfortunately, she hadn't brought her phone, and at this thought, she felt a wave of regret wash over her. Are you okay, Qianhe? Coming to her senses, Chu Mo hastily got to his feet and reached out to pull Qianhe up from the bed. I'm fine. Qianhe's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shook her head. What was going on today? This was already the second time something so awkward had happened. After saying those words, the room fell instantly silent, and the atmosphere seemed to grow rather delicate. So, Sister Qianhe, what were you and my brother doing before I arrived? The subtle tension didn't last long. Chu Yun was the first to break the silence. Looking at the two of them, heads slightly bowed, unwilling to meet each other's gaze, Chu Yun spoke up. To be honest, Chu Yun was quite curious herself. Why would her older brother skip sleep or gaming late at night to come to Sister Qianhe's room? Could it be that her brother had secrets he wanted to share with Sister Qianhe? Nothing much, Chu Mo just gave me a gift. Qianhe lifted her head and looked at Chu Yun. Just that, eh? You're not telling us anything else? Chu Yun studied both of them with a puzzled expression. She had the strange feeling that she was only hearing the trailer version, or perhaps the censored edition. Based on her intuition, she was convinced that Sister Qianhe and her brother had certainly discussed more. Well, actually, I also asked Chu Mo a question. Noticing Chu Yun's curious gaze, he ultimately recounted everything that had happened just now in full detail. What does my brother lack? Sister Qianhe, why did you suddenly ask my brother that question? Could it be that? At this point, Chu Yun didn't finish her sentence, but instead deliberately flashed an expression that said she understood everything, gazing at Qianhe, deliberately raising Qianhe's curiosity. Yes, that was exactly it. The truth was that Chu Yun hadn't yet figured out what to say next. It might as well be a ploy to bait Qianhe to see if she could extract something. After all, Chu Yun was no fortune teller and couldn't deduce what Qianhe was truly thinking. However, the world was vast, and Chu Yun believed there must certainly exist some extraordinary individuals with genuine mystical abilities. I just wanted to give Chu Mo a return gift, Sister Qianhe. Please don't overthink it. Clearly, Chu Yun's scheme had taken effect. Seeing Chu Yun's meaningful expression, he feared that Chu Yun might start imagining things and say something bizarre. She hastily revealed her intentions. It's just a return gift. Hearing Qianhe's words, Chu Yun could hardly hide her disappointment. She had long known that reality wouldn't play out like a TV drama. On the very first day of cohabitation between the male and female leads, they would exchange tokens of their love. But upon learning that Qianhe was simply giving a straightforward return gift, a certain sense of loss lingered in Chu Yun's heart. What else would it be? What's going on in that head of yours all day long? Chu Mo looked at his younger sister with an expression of utter exasperation. If he wasn't mistaken, according to his sister's default settings, she shouldn't have guessed that Qianhe intended to give him a gift. She was probably deliberately putting on an act of knowing everything, trying to bait Qianhe. Sigh, if he were to tell Qian He right now that Chu Yun was intentionally testing her Qian, he would probably download an anti-fraud app on the spot. But then again, what did he actually lack? He might as well let Qian He pick anything at random. Though he was somewhat curious about what Qian He would ultimately choose to give him. Let me help you think, Sister Qian He. Chu Yun ignored Chu Mo entirely, and a rather interesting notion suddenly popped into her mind. Chu Yun lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then suddenly lifted her face. I've got it, Sister Qian He. Chu Yun looked at Qian He standing before her with complete confidence. Really? Tell me quickly, Chu Yun. Qian He appeared rather excited, grasping Chu Yun's hand, eager to know the final answer. Sighed, Qian He is still too naive. Glancing between Qian He and Chu Yun, whose lips curled into a confident smile, Chu Mo knew well that this rascal of a sister was up to no good once more. However, Chu Mo had no intention of stopping her. He was also curious about what his younger sister would say next. Furthermore, it wouldn't be a bad thing for Qian He to realize sooner rather than later that Chu Yun wasn't as well behaved as she appeared. Actually, my brother lacks nothing. Huh. Hearing Chu Yun's words, Qian He instantly deflated. How was she supposed to give Chu Mo a return gift now? Qian He thought about it, and found that Chu Yun was right after all. Those little gifts that money could buy, Chu Mo could purchase them for himself. Was there truly nothing in this world that was unique, carrying special meaning, unbuyable with money, and something Chu Mo would definitely enjoy? After pondering for a moment, Qian He carefully searched through her mind, but ultimately found nothing. As Sister Qian He, don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet. Having achieved her first objective, Chu Yun switched to phase 2 and continued. So what is it then? Stop keeping me in suspense, Chu Yun. Qian He's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She knew that as Chu Mo's sister, Chu Yun knew him better than anyone else. So Chu Yun must definitely know the answer. However, Sister Qian He, there's a chance you might not agree to give this gift. Chu Yun looked at Qian He with a grin, speaking leisurely. As long as it's something I can do or can buy, I won't have any problems. Hearing Chu Yun's words, Qian He promptly gave her word. As long as it was within her means, she would give it to Chu Mo without any hesitation. That's what you said, Sister Qian He. Seeing that Qian He had finally walked right into her trap and promised. Chu Yun's smile grew even more radiant. Actually, my brother doesn't lack anything except a girlfriend. Gazing at the expectant Qian He, Chu Yun had no intention of continuing to keep her in suspense. She laid out her thoughts without reservation. Though she was somewhat jesting, it was indeed the truth. As far as her own brother was concerned, he truly lacked only a girlfriend. But if her brother needed a girlfriend, did her sister perhaps need a boyfriend? Chu Yun considered this, but did not voice her thoughts. This. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Qian He's eyes widened slightly, staring at her in disbelief. Recalling what she had just said, Qian He now seemed at a loss. She had just confidently declared that anything she possessed, could accomplish, or could purchase, she would not refuse. But Chu Mo needed a girlfriend. What was she to do? She couldn't really offer herself as Chu Yun had suggested, could she? I told you, Sister Qian He, you wouldn't be willing. Seeing Qian He's dilemma, Chu Yun spoke again. If measured by military strategy, Chu Yun had clearly employed the tactics of luring the enemy in and goading. Of course I am willing. But, Chu Mo, you'd better speak. After hearing Chu Yun's words, Qian He almost gave herself away. But she ultimately calmed down and tossed the question to Chu Mo. Chu Mo had been about to stop this farce, but he hadn't expected Qian He to suddenly throw the question at him. Facing Qian He's intense gaze, and Chu Yun pressing close to him, Chu Mo felt immense pressure. How on earth was he supposed to choose? He should have dragged Chu Yun away immediately, never letting her improvise. But clearly regret was now futile. Well, you see, Qian He. Actually, I like whatever you give me. Chu Mo ultimately chose to sidestep the lethal question. After saying this, he saw Qian He lost in thought, and breathed a sigh of relief, secretly congratulating himself. He was indeed a genius for coming up with such a way to break the deadlock. Since he couldn't think of an answer, the best course was to simply not answer. No, Sister Qian He, my brother hasn't answered yet. Qian He, it's getting late. We won't disturb your rest. Seeing his younger sister about to court disaster again, Chu Mo acted decisively. He wrapped one arm around Chu Yun and covered her mouth with the other hand. Then while dragging Chu Yun backward, he smiled and said to Qian He, all right, good night. Watching this harmonious scene, Qian He smiled and waved at them. With a click, the door closed. Qian He slowly sat on the bed, picked up the small secondary screen that had been lying on the bed, and held it in her hand. Raising her head to look at the closed door, Qian He's eyes flickered with unreadable thoughts. Qian He's first day had so many awkward moments. After tossing Chu Yun back into her own room, Chu Mo pushed open his door and flopped onto the bed. Rolling over, he stared blankly at the white ceiling. His mind replayed the scene in Qian He's room. Forget it. I won't think about it. Sleep. Tomorrow I have to accompany Qian He to buy clothes. Chu Mo sat up, turned off the light, and slipped into the blanket. Closing his eyes and stretching out his legs, perhaps due to the day's exhaustion, he fell asleep within a minute. The long night stretched on. Some were fast asleep while others planned to chat until dawn. Tangji, do you have a younger sister? Though it was late at night, the living room in Ding Yun's home was brightly lit. Ding Yun was seated at the dining table, the internet TV, playing a zombie movie. Watching the gory scenes on screen, Ding Yun relished the barbecue that had just arrived. After taking a sip of the barley tea he had brewed before leaving in the morning and chilled in the fridge, he spoke into his phone. Indeed, after returning home and taking a shower, Ding Yun had eagerly opened his phone to video call Tangji. When the conversation was winding down, he casually asked an offhand question. He couldn't just come out and say, "Bro, your sister is quite attractive," or "Bro, your sister smells nice." If he actually said that, he wouldn't be called Ding Yun anymore, he might as well be called Yun. The reason was too obvious to state. "Yeah, I do. What's up?" Across the screen, Tang Ji, unsuspecting, followed Ding Yun's lead. Little did naive Tang Ji know that his new friend was already plotting to take his dear sister away from him. Nothing, just asking. Ding Yun naturally wouldn't reveal his true intentions. After all, the primary goal of the day was to extract as much information about Tang Ji's sister as possible. "I see. I thought you were the type to be into a brother's sister." Tang Ji spoke with a laugh on the other end. Of course he was just joking. After all, Ding Yun had only asked casually, he had never even met his sister, so how could he be interested? That's impossible. I hate people like that. They should go to hell. After saying this, Ding Yun silently picked up his cup and downed the iced barley tea in one gulp. Tang Ji's words had struck a chord. He realized that the two people he liked were both sisters of his brothers. So, could it be that he had some strange, obscure little kink that he himself wasn't fully aware of, as Tang Ji implied? Ding Yun couldn't help but doubt himself. Not hell. People who like a brother's sister should. Tang Ji shook his head and flashed a grin that sent a chill down Ding Yun's spine. The implication was clear. Chu Mo, wake up. Qianhe. Good morning, good night. Upon hearing Qianhe's voice, Chu Mo, who had been deep in sleep, half opened her drowsy eyes. After a bout of nonsensical replies, Chu Mo closed her eyes again. However, under Qianhe's watchful gaze, Chu Mo sat up abruptly with a start. Wait, why was Qianhe in her room? That's right, she had agreed yesterday to go by pajamas with Qianhe. After a brief moment of confusion, Chu Mo suddenly recalled the agreement she had made with Qianhe the night before. Since she had fallen asleep the moment she lay down yesterday, she hadn't set an alarm at all. Now it seems she had overslept, and Qianhe, growing impatient, had come to wake her up. Sorry, Qianhe, I forgot to set the alarm. Having figured out the situation, Chu Mo scratched her head apologetically and expressed her regret to Qianhe, who was standing by the bed. It's fine. We're just going to buy some clothes. Qianhe shook her head, showing no intention of blaming Chu Mo. After all, everyone could be careless sometimes, and it was just clothes shopping. Nothing important. All right, give me 10 minutes. I'll wash up, and then we'll go. Chu Mo nodded at this and got out of bed. Chu Mo, who had instinctively started to change out of her pajamas, suddenly realized something and looked at Qianhe with a hint of embarrassment. Realizing the situation, Qianhe didn't wait for Chu Mo to say anything and left the room on her own. Phew, that was close. I almost ended up being a pervert. Watching the door that Qianhe had closed, Chu Mo couldn't help but sigh in relief. Good thing she had caught herself. After double-checking that the door was fully shut, Chu Mo quickly changed into her going-out clothes. Click. Entering the bathroom, Chu Mo turned on the light and quickly washed up. Done. After drying her face with a towel, Chu Mo was about to leave when she noticed the sunscreen spray on the vanity. I wonder if Qianhe brought any. Well, I'll just take it out and ask. Without thinking too long, Chu Mo reached out and stuffed the sunscreen spray into her pocket. Although she, even as Chu Mo, didn't really like applying sunscreen, she was still a boy at heart. But Qianhe was a true girl, so she naturally cared more about skincare. Walking out of the room and down to the living room, the first thing Chu Mo saw was the breakfast laid out on the table. Qianhe, did you buy this? Approaching the table, Chu Mo turned to look at Qianhe, who was sitting on the sofa looking at her phone, and asked. As the host, she had been somewhat remiss in manners. Making a guest buy breakfast for her. I got up and saw you were still asleep, so I went to that breakfast street near your place and bought some food. Putting down her phone, Qianhe looked at Chu Mo and spoke. At the time, she had seen Chu Mo still sleeping and wanted to let her sleep a bit longer. So she went out to buy breakfast. Thank you. After thanking Qianhe, Chu Mo sat down on a chair and started eating. By the way, Chu Mo, let's eat at home tonight. But Chu Yun and I don't know how to cook. Hearing Qianhe's words, Chu Mo quickly swallowed the bun in her mouth. It wasn't that she insisted on eating out, but she and Chu Yun were both not very good at cooking. She was a bit better than Chu Yun. She could make basic dishes like stir-fried shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but that was about it. As for ribs, vegetables that needed special handling, fish, and the like, she had no idea. She couldn't possibly feed Qianhe and Chu Yun stir-fried shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs for over a month. Most young people like her who grew up in cities in the modern era basically didn't know how to cook unless they were interested or their parents intentionally taught them. Could it be that Qianhe knew how? A thought suddenly struck Chu Mo. Staring at Qianhe on the sofa in disbelief, Chu Mo couldn't help but marvel inwardly. A girl as wonderful as Qianhe, whoever married her would be incredibly fortunate. She had a great personality, was meticulous, graceful both in public and in the kitchen, poised, and not bad-looking either. Hey, if Qianhe really gave herself to spit, 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 what was she thinking? Chu Mo instinctively slapped her own face. What was she thinking? This was just too improper. Qianhe genuinely regarded her as a friend. How could she think such things? This was even more Ding Yun than Ding Yun if you put it that way. Huh. Chu Mo, are you okay? Qianhe was about to say that she actually knew how to cook, suddenly saw Chu Mo sitting at the table, slap her own face out of the blue. Oh, it's nothing, Qianhe. You can cook. Chu Mo shook her head, and then asked. Yes. I can make home-style dishes like braised lion's head meatballs, sweet and sour ribs, and cola chicken wings. After we finish buying clothes, let's go to the market. He listed the dishes she could make one by one, then said. Sure, but how about we go to the supermarket? After taking a sip of soy milk and swallowing the last bite of bun, Chu Mo suggested. Although the market was cheap and the quality of some items was good, some vendors liked to cheat young people, like her, passing off inferior goods and overcharging. So whenever her mother asked her to buy groceries, she would go to the supermarket. The supermarket's produce was a bit pricier, but at least there was no deception or arbitrary pricing. No need, don't worry, Chu Mo. Qianhe shook her head, perceiving Chu Mo's concern, and told her not to worry. After all, having grown up under her mother's influence, going to the market was like walking through her own backyard to her. Okay, I'll help you then. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, Chu Mo said. She couldn't possibly let Qianhe toil alone in the kitchen. After all, Qianhe was a guest. It was already embarrassing enough to have a guest cook. Oh, by the way, Qianhe, do you want to put on sunscreen? It should be quite sunny outside today. Standing up, Chu Mo walked over to Qianhe, suddenly remembering the sunscreen spray still in her pocket. Oh, thank you, I happen to have forgotten mine. Qianhe looked at the sunscreen spray Chu Mo was holding out and was about to take it from her hand. Suddenly noticing that Chu Mo's hands were bare, Qianhe, who had originally intended to grasp the middle of the spray bottle, ended up taking it by the bottom instead. No problem, it's the least I could do. I have moisturizer, toner, face masks, and serum. If you want any, you can grab them from my room. As Qianhe was spraying the sunscreen, Chu Mo spoke, completely oblivious to the gradually strange expression on Qianhe's face. Perhaps Chu Mo simply has a natural affection for dressing up and skincare. Moreover, it is the 21st century now, so it hardly seems unusual for a boy to take interest in such things. Watching Chu Mo speak so eloquently before him, enumerating the merits and demerits of various cosmetics and skincare products along with his personal experiences of using them, Senke continued to convince himself inwardly that Chu Mo merely had an innocent fondness for such items. That is why, Senke, you need not worry at all about using them. Seeing that Senke was finally ready, Chu Mo put away his lengthy monologue. He walked toward the entrance, had just slipped on his shoes, and was about to open the door when he suddenly recalled something. I got so carried away chatting with Senke that I nearly forgot I hadn't brought gloves. Gazing at his bare, unprotected hands, a shiver of dread ran through Chu Mo. Fortunately, Senke had only gripped the rear portion of the sunscreen spray earlier, otherwise Chu Mo would have been utterly doomed. He could not help but let his imagination drift to that disastrous scenario. After all, he was only just remembering now that he had neglected to wear gloves. From the moment he had handed the sunscreen spray to Senke until now, clearly more than 10 minutes had already elapsed. If it had truly unfolded as he feared, in transforming into Chu Mo right before Senke's eyes, the very thought of that scene made Chu Mo tremble even in mere imagination. Here, Chu Mo gloves. Senke, who had just slung his crossbody bag over his shoulder, noticed Chu Mo standing at the entrance preparing to remove his shoes. Instantly comprehending the situation, he picked up 2 pairs of gloves from the coffee table and handed them to Chu Mo. Chu Mo carefully accepted the gloves from Senke's hands. After tucking one pair into his pocket, Chu Mo swiftly donned the other. Feeling the stifling warmth of the gloves against his skin once more, a profound sense of relief washed over him. Let us go, Chu Mo. After changing into his shoes, Senke placed both his and Chu Mo's slippers neatly upon the shoe rack, then pushed open the front door. Yes, let us go. Seeing Senke already standing outside, holding an umbrella over him, a faint smile curled the corners of Chu Mo's lips. He nodded, then stepped out into the day. Senke, it is perfectly fine. A little sun will not harm me. Watching Senke draw close beside him, Chu Mo's posture grew slightly rigid as he spoke, a trace of embarrassment coloring his tone. Although, to be honest, having a girl hold an umbrella for him made him feel somewhat awkward. But then again, if he transformed into Chu Mo, would he still feel this discomfort? Chu Mo let the thought flutter through his mind, only to swiftly dismiss it. The tram is here. Observing the white tram slowly gliding to a halt before them, Chu Mo had intended to display a touch of gentlemanly courtesy in front of Senke. Just as he was about to reach out and open the car door, he discovered that Senkei had already done so the very instant the vehicle came to a complete stop. "Oh, thank you." With Senkei still holding the umbrella beside him, Chu Mo found himself unable to refuse further and simply boarded the tram. Click. Seeing Chu Mo seated comfortably, Senkei promptly folded the umbrella and followed him inside. "Young man, your girlfriend treats you so well." "No, sir, you have misunderstood. She is merely a friend of mine. Our families know each other well." He instinctively cast a glance towards Senkei before offering his explanation. Lately, so many people kept assuming he and Senkei were a couple. Would any boyfriend and girlfriend truly share the same residence? Wait, something about that reasoning felt off. Chu Mo sensed an oddity in his own thoughts, but chose not to dwell upon it. After all, the driver's next barrage of questions immediately followed. "Oh, I see. Your families know one another, do they? Then does your friend's home lie within this residential compound as well?" The driver asked while keeping his eyes on the road. Clearly, the driver was merely making casual conversation. Yet it felt as though each question landed with the precision of a blindfolded acrobat's thrown blade, each one striking dead center. Indeed, every question hit its mark rather than narrowly missing. "No, that is not the case." "Why do you ask, sir?" At this moment, Chu Mo was wholly unaware of the severity of the situation. After all, most veteran taxi drivers enjoyed chatting with their passengers. There was nothing particularly alarming about it, as long as they did not repeat the opening remark about Senkei being his girlfriend. "Oh, I see. So did this lovely young lady come specifically to find you today, or has she been staying at your place since last night?" "Sir, could we perhaps discuss another topic?" Hearing the driver's words, a sense of foreboding overwhelmed Chu Mo, and he immediately sought to steer the conversation elsewhere. Indeed, the direction of this exchange had grown rather questionable. Drawing upon his understanding of his own luck over recent days, he knew that should he continue responding to the driver's remarks, the conversation would undoubtedly spiral into the driver flashing an enigmatic expression after each of his answers. Then the driver would inquire whether he and Senkei shared a childhood betrothal, forcing yet another round of explanations. And after all that, the driver likely would not believe him anyway. Just as he struggled to find the right words, they would arrive at the shopping mall. He would step out into the wind, thoroughly flustered and bewildered. Realizing this, Chu Mo decisively shifted the focus away from himself and toward the driver. "Sir, what is your line of work?" Desperate to divert the conversation, the words that tumbled from Chu Mo's mouth seemed rather unfiltered. "Hey, you are quite an amusing young man." "Me? My primary occupation is driving this taxi." "And your secondary occupation?" Though aware he had posed a rather foolish question, Chu Mo pressed on, bracing himself. "Secondary occupation? Please do not laugh, but I am actually a signed cosplayer." When speaking of his side hustle, the driver appeared somewhat embarrassed, his voice dropping ever so slightly. "So you are also a cosplayer, sir? I never would have guessed. And a signed one at that. Which agency are you contracted with?" Upon hearing this, Chu Mo's interest was instantly piqued. "Old hands indeed. Sorry, wrong genre. This is what true veteran otaku look like. It is the same company that held the anime convention at the sports arena a few days ago." The driver offered a sheepish smile before continuing. Hearing this, Chu Mo and Senkei exchanged a glance. "Then, sir, what motivated you to become a cosplayer?" Senkei asked. "Oh, that story, well, it is rather a long tale. One summer vacation, my son insisted on attending the anime convention, but he was too young and my wife was unavailable, so I ended up accompanying him. And then oi." Seeing the driver pause mid-sentence, Chu Mo felt as unsettled as a reader whose favorite author stopped writing halfway through a chapter. He pressed on eagerly. "So my kid went and wandered around for a bit, and soon got bored wanting to go home. On the other hand, I, who initially had no interest, found myself utterly captivated by that feeling of unrestrained youth, of embracing what one truly loves. In particular, there was a child about the same age as my kid. At first I thought it was a little girl, but it turned out to be a boy. I even took a photo. Too bad I'm driving, so I can't show you. By the way, did you two go to the comic convention at the gymnasium a few days ago?" Pausing, the driver suddenly asked. "Yes, we did. Please go on, sir." Chu Mo replied immediately. He felt as if he were following a novel, with the driver being the author. Every time it reached a crucial point, he stopped. "Hey, young man, don't be so impatient. Remember that boy I mentioned just now? He's not like me, a nobody cosplayer. Right after his first convention, he was invited by the organizers to become a resident cosplayer. So if you attended the convention a few days ago, you probably saw him. Unlike me. Let's not talk about it." "It's all right, sir. So you were invited right after." "Wait, sir, what's that boy's name?" Mid-sentence, Chu Mo, who had intended to comfort the driver, suddenly realized something. He asked hesitantly, hoping it wasn't what he feared. "Oh, his real name. I never paid much attention, but I know his stage name. It's Mao Air," the driver answered truthfully. "Oh, I've seen him. Wasn't there a postcard signing event? He even fed me cake." Chizuru suppressed a smile as she watched Chu Mo, who was fidgeting uncomfortably. "Oh, you're a fan of Mao Air too. What about you, young man?" The driver said, somewhat surprised, then turned his question to Chu Mo in the back seat. "I guess so. The clothes I'm wearing are his merchandise too. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Mo finally answered. Was this fate's inevitability? Even though he had foreseen what would happen if he followed the driver's lead, and had tried to avoid it, it was like a game with countless branching paths waiting to be triggered. Oh really? Let me see. While waiting at a red light, the driver turned around and looked at Chu Mo's clothes. After a careful look, the driver asked with some confusion, Young man, is this a Mao Air merchandise shirt? Don't try to fool me. I may be old, but I buy every piece of Mao Air merchandise the moment it's released. I've never seen this shirt before, the driver said proudly. Although his wife didn't understand his hobby, she always supported his decisions. As his wife would say, everyone has the right to choose the life they want. One shouldn't suppress their nature and longing for life because of age or change in status. Life's coffee is already bitter enough, adding a little milk and sugar is only natural. Is that so? I must have been scammed. Someone bought it for me. Chu Mo didn't argue. After all, he wasn't a protagonist in a power fantasy hiding his identity while letting others show off before revealing himself to show off. He wouldn't do something that foolish. Oh, there really are people like that. Young man, you'd better be more careful in the future. Alright, we're here. Exit on the right, and watch for cars coming from behind. With that, the driver pulled into the designated drop-off zone on the pedestrian street. Okay, bye sir. After the car stopped, Chu Mo said goodbye and got out. Alright, let's go Chizuru. After paying the fare on his phone, Chu Mo said to Chizuru, who was standing beside him. Okay, are there any shops here you like? Chizuru asked as they walked. Since she didn't know what brands or styles Chu Mo preferred, she thought it best to let him choose. Huh, what do you mean by shops I like? Chu Mo's head seemed to sprout a giant question mark at her words. I'm sorry, my sister's balloon slipped and hit you. A girl walking on Chu Mo's left who had just brushed past him quickly apologized when her sister's balloon touched his head. Oh, it's nothing. This balloon is quite unique, Chu Mo said, shaking his head. He wasn't one to make a fuss over trivial matters. But a question mark-shaped balloon was indeed rare. Excuse me, where did you get this balloon? I'd like to buy one later. Chu Mo asked. It wasn't that he was suddenly overcome with childlike enthusiasm, but he had just remembered something. Or rather someone. He had forgotten. He and Chizuru seemed to have left Chu Yun alone at home. He'd buy this balloon as a peace offering when they returned. Knowing Chu Yun, she would like it. Oh, they're giving them away for free inside the mall right by the entrance, the girl replied, then apologized again and left. I almost forgot to answer Chizuru. She must have meant for me to recommend some women's clothing stores. But she just couldn't find the words for a moment. Thinking this, Chu Mo looked at Chizuru and said confidently, Just follow me, Chizuru. I know this place like the back of my hand. Alright, I'll follow you, Chu Mo. Chizuru felt relieved seeing his confidence. She had half expected Chu Mo to refuse. After all, with his intelligence, he must have realized she intended to buy him clothes. She just wondered which brand he would choose. Watching Chu Mo brimming with confidence, Chizuru quietly followed beside him. There's an elevator over there. We can take it. As soon as he entered the mall, Chu Mo felt a wave of coolness wash over him. He pointed to a corner not far away. Having been here countless times, he even knew where the staff entrance was. So finding the elevator was a piece of cake for him. Ding! He pressed the button and the doors opened quickly. To their surprise, the elevator was already packed. But when the people saw Chu Mo and Chizuru, they squeezed to make room for the two of them. Seeing this, Chu Mo and Chizuru exchanged a glance before stepping in. I'll take Chizuru to the store my mother usually goes to first. If she doesn't like it, we can try other shops. Standing in the crowded elevator, Chu Mo thought this as he looked at Chizuru pressed close beside him.